April 6th, Thursday. Late at midnight, one by one, the disciples got up and left the fire. While they sought refuge in the tents or wrapped themselves in their cloaks in the lee of the stone wall, Andrew proceeded to appoint the first guard shift, 2 men armed with swords. One was located to the south, at the entrance to the garden, and the other to the north, near the grotto. The changeover would take place every hour, but Jesus did not move. Sitting 5 feet from the bonfire, and with his back to the olive grove, he remained for a few minutes with his gaze fixed on the undulating, red tongues of fire, which sizzled at times due to some of the trunks, somewhat wetter than the rest. Soon I was alone, in front of him and with the campfire as the only witness, almost mute, of what was going to be my third and last conversation with the Master. His arms rested on his legs, crossed over each other. The Nazarene had opened his hands, gathering the warmth in his palms. His head was tilted slightly forward, and his hair and face flickered and dimmed at the whim of the flames. His expression, welcoming and peaceful throughout the night, had become serious. Suddenly my heart skipped a beat. Bright, shy, and unhurried, a tear had appeared on his right cheek. It was the second time I saw that strange man cry. I didn't even breathe, moved and intrigued by that serene and sudden cry of Galileo. But Jesus seemed totally absent, and a few minutes later, throwing his head back, he took a deep breath and stood up. Endless hypotheses about Galileo's state of mind were boiling and crossing in my mind, but I didn't dare to move. I saw him walk away into the olive grove and stop about 30 or 40 paces from where I was. And so he remained standing, with his head bowed, for the space of an hour. The moon, almost full, alone among thousands of stars, was responsible for bathing him with a silver light, sometimes swaying by a breeze that entered on tiptoe between the green-white leaves of the olive trees. Without knowing exactly why, I waited. The temperature had dropped noticeably, making the stars shiver with white, blue, and red chills. For a time that I couldn't specify, I remained with my face lost in that black and superb firmament. Venus, in conjunction with the sun on those dates, was not visible. For its part, Jupiter, with an increasingly weaker brightness, approximate magnitude 1.6, barely rose above the west, a short distance from the beautiful star cluster of the Pleiades. And at the top, vying for primacy, the brilliant stars Regulus, Capella, Aldebaran, Betelgeuse, and Arcturus, surrounded by the constellations of Leo, Auriga, Taurus, Orion, and Bootes, respectively. Jesus surprised me when he was feeding the bonfire with a new load of firewood.
Jason, aren't you sleeping? You know how hard the next few hours will be. You should rest like everyone else.
Sitting next to the fire, I looked at him with curiosity, while inviting him to answer a question that I had had inside me since I had seen him walk away towards the olive grove. Master, why does a man like you need prayer? Because if I'm not mistaken, that's what you've done during this time. The Galileo hesitated, and before answering, he sat down again, but this time next to me.
You say well, Jason. Man, while suffering from his mortal condition, seeks and needs answers. And truly I tell you that only my Father can quench that thirst for truth. Neither power, nor fame, nor even wisdom lead man to true contact with the kingdom of the Spirit. It is through prayer how humans try to approach infinity. My spirit is beginning to be afflicted, and I also need my Father's comfort.
Is true wisdom in your Father's kingdom?
No, my Father is wisdom.
So, if I pray, can I satisfy my curiosity and enlighten my spirit?
As long as that prayer is really born from your spirit. No prayer is answered unless it comes from the Spirit. Truly, truly I tell you, that man makes a mistake when he tries to channel his prayer and his requests towards his own or others' material benefit. This communication with the divine kingdom of my Father's beings only obtains a fulfilled response when it obeys a desire for spiritual knowledge or consolation. The rest, the material needs that concern you so much, are not a consequence of prayer, but of my Father's love.
Is that why you have insisted so much on seeking the kingdom of God and his justice?
Yes, Jason. The rest is always given to you in addition,
And how should we ask?
as if it had already been granted to you. Remember that faith is the true support of that spiritual supplication.
You say that prayer, formulated in this way, always gets an answer. But I know that's not always the case.
When prayers truly come from the human spirit, sometimes they are so deep that they cannot be answered until the soul enters the kingdom of my Father.
I don't understand.
The answers, don't forget, always consist of spiritual realities. If man has not reached the necessary and advisable spiritual level to assimilate that knowledge emanating from the kingdom, he must wait, in this world or in others, until this evolution allows him to recognize and understand the answers that, apparently, he did not receive at the time of the request.
Would this explain that anguished silence that sometimes seems to be the only answer to prayer?
Yeah. But don't be confused. Silence does not mean oblivion. As I have told you, all supplications that come from the Spirit are answered. All. Let me explain it to you with an example. The child always has the right to ask his parents, but they can delay the answers, waiting for the infant to acquire enough maturity to understand them. The great difference between human fathers and our true Father is that the former sometimes forget that they are obliged to answer, even after years.
According to this, when we die, we will all be wise?
I insist that the only valid wisdom in my Father's kingdom is that which springs from love. After tasting death, no one will be wise if they have not been wise before in life.
Should I think then that the delay in responding to my prayers is a sign of my progressive advancement in the spirit world?
There are countless indirect answers, according to the mental and spiritual capacity of the person asking. But when a request remains temporarily blank, it is often a harbinger of an answer that will, in due course, fill a spirit enriched by evolution.
Why is it all so complicated?
No, my dear friend, love isn't complicated. It's your natural ignorance that plunges you into darkness and inclines you to constantly justify your mistakes.
I remain silent. That man was right. Only men desperately try to justify themselves in their failures. I looked up at the stars and pointing out that wonder, I said, "What do you feel about this beauty?" Galileo also raised his eyes toward the firmament and responded melancholy.
Sadness.
Why?
If man is not capable of receiving in his soul the greatness of this work, how will he be able to capture the beauty of the one who created it?
Is God as immense as you say?
More than thinking about the immensity of my Father, you must believe in the immensity of his divine promise. It surpasses the spirit of man and produces vertigo in the heavenly legions.
You already explained it to me, but is access to your Father's kingdom really within the reach of all mortals?
The kingdom of our Father is in the hearts of each and every human being. Only those who awaken to the light of the gospel discover it and penetrate it.
So, all religions, creeds, or beliefs can lead us to the truth?
The truth is one, and our Father distributes it freely. It is possible that taste and beauty can be as expensive as vulgarity and ugliness, but the same does not happen with truth. This is a free gift that sleeps in almost all humans, whether they are Gentiles or not, whether or not they are powerful, whether they are educated or not, whether they are evil or not.
Who do you hate the most?
In my Father's heart, there is no place for hatred. You should know that. Beware only of hypocrites, but never pour the poison of revenge on them.
Who is a hypocrite?
He who preaches the way of the heavenly kingdom, and instead settles in the world. Truly I tell you that hypocrites deceive the simple at heart, and satisfy only the mediocre.
Who do you esteem more, a spiritual man or a revolutionary?
I prefer a man who acts with love.
But who can love more?
A better question. Who can understand more?
Who?
The one who is capable of loving everything. But be careful. Jason, he who truly loves does not place the word love on his door, trying to justify himself to the world. And he who gives does not write the word charity, so that everyone recognizes him. When you ever see those words shamelessly displayed in the world, do not doubt that they have the sole purpose of enriching and exalting those who wield and air them. My Father's kingdom is like a woman carrying a jar of flour. As she was walking along a lonely road, the handle broke, and the flour spilled out behind her on the road. The woman didn't notice and didn't know her misfortune. When she got home, she put the jug down on the ground and found it empty.
He who is capable of loving everything, how difficult is that?
Nothing is difficult for those who have learned to give in.
But what do you say about the injustices? Should we also learn to love those who humiliate or tyrannize us?
When the time comes, ask your brother for an explanation, but never hate him. Only when you look at your brothers with charity can you feel content.
Now I begin to understand why my world feels unhappy.
The greatest mistake in your world is its lack of generosity. He who knows and practices love usually does not need to forgive. He is always willing to understand everything.
You may be right, but I always thought that the great mistake of our world was its technological impairment.
You must be patient and trust. Humanity sometimes gets drunk and dulled by its own discoveries and triumphs, forgetting that its true natural state lies in the serenity of its spirit. The day he wakes up from such a heavy lethargy, he will return his eyes to the path of love, the only one that leads to true wisdom.
Tiredness was beginning to take over both of us, and by mutual agreement, we decided to rest the few hours that remained until dawn. As I wrapped myself in the cloak, settling myself as best I could under one of the olive trees, a shooting star crossed in front of the stars Kappa Lyrae in New Hercules, tearing the veil of the firmament and that of my deep melancholy. Without intending to, I had begun to love that man. At 5:42 a.m. on that Thursday, April 6th of the year 30, the sun began to break through without any special difficulties. Eliseo proceeded to wake me up, giving me the usual weather report.
The day promised to be magnificent. Estimated average temperature of about 17 degrees Celsius, low relative humidity, and clear skies. However, the module's Rawan is picking up an alteration at high levels of the atmosphere. Location: vertical of the border of Iraq with Saudi Arabia. The electronic systems confirm that it is an eastern jet current, equatorial type, with a maximum speed of approximately 70 knots, and between levels of 100 and 150 millibars, between 7 and 10 miles high. Attention, Jason. Santa Claus is checking the meteorological data, and everything seems to indicate that over the course of the next 24 or 48 hours, this alteration may cause intense easterly winds, carrying sandbanks from the Arabian deserts of Nafud and Dana. The possibility of this sandstorm or sirocco over Palestine is also beginning to be confirmed by the crazy rise of the Tonalo and aneroid barometers. It is possible that if everything remains the same, tomorrow you will have to take off your mantle.
That information was especially interesting. On the morning of the next day, Friday, a strange phenomenon should take place. This is what I had read, at least in the Holy Scriptures: Luke 23:44-46, Mark 15:33-34, and Matthew 27:45-46. From the 6th to the 9th hour, from approximately 12 noon to 3 in the afternoon, covering the entire earth in darkness, according to the verbatim words of the evangelists. And although I did not want to draw conclusions a priori, Eliseo's warning about those trade winds from the east-southeast, with the possibility of a strong drag of sand from the nearby Arabian desert, already gave me a slight idea about the true nature of the event narrated in the New Testament. Little by little, some women left the tent and prepared the fire. Around 6 o'clock, and when I was taking a short walk around the camp, trying to loosen my muscles, I saw Judas emerge from the stone fence. He was alone and, judging by his walk, in a certain hurry. He took the same path as the day before, getting lost down the hill in the direction of the temple, or perhaps towards the gates of the southern part of the city. For a moment I thought about following him, but I ended up giving up. Trojan horse's plans were different. Most likely Iscariot was going to meet with the head of the Sanhedrin police, as he had been entrusted with last Wednesday. On the other hand, Ishmael, the Sadducee who had managed to infiltrate the council of priests, had promised to inform us punctually of each and every one of the traitor's steps, as well as the movements of the Levites in charge of arresting the master. This calmed me down, and I immediately returned inside the orchard. Jesus and his men were still sleeping. To the extent that they would allow me, I helped the women stoke the fire and carry the bowls of milk, supplied at the time by 2 goats that Philip had apparently obtained on Wednesday, and that had been tied inside the cave. While we were preparing breakfast, and almost at the same time as the day before, young John Mark burst into the camp. He arrived with a basket somewhat larger than the one from the day before, and also without saying a word, he handed it to the women, then sat down by the fire. And there he remained, with his chin pressed to his knees, as if hypnotized by the fragile dance of the flames. Some of the disciples began to show signs of life, stretching without the slightest shame. 2 of them, upon discovering the child, approached and tried to get Mark to tell them what they had done during that long walk on Wednesday. But the little boy, with his eyes lowered and his brow furrowed, did not open his lips. At most, and when the pressure from Jesus' men became more intense, John shook his head, with visible and growing irritation. Some of the women protested this interrogation and asked the disciples to leave the boy alone. Other members of the group had joined the curious inquisitors, begging and pleading with him to at least tell them where they had been and whether they might have been spied on by the Sanhedrin police. In the end, I suppose already bored by so many questions, Mark opened his mouth and settled the matter with an explanation that the master's followers knew very well.
The rabbi asked me not to say anything to anyone.
And there, as I say, the interrogation ended. On various occasions, Jesus had shared with his men different confidences, begging them not to say anything, and everyone, in general terms, had known how to respect him. The disciples were not very satisfied, especially Simon the Zealots, who had covered the last shift of surveillance at the gate of the garden and who feared more than anyone else for the safety of the master and the rest of the group. As for me, John Mark's stubborn secrecy only served to arouse my curiosity even more. I had to find out something about what happened that Wednesday, and which in the text of the evangelists also appears blank regarding the activities of the Nazarene. But how could I make Jesus' faithful companion speak? That same Thursday afternoon, the great opportunity would present itself. Jesus did not take long to appear. His face had slight circles under his eyes, probably the result of the few hours of sleep. Seeing him, I felt responsible. If I had not involved him with my conversation, he would surely have rested a little more. And when I thought of what awaited him, I began to tremble. That, in reality, had been his last night in peace. But my worries vanished instantly. Galileo was in an enviable mood. He greeted everyone and, following his custom, headed towards the wide mud basin in order to clean himself. But halfway there, John Mark, who had just seen him, ran, hugging his waist. The master, surprised by that warm reception, took the child's face between his large hands and, leaning slightly towards him, he asked him in a tone of complicity,
Have you remembered the currents?
The little boy smiled and nodded his head, and Jesus, rubbing his hands in satisfaction, began to undress. Corinths, I thought, what can he refer to? And suddenly I remembered one of Lazarus's explanations. The master loved grainless grapes, like those that sprouted on the vine that the father of the resurrected man had planted in the central patio of his house, and I prepared to carry out another of the missions entrusted by Operation Trojan Horse. That, I said to myself, trying to calm down, seemed like a good time. The giant finished his ablutions, and when he received from the hands of one of the women the cloth with which he was to dry himself, I approached her, begging her to allow me to help him. The Nazarene resisted, but at my insistence, he put part of the cloth in my hands, while he, amused with what seemed like a game and a delicacy, rubbed himself with the other end of the cloth. That maneuver actually had a double purpose. On one hand, to proceed with a manual and direct exploration of Jesus' body, a fact that would not have been logical or easy if one of those occasions had not been taken advantage of. And secondly, to try a measurement of his main anatomical parts. This second objective, above all, was of vital importance for a better analysis of his body during the hours of the crucifixion. Through that soft fabric, my hands felt his neck, shoulders, and back. That Galileo, as could be seen from a simple visual observation, was a strong specimen. The muscles of the back and upper trunk, especially the trapezius muscles, were very developed. This feeling of strength, the result no doubt of hard and continuous manual work for many years, also extended to the deltoid muscles in the shoulder area. Those and the also solid muscular packages that were distributed on each side of the spine, the large dorsal and infraspinatus, inclined me to think that Jesus enjoyed perfect synchronization in the elevation and descent of his rib cage. The arms, in accordance with the configuration and estimable volume of the muscles of the shoulders and upper and posterior part of the trunk, were equally solid. In my opinion, his biceps brachii were especially thick and powerful. The large pectorals, what we familiarly know as the chest, were also strongly consolidated, as if Galileo had practiced swimming. His breathing capacity had to be excellent. Both his waist and lower back appeared without an ounce of fat, and I noticed the same thing on the front side of the abdomen. The muscular wall of the great rectum was smooth, without any sign of adipose tissue. As for his thighs and legs, both the sartori and the adductor muscles, biceps femoris, semitendinosus, and gastrocnemius muscles appeared firm and hard as stones to the touch. Those lower extremities, in my opinion, would have been the envy of a marathon runner. This harmonious and muscular constitution, together with the great stature of the master, made him, without any doubt, a particularly attractive specimen. It was as if nature had taken great care in shaping that man. To his evident natural perfection, we also had to add those last 3 years of tireless activity, traveling all the roads of Israel, which had given him an enviable physical shape. Once I had completed my exploration, and to the confusion of everyone watching me, I extracted the small string from the bottom of my oilcloth bag, and before Jesus put on his tunic, I begged him to wait a few moments. The master, without losing his smile, let me do it with a docility that only served to stun me more. By mutual agreement with my partner in the module, it had been planned that, once each measurement was finished, I would press my right ear, transmitting the corresponding figure. In this way, Eliseo could record the measurements, subsequently subjecting them to a more complex study. As I already pointed out, that rope, completely white, had been divided into inches, but instead of being numbered, each separation was actually a black mark, a circumference, to be more exact, that completely surrounded the perimeter of the string. In order to carry out the calculations accurately, and in order to avoid any type of suspicion, Trojan horse had devised a numbering system based on colors and letters. Every 4 inches, the corresponding separation, instead of being black, it had been painted according to the 6 basic colors of the spectrum. From the 27th inch to the 39th, the colors were repeated again. The order established for these basic colors was as follows, from lowest to highest: violet, blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. And from inch number 27, as I say, again the violet, blue, green, and yellow. The inches between these 10 numbers were converted into letters, following the Greek alphabet. So, for example, when the measurement showed 12 inches, I had to announce to Eliseo, green. If it was 31 inches, double blue. If, on the other hand, it was 16 inches, the key was yellow and alpha, first letter of the Greek alphabet. Without wasting time, I started with the upper extremities. From the shoulder to the tip of the middle finger, the measurement was 32.2 inches. The key to transmit that figure was, therefore, double blue and beta. These measurements were followed by those of the lower extremities, perimeters, head height, neck, etc. As is obvious, the master was a man with an athletic build, with a powerful development of his skeleton and muscles. His limbs were long, and his chest was truly imposing, with shoulders wide and solid as rocks. The fat, or adipose paniculus, was very scarce, practically non-existent. The head was firm and elongated, with an equally elongated face in its middle part, and an accentuated chin and bone relief. The skull, as I already said, high and narrow. These characteristics made him stand out from the normal average of the Jewish race of that time. According to the studies of von Lucian and Renan, among the Jews of southern Russia, the average height ranged around 5 feet 2 inches, reaching 5 feet 6 inches among the Jews of London and the Spanish Jews of Thessaloniki. The mesocephalic type of Christ was also not common. Among the Hebrews of South Russia, for example, the percentage of brachycephalic individuals, with short skulls, was 81%, reaching 18% for mesocephalics and 1% for dolichocephalics. Among the Jews of Thessaloniki, expelled from Spain, dolichocephalics accounted for 14.6% and brachycephalics for 25%. In addition to his considerable height, 5 feet 9 inches, Jesus of Nazareth drew attention for his chest circumference, larger than the average of his compatriots. This athletic typology also fit considerably with the anachetic temperament, described by Maus. Little reaction to stimuli, confident and vigorous movements, although hardly prodigal. Greater strength and precision. It was undoubtedly that physical strength that could help him partially endure the brutal punishment that awaited him. Despite everything, as we will see very soon, the doctors and specialists of Trojan horse could never understand how that man managed to resist to the end the chain of horrible tortures to which he was subjected. I must confess, that part of the mission was possibly the most unpleasant. For a long time, and despite the meekness demonstrated by Jesus, I had the feeling that, by subjecting him to the aforementioned anthropometric measurements, I had abused that man. And even today I still believe it. Fortunately for me, none of those present managed to ask why I had undertaken that unusual, almost ridiculous operation. The truth is that from the beginning, I enjoyed the reputation of a strange man among the rabbi's followers, and this, I don't know very well, may have justified my singular behavior on that splendid morning of Thursday, April 6th. The master finished dressing and, continuing with that good mood, joined the group of friends who were waiting for him for breakfast. Philip returned to distribute the bread, still warm, that the boy had provided us, and the women distributed bowls of milk. In the basket there was also plenty of roasted grain, dried figs, and a clay jar, full of the famous currants. All of this, a gift from John Mark family to the master and his group. John himself was in charge of opening the jar, and beaming with satisfaction, poured a good handful of that shiny black fruit into Jesus' palms. Then, following Galileo's instructions, he distributed the rest of the raisins to all of us who were in the garden. That morning snack took place in a relaxed atmosphere. The apostles seemed somewhat calmer than the previous night, although some, like Peter, Thomas, and the Zealot, soon discovered that Judas was missing. However, from the comments that I was able to capture, the disciples attributed it to the usual obligations of the Iscariot as general administrator of the group and, more specifically, to the details of the preparation of the imminent Passover festival. None of those gathered there, by the way, knew where and how the master planned to celebrate it. In my opinion, and in view of the serious events that had been taking place in relation to the Sanhedrin's determination to arrest Jesus, that matter of the Passover did not concern them excessively either. Around 10 in the morning, Joseph of Arimathea appeared at the camp. One of his servants accompanied him. Upon seeing him, the Nazarene invited him to sit next to the group, but Joseph politely refused, indicating that he needed to talk to him alone. The master stood up, and they both took a few steps away until they stood next to the wall of the stone vat used as an oil mill. The one from Arimathea, with a serious face, gesticulated, explaining to Galileo what I already knew about Judas's plans. Fortunately, none of the disciples were able to hear the topic of the conversation between the old man and his master. He listened to him without flinching, and once Joseph had spoken, he took him by the arm, beginning a short walk along the stone parapet. For about 15 or 20 minutes, Jesus spoke with the resigned member of the Sanhedrin. That same night, and at dawn, on Thursday, Joseph would reveal to me the words that the master had addressed to him during that brief meeting in the camp. The sudden arrival of Joseph of Arimathea and the mysterious exchange of impressions with the rabbi did not go unnoticed by the disciples. Everyone was talking about the reason for that visit, and most of them got it right, halfway. Whispering among themselves, the apostles were inclined to think that something serious was happening, and that this something had a lot to do with the capture of the master and the possible disintegration of the movement they were involved in, and their spirits became tense again. After the conversation, Joseph went to one of the tents, exchanging a few words with David Zebedee. Finally, and after saying goodbye to everyone, he left in the direction of Jerusalem. Jesus, who had returned to the group waiting around the bonfire, seemed somewhat more serious, and before anyone could ask him, he asked his men and women to accompany him. Around 10:30, the entire group, made up of about 50 people, began to ascend the slope of Olivet. I, somewhat behind, warned Eliseo of the direction the group was following in anticipation of any approach to the module's security zone. Upon reaching the top of the mountain, the Nazarene begged his friends to sit down and listen to his words. Luckily, the ship was much further north. There was both concern and expectation in the looks of those Galileans. Deep down, those gathered there only wanted to make sure of one thing, that the master had made the decision, as he had done on other occasions, to withdraw from the jurisdiction of the holy city, thus avoiding the threatening priestly castes. But this was not what they heard, although the rabbi made some allusions to earthly power.
The kingdoms of this world, being material as they are, may often deem it necessary to use physical force for the execution and development of laws and the maintenance of order. In the kingdom of heaven, believers do not resort to the use of physical force. The kingdom of heaven, being a spiritual brotherhood among the children of God, can be enacted only by the power of the Spirit. This procedural distinction does not, however, nullify the right of social groups of believers to maintain order in their ranks and administer discipline among unruly and unworthy members. It is not incompatible to be a child of the spiritual kingdom and a citizen of the secular and civil government. It is the duty of the believer to give to Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God's. There can be no disagreement between these two requirements, unless it turns out that a Caesar is trying to usurp the prerogatives of God and asks for spiritual homage and is given supreme worship. In that case, you should only worship God while trying to enlighten those misguided leaders. You should not render spiritual worship to the rulers of the earth, nor should you use the physical force of earthly governments. Being children of the kingdom, from the point of view of an advanced civilization, must make you ideal citizens in the earthly kingdoms. Brotherhood and service, don't forget, are the cornerstones of the gospel. The call of love from the spiritual realm must prove effective in destroying the instinct of hatred among the unbelieving citizens and warriors of the earthly world. But these materially minded children of darkness will never know of your spiritual light unless you approach them. Therefore, you must be honorable and respected among the citizens and among the leaders of this world. This generous social service is only the natural consequence of a spirit that lives in the light. As mortal men, you are truly citizens of the earthly kingdoms, and you must be good citizens, and much more so when you have been reborn in the Spirit. You have, therefore, a triple obligation: to serve God, to serve man, and to serve the brotherhood of believers in God. Do not worship temporal leaders or use force to promote the spiritual kingdom, but manifest yourselves in an honest ministry of loving service, both to believers and non-believers. It is in the gospel of the kingdom where the powerful Spirit of truth resides. I will pour upon you that Spirit of truth, and its fruits will be powerful social levers that will elevate the races of darkness. Truly, I tell you that this Spirit will become your fulcrum, with multiplying power. Display wisdom and show sagacity in your dealings with non-believing civil leaders. Through discretion, show yourselves experts when it comes to smoothing out minor disagreements and fixing futile misunderstandings. Seek, by all loyal procedures, to live peacefully with all men. Always be wise as snakes and as harmless as doves. You will be better citizens if you know how to illuminate your spirit with the truth of the gospel. And leaders in civil affairs will improve as a result of this belief in the heavenly kingdom. As long as the heads of earthly governments seek to exercise authority, like religious dictators, you, those who believe in this gospel, can only expect trouble, persecution, and even death. But I tell you that the same light that you bring to the world, and even the way in which you suffer for it, will ultimately illuminate all of humanity by itself, and will, as a result, in the gradual separation of politics and religion. The persistent preaching of this gospel of the kingdom will one day lead the nations to an incredible new liberation, intellectual freedom, and religious freedom. I announce to you now that, under the coming persecutions of those who hate this gospel of joy and freedom, you will flourish, and my Father's kingdom will prosper. But don't be fooled. You will be in grave danger when, in later times, the majority of men speak well of the believers in the kingdom, and many, even in high positions, accept the gospel. Learn to be loyal to the kingdom, even in times of peace and prosperity. Do not tempt the angels who watch over you. Do not tempt them to lead you along paths strewn with difficulties, as a loving discipline, when you allow yourself to be carried away by indulgence and vainglory. Remember that you are charged with preaching this gospel, the supreme desire to do the will of the Father, together with the supreme joy of the realization of the faith of being children of God, and you must not let anything divert your attention. May all humanity benefit from the overflow of your loving spiritual ministry, illuminating intellectual communion and inspiring social service. But none of these humanitarian tasks should occupy the true objective of your hearts, proclaiming the gospel. You must not seek the promulgation of truth, nor establish honesty through the power of civil governments, nor by the promulgation of secular laws. You can work to persuade human minds, but you must never, never dare to impose yourself. Do not forget the great law of human justice that I have taught you. Whatever you wish others to do to you, do it to them. When a believer is called to serve the earthly government, let him render that service as a temporary citizen of said government, although he may have to display all the ordinary traits and marks of citizenship. These have been enhanced by the spiritual illustration of the ennobling association of the mind of mortal man with the divine spirit indwelling him. If the unbeliever becomes qualified as a superior civil servant, you must seriously ask yourself whether the roots of truth in your heart have not died for want of the living waters of spiritual communion with social service. The awareness of being children of God must accelerate the entire life of service to your fellow men. You should not be passive mystics or faint ascetics. You should not become dreamers or weather vanes, falling into the comfortable lethargy of believing that a fictitious providence is going to provide you with even what is necessary to live. Truly, you must be gentle in your dealings with mortals who err, and patient in your conversations with ignorant men, and restrained in the face of provocation. But you must also be brave when defending honesty, and strong in the promulgation of the truth, and even bold to preach this gospel of the kingdom. And you must reach the ends of the world. This gospel is a living truth. I have told you that it is like yeast in bread, and like mustard seed. And now I declare to you that it is like the seed of the living being that, from generation to generation, while it remains the same living seed, unfailingly unfolds into new manifestations and grows in an acceptable way, adapting to the peculiar needs and conditions of each generation. The revelation that I have made to you is a living revelation, and it is my wish that it bear fruit appropriate to each individual and each generation, in accordance with the laws of spiritual growth. It is my wish that it increases and develops. From generation to generation, this gospel must show increasing vitality and greater depth of spiritual power. It must not be allowed to become a mere sacred memory, a mere tradition about me or about the times in which we now live.
That deep and sharp look like a dagger passed through each and every one of the listeners. And when he came to me, Jesus repeated them again.
It must not be allowed to become a simple sacred memory, a mere tradition about me or about the times in which we now live. And do not forget that we have not directed a personal attack on the individuals or the authority of those who sit in Moses' chair. We have only offered them the new light, which they have so vigorously rejected. We have attacked them only for their spiritual disloyalty to the very truths they profess to teach and safeguard. We have clashed with these established leaders and recognized leaders only when they have directly opposed the preaching of the gospel. And even now, it is not us who lash out at them, but they who seek our destruction. You are not here to attack the old ways. You must skillfully put the leaven of the new truth in the midst of the old beliefs, and let the Spirit do its own work. Let controversy come only when those who despise you force it upon you. But when unbelievers intentionally attack you, do not hesitate to maintain a vigorous defense of the truth that has saved and sanctified you. Always remember to love each other. Do not fight with men, not even with unbelievers. Show mercy even to those who contemptuously abuse you. Show yourselves loyal citizens, honest craftsmen, praiseworthy neighbors, devoted relatives, understanding parents, and sincere believers in the brotherhood of the kingdom of the Spirit. And I assure you that my Spirit will be upon you now and always, to the end of the world.
Between the 6th and 9th hours, in our current time system it could be 1 p.m., Jesus concluded his speech, and it was the Greeks attending the meeting who asked the most questions. From my point of view, those Gentiles had assimilated the Master's intentions and teachings better than the apostles themselves. The 11 barely opened their mouths, and if I am to judge by their comments as we descended toward the camp, they did not fully understand what relationship could exist between their martyrdoms, persecutions, and death announced by the rabbi, and the inevitable spread of the gospel throughout the world. Persuaded as they were, with the exception of young John, that the kingdom of which Jesus spoke had much to do with a political system that would free Israel from foreign domination. They also failed to understand that the spread of the truth could be carried out without the promulgation of secular laws, as the Master had requested. Their minds, once again, had been shipwrecked in endless speculation and doubts. For most, the rabbi's last words about the destruction sought by the Jewish leaders were interpreted as a great tragedy that was about to devastate the world. And although they knew the very specific order of the Sanhedrin to hunt down Jesus, their faith in the Galileo's powers was such that they were reluctant to admit that the priest could even touch him. On other occasions, they said to each other in a simple desire to calm down, "The Master has mocked them. Why wouldn't he do it now?" It is almost certain that the destruction that Jesus refers to has to do with a cataclysm or the end of the world. These impressions of the disciples were fueled by the personal attitude of Jesus that morning. Except in the brief speech with Joseph of Arimathea, the Nazarene had shown excellent humor. If the Master feared for his safety, they argued in good logic, he would not adopt such a cheerful and unconscious posture. I wish to insist at this point in my story on a circumstance to which I have already alluded, but which, given its importance, I believe should be considered again. That speech by Jesus of Nazareth had lasted approximately just over 2 hours. I have referred only to the passages that I have considered most interesting. Well, as reflected in the New Testament, none of the evangelists managed to collect it with a minimum of rigor and breadth. At most, some phrases or sentences appear in the evangelical texts, lost here and there, and disconnected from what was in reality a uniform and perfectly structured context. For me, these serious deficiencies, repeated, as I say in other chapters, are not the consequence of negligent action on the part of the sacred writers. The only reason why the canonical Gospels do not echo these teachings is in a much simpler, but no less regrettable reality. From my personal point of view, when the evangelists tried to put the life, works, and speeches of Jesus in writing, enough time had passed so that the vast majority of his teachings could not be remembered verbatim. If it weren't for my filming recording system, I wouldn't have been able to memorize everything I had heard either, and I must insist on something that I cannot fully understand. Why did none of those disciples bother to take notes of everything they saw and heard? In this very elementary way, today we would have had a much broader and more accurate vision of what the Master of Galilee said and did. For me, on a personal level, some of Jesus' statements on that unforgettable morning at the top of Olivet have been of great importance. For example, I have never been able to forget his allusions to hope. The persistent preaching of this gospel had promised will one day lead the nations to a new and incredible liberation. How I have longed to see such a statement fulfilled. However, today, that wonderful reality still seems far away. If Jesus was able to predict, 40 years before, the total destruction of Jerusalem by Titus's legions, why would he be wrong in that other prophecy? I was also puzzled by his recommendation for the way in which the truth should be promulgated. You must not seek, he assured, the propagation of this truth through secular laws. And a stinging doubt remained in my heart. Would the Son of Man have approved the intricate tangle of laws, norms, and codes that have governed and continue to govern the destinies of the churches, and that, in the end, are nothing more than a suffocating secular bureaucracy hidden under more or less clear spiritual and sacred pretexts? But my mission was not to judge, but to observe and bear witness. I beg anyone who can read this diary to forgive me. When we entered the camp, David Zebedee had the food ready. I noticed he was nervous and moody. At first, I attributed it to our delay. Normally, that lunch, in the middle of the day, was usually held around 12. Zebedee's displeasure, I thought, is more than justified. But once again, I was wrong. The chief of the emissaries' dismay was not due to the group's delay. We settled down around the fire and the women began to serve a lentil-based stew, flavored with a pinch of black cumin and coriander, fresh ears of corn slightly over the fire or toasted grain, provided by John Mark, and a small portion of cottage cheese, made by the women with goat's milk. And as a compliment, in addition to the wine, some flour cakes, kneaded that same morning with a base of water and salt. The procedure used by the women of the camp in baking those cakes of about 5 inches in diameter was very unique, at least for me. They used an oven, if you can call it that, consisting of a large jar, perfectly covered with clay on the outside. It was secured to the ground and a fire was lit inside. Once the candle had sufficiently heated the walls of the jar, the women proceeded to extinguish the flames, then gluing the cakes to the interior surface of the oven. They were generally eaten hot, but when Jesus and the other disciples arrived at the garden, the cakes had long gone cold. Some of the diners, however, corrected that setback by sprinkling them with honey. Jesus barely touched the lentil stew, dedicating his attention to the cottage cheese and his obligatory portion of grain-free raisins. Halfway through lunch, Judas appeared at the camp. Nobody was surprised. Only Jesus, David Zebedee, and I follow him with our eyes. The Iscariot, with his eyes lowered, took one of the wooden bowls, helping himself to a generous portion of lentils. And in the same silence with which he had entered the garden, he withdrew and isolated himself, sitting among the roots of one of the closest olive trees. For a long moment, the traitor focused his attention on the food. Once finished, and while he proceeded to pick his teeth with a blade of grass, he raised his eyes toward the sky in the direction of the sun, I guess trying to figure out what was left of light. And there he continued, attentive to each and every one of the movements of Galileo and those close to him. It must have been an hour before 3 in the afternoon when David Zebedee, increasingly restless, got up and practically pulled Jesus along, walking with him in the direction of the tents. They talked for a few minutes, and I watched how the master responded while raising his left hand, as if trying to appease him. Judas, impassive, followed the scene without moving from his place. When David returned to the group, I tried to get out of him. "What's wrong with you?" I asked him, lowering the tone of my voice so that it could not be heard by the rest.
My men in Jerusalem have brought bad news. They have followed Judas, and, as you told me, the plans to capture the master are almost finalized. It will be today, possibly after sunset. The captain of the temple police is furious at Lazarus's escape and has urged Iscariot to make the arrest.
Do you know where it will take place?
No, the only thing I know is that we can't lose sight of that bastard.
And what did Jesus say?
He asked me not to talk about this with anyone, but I can tell you, since you already know. Yes, David, he replied. I know everything, and I know you know, but be careful not to tell anyone. And, when trying to persuade him to flee, he added, do not doubt that God's will prevail in the end. I swear to you, Jason, that I fail to understand him. If he wanted, right now we would put more than 100 armed men at his service who would escort and guard him until he reached Perea.
I placed my hands on his shoulders, just as I had seen Jesus do, and tried to encourage him with my eyes. But that man's sadness was much deeper than I could imagine. The sudden arrival of one of the couriers brought David out of his gloomy thoughts. I accompanied him to the men's tent, and there, in the presence of Zebedee, the emissary, who came from Philadelphia, read a message from Abner. Insistent rumors had also reached that remote eastern city about a plot to kill the master, and asked for instructions. Should he mobilize with all his people and go to Jerusalem? Zebedee read the letter and immediately went to Galilee. Once he knew the note from the man who gave protection to Lazarus, he transmitted to David.
Tell Abner to continue with his work. If I leave you in flesh, it is because I can return in spirit. I will not abandon you. I will be with you until the end.
Another of the messengers ran off to Philadelphia, and I took advantage of that opportunity to ask Zebedee about the mother of Jesus. It was almost the 9th hour, 3 o'clock, and Mary and her relatives had shown no signs of life. As I said, the possibility of meeting Galileo's mother face to face had been exciting my spirit, filling me with curiosity. What was that woman really like? Could she have the appearance that the universal pictorial tradition shows us? What was true in all those qualities and virtues that Mariological researchers and scholars have incessantly emphasized? David could not satisfy my doubt. The journey from Bethsaida in Galilee, about 600 stadia from Jerusalem, about 68 miles, required considerable effort, especially for a group in which several women were traveling. I had to wait. David had barely left the presence of Jesus when the head of the mayor, Philip, approached the master and asked him,
Since Passover time is approaching, where do you want us to prepare dinner?
Go look for Peter and John, and I will give you the instructions for the dinner we will eat together tonight. As for the Passover, I will tell you about it after dinner.
This matter did greatly interest Judas, and getting up he began to walk towards Jesus, with the purpose, I suppose, of finding out where and at what time the dinner that Thursday was going to be held. But Zebedee, who did not lose sight of him, understood the Iscariot's dark intentions and, with admirable reflexes, stood in the traitor's path, entertaining him. Judas, nervous, watched as Philip, Peter, John, and the master separated from the group, entering one of the solitary tents. A few minutes later, the 3 apostles left the lodge, and without making the slightest comment, left the garden down the hillside. For a moment I hesitated. What should I do? Did I join the group of apostles that had just left the camp, or did I remain with the master? David continued to entertain the Iscariot, who, with a devastated face but without losing his cool, seemed resigned to his fate. I let myself be carried away by instinct, and surreptitiously I launched myself after Philip and his companions. I caught up with them as they crossed to the other side of the Kidron, skirting the southeastern wall of the holy city, heading toward the Essenes Gate. Seeing me, the disciples seemed somewhat surprised, but I tried to dispel their misgivings, telling them that, since the Passover celebration was approaching, I intended to thank the Master for his hospitality by giving him a gift. I saw you leave for Jerusalem, and I thought this was a good opportunity to ask your advice. Only John, a better observer and more sensitive than his friends, was moved by that gesture of mine. And taking me by the arm, he asked me,
And what have you thought of giving him?
maybe a new tunic?
It's not a bad idea, but perhaps it would be more practical if you bought a cloak. He holds his tunic in high esteem. You may have noticed that it was made by hand and without seams.
I let them know that I thought it was an excellent idea and that, if they had a few minutes, they could come with me and recommend a good fabric merchant. Peter intervened and in a brusque tone, as if he were carrying a certain bad mood, revealed to me what precisely I wanted to know.
Jason, now it can't be. The Master has entrusted us with a somewhat strange matter. We have to get to the gates of the city and look for a man with a jug of water. Imagine, with thousands of pilgrims in Jerusalem.
If the Master has told us that when we enter the doors, we will find that man with the pitcher, there is nothing more to say.
But recognize that Peter is right. Wouldn't it have been easier and more practical if Jesus had given us the address of the house where he wants to dine tonight, or the name of its owner? Why so much mystery? What need is there for so much labyrinth?
I smiled to myself, remembering the evangelical text where this event is narrated. It would not have been amiss if the sacred writers had made mention of that controversy between the disciples and that it wonderfully portrayed the blind faith of one and the logical doubts of the rest. It is possible that, as the years went by, neither Peter nor Philip wanted to reveal to the incipient Christian community their weakness of spirit, and it is entirely human and understandable. The three men continued to engage in that dispute until we reached the threshold of the great gate of the Essenes, facing the valley of Hinnom. At this time of the afternoon, the crowds pouring in and out of Jerusalem were large enough to discourage anyone trying to locate a man with a jar of water. Suddenly, in that confusing movement of people, John called our attention to a group of women leaving the city. Two of them carried pitchers on their heads. The rest, possibly washerwomen, deftly kept wicker baskets full of clothes on their skulls. But Peter, increasingly discouraged, made the young disciples see that they were women and that, furthermore, they were following a direction opposite to what the rabbi had announced to them. Upon passing through the stone arch of the gigantic door, the three apostles stopped in front of the first houses in the lower neighborhood, and, for a few minutes, they dedicated themselves to inspecting everyone who was wandering around the place. They did not need much time to discover, to the right of the Essenes gate, a man who was sitting with his back leaning against the wall. Next to him was a jug almost 2 feet high, one of those commonly used to collect water from the fountains located in front of Jerusalem. The disciples looked at each other in silence, and John, smiling and determined, moved forward until he was 6.5 feet away from that individual. Philip followed him, and Peter, still hesitant, ended up joining his friends, systematically shaking his head. Neither John nor the rest managed to open their lips. When that man, who seemed bored of waiting, saw them motionless and with their eyes fixed on him, he smiled slightly and without further ado stood up, taking the heavy jug. Immediately afterwards, and with the container securely held on his left hip, he began a hasty walk. Peter, silent and with his eyes lowered, had turned red with shame. In a matter of minutes, the mysterious character led us through the steep and narrow streets of that southern area of Jerusalem to a 2-story house, located very close to the residence of Annas, the former high priest and father-in-law of Caiaphas. At the door of that mansion, almost as luxurious as that of Joseph of Arimathea, someone everyone knew was waiting. Little John Mark. Apparently, I wasn't the only one surprised. The three disciples, upon seeing the teenager, exchanged a look, then guessing Jesus' intentions. For my part, the supposed miraculous event of the meeting with the man with the jug began to have a more rational explanation. Although at that moment I did not have enough evidence, a premonition began to haunt me. Had the Master given instructions to John Mark during the long walk on Wednesday for a member of his family, perhaps a servant, to come at a certain time to the gates of Jerusalem carrying a pitcher of water? If this had not been the case, how could we explain the presence of the boy precisely on the doorstep of the house where the so-called Last Supper should be celebrated? That hypothesis was gaining ground in my subconscious. Deep down, everything fit together. The young man's iron silence when faced with the disciples' questions, and the master's extreme caution when indicating the place where he wanted to meet with his intimates. Jesus of Nazareth was aware of the plot carried out by Judas, as well as his efforts to facilitate his capture. It was logical that, if Galileo wanted not to be disturbed during that dinner, he would adopt the necessary precautionary measures. And that maneuver, evidently, was part of the plan. Young Mark led us inside the house, introducing us to his parents, Elijah and Mary. That family, as I was able to find out, was related to that of Jesus, fully in communion with his teachings. Philip, as responsible for the preparation of the dinner, asked Elijah Mark to show him the chosen place and to inform him of the menu and the remaining preparations. Prudently, and since the boy was present, I refrained from asking the owners of the house any questions. However, after verifying that the dinner would take place on the upper floor of the Marks mansion, my doubts about the secret agreement between Jesus and their son were practically dissolved. It only remained for the boy or his parents to confirm it to me, but that would happen a few hours later. I was already preparing to follow Philip and Peter to the first floor, thus beginning another of the delicate missions entrusted by Trojan horse when, unexpectedly, John the Evangelist proposed that I take advantage of those minutes to visit the nearby dyer's neighborhood, thus satisfying my desire to acquire the mantle for the master. I found myself trapped in my own deception and had no choice but to accept, also pretending to be very happy with the disciples' kindness. The Dyers' Guild, as John had announced to me when leaving the house, was very close. We went down a narrow alley as badly paved as it was pestilent, until we came to a circle of small one-story houses, located in the shadow of the outer wall and in the southwestern corner of the city. Those 30 houses were actually so many dry cleaners. John led me inside one of them, owned by an old friend, a certain Malchiah, an expert craftsman and worthy successor of an ancient family of dyers. And without intending to, I found myself inside a room measuring about 6 by 10 feet, almost drowned by darkness, at one end of which I saw 2 large vats, almost 3 feet in diameter and another 3 feet high. Next to it, several shallow basins and a masonry bench had been placed. Potash and slaked lime had been introduced into the vats, as well as a small amount of indigo in one of them and twice as much in the next. Each vat, closed by a stone cover, had a small hole or central mouth, about 6 inches, in the aforementioned lid. There the friend Malchiah was introducing the threads of the different fabrics, proceeding to dye them. In another pile, several workers manipulated large cloths, dipping them in baths of purple and scarlet. John explained my desire to give a gift to a friend, asking him to show us some of the best-made cloaks ready for transfer to the Cloth Sellers Guild. The head of the dry cleaners gladly accepted, showing us an abundant assortment of robes, wool and cotton tunics, women's cloaks, very similar to the current shawl, and fine Egyptian thread garments, all of them dyed in the most varied and suggestive colors. And suddenly, as I looked through those clothes, I had an idea. I looked among the most delicate fabrics and pointing out a white linen mantle to John, I told him, "This one. I would like to take this one." The disciple looked at me in amazement and commented,
But, Jason, this is a woman's cloak.
"I know, but I just had a better idea." John respected my silence, and without asking me a single question about that sudden change, he agreed with the master craftsman on the price of the rich cloak. Although this type of commercial operations was prohibited, since the dyers could not sell their products directly to the public, the friendship between John and Malchiah served to avoid the problem. And around 4 in the afternoon, after picking up Philip and Peter, and in the company of young John Mark, who wanted to join us, we resumed our journey back to the Gethsemane camp. At the Mark family house, everything was ready for dinner. Circumstances had prevented me from having access to the upper floor, and this was beginning to worry me. It was vital for the complete development of my mission that I could enter said room before it was occupied by Jesus and the 12. Seeing us arrive, David Zebedee rushed to question me, while Peter, Philip, and John told Jesus that everything was finalized for dinner. The astute David explained to me that, given the circumstances, he had suggested that Judas give him some money in order to cover the group's needs.
To my surprise, this bastard not only offered no resistance, but, Handing me all the liquid funds and receipts for the money in deposit, he announced to me without hesitation, "You're right. I think it is the most appropriate. Something is being plotted against the master, and, in the event that something happened to me, you would not be bothered by anyone. Do you realize, Jason? This cynic has just confessed to me that he fears for the life of Jesus."
That gesture of Judas, parting with all the movement's money, further strengthened my suspicion that the traitor was not acting precisely out of greed. Around 5 in the afternoon, when there was barely an hour left before sunset, I noticed an unusual movement in the camp. Philip informed me that the master was in a hurry to leave for Jerusalem. The apostles did not fully understand why the master had organized that small and unusual dinner, which only his 12 trusted men could attend. The comments were very diverse. Jewish custom established with great rigor that the Passover meal should be celebrated once the obligatory lamb or goat had been sacrificed in the temple on the eve of Passover itself. On this occasion, the Passover celebration fell on a Saturday, so it was doubly solemn, as I think I already mentioned. If the traditional religious dinner was to take place the next day, Friday, April 7th, and once it was dark, it was logical that the disciples would ask themselves questions about the mysterious banquet organized by Galileo for that Thursday night. Only a few, John, Judas Iscariot, of course, and David Zebedee, intuited that that dinner was going to be a very special event, prior to the immediate and sudden capture of their master. For me, Jesus' haste to leave the garden was the signal that prompted me to retreat ahead of the group. Given the very special characteristics of the Last Supper, which I insist only Jesus and his 12 apostles could attend, Trojan Horse had estimated that my presence at it could have broken the intimate nature that the master intended. It was unethical, therefore, for me to have sat next to the 13th. But the mission could not ignore a fact as transcendental and significant as that. I should gather as much information as possible about what really happened on the upper floor of the Mark House. And for this, General Curtis had arranged an intermediate solution. In addition to my inquiries close to the protagonists, all of the words of Jesus and the 12 would be recorded by a sensitive and tiny microphone, which I would have to hide in a strategic place of the cenacle. I could hardly have guessed then that this tiny marvel of electronics, built with great care by the specialists at AT&T, American Telephone and Telegraph, a North American telephone operating company, for our project, was going to be one of the reasons they advised Trojan Horse a second great journey to the time of Christ. After depositing the cloak that I had bought at the Malkia dye shop in the hands of Zebedee, I hastened to pluck some bundles of lavender and purple and white lilies, which were growing near the olive grove, and at a run, I took the shortest path to Jerusalem, warning the module that I was preparing to place the microphone and the rod of Moses in the house of Elijah Mark. The gentle and peaceful head of the family was not in the least surprised when I announced that Jesus and the 12 would soon arrive, and that, as a sign of my friendship and affection for the Master, I wanted to contribute by decorating the table with that humble but fragrant present. My plan worked, and one of the servants, at Elijah's request, accompanied me to the upper floor. We ascended a narrow stone staircase, and opening a double door, the improvised guide invited me to precede him. So I did, entering a spacious rectangular room just over 65.5 feet long by 20 or 23 feet wide. In the center, a low table had been arranged in the shape of a U and with characteristics very similar to the one I had seen in the house of Simon the leper. Around it were 13 divans, oriented almost perpendicular to the table. The one who occupied the center, or the base of the U, was somewhat taller than the others. I immediately deduced that this was the position intended for the guest of honor, that is, Jesus. One of the divans, very similar to four-legged benches, but without any arms or backrest, was lower than the rest. It was located at one end of the table, and upon seeing it, I deduced that the host had had trouble getting so many chairs. To the left of the dining room, always taking the only entrance door as a reference, and practically attached to the brick wall, carefully reinforced with limestone, I counted 3 bronze sinks, raised above the floorboards by means of 2 wooden feet. All of them, curiously, provided with wheels. In this way, those containers, about 16 inches in diameter and shallow in depth, could be comfortably moved from one part of the room to another. Next to the sinks, the owner of the house had prepared several jugs of water, as well as some basins and cloths for drying. The little light that penetrated through the slender windows, almost embrasures, which were distributed along the walls, had already forced the servants to light the oil lamps. In a quick examination, I observed that the 6 or 7 skylights attached to the walls and about 5 feet from the floor did not give off a flame large enough to illuminate the room widely. The defect had been remedied with a square lantern, inside which another load of oil burned, with a triple hemp wick. This reinforcement, planted inside the U and supported just over 3 feet from the floor by a beautifully crafted wrought iron foot, did provide the table and its surroundings with generous clarity. Through the glass walls, subtly tinted gold, the light from the lantern flooded and bathed the reddish divans and the immaculate white tablecloth in yellow. At one end of the table, the one furthest from the place where the rolling sinks were located, the servants had placed the bread, wine, water, and several plates with vegetables. And on the table, at the point corresponding to each of the guests, 13 fine ceramic plates decorated with narrow red and white bands, possibly drawn with a brush by the craftsman. Along with the tableware, 4 side-on crystal glasses per diner. The presence of such numerous glassware made me assume that Jesus planned to celebrate that dinner, according to the Passover rite. And for decoration, the room featured some red tapestries, strategically hung on the walls. To the right of the door, in the corner of the cenacle, young Mark's mother had placed a discreet feminine touch, based on bright olive branches and palm leaves, firmly held in a basin of earth. After that dizzying look at the room, I understood that the ideal place to hide the multi-directional microphone was the base of the lantern. From that point, equidistant from almost all the disciples, the voices could reach the sensitive receiver clearly. But as I turned toward the door, the presence of the helpful companion made me give up my intentions. I had to be alone, even if it was only for a couple of minutes. Suddenly, I noticed that I still had the flowers in my left hand, and handing them to the servant, I asked him to look for a vase. The good man did not understand Greek well, and I had to express myself through signs. Finally, he seemed to understand me and walked away down the stairs in order to satisfy my plea. Without wasting a second, I grabbed the microphone, kneeling next to the lantern. Luckily, the base was also made of iron, and the magnetic device stuck immediately. The fringes hanging from the lantern formed excellent camouflage. I stepped back, leaving the center of the table and quickly heading to the divan that the Galileo was presumably occupying. I lay down on it, activating the auditory connection with the ship. Eliseo responded immediately. For several seconds, I directed my voice, at different levels of intensity, towards the lantern, located a little more than 10 feet from the curvature of the U. I then repeated the sound checks from both ends of the table. Eliseo verified the receptions, announcing to me that the sound was being received 5 by 5. A little more serene, I then placed myself in the corner where Mary Mark had arranged the floral decoration. In my opinion, that was the only angle from which a complete filming of the scene would have been possible. But when examining the position of the only lens capable, in this case, of recording the events, I found that there were 2 obstacles that made filming difficult. On the one hand, the palm leaves occupied most of the visual field. On the other, and even if that inconvenience had not occurred, the place that the master had to occupy was partly hidden by the central lantern. I tried to calm myself and, taking the rod again, I scanned every corner of the room. I soon gave up. There was not a single area to support the staff without raising suspicions and with guarantees of correct filming. Discouraged, I then headed towards the point I had originally chosen in order to place the rod of Moses behind the branches and palms. At least, I told myself, there will be a record of the place and some of the characters. My mission in this case was simple. All I had to do was press and hold the nail that activated the filming. Once the dinner was over, and if no problems arose, it was all a matter of going up again and picking it up. But when I was a few steps away from reaching the corner, the servant appeared in the room, ruining my intentions. In his hands, he carried a small clay vase, and inside it, my flowers. I had to force a smile. Then, almost like an automaton, I placed it on the table, in front of the plate and glasses assigned to the Nazarene. and deeply upset, I left that historic place. I was ready to say goodbye to the Mark family when the harsh sound of the temple's ram's horns announced the end of the day. My intention was to hide near the house and wait for the arrival of Jesus and his men. In this way, I could control them and, above all, be aware of Judas's movements. But the hospitable family did not let me leave. Elijah begged me to accept a glass of wine, and if it did not alter my plans, to remain in his company until the group returned to Gethsemane. Mark's father knew the rabbi's ruling on the meal. No one, except the 13, should participate in the Passover meal. There wouldn't even be servants. And although I hastened to remind him of this wish of the master, the good man insisted that it was not necessary for me to be present on the upper floor. I could satisfy my appetite and at the same time take shelter on the ground floor or in the small garden adjacent to the house. I reflected and accepted. Perhaps this was the ideal location for my mission. After all, from the lower floor and even from the patio, it was possible to follow the movements of everyone who went up or down to the upper room. That kind invitation also allowed me to find out another curious fact: the Last Supper menu. According to Jewish customs, this meal was based on a single dish, lamb or goat, seasoned and accompanied with a series of vegetables, equally obligatory. Mary Mark had prepared several dishes with lettuce, fragrant chervil, with a soft aroma similar to anise, a thistle called eringe or eringio, and the essential and bitter herbs. All of this, without boiling or cooking, just as the law stated. When I asked her about how to prepare the lamb, the matron led me to the garden, showing me some pine wood embers, perfectly circumscribed in a hearth made of large river songs. One of the servants watched so that the flame did not go out, while two others took care of a lamb that would not weigh more than 17 or 22 pounds. With admirable skill, the servants had cut off the limbs and removed the entire insides. Afterwards, both these and the legs, all perfectly skinned and purified with water, were introduced inside the lamb. One of the men took several fenugreek shoots, as well as bay leaves and pepper, filling in the gaps. Next, the belly was closed with long and selected rosemary branches arranged around the piece. The second servant then introduced a long, solid pomegranate stick through the lamb's mouth, passing through the entire body and making it appear through the anus. Once arranged in this way, the ends of the pomegranate stick were placed on separate iron forks, firmly nailed into the ground, and a slow and meticulous roast began. Following an ancient ritual, before the servants placed the lamb on the coals, the father of the family looked toward the sky, verifying that we were between two lights, as specified in Exodus 12:6. The banquet had been rounded off with leeks, peas, unleavened bread, and for dessert, toasted walnuts and almonds in a paste, without yeast, based on dried figs. In order to alleviate the taste of obligate and bitter herbs, little John Mark's mother had prepared a delicious compote or jam, called jarosé, prepared from wine, vinegar, and crushed fruits. The wine diners had to drink at least 4 glasses previously mixed with water, came from Mount Simeon, of great prestige in Israel. Around 6:30, the Mark's little boy burst into the house like a flash. Panting and sweating, he informed his father that the master was approaching the mansion. The nerves and joy of the family when receiving Galileo and his men knew no limits, and for several minutes the confusion was total. Mary Mark went up and down incessantly while the servants proceeded to finalize the details of the dinner. The disciples, on the advice of Jesus, were ascending the stairs, on their way to the upper room. As far as I could see, none were missing. Judas, locked in total silence, followed his companions, while the rabbi chatted with the family. Judging by his humorous comments about the lamb, his humor was still excellent. Nothing seemed to faze him. However, from that moment on, I had to remain on full alert. The Iscariot, at last, had found out the place where the mysterious dinner was going to be held, and his thoughts could only occupy themselves with something basic for him and for the police officers who were undoubtedly waiting for his information. Leaving the Mark's house and go to the temple to launch the operation to arrest the Nazarene. Around 7 o'clock, Jesus withdrew, heading toward the upper room. His face continued to reflect great joviality. From that moment on, I stood at the doorway that gave access to the garden, standing guard a few feet from the stairs that led to the first floor. Soon the helpful John Mark, at the request of his father, brought me a small stool. I sat down and he did the same, watching me in silence. I slowly finished the plate of cooked fish that the lady of the house had served me, and without much hope of success, I began to question the boy. But John, despite his young age, had a deep sense of loyalty, and above all things in this world, he loved Jesus. So my questions were crashing, one after another, against the jealous silence of the young man. When finally I dared to tell him my theory about his secret agreement with the rabbi in relation to the man with the water jug and the other plans for the dinner, John Mark turned pale, and in a flash he got up, escaping towards the back of the garden. Unintentionally, his attitude had given him away, but I didn't want to force the situation. Approximately an hour after dinner began, James and Judas of Alphaeus, the twins, appeared on the stairs. I stood up, but when I saw them enter the patio and pick up the wooden tray on which the lamb had been placed, I calmed down. They had serious looks, and curiosity attacked me again. What was happening up there? What was the reason for that shadow of anguish on the faces of the brothers, usually smiling? The constant presence of the Mark family prevented me from consulting the module, and I chose to calm down. Time would have to find out. John Mark, somewhat calmer and smiling, picked up my plate. I tried to be friendly, changing my previous topic of conversation for something warmer. In this way, making Jesus the center of my words, the boy forgot his misgivings, showing me what I already knew, that his passion for the Master had no limits, and that, if necessary, he would be the first to offer his life for the rabbi, as he said. As the night progressed, without being able to help it, my nervousness also increased, until finally around 9 o'clock, I saw Judas come down. Obviously, he was in a hurry, and without even looking at us, he opened the entrance gate, leaving the house. I jumped to the door and watched him rush away. John Mark, alarmed by my sudden attitude, asked if something was happening. If my assumptions were correct, the Iscariot was heading toward the temple. That meant I would lose track of him immediately. It was necessary to act quickly and intelligently. And suddenly, looking at the boy, a solution occurred to me. "Do you know the house of Joseph of Arimathea?" I asked him, trying not to alarm him. John Mark nodded. "Well, run there and tell Joseph to go to the temple immediately. It is important that he or Ishmael meet with Judas." Without asking or making the slightest comment, the boy, who had sensed my concern, went down the street toward the pool of Siloam. For my part, trying not to let the Iscariot notice my presence, I began a tenacious pursuit of the traitor. At that time of night, the number of pedestrians had decreased significantly. With great difficulty, helped more by the light of the moon than by the miserable and dying oil lamps in the streets, I was able to follow the Jew-hurried steps to a one-story shack, almost on the border of the lower neighborhood, with the upper city. There, Judas entered the house, leaving a few minutes later in the company of another individual, and they both then headed towards the western wall of the temple. When I reached the atrium of the Gentiles, I saw how the Iscariot and his companion walked away along the lonely esplanade, on their way to the steps that surrounded the sanctuary. Some of the 21 guards who were carrying out the usual surveillance service around the temple met them. They talked for a few seconds, and immediately 2 of the Levites accompanied them inside. Obviously, that's where my work ended, and trusting that either the one from Arimathea or Ishmael, the Sadducee, would know how to interpret my message. Going to the temple as soon as possible to be able to spy on Judas's movements, I turned around, trying to get my bearings to return to Mark's house. Worried about the matter of the Iscariot, I did not notice that I was entering a lonely alley without any type of lighting. Suddenly, a lump appeared on my left and got in my way. I was paralyzed by shock. The moon then illuminated a short individual with a thick beard who slowly advanced towards me. A bluish reflection in one of his hands made my blood run cold. That robber pounced on me and, without saying a word, dealt me a hard blow in the stomach. But the curved dagger broke at its base, falling on the cobblestones with a metallic echo. The snakeskin had saved me from a serious mishap. The individual, bewildered, looked at the broken blade and, releasing the handle of the weapon, stumbled back, unable to believe what was happening. Seconds later, he disappeared down the narrow alley, howling like a madman. Fortunately, the tear in the robe was not too scandalous, and in a hurry, I left the area. A few minutes after 10, I knocked on the Mark's door. The possibility that Jesus, in the 11, had already left the cenacle worried me. I did not want to alarm Eliseo by telling him about the painful incident with the thief. After all, I felt perfectly fine. If the assailant, instead of attacking, had demanded, for example, the bag with the money, perhaps the situation would have been radically different. My chances of defense were almost nil, and the most likely thing is that that inopportune bandit had taken Trojan horse's money, and, what would have been much more unfortunate, the small case that contained the infrared vision contact lenses. Seeing me, John Mark ran to meet me. The master and his people were still on the upper floor. I breathed a sigh of relief. Joseph from Arimathea had received my message and, as the boy explained to me, he immediately left for the temple. I thanked him, and somewhat reluctantly, he obeyed his mother, retiring to rest. But his sleep was not going to be very long. Around 10:30, more or less, I heard a hymn. Elijah offered me a glass of wine with honey, and pointing to the place where that song came from, he warned me that Jesus and the disciples were about to finish. The truth is that I have never needed a glass of wine more than at that moment. I finished it in one gulp, and sure enough, a few seconds later, once the religious hymn had finished, the apostles began to descend. Jesus was the last. The 11, at least in those moments, were much more relaxed than during the morning. They said goodbye to the family, and we headed back to the camp. As we crossed the lonely streets of the slum, heading towards the Fountain Gate in the southern corner of Jerusalem, I managed to pick Andrew off from the rest of the group. And a little behind, I became interested in the development of the dinner. The head of the apostles began by telling me that both him and his companions were intrigued by the sudden disappearance of Judas, and most especially by the fact that he had not returned to the cenacle.
At first, when we saw him leave, we all thought he was heading downstairs, perhaps in search of some of the groceries for dinner. Others believed that the master had entrusted him with some commission.
The disciples' thoughts were correct, since none of them had true information about the plot. On the other hand, with the exception of David Zebedee, who had not attended the Passover feast, neither Andrew nor the rest knew yet that the Iscariot had ceased as administrator and that the common money had been in the power of the chief of the emissaries since that same afternoon. Andrew continued with his story, emphasizing an event which occurred as soon as we entered the upper floor of the Mark's house, which, from my point of view, perfectly clarified why the Nazarene decided to wash the feet of his disciples. The evangelists had offered an accurate version. Jesus carried out this gesture, demonstrating the most honorable virtue of humility. However, what had been the spark or the final cause that forced the master to start the aforementioned washing of the feet? Was all of this due to a simple and pure initiative of Jesus? Yes and no. When visiting the room where the Passover meal was going to be held, I had noticed the sinks, basins, and towels prepared for the obligatory ablutions of hands and feet. Jewish custom stated that, before sitting at the table, diners had to be cleaned by the servants or by the hosts themselves. That, I repeat, was the tradition. However, the master's orders had been blunt. There would be no servants on the upper floor, and the proof is that, as I was able to verify, the twins went down on one occasion in order to pick up the roast lamb. Well, that's where the controversy arose between the 12.
When we entered the cenacle, we all noticed the presence of the basins and the water for washing the feet and hands. But, if the rabbi had ordered that there be no servants in the room, who would be in charge of the obligatory washing? I must humbly confess that me and the rest had the same thoughts. Of course, I would not fall so low as to lend myself to washing the feet of others. That was a mission of servitude, and we all, in silence, dedicated ourselves to dissimulation, avoiding any comment on the issue of cleanliness. The atmosphere began to become dangerously charged, and, to make matters worse, the annoying issue of personal hygiene was poisoned by another event that made us explode, entangled in a bitter controversy. The master still was on the first floor, and meanwhile, everyone dedicated themselves to inspecting the divans. It was obvious that the place of honor corresponded to the highest divan, the one located in the center. And again we fell into temptation. Who would occupy the places next to Jesus? I suppose that almost all of us thought the same thing again. It will be the master who chooses the favorite disciples. And we were in those thoughts when, unexpectedly, Judas went to the seat placed to the left of the one that had been reserved for the rabbi, expressing his intention to settle into it as a preferred guest. This attitude on the part of the Iscariot revolted us all, leading to an unpleasant discussion. But Judas had already settled on the divan, and John, in one of his outbursts, did the same, taking over the position on the right. As you can imagine, the irritation was general, but the threats and protests were of no use. Judas and John were not willing to give in. Perhaps the most angry was my brother Simon. He felt hurt and let down by what he called the indecent pride of his peers. And visibly upset, he walked around the table, then choosing the last place, precisely, on the lowest divan. From that moment on, the rest settled wherever they could. You know that Peter is good and that he loves the Master intensely, but, on that occasion, his weakness was great. I know my brother and I know why he did that.
Why?
Stunned by jealousy and by the impertinent initiative of Judas and John, Simon did not hesitate to settle in the last corner of the table with a secret hope that, when the Master entered, he would publicly ask him to leave that divan, thus displacing Judas, or even young John. In this way, occupying a place of honor, he would honor himself and make his proud companions evident. When the rabbi appeared under the doorframe, the 12 of us were still in the midst of a dialectical attack, reproaching each other for what had happened. Seeing him, there was an abrupt silence. Jesus remained for a few moments at the threshold. His face had gradually become serious. He had evidently grasped the situation, but, without making any comment, he went to his place, before the desolate gaze of my brother Peter. They were a tense few minutes. However, Jesus was recovering his usual and characteristic sweetness, and we all felt a little more relaxed. Soon, the conversation arose again, although some of my companions continued to blame each other for the incident of the choice of divans, as well as the apparent lack of consideration of the Marks family in not having provided one or more servants to wash their feet. Jesus then diverted his gaze towards the basins, verifying that, in fact, they had not been used. But he didn't say anything either. Taddeo proceeded to pour the first glass of wine, while the rabbi listened and observed in silence. As you know, once this first drink has been drunk, tradition establishes that guests must get up and wash their hands. We knew that the Master was not very fond of these formalities, and we waited with expectation. And to the general surprise, the rabbi stood up, walking silently toward the jugs of water. We looked at each other strangely when, without further ado, he took off his tunic, wrapping one of the linens around his waist. Then, carrying a basin and water, he went around the table completely, reaching the least honorable position, the one occupied by my brother, and kneeling with great humility and meekness, he prepared to wash Peter's feet. Seeing him, the 12 of us stood up as one man, and from stupor, we went to shame. Jesus had taken on the work of a random servant, thus reproaching us for our mutual lack of consideration and charity. Judas and John lowered their eyes, apparently more pained than the rest.
Judas too?
Yes, Jason, you know something. What's happening with Judas?
I shrugged, trying to avoid the problem. But the chief of the apostles insisted, and, given the imminent nature of the arrest, I explained to him that, in fact, I also doubted the loyalty of the Iscariot. We continued, and, upon crossing the Kidron, my companion emerged from his gloomy silence. I begged him to continue with his story, and Andrew ended up agreeing.
When Simon saw Jesus kneeling before him, his heart was kindled again, and he protested vigorously. As I have told you, my brother loves the Master above everything and everyone. I suppose that seeing him like this, like an insignificant servant and willing to do what neither he nor we had accepted, he understood his mistake and wanted to dissuade him. But the rabbi's decision was irrevocable, and Peter allowed himself to be done. One by one, as I told you, Jesus washed our feet. After Peter's words, no one dared to protest, and in a dramatic silence, the Master went around the table until he reached the last of the diners. Then he put on his tunic and returned to his post.
John and Judas were still on the right and left of the Master, respectively?
Yes, no one moved from their seats, except for Judas, who left the room shortly before the third chalice was served, the first of blessings.
The proximity of the camp forced me to suspend that illuminating story. However, many questions still accumulated in my mind. What had Jesus' revelation to John about the identity of the traitor been like? How was it possible that the rest of the apostles had not heard it? Undoubtedly, this was the case since no one was aware of the Iscariot's operations. There were only suspicions. It was vital that I find a time in the following hours to interrogate John. At those times, I was not overly concerned about not knowing the Master's extensive teachings at dinner. Eliseo had told me that the transmission and recording had been impeccable. Upon my return to the module on Sunday morning, I was going to have the opportunity to listen to them in their entirety. And I must point out, for the umpteenth time, that the transcription of such words by the evangelists is only a poor reflection of what was spoken that night of the so-called Holy Thursday. When one knows these teachings and messages in their entirety, one realizes that the churches over the centuries have reduced the immense spiritual flow of that meeting with Jesus to almost a single mathematical formula. Around 11 at night, when we entered the orchard, Andrew answered one last question that, although it was of no interest to him, was of utmost importance to me. To my question as to whether Jesus had dined abundantly, the disciple, visibly surprised, replied that rather little. And he added that, as was his custom, the master did not try the delicious roast lamb either. According to this, Galileo was only able to taste some of the vegetables and legumes, including bitter herbs, as well as some unleavened bread, wine with water, and presumably some dessert. This information was of undoubted value, especially in view of the possible reactions of the Nazarene's body in the terrible and prolonged hours that lay ahead. To the torture, blood loss, exhaustion, and searing pain, we would also have to add a notable lack of energy resources as a consequence of such a meager dinner and the resulting total fasting, starting at 10 o'clock at night on that Thursday. At the first opportunity I had, I transmitted to the module the characteristics and approximate volume of the food that Jesus had eaten at dinner, as well as the initiation and completion times of the meal. According to my calculations, the Passover meal itself could have begun around 8 or 8:30 at night, concluding an hour and a half later, more or less. The central computer of the cradle provides us with the following table of calories, always in an estimated way, based on the foods mentioned and that constituted Jesus' diet that night. Taking into account that each of the 4 glasses of wine had been mixed with water, this gave a total of approximately 300 calories. As for the handfuls of walnuts and almonds, foods with the highest energy power of those the master had ingested, the computer calculated the number of calories between 500 and 600. Considering, finally, that each gram of fat provides 9 calories, the called Last Supper of Jesus of Nazareth could have meant a total of approximately 750 calories. An energy contribution, taking into account the physical characteristics of the giant, rather low. Jesus' basal metabolism, that is, what his body needed daily to stay alive, without exercise, was also calculated by Santa Claus at 1,728 calories. In the event that the master developed a minimum of physical activity, walking, etc., the figure already rose to 3,000 or 3,500 calories as average daily consumption. The women and the 40 or 50 disciples who were waiting in the camp received the master and his apostles with great joy. But that enthusiasm would soon collapse. The cause, once again, was Judas. Upon ascertaining that the Iscariot had not made an appearance in Gethsemane either, some of the Nazarenes' men began to suspect that the master's allusion during dinner about an imminent betrayal had a lot to do with the missing administrator. David Zebedee, upon hearing the rumor, momentarily forgot his messengers, approaching the groups, but his attitude remained cautious. He listened to everyone without revealing what he knew. Simon the Zealot, more nervous than the rest, led a group and going to Andrew began to harass him with questions. The person in charge of the group, who really lacked information, limited himself to answering,
I don't know where Judas is, but I fear that he has abandoned us.
Discouragement spread quickly, and Peter the Zealot, Thomas, and James, among others, met in the store, with the intention of examining the situation and adopting the security measures they believed appropriate. At that, young Mark appeared at the venue. He covered himself with a white sheet and, when he saw me, he ran to meet me, begging me not to give him away. When I asked him why, he confessed that he had run away from home. Upon hearing how Jesus and the 11 were leaving the mansion, he got up from the bed, quickly covering himself with the first thing he found, the linen cloth that covered him. And so he had arrived at the camp. That boy's loyalty to Galileo filled me with admiration. It is very possible that the master immediately realized the tense atmosphere that reigned among his men, and calling them over, he said,
Friends and brothers, I don't have much time left to be among you. I would like us to isolate ourselves in order to ask our Heavenly Father for the strength necessary in this hour, and thus continue the work that, in His name, we must carry out.
The disciples and the Greeks then followed him up the slope to a rocky platform at the top of Olivet. Once there, he asked us to kneel around him. I continued standing while filming that impressive scene. The giant, bathed in the light of the moon, raised his eyes towards the stars and with his thunderous voice exclaimed,
Father, my time has come. Glorify your Son, so that the Son can glorify you. I know that you have given me full authority over all living creatures in my kingdom, and I will give eternal life to all those who, by faith, are children of God. Eternal life is that my creatures recognize you as the only true God and Father of all. May they believe in Him whom you have sent into this world. Father, I have exalted you on this earth and completed the work that you entrusted to me. I'm almost done with my outpouring about the children of our own creation. I only have to sacrifice my carnal life. Now, Father, glorify me with the glory I had before this world existed, and receive me once again at your right hand. I have revealed you to the men whom you have chosen in the world, and which you have given me. They are yours, like all life in your hands. I have lived with them, teaching them the rules of life, and they have believed. These men know that everything I have comes from you, and that the incarnation of my life is destined to make my Father known to the world. I have revealed to them the truth that you have given me, and them, my friends and my ambassadors, have sincerely wanted to receive your word. I have told them that I am your descendant, that you have sent me to this land, and that I am willing to return to you. Father, I pray for all these chosen men. I pray for them, not as I would for the world, but as men whom I have chosen to represent me after I have returned to you. These men are mine. You have given them to me. I cannot remain in this world any longer. I am going to return to the work you have commissioned me to do. It is necessary that I leave these companions behind me, so that they represent us and our kingdom among men. Father, preserve their faithfulness as I prepare to leave this incarnated life. Help them to be united in spirit as you and I are. They are my friends. During my stay among them, I could watch over and guide them. But now, I am leaving. Father, stay with them until we can send a new instructor to consuls and comfort them. You have given me 12 men, and I have kept all but one, who did not want to maintain his communion with us. These men are weak and fragile, but I know I can count on them. I've tested them, and I know they love me. Even though they have to suffer a lot because of me, I want them to be excited. The world can hate them, as it has hated me. But I don't ask that you remove them from the world, only that you free them from the evil that exists in this world. Sanctify them in the truth. Your word is the truth. Just as you have sent me into this world, so I am going to send them into the world. For them, I have lived among men and consecrated my life to your service, in order to inspire them to purify themselves in the truth and in the love that I have shown them. I know well, my Father, that I do not need to beg you to watch over them after I leave, and I also know that you love them as much as I do. I do this so that they may better understand that the Father loves mortals just as the Son does. I fervently wish to demonstrate to my terrestrial brothers the glory that I enjoyed at your side before the creation of this world that is so little known. O righteous Father, but I know you and I have made you known to these believers, who will spread your name to other generations. For now I promise that you will be close to them in the world, in the same way you have been with me.
And raising his long arms towards the sky, he concluded,
I am the bread of life. I am the living water. I am the light of the world. I am the desire of all ages. I am the open door to eternal salvation. I am the reality of endless life. I am the good shepherd. I am the path of infinite perfection. I am the resurrection and the life. I am the secret of eternal life. I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the infinite Father of my limited children. I am the true vine, and you are the branches. I am the hope of all those who know the living truth. I am the living bridge that unites one world with another. I am the living union between time and eternity.
After a few minutes of silence, Galileo asked his men to stand up, and, one by one, he hugged them. When he reached me, his eyes were filled with tears. Shortly after, the group returned to camp. David, Zebedee, and John Mark approached Jesus and tried in vain to convince him to leave Jerusalem. From those moments on, almost midnight, the rabbi's usual good humor disappeared, and with words broken by deep emotion, the master begged his disciples to retire to sleep. Reluctantly, the apostles settled into the tent in their usual resting places. But first, and while the Nazarene asked John, James, and Peter to stay with him a little longer, Simon the Zealot went very stealthily towards one of the sides of the men's tent, opening a large bundle. They were swords. The 8 remaining apostles responded to the call of the Zealot and put on their weapons. All except one, Bartholomew. He, rejecting the combat equipment, exclaimed,
My brothers, the Master has told us many times that his kingdom is not of this world, and that his disciples should not fight with the sword to establish it. In my opinion, I believe and think that the Master does not need us to use weapons to defend him. We have all witnessed his power and know that he can defend himself against his enemies if he wishes. If he does not want to resist, it is because this line of conduct represents his attempt to fulfill his Father's will. For my part, I will pray, but I will not draw my sword.
Hearing Bartholomew, Andrew returned his sword. If I was not mistaken, there were a total of 9 apostles carrying a weapon at that time, all except Bartholomew, Andrew, and John, although I wasn't very sure about the latter. Finally, frankly exhausted, the apostles and disciples withdrew, establishing a rigorous guard shift consisting of 2 armed men at the gates of the camp. From what I could gather, the party was persuaded that the arrest of the master by the chief priests would not take place until the following morning, and they fell asleep with the intention of getting up early in the morning, ready for the worst. John, Peter, and James had sat around the bonfire and were waiting for Jesus. He had called David Zebedee, asking for the fastest messenger. Shortly he returned with a certain Jacob, who had performed the function of night courier between Jerusalem and Bethsaida. And the Nazarene said to him,
Go immediately to Abner's house in Philadelphia, and tell him this. The Master sends you his wishes for peace. Tell him also that the time has come when I will be handed over to my enemies, and that I will be killed.
The emissary turned pale, but Jesus continued without flinching.
Tell him also that I will rise from the dead, and that I will appear to him before returning to my Father. Then I will give him instructions about the time when the new instructor will come to dwell in their hearts.
David and I look at each other. Jesus then asked Jacob to repeat the message, and once satisfied, he dismissed him with these words,
Do not fear. Tonight, an invisible messenger will run to your side.
While Zebedee was finalizing the departure of the courier, Jesus addressed the Greeks who were camping next to the stone vat of the oil mill and said goodbye to them. I remained seated very close to Peter, John, and James. The apostles, despite their efforts, began to lower their eyelids and nod off a few times. The master returned to the bonfire, and when he was about to leave with his friends towards the interior of the olive grove, David detained him for a few moments. With a trembling voice and wet eyes, he finally managed to say,
Master, I have had great satisfaction working for you. My brothers are your apostles, but I am glad to have served you in the smallest things. I will regret your departure with all my heart.
Tears ended up rolling down his weathered cheeks, And Galileo, unable to contain his love for that prudent and effective man, took him by the shoulders, saying,
David, my son, the others have done what I ordered them. But in your case, it has been your own heart that has responded and served with devotion. You too will come one day to serve by my side in the eternal kingdom.
And before definitively separating from the master, David confessed to him that he had given orders for his mother and his family to move to Jerusalem. Jesus didn't seem very surprised.
A messenger told me that this very night they have arrived in Jericho and that they will be here early tomorrow.
David, so be it.
And joining the 3 apostles who were waiting at the foot of the olive grove, he was lost in the darkness of the night. The great tragedy was about to begin. April 7th. Friday. A strange silence had fallen over the camp. I knew that this was not going to be a night like the previous ones, but despite this, I noticed a kind of heavy turbulence in the atmosphere, as if thousands of ghosts, perhaps those invisible messengers that Jesus had referred to, were hovering over the tops of the olive trees, even stirring the diminished tongues of fire in front of which I stood, and a chill shook my spine. The camp was sleeping when, at the stroke of 12 at night, and once Jesus and his 3 disciples were lost among the rows of the olive grove, I got up, warning Eliseo that I was heading to the northern end of the garden. With a quick glance, I scanned the shops, the oil mill, and the sleeping bodies of the Greeks, and once I was sure that everything was calm, I directed my steps towards the wall that bordered the garden on the east side, and that I had already explored on my first visit to the Gethsemane farm. Before disappearing up the mountain, David Zebedee had announced to me that, by mutual agreement with John Mark, they would carry out extra surveillance, him near the top of Olivet, thus covering the eastern flank of the camp, and the boy on the path that wound next to the entrance door to the garden and ended at the bridge over the Kidron ravine. In this way, if the temple police tried to attack the refuge of the Nazarene, either by the shortest route, the Kidron or the summit of Olivet, Mark or Zebedee could give the alert, respectively. But events were going to develop differently. Slowly trying to hide among the massive trees, I advanced toward the grotto, without losing contact with the stone parapet at any time. According to the instructions of Trojan horse, my observation of what Christians call the prayer in the garden was to take place without the participants knowing or suspecting my presence. To do this, I had to know precisely where the 3 apostles would stay and where the Master planned to pray. If Jesus, as I assumed, chose the vicinity of the cave, my hiding place would be precisely that wall that surrounded the property of Simon the leper. Eliseo was right. Just as he had warned me hours before, the strong disturbance in the high levels of the atmosphere, east of Palestine, was beginning to be felt over Jerusalem. An increasingly insistent and sultry wind shook the trees, whistling like a gloomy omen through the tortuous branches and roots of the olive trees. The cane fistula that grew next to the cave chattered louder and louder, helping me orient myself. When I reached the bottom of the garden, I immediately discovered the figure of Galileo, standing with his head lowered, almost planted on his chest. It was, in fact, 13 or 16 feet from the entrance to the cave, in the middle of the small clearing between the olive grove and the rock. At the Master's feet stretched one of those limestone crusts, whitened by the full moon. Without wasting a minute, I jumped to the other side of the wall, and crawling over the undergrowth, I surrounded the cavern, placing myself behind the corpulent cane fistula's back. From there, perfectly hidden, I was able to follow, step by step, all the movements and words of Jesus of Nazareth. The clarity shed by the moon allowed me to see the figure of the Master comfortably. However, I needed to adjust my eyes to the darkness that dominated the mass of the olive trees to finally discover the silhouettes of Peter, John, and James. The disciples had sat on the ground, settling in their cloaks among the last trees, a little more than 30 steps from the point where the Nazarene remained. From that distance, and despite my efforts, I could not confirm whether they were asleep or not. After 15 or 30 minutes, I deduced that at least 2 of them must have fallen into a deep sleep, judging by their postures, completely lying on the floor, and by Peter's unmistakable snoring. A third, however, appeared reclining against the trunk of one of the olive trees, although I could not swear that he was asleep. Suddenly, as I was busy preparing the rod of Moses, a rustling of branches startled me. I turned and, about 33 or 49 feet away, my eyes were fixed on a white lump that was sliding between the rock roses, getting closer. I took the staff in a defensive attitude and, with my knees on the ground, I prepared to repel the attack of what, at first, I identified as a strange animal. But when that thing was almost within reach of my staff, it stopped. It was young John Mark. I took a deep breath, motioning for him to continue crouching. The boy came up to me, explaining in my ear that he had abandoned his guard because he wanted to be close to the master. I did not dare to suggest that he return to the road, but given the circumstances, I asked him to stay with me and remain completely silent. Seeing Jesus in a prayerful attitude, Mark understood and gave me a gesture of approval. From those moments on, and although I tried not to lose sight of the impetuous teenager, my attention was already absorbed by the giant of Galilee. And I was there when suddenly Eliseo, with great excitement, opened the auditory connection, informing me of something that astonished me. The module's radar was receiving information about an object that was flying over the area. But it's not possible.
Jason, I swear I maneuvered the antenna and the radar approach screen is encoding a metallic echo. Up there, at about 6,000 feet, something is moving. Yes, I can see it better now. It's in 360 degrees minus 30 miles. Good God, it has stopped.
I raised my eyes toward the sky and in the direction that Eliseo had transmitted, but I did not observe anything abnormal. The strong luminosity of the moon, increasingly higher, made it difficult to see the stars. My companion in the cradle, as confused and perplexed as me, remained with all 5 senses on that unusual visitor. But the object had become immobilized and would remain so for a long time. I had not yet recovered from the surprise produced by the approach of that mysterious flying object when I saw how Jesus collapsed, digging his knees into the ground. The sharp hit against the ground made John Mark shudder. Neither the boy nor I had ever seen Galileo with such a pale and dejected countenance. For several minutes he remained with his chin buried in the folds of the cloak that covered his shoulders and chest. That deep inclination of his head did not allow me to see his face clearly, although I am almost sure that he kept his eyes closed. His arms, motionless and defeated along his body, further accentuated that sudden decay. Then very slowly, he raised his head until his eyes were fixed on the sky. The wind had begun to tangle his hair, and raising his arms above his face, he exclaimed in a dull, pleading voice, "Abba, Abba." I was taken aback. That Aramaic word, which I had heard on more than one occasion when children addressed their parents, came to mean dad. It was the familiar and well-known affectionate nickname that, by the way, the Jews never used when addressing God. Why did Jesus use it? His eyes also impressed me. That usual shine had faded. Now they appeared sunken and shadowed by a sadness that, had I not known the proven mettle of that man, I would have sworn was very close to fear.
Abba, I have come to this world to fulfill your will, and I have done so. I know that the time has come to sacrifice my carnal life. I do not shy away from it, but I would like to know if it is your will that I drink this chalice.
His words echoed in the garden like a funeral kettle drum. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Was Jesus afraid?
Give me the assurance that with my death I satisfy you as I have done in life.
His hands, open, tense and imploring, descended little by little. But his face, dimly illuminated by the moon, did not move. And without knowing why, I also looked toward the legion of stars and lights, waiting for some sign to occur. At that moment, and as if Eliseo had read my thoughts, he opened the connection, shouting at me,
Jason, Jason! It's moving again. That object is moving. I can't believe it. It's changed course. Now it's following radial 240. Jason, it's coming this way. Can you hear me, Jason?
I hear you, 5 by 5. But couldn't it be some meteor? Eliseo almost sent me to hell for that obviously stupid question.
That thing, Jason, has been stationary for more than 20 minutes. Now it moves very slowly.
If that inexplicable object was still about 30 miles from our position, it was ridiculous that it continued scanning space. I therefore tried to calm my brother in the module, begging him to keep me punctually informed of the evolution of the echo on the radar. Meanwhile, the master had risen and, turning around, walked towards the disciples. Given the distance, I could not register his words, but I did observe how he leaned over his men, touching them with his left hand. The two who were lying woke up, and I saw them partially sit up. Soon Jesus returned to the clearing. The 3 apostles watched him for a few minutes, ending by lying down again. As I got closer, I noticed something strange. The giant was staggering. His steps were hesitant, as if he were about to collapse. As soon as he reached the stone slab, he fell on his face. For a moment I thought he had fainted. Part of his body had remained on the rocky plate, face down and motionless. John Mark stood up, ready to help him, but holding him by the arm, I made him see that it was not advisable to disturb him. I suppose that if the Galileo did not move, the fiery Mark would not have followed my advice and would have jumped to the aid of his master. But Jesus was fully conscious, and the young man calmed down. As if an invisible force had unloaded a 220-pound load on him, that's how the master stood up. Very slowly, always with his head sunken, Galileo ended up sitting back on his heels, and he remained like that for a long time, on his knees, in an anguished silence and without raising his face. Unconsciously, John Mark and I exchanged glances. What was happening? What was the reason for that sudden collapse? Jesus raised his face toward the stars and, groaning, called again to his Father. His cheekbones and nose appeared sharp. The expression on his face impressed me. There was a mixture of anguish and dread. His lips parted, began to tremble, and, almost immediately, his entire body began to shake. They were short seizures, very fast and almost imperceptible, as if an icy wind was whipping each of his cells. The Nazarene crossed his arms over his chest, exerting force with his hands on his sides, as if trying to control those convulsions. And suddenly his forehead, neck and temples became damp with cold sweat. The shudders then became more intense and continuous, and Jesus physically bent at the waist, touching the stone surface with his forehead.
Abba, Abba.
That was the only word he managed to pronounce. But more than a call, it was a suppressed cry of anguish and terror. Now I am sure that, in those hard and crucial moments, Galileo must have experienced a piercing and indescribable sensation of loneliness, affliction, and perhaps, why not, fear of what destiny had in store for him. His body continued to shiver, and suddenly, in a rush, the master leaned back, raising his hands and face. When I saw him, I was petrified. His entire face, forehead, neck, as well as the palms of his hands, had turned red. The initial thin film of sweat had turned into blood. John Mark hid his face in his hands. From the scalp, thick bloody drops slid over that extravasation, sliding down the inner corners of the eyes and then rolling down the cheeks, until they got lost in the mustache and beard. Some drops remained for a second in the corners of the mouth, later turning into threads of blood that fell spectacularly on the muscle bundles of the neck. In one of those tremors, Jesus bowed his head a little, and the moon caught several sparkles from his hair. Blood had also flooded his hair. Half hypnotized by that sudden reaction of Jesus' body, I almost forgot to use the rod of Moses, and hastily I positioned it so that I could film the scene and at the same time begin an examination of the skin and some of Jesus' internal organs using ultrasonic scanning. As I mentioned previously, the staff contained, among other devices, a miniaturized equipment capable of emitting this type of mechanical waves or ultrasounds. The emitting head arranged in the upper part of the staff, at 5 feet 5 inches of the base, had been conditioned to capture the reflected waves, amplifying them proportionally and accumulating the information in the titanium memory of the nuclear computer. Once in the module, the ultrasounds previously coded could be converted into images, analyzing the organs and physiological reactions of the master, thus trying to find explanations. The common exit and projection hole of these delicate systems had also been camouflaged with a band of black paint, and on the edge of said band, Trojan horse had placed 2 other copper-headed nails. By pressing each one of them, the corresponding mechanism was automatically activated, either the ultrasound one or the telethermography one. In order to precisely orient each of these flows, the mission had equipped me with contact lenses that we called Kritalos. These special contact lenses, the hard kind, were manufactured with a product of a much higher quality than that normally used by optical laboratories, and which, given its secret nature, I cannot reveal. The ideal, of course, would have been the use of night vision glasses with which to follow the trajectory of the infrared laser, as well as the color changes in the Nazarene's body, a consequence of the variations in his body temperature and the different physiological alterations caused by torture. But obviously this was not possible, and Trojan Horse designed these totally transparent contact lenses, which once adjusted to the eyes made monitoring feasible without raising dangerous surprises among the inhabitants of the time. Trying to turn my back on John Mark, I took hold of the small case that contained the Krytalos, adapting them to my eyes. Although the contact lenses had been perfected with monoionic salts, capable of allowing acceptable circulation of tears in the eye and excellent oxygenation of the cornea, General Curtis had strongly warned me not to abuse them, limiting their use to maximum periods of 30 or 40 minutes, and I quickly pressed the nail that activated the ultrasound emission. The spectacle that was offered to my eyes, although in reality I should say to my brain, was almost Dantesque. Jesus' face, neck and hands turned a greenish-blue color, a consequence of the drop in his body temperature in these areas, probably due to the cooling effect of the sweat and blood that flowed through his pores. The tunic emitted a much more intense white, while the mantle had a darker, almost black tone. The green foliage of the olive grove burst into an indescribable red. When the head of the nail was pressed to its second position, the deepest, a very fine beam of reddish light emerged from the top of the rod of Moses. It was the infrared laser, and without wasting a second, I directed it towards the face, neck, hair, and hands of the Nazarene. Of course, neither John Mark nor anyone who could have witnessed that scene would have seen or heard anything. As I already said, the laser worked at the infrared frequency and therefore was invisible to the human eye. After a thorough examination of the bloody areas, I changed the frequency of the ultrasound, returning the nail to its first position, focusing the light beam on the upper part of the rabbi's belly. In this way, by exploring the pancreas, perhaps we would obtain a satisfactory explanation about the origin of that sweat in the form of blood. When upon our return from this first great journey, Trojan Horse was able to analyze the accumulation of images obtained by these procedures, specialists in biochemistry and hematology reached several interesting conclusions. That bloody sweat or hematohydrosis had been caused by acute stress. The Nazarene, as I had been able to appreciate, was subjected to a deep decay, motivated in turn by an explosive mixture of anguish, loneliness, sadness, and, perhaps, fear of the harsh tests that awaited him. This violent emotional tension, according to specialists, had led to the release of certain elements existing in the pancreas, which forced the capillaries to rupture, flooding the sweat glands. Once the subcutaneous pores were broken, blood flowed outside, mixed with sweat. The phenomenon, as spectacular as it is rare, is, however, perfectly possible from a medical point of view. The evangelist Luke, in this case, had been right. Pierre Benoit tells in one of his works how, in 1914, a soldier who was about to be led before a German firing squad sweated blood as a consequence of the insurmountable terror that anguishing situation produced in him. And although this bloody expulsion, or extravasation, not hemorrhage in the Son of Man, did not represent a significant loss of blood, the Trojan Horse reports did estimate that it left Jesus' skin in an alarming state of fragility. This circumstance would be decisive in the face of the carnage, rather than torture, to which he would be subjected a few hours later. I am referring, of course, to the punishment of whipping. That widespread rupture of the network of capillaries, or very fine vessels, through which blood circulates under the skin, would turn the scourging into a tragic bloodbath. One of my concerns in those first moments of the strong stress suffered in the garden was monitoring Jesus' heart and arterial rhythm. When the ultrasound was directed at the heart, the Doppler effect showed a rhythm of 135 beats per minute. As for blood pressure, the figure had risen to a maximum of 210. The normal heart rate of the Nazarene was calculated at 60 beats per minute, and his average blood pressure at 130 maximum and 80 minimum. This evidently meant a profound organic alteration. The Trojan horse specialists also estimated that the previous discharge of adrenaline in the bloodstream of that man, in view of the peripheral arterial resistance, could have been on the order of 10 micrograms per kilo per minute. Little by little, after 10 or 15 minutes, as the rabbi calmed his spirit, his heart and blood rhythm returned to normal. However, that tough test, in the opinion of nutrition experts, also meant the total exhaustion of the 750 calories supplied to the body at the recent dinner. The stress must have meant a calorie consumption significantly higher than that amount. Therefore, the Nazarene, in the opinion of the Trojan horse doctors, had to begin drawing on its natural reserves, possibly starting at 1 or 2 in the morning this Friday. With that energy contribution, and assuming that Jesus had retired to rest immediately, the body would have been able to last until approximately 8 in the morning. But with the crisis that began in the Garden of Gethsemane, the specialists, as I say, estimated that the organism of the Son of Man had to initiate a lipolysis or dissolution of fat from adipose tissue, with the sole purpose of supplying fatty acid and surviving. The reserves of glycogen or concentrated sugar would be depleted in a matter of hours, and the Galileo's nature would have no other alternative than to make use of, I repeat, his fats. The master's situation, from a purely medical point of view, was beginning to be delicate. 15 or 20 minutes into that first checkup, based on ultrasound, I disconnected the laser, getting rid of the crotalose. John Mark continued with his face hidden by his hands, refusing to look at his master. I put my arm around his shoulders and stroked his head. Little by little, he discovered his face. He was crying. In the clearing, Galileo had been lowering his hands. The seizures had stopped, and so had the blood flow. Some of the streams, larger than the rest of the streams, had already coagulated. Very soon, if the master did not take the precaution of washing himself, the dried blood would turn his beautiful face into a mask. Jesus raised his eyes again towards the firmament, and with a somewhat more serene voice, practically repeated his first prayer.
Father, I know very well that it is possible to avoid this drink. Everything is possible for you. But I have come to fulfill your will, and despite being so bitter, I will drink it, if it is your wish.
Between this second prayer, I don't know if I should qualify it that way, and the first, I observed a notable change, both in the master's emotional state and in his posture towards the already imminent events. While doubt floated in his first words on this occasion, Galileo seemed to have overcome part of his concern, showing himself definitively determined to accept his fate. It is possible that this mental change was responsible, to a large extent, for his progressive calming. But all of this, of course, is just a very subjective opinion. The fact is that, immersed in my first medical checks and pending the words of Jesus, I had almost forgotten about Eliseo and the approach of that enigmatic object. But my partner was quick to remind me.
Attention, Jason. That thing leaves the stationary and moves again. For all the hell...
My partner's transmission was interrupted for a few seconds. Finally, Eliseo, very alterated, continued.
It has fallen like a bucket. Jason, that thing dropped to level 30 in a second. It just can't be. If it continues to go down, I will lose it. No, at the moment it remains. But it is heading towards us.
Understood 30.
Affirmative. It's 30. And it continues to approach in radial 100. The radar estimates its position at 10 miles. If the course does not change, you will soon have it in sight.
But no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't make it out. It was then, as I looked up at the stars, that I realized another strange phenomenon. The branches of the corpulent tree behind which I was hiding had suddenly become still. The wind had stopped, nor did I notice any movement in the tops of the olive trees or in the undergrowth that surrounded us. Jesus' hair was also at rest. Somewhat alarmed, I questioned Eliseo about the speed and direction of the wind.
At 40,000 feet, 120 degrees 50? But wait. At level 10 it has disappeared. I don't understand.
Suddenly, to my left, approximately heading east, I made out a point of light moving above the summit of Olivet. It was coming straight towards our position and with a trajectory that, at first, seemed completely horizontal to the ground. Stunned and half stuttering, I pressed my right ear. Eliseo! I'm seeing it. About 9 o'clock from my position. It's heading east. But for the hell of it, what is that? The module's response would serve to confirm that I was not the victim of a hallucination.
Affirmative. The altitude screen is still detecting it at level 10. It just flew over the cradle. I've got it in focus.
Speed?
It's incredible. It doesn't even reach 60 miles per hour. But what's going on?
Communication was interrupted again. They were eternal seconds. Meanwhile, that light had reached our vertical, and it stopped. Affirmative. And we have it over our heads.
Jason, something is happening on the radar. That thing is blocking me. Is there a drop in level?
Negative. It looks like it's still stationary. I had barely finished transmitting these words to Eliseo when, in tenths of a second, the light made a free fall, stopping perhaps 164 or 328 feet above the clearing. Everything was so dizzying that I didn't have time for anything. I was paralyzed, and like me, John Mark, and, I suppose, everything that was around us. I was still completely conscious. I could see and hear, but I couldn't move my muscles. My musculoskeletal system did not obey the impulses of my brain and my will. It was useless for him to try to force them. The proximity of that circular light, whiter than that of the most powerful autogenous welding, had immobilized us. During the seconds that this lasted, I could hear the voice of my colleague in the module who, extremely worried, did nothing but call me. But as I say, despite my efforts, I could not articulate any words. Almost at the same time that that luminous mass, more than 164 in diameter, became stationary over the place, a kind of luminous cylinder left the center of the disk, illuminating Jesus, the stone slabs and the ground, in an approximate radius of 16 or 19 feet. The master, with his face raised, did not seem alarmed, and he continued on his knees. My confusion had no limits. How was it possible that the Nazarene did not feel as stunned and afraid as I did? That fear that had invaded me was fully shared by my young companion, judging by the posture in which he had remained. The sudden descent of the light had made him raise his arms above his head in a reflexive movement of protection. And so he continued, with the body shrunken and the face pointing towards the silent, luminous mass. I can't understand how he got there, but almost at the same moment that the cylinder of white light touched the clearing, a human figure, at least that's what it seemed to me, emerged on the stone slab, immediately approaching the rabbi. His back was to me, and of course, despite the blinding light that flooded the area, his physical structure had to be solid and consistent. Proof of this is that, when he reached the height of the master, he hit him with his body. Dread possibly sharpened even more the few senses he still controlled, and all my attention was polarized on the figure of that being. He was very tall, much more than Jesus. Possibly he reached 6.5 feet or so. He didn't dress like us. On the contrary, his clothing reminded me of that of USAF fighter pilots, although with a much tighter jumpsuit and an intensely metallic shine, although this sensation could well have been mediated by the sharp prevailing clarity. The jumpsuit seemed to be made of a single piece, with a relatively wide belt and the same color, similar to that of aluminum, as the rest of the suit. The pants that caught my attention were gathered inside some mid-calf boots of a golden color. As for his head, I could only see the occipital area and the nape of his neck. He had straight, abundant white hair that fell to his shoulders. He was undoubtedly a muscular and broad-shouldered individual. Although the silence was total, I couldn't hear a word. I don't know if there was a conversation. The only thing I could perceive was the movement of that being's right arm, directed towards Jesus, who presumably must remain on his knees. If it hadn't been for Eliseo, I wouldn't have been able to count the time that had passed either. According to my colleague, that lapse, in which the auditory connection with the module went blank, lasted approximately 4 to 5 minutes. At the end of this time, the figure of that being and the luminous cylinder were instantly extinguished. And I said right, instantly. There was no, or at least I could not appreciate it, elevation of that being towards the luminous disk. And I didn't see him go away or disappear through the olive grove either. I simply have no explanation. Immediately afterwards, the light experienced gentle swings, rising vertically with an acceleration that made me dizzy. In the blink of an eye, assuming I could have made such a blink, the object became an insignificant point, lost in infinity. Almost immediately, both John Mark and I regained our mobility, and the wind blew again strongly through the branches of the trees, while the goats locked in the cave bleated pitifully.
Jason, can you hear me? Jason, for God's sake, answer.
Eliseo's voice continued ringing in my ear. I breathed in with all my might, trying to calm my nerves. Affirmative. I responded with what little voice I had left.
Roger, finally. Jason, are you okay? What happened?
As best I could, I reassured my partner, indicating that I would try to explain it to him later. The truth is that my confusion had increased. For a moment, I thought it had all been a nightmare. But no. As I looked towards the master, my perplexity increased. The bloody film and the streaks that covered his face, neck, and hands had disappeared. His face, still pale and emaciated, did not, however, show any sign of the recent phenomenon of hematohydrosis. It was impossible for Jesus to have had time to go to some of the containers in the camp that contained water and proceed to wash his face, neck, and hands. Furthermore, accepting this assumption, I would have seen him walk away and, of course, return to the rock. On the contrary, I am sure, absolutely sure, that the master had not abandoned his posture at any time. Kneeling on the clearing, John Mark, incomprehensibly, continued crouching behind the stone wall, as if nothing had happened. Later, when I questioned him about what happened that night in the orchard, the boy responded affirmatively.
Yes, the Father sent down an angel. Of course I saw it.
Galileo, much more serene, once again raised his gaze toward the heavens and smiled. Then, with a firm step, he stood up, heading towards the edge of the olive grove. I don't know how, but the sudden presence of that angel, astronaut, ghost, or whatever it was, had decisively influenced the spirit of the Son of Man. The evangelist's expression, and the angel comforted him, could not be more appropriate. The Nazarene must have found his disciples asleep again, and after gesturing with them, he retraced his steps, kneeling for the third time on the edge of the stone. It was amazing. None of the disciples seemed to have realized what had happened. They were probably asleep. Once there, and with his usual tone of voice, the master spoke like this, always with his gaze fixed upwards.
Father, you see my apostles sleeping. Extend your mercy over them. Truly the spirit is ready, but the flesh is weak.
Jesus remained silent and bowed his head, closing his eyes. Then a few seconds later he turned his face again to the heavens, exclaiming,
And now, my Father, if this chalice cannot be put aside, I will drink it. May your will be done, and not mine.
It must have been almost 1 a.m. on that Friday, April 7th, when the giant, after remaining a few minutes in total recollection, rose for the last time, going to the point where his 3 intimates, for the umpteenth time, had fallen under a deep sleep. But on this occasion, Galileo did not return to the clearing. He woke up his men, and shortly after, the 4 of them went into the olive grove, disappearing from sight. I have meditated a lot on those strange words of Jesus. What could he have meant when he spoke of putting away the chalice? Was he referring to the possibility of avoiding torture and his own death? For some time I believed so, but after witnessing his horrendous passion and his incredible behavior, another interpretation, more subtle if possible, has come to replace my previous hypothesis. Now I have begun to sense the great tragedy of the Master in those critical moments of the so-called garden prayer. It was not fear that possibly caused his deep anguish and subsequent bloody sweat. He knew what fate had in store for him, and as he amply demonstrated, he faced pain openly and bravely. But hand in hand with these tortures, Galileo knew that humiliations would also come. It had to be the contemplation of these already imminent humiliations on the part of the creatures that he himself had created that, perhaps, plunged him into an acute state of prostration. If he really was the Son of God, the simple observation, and much more the suffering, of the barbarism and primitivism of his men towards himself had to be unbearable. Saving the distance, I imagined the brutal moral suffering that it could mean for a father to see how his children slap him, insult him, hurt him, and taunt him. John Mark and I hurried to cross the wall that separated us from the clearing where the triple prayer in the garden had taken place, and with the same caution, we entered the olive grove, following in the footsteps of Jesus and his men. As we approached the camp esplanade, a thought, perhaps as absurd as it was inopportune, kept hammering in my brain. I couldn't erase from my mind the images of that 6.5 feet long being and the object because that had to be a manned vehicle, which had been able to so eloquently defy the laws of gravity. What kind of artifact was that? What technology could avoid such accelerations and decelerations? And above all, what relationship did all this have with Jesus and divinity? I would have given 10 years of my life to have recorded the conversation between the Master and that mysterious being, and I cursed my bad luck, which did not allow me to contemplate the faces of both characters and at least interpret what happened between the two. Since then, a sharp uncertainty has nestled in my heart. Could that be an angel? If it really was like that, how far the theologians are from the truth. When we finally looked out at the camp, everything was more or less the same. The Master's disciples, fast asleep, remained oblivious to what had just happened a few feet from the tents. And I say that everything remained more or less the same because, coinciding with our return, 2 of David Zebedee's secret agents also entered the garden. Panting and excited, they asked for their boss. It was John Mark who showed them the place where he stood guard. The Master, meanwhile, had advised Peter, John, and James to retire to sleep. But the apostles, perhaps sufficiently sobered by the short but deep sleep they had enjoyed in the vicinity of the grotto, and increasingly nervous at the sudden arrival of the messengers, resisted. The fiery Peter, unable to resist temptation, questioned one of the Zebedee agents, and the man, cornered by Simon's questions, ended up telling him that a group of Sanhedrin assassins and a Roman escort were heading there. Peter stepped back with a broken face, and when he tried to go to the tents with the intention of waking up his companions, Jesus stood in his way, ordering him to remain silent. Galileo's recommendation was so emphatic that the disciples, bewildered, remained rooted to the ground. The Greeks who were camping in the open air were also awakened by the hasty eruption of the Zebedee agents, and did not take long to surround Jesus and the 3 apostles, interrogating them. But the Master, who had recovered his usual calm, begged them to calm down and return to the oil mill. It was useless. None of those present moved from where they were. The Nazarene instantly understood the attitude of his men, and without saying a word, he walked away from the group, leaving the camp in long strides. For a few seconds, the Greeks and the apostles hesitated, and once again it was the young John Mark who took the initiative. In a flash, he escaped from the orchard, getting lost down the hill. That unexpected reaction of Jesus, leaving the Gethsemane farm, disconcerted me. According to the canonical Gospels, the primary source of information, the so-called arrest, should take place in the aforementioned garden. However, the Nazarene had just abandoned it. Without thinking twice, I followed in the boy's footsteps, without worrying about the 3 apostles and the Greeks, who remained motionless in the middle of the camp. Both Jesus and John Mark had taken the well-known path that ran along the western slope of the Olivet, and that had taken me on several occasions to the small bridge over the depression of the then dry torrent of the Kidron. At that moment, and just on the other side of the bridge, the movement of a large group of torches caught my attention. Upon closer inspection, I found that it was heading towards this side of the mountain. Those must have been the armed men of whom the messenger of Zebedee had spoken. Puzzled, I continued down the path until, at one of the bends in the path, I saw Mark. I should rather say that I only saw his white canvas, hurriedly taking refuge in a small wooden hut that stood at the very foot of the path. I stopped, not knowing what to do, but my surprises that Friday morning had only just begun. Next to the aforementioned casemate, I distinguished another vat, similar to the one built at the entrance to the Gethsemane camp, which must have been part of one of the oil presses that were so abundant on the Mount of Olives. The Master had sat on the stone wall of the press, about 2 steps from the track, and facing the direction brought by the increasingly closer and oscillating swarm of yellowish lights. At first, I thought about hiding in the barracks as well, but I rejected the idea. I was completely unaware of the course events could take and preferred to remain in a more open place. On both sides of the path, there were olive tree plantations. That could be a good observatory, and I quickly left the track, entering the dark olive grove located to the left of the road. I chose one of the thickest trees, climbing to the top and camouflaging myself among its branches. From there, Jesus was a little more than 16 or 19 feet away. But suddenly I was assailed by a doubt that almost made me come down from the olive tree. What if Galileo returned to the camp? In that case, I would have no choice but to take the risk and follow the troops. If I was not mistaken, the distance traveled by Jesus from the entrance door to the garden of Simon the leper to that bend in the winding bridle path had been about 100 or 150 steps. And seeing him there, so strangely serene, I began to understand. It was not necessary to be very alert to suppose that his rapid departure from the area where his men remained could only be motivated by the desire that his encounter with Judas and the Sanhedrin police would not affect the disciples. He knew that many of the disciples and the Greeks had weapons and probably wanted to avoid the more than certain risk of an armed clash. If memory serves, there must have been around 60 men in the camp at that time. It would have been enough for any of them, Peter or Simon the Zealot, for example, to have drawn their swords to provoke a bloody combat. If the version of Zebedee's secret agent was correct, the Roman patrol had to be added to the temple Levites, and this undoubtedly complicated things. The legionaries of Antonia Fortress were not exactly distinguished by their sweet manners. I had witnessed their ferocity in the beating of a companion. What could be expected then from those brave infantrymen in the event that a confrontation arose? Most likely, many of the Master's disciples would have been injured or killed, and at best taken prisoner. And Jesus, judging by his prayers in the olive grove, wanted to avoid it at all costs. What would have happened to their mission and the future spread of the gospel of the kingdom if those directly in charge of that preaching had fallen that night in Gethsemane? The torches appeared and disappeared in the thicket, getting closer and closer. I asked Eliseo for information about the exact time. It was 15 minutes past 1 in the morning. The moon continued to shine with all its splendor, providing me with more than acceptable visibility. Suddenly, and when the cluster of torches was still at a certain distance from the oil mill, where the Master was waiting, I saw an individual appear on the road. He ran up, following the direction of the camp. When Jesus saw him, he stood up and went out into the center of the road. The hasty walker, whom at first I couldn't identify, immediately discovered the tall figure of Galileo, with his white tunic bathed in the moon. The unexpected presence of the Master, blocking his way, must have disconcerted him because he stopped immediately. But after a few seconds of indecision, he continued his advance, this time without too much haste. The mysterious character, wrapped in a dark cloak, must have been about 98 or 131 feet from the rabbi, when at the end of the path, the platoon carrying the torches burst onto the scene. They came in disorder, although forming a long line of people. At first glance, the number of individuals exceeded 50. As they approached, I could distinguish, among the leading men, around 30 Roman soldiers. They wore the same clothing that I had seen among the legionaries of the Antonia Tower, and were armed with swords, some spears, and shields. Immediately behind, almost mixed with the first, a troop of 40 or 50 Levites or temple police, mostly armed with canes and clubs with nails. My confusion reached its maximum when, to my right, other torches emerged, scattered among the olive trees. There weren't many, maybe a dozen, but they zigzagged at great speed, descending towards the point where Jesus was. From the direction they were carrying, I assumed that they were the disciples, and a chill ran through my body again. If both sides came to blows, who knows what could happen? The group on my left, the one from Jerusalem, continued to advance in silence until they stopped at a short distance from the Galileo. For their part, those who had just appeared on the right ended up concentrating on the path. Once regrouped, they continued descending, but very slowly. When the crowd that arrived with the intention of arresting the Nazarene stopped, the followers of Jesus did the same. The latter remained much closer to the Master, maybe 20 or 25 paces. In the light of the torches, I saw Peter in the front line, and with him, John, James, and about 20 Greeks. However, no matter how hard I strained my eyes, I did not see Simon the Zealots, nor the rest of the apostles and disciples. That meant they had not been awakened. For a few minutes that seemed endless to me. Only the wind whistled through the olive trees, stirring the flames of the axes of both groups. Jesus, in the middle, was still paying attention to that man who had stood out from the crowd coming from the holy city. When there were just a few feet left for said character to reach the height of the rabbi, the moon highlighted the paleness of his face. It was Judas, But why had he gone ahead of the troops? That mystery would be resolved the next morning, shortly before the fatal and unexpected event that would cause the death of the Iscariot. Once again, Judas had plotted his plans with as much cunning as he did villainy. And finally, Jesus reacted. With great aplomb, he started towards Judas, but when he reached him, he turned towards the left edge of the road, avoiding the traitor. The Iscariot, perplexed, immediately turned around. The master had continued in the direction of the soldiery, stopping his steps a few feet from the group. And from there, with a loud voice, he questioned the one who seemed to be the boss.
What are you looking for here?
The Roman soldier, who, judging by his helmet with a plume of red feathers and his sword, located on his left side, must have been an officer, came forward in turn and in Greek replied,
Jesus of Nazareth.
It's me.
Upon hearing the serene and majestic words of that giant, the 5 or 6 legionaries who occupied the first line retreated abruptly. This sudden movement caused some of them to trip over their companions immediately behind them, causing a series of grotesque falls. Among those who fell to the ground were also several who carried torches, and these, by spilling over the fallen, contributed to multiplying the confusion. The officer, indignant, retreated to the leading group and began to hit the clumsy and hesitant soldiers with the cane he carried in his right hand. That scene brought to mind the evangelical story of John, the only one that speaks of this generalized fall of part of the troops that had arrived to arrest the master. But far from the miraculous character that some theologians and exegetes have wanted to see in this event, the only truth is that those men rolled on the ground as a result of a miscalculated movement. Another question is why they retreated. In my opinion, it is possible that they were afraid. Almost everyone had seen Jesus when he preached on the temple esplanade, and it was also very likely that they had known of his wonders and power. If we combine this with the courage with which Galileo presented himself before them, perhaps there we will have the answer. While the Roman infantry stood up and recomposed their battered dignity, Judas, whose plans were not going as he had anticipated, as I found out hours later, approached the Nazarene, hugging him. And immediately and ostensibly, so that we could all see him, he rose on the tips of his sandals, placing a kiss on Jesus' forehead, while saying,
Greetings, master and instructor.
Friend, it's not enough to do this. Do you also want to betray the Son of Man with a kiss?
Before Judas could react, the master broke away from the traitor's embrace, facing the Roman officer and the rest of the troops again.
What are you looking for?
Jesus of Nazareth.
I have already told you that it is I. Therefore, if it is me you are looking for, let the others continue their path. I am willing to follow you.
The officer found the Nazarene's request reasonable. He stood next to him, and when he was preparing to return to Jerusalem, one of the guards of the Sanhedrin came out of the platoon and rushed towards Jesus. He was carrying a rope in his hands. And even though the head of the Roman patrol had not given such an order, that Syrian who responded to the name of Malchus or Malcho rushed to grab the rabbi's arms, trying to tie them behind his back. Upon seeing him, the officer raised his baton, no doubt ready to scare away that intruder. But the sudden entry into action of Peter and his companions would ruin the purposes of the person responsible for the arrest. Indeed, with dizzying speed, Peter and the rest, outraged by Malchus's action, rushed towards him. Simon, James, and some of the Greeks had drawn their swords and, uttering all kinds of imprecations, prepared to attack. Before the Roman escort had time to protect Malchus, Peter, sword raised, fell on the terrified servant of the high priest, launching a violent blow against his skull. At the last second, Malchus managed to move to the side, thus preventing Simon's powerful left from opening his head. The edge of the sword, however, grazed the right side of his face, grazing his ear and wounding his shoulder. Jesus then raised his arm towards Peter and with great severity rebuked his action.
Peter, sheathe your sword. Whoever draws the sword will die by the sword. Do you not understand that it is my Father's will that I drink this chalice? Don't you know that right now I could command dozens of legions of angels, and their companions would deliver me from the hands of men?
The disciples, and especially Peter, were stunned. They did not understand the master's words, much less his docility in the face of those enemies. Malchus was still writhing and howling in pain as Jesus leaned over him. With great firmness, he removed the Syrian's hand from the bloody ear, placing the palm of his right hand on the wound. Within seconds, the moans subsided, becoming more spaced out and weaker. Then the rabbi repeated the operation, placing his hand on the shoulder. From the top of the tree, I could not verify what kind of healing Galileo performed. However, what was clear was that he had stopped the copious bleeding and practically frozen the pain of that unfortunate man. During the next 2 intense days before my definitive return to the module, I tried by all means to locate the aforementioned Syrian and inspect the cut that Peter had given him. However, my efforts were in vain. The bellicose attitude of Peter and his companions only served to make things worse. The Roman officer ignored Jesus' peaceful words and humanitarian gesture toward Malchus and ordered his legionaries to restrain the Nazarene, tying his wrists behind his back. While they tied him up, the master, deeply pained by that humiliation, addressed the Levites and soldiers who, with their swords and staffs ready to repel any further attack, contemplated the scene.
Why do you draw your swords and clubs against me, as if I were a thief? Every day I have been with you in the temple, publicly educating and teaching the people, without you doing anything to stop me.
But no one answered. Once immobilized with thick ropes, the officer addressed his men, ordering them to also arrest that group of fanatics, in his own words. But the patrol did not react in time, and Peter and his companions fled the scene, throwing their torches at the Romans. This new lapse of the escort was more than enough for the 20 followers of the master to scatter up the slope among the olive groves. Almost all of the legionnaires set out in pursuit. However, the disciples who knew the terrain better and were panicking enough to fly rather than run soon disappeared. The proof is that, after 5 or 10 minutes, the troops returned to the road, beginning their return to Jerusalem. The master, strongly escorted, soon disappeared with the group at one of the bends in the path. It was 10 to 2 in the morning. The shouting of the legionnaires dissipated, and there I was with a heavy heart and immersed in a dead silence. But I had to continue my mission. So, trying not to make excessive noise, I descended from the top of the olive tree. My ideas were not very clear. For several seconds, still at the foot of the tree, I hesitated. What path should I take? Trying to return to camp and join what was left of the group of Greeks and disciples did not seem like the best thing to do. Besides, who knows where they could have ended up? It was much more logical to follow in the footsteps of the temple's platoon of soldiers and police. But how could I get to them without raising suspicions and, what was worse, without them stopping me? When I was about to leave the olive grove and head toward the holy city, the silhouettes of 2 straggling legionaries suddenly appeared among the olive trees that stood on the other side of the path. I stuck as best I could to one of the logs and waited for them to pass. If they discovered my presence, I would have been in a delicate situation. But at the moment when the soldiers entered the path, John Mark, who had remained hidden throughout the arrest, peeped out very quietly at the door of the barracks. That was his downfall. The Romans instantly saw his scandalous white sheet rushing towards the boy. This time the infantryman's reaction was so quick that Mark did not have time to escape. And one of the legionnaires took hold of the canvas while the second, also running, covered his companion's back. But the agile Mark did not give up, and without thinking twice he got rid of the sheet, fleeing naked towards the massive olive trees where the unwelcome foreigners had broken in. That maneuver of the young man caught the Romans off guard, and by the time they came out after him, they had lost precious seconds. The one who had managed to hold him threw the cloth to the ground and, cursing, drew his sword, starting a mad dash. The companion did the same, entering the forest again. But bad luck seemed to overwhelm the Roman troops that night, and the second legionary tripped on one of the roots of the olive grove, falling on his face. As a result of the blow, the Roman's helmet was thrown off, rolling down the slope. But the enraged infantryman, blinded by the desire to capture the ambusher, forgot his helmet. I knew it could be risky, but letting myself be guided by intuition, I left my hiding place, approaching the place where the helmet had been left. I picked it up and, trying to calm myself, I waited. It was, in effect, a leather helmet without any type of decoration or insignia. I didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later, the legionaries returned to the edge of the olive grove. However, immersed in the search for the helmet, they did not notice my presence. Then, raising my voice and helmet, I addressed them in Greek. Seeing me, the soldiers did not react, and little by little they got closer. A cold sweat began to soak my robe. If this ploy did not work, my safety could be seriously threatened. The one who had lost the helmet came up to me and, stopping around 6 feet away, inspected me from head to toe. He was sweaty and out of breath. The second legionnaire was soon at his side. I tried to smile, but frankly, I don't know if I managed it. The fact is that trying to hide the acute tremor of my hands, I handed him the helmet. The Roman rushed to take it, violently snatching it from me, and he immediately put it on.
Who are you?
My name is Jason. I am Greek and I am heading to Jerusalem. And suddenly, I remembered the authorization that the Roman procurator had given me in order to facilitate my entry into the Antonia fortress. Without hesitation, I grabbed the rubber bag and showed them the safe conduct, explaining that I was to visit Pontius Pilate that same Friday morning. The legionnaires looked away at the scroll, although I doubt they could read. However, they should have identified Pontius' signature because their attitude became more accessible and condescending.
Where do you come from?
From Bethany.
So you don't know what has happened here?
Here? No. What happened?
Whatever. We are also going towards Jerusalem. If you wish, we can escort you.
I felt delighted with such a proposition, but when everything seemed resolved, the soldier who had lost his helmet took his companion's spear and, without further ado, tilted it over my chest. I was paralyzed, and when I looked at the infantryman again, that face became familiar to me. The soldier ended up smiling. Of course, and I suddenly remembered, that Roman was the sentinel of the Antonia Tower, the one who had pointed his pilum at me while Joseph of Arimathea and I waited for his companion to return. I returned the smile, and the legionnaire, satisfied to see that I had recognized him, withdrew the javelin, explaining to the second intrigued soldier that in fact he had seen me at the doors of the Antonia Tower, and that I was not lying. That chance encounter with my friend, the legionnaire, was to be of great use to me. The soldiers were in a hurry to reach the platoon that was leading the Nazarene, and soon we saw the torches. But to my surprise, the group was stopped in the middle of the road. When the pair of stragglers rejoined the Roman patrol, I suggested that it might be wiser for me to stay behind or continue on my way to Jerusalem. But the sentinel, who seemed very honored by my friendship, advised me to continue with him, and so I did. In this way, when I approached the officer who commanded the platoon, I understood why they had stopped. The leader of the Levites struggled to take the Nazarene to the residence of Caiaphas. However, the Roman optio, a kind of lieutenant of the centurions, responsible for the capture and custody of the prisoner, opposed this decision, believing that his orders were precise. Jesus of Nazareth was to be brought to the presence of the former high priest Annas. Apparently, relations between the Roman procurator and the Jewish priestly castes continued to be maintained through the powerful and influential father-in-law of Caiaphas. The Levitical police had to give way, and Arsenius, the Roman optio or non-commissioned officer, ordered the patrol to resume its journey toward the lower quarter of Jerusalem. During the discussion, Jesus remained silent, with his eyes downcast and practically absent. Judas, for his part, had placed himself between the two leaders, the Roman and the Levite. But no matter how much he tried to dialogue with them, they avoided his questions, remaining in a total and violent silence. When I asked the legionary the reason for the attitude of the optio and the captain of the temple police towards the Iscariot, my friend responded with a forceful statement.
He's a traitor.
We were already a few feet from the bridge that linked the foot of Olivet with the esplanade located at the foot of the eastern wall of the temple, when something disconcerting and unforeseen occurred. At the head of the procession were both captains. In the middle of both, Judas, and immediately behind, the Roman patrol, closely surrounding Jesus. Finally, the crowd of Levites and servants of the Sanhedrin, wrapped in their cloaks and furious at the blunt decision of the Roman non-commissioned officer to hand over the former high priest to Galileo. I was walking to the left of the group, next to the last legionnaires, and suddenly John, the evangelist, appeared from the right, advancing until he reached the master. I was stunned by the brave decision of the young disciple. From what I could observe, John must have lost the mantle in the anarchic dispersal of the rabbi's followers. He wore only his short tunic and in his sash a sword. Upon seeing him, the temple police officers became alarmed and warned their boss of the presence of the Galilean. The platoon stopped again, and the captain of the Levites ordered his men to arrest and tie John as well. But when Caiaphas's hitmen were preparing to tie him up, Arsenius intervened again. That veteran non-commissioned officer, sagacious and of noble condition, stood between the apostle and the Levites, exclaiming,
"Stop! This man is not a traitor nor a coward."
The Hebrews did not seem very willing to lose that opportunity as well, and they protested vigorously. The centurion's assistant's eyes locked with those of the captain of the Sanhedrin guard. Beneath his badly shaven face, his jaws creaked, and raising his staff until he placed it a hand's breadth from the forehead of the leader of the Levites, he repeated in a threatening tone,
"I tell you that this man is not a traitor or a coward. I saw him earlier and he didn't draw his sword to resist. Now he has had the courage to come here to be with his master."
And whistling his staff with a series of short, sharp blows of his wrist, he added, while the person in charge of the Jews recoiled in horror,
"Let no one put their hands on him. Roman law grants all prisoners the privilege of having a friend accompany them to court. No one will prevent, therefore, this Galilean from remaining next to the prisoner."
The hatred and contempt of the Roman optio for the Jews in general, and for those in particular, must have been so considerable that, deep down, the unusual decision of the non-commissioned officer could have been motivated, in my opinion, not only by admiration for the bold gesture of John, but also for the mere fact of humiliating and contradicting those cowards, incapable of facing the Nazarene by themselves. Upon arriving at the palace of Annas, Joseph of Arimathea would explain to me in great detail the tortuous maneuvers of the Iscariot and the Levites, who even went so far as to ask the Roman garrison to accompany them to arrest the master. And I must add that upon my return from this first great journey, I consulted leading experts in Roman law and jurisprudence, trying to find out if, in fact, that law invoked by the optio had existed. But so far my inquiries have been fruitless. The ancient Romans, like the traditional English today, were not very fond of laws as we interpret them. Their rights, fortunately for them, were not exactly based on laws. According to the specialists whom I asked, this disposition of the non-commissioned officer, Arsenius, was not at odds with the customs of the time, and above all, with the authorities who occupied that Roman province. The existing discretion when dispensing justice or treating a prisoner was such that, at least for students of Roman law, the non-commissioned officer's conduct was perfectly possible. We cannot forget that the owners and lords of lives and property in that revolutionary country were still the Romans. This providential order from the optio of the Antonia Tower came to clear up another of my questions. How was it possible that John Zebedee was the only apostle who declares in his writings to have been an eyewitness to many of the events that occurred throughout that Friday? Logically, if it had not been for this invaluable help from non-commissioned officer Arsenius, the follower of Jesus would have had many problems being able to attend the interrogations and crucifixion. As things stood, it would have been almost impossible for the priestly castes who hated the master and his disciples to give in and accept the free presence of any of the prisoner's friends. Only a superior imposition, emanating in this case from the Roman authority, could allow John to attend the restricted prolegomena of the death of Christ. As a precautionary measure, the Roman non-commissioned officer ordered one of his men to disarm John, and the platoon continued on its way. The public recognition of John's bravery by the Roman non-commissioned officer represented a severe blow to the dignity of Judas. Ashamed, with his head lowered and his brow contracted, he slowed his pace until he was alone and left behind. And so he arrived at Anna's house. John prudently did not speak at any time with his master, nor did he make any intention of addressing the young man. The circumstances, furthermore, did not make it advisable. However, when we entered the deserted streets of Jerusalem, I managed to stand next to Zebedee and ask him about the rest of the men, and most especially why he had made that risky decision to join Jesus. The apostle, with his eyes reddened by continuous crying, seemed to be a little happy to see that he was not completely alone, and confessed to me that, once they had managed to mislead the legionaries, Peter and him had decided to follow Jesus. Of the rest, he only knew that they had fled in the direction of the camp. During the stealthy follow-up, John remembered the instructions that the Master had given him, in the sense that he should remain by his side, and hurried to catch up with him. Meanwhile, Peter, if he had not changed his mind, must have been at a certain distance, following us and camouflaged in the undergrowth. Around 2:15 in the morning, the procession stopped in front of Anna's residence, very close to the Zion Gate at the western end of the city, and a short distance, according to my calculations, from the house of John Mark. There, in front of the gate of the spacious garden that opened in front of the palace, the Roman non-commissioned officer officially handed over the prisoner to the leader of the Levites. But first, addressing one of the legionaries, and so that we could all hear him, he ordered,
"Accompany the prisoner and ensure that these wretches do not kill him without Pontius's consent. Prevent him from being murdered, and ensure that this Galilean is allowed to accompany him at all times. Observe carefully what happens."
And turning around, he left the place in the company of the platoon of legionnaires. As I said goodbye to the soldier, I surreptitiously placed a silver coin between his fingers, thanking him for his help and begging him, before returning to the fortress, to speak to the companion who had been appointed by Arsenius to protect Jesus and John, and beg him to allow me keep them company. The infantryman smiled and, without asking any questions, agreed with the legionary so that my wishes would be fulfilled. Another discreet and timely silver denarius in the latter's first ended up dispelling all suspicions and misgivings. For the moment, my presence at Anna's headquarters was guaranteed. Once in the courtyard, part of the temple guard said goodbye, leaving the sumptuous residence of the former high priest, and several servants of Anna's rushed to the leader of the Levites. He ordered them to notify their master. "The prisoner has arrived," he told them, pointing to the Nazarene, who was still with his hands tied behind his back and motionless in the middle of that quadrangular paving. John continued at the master's side, and the legionnaire, in turn, tried not to lose sight of either of the two, as well as a small group of police and temple servants who were busy preparing a bonfire. They stacked several logs in one of the corners of the dark patio, and after dousing them with oil, they tilted one of the torch over the firewood, setting it on fire. The temperature had dropped a few degrees, and almost everyone present approached the improvised bonfire. A few minutes later, only Jesus, the leader of the Levites, who was still holding the thick rope with which they had tied the Son of Man, remained in the center of the courtyard, the young disciple, the Roman soldier, and me. In front of us stood a regal two-story mansion, with a facade entirely of carved stone and delicate semicircular marble stairs. At the door, dimly lit by 2 oil lanterns, stood a short, fat woman who smiled incessantly. But that first exploration of the premises was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Judas. The traitor had just arrived at Anna's house. But when he saw Jesus and John, he remained behind the high bars that rose above the stone fence. And after a few minutes he walked away, following the same street that the bulk of the Levitical police had taken. On his face, hard and impassive, I saw no sign of regret. On the contrary, I had the feeling that, during those moments, the Iscariot enjoyed the show. Deep down, his revenge against the Master and against the beloved disciple of Jesus was beginning to bear fruit. John also saw Judas, not so the Nazarene, who remained with his back to the entrance door. The Galileo's countenance had not undergone any change. He was still slightly pale and grave. His eyes had barely lifted a couple of times, and a few minutes after the traitor left, I was startled again. Now it was Peter who was behind the bars of the fence. I don't understand how he didn't cross paths with Judas. Nervously, he walked from one side of the fence to the other, trying to be noticed. John, upon seeing him, made a sign to me with his eyes. I nodded my head, indicating that I had already realized. Honestly, I felt sorry for that impetuous but warm and good-natured apostle. Upon making sure that both John and I had noticed his presence, Simon grabbed the irons with both hands and began to gesture with his mouth. John and I looked at each other without fully understanding Peter's intentions. Finally, pointing with his index finger towards his chest, he moved his head, communicating to us with that facial expression that he also wanted to enter the house. I looked at him, shrugging my shoulders. What could I do? At that moment, one of Annas' servants came out from the mansion, gesturing to the leader of the Levites to enter. I turned to Peter and read in his face the deepest of desolation. But upon crossing the threshold, John addressed the woman who remained at the door, begging her to let his friend in, and the apostle pointed to Peter with his hand. I was disconcerted to hear how the fat matron, without even blinking and in a cordial tone, agreed to Zebedee's request, even calling him by his first name. Throughout that distressing early morning, John would clarify to me that there was no secret in the Garda's kind behavior. Both he and his brother James were old acquaintances of that woman and the servants of the house. John and his family, especially his mother Salome, a distant relative of Annas, had been invited on numerous occasions to the palace of the former high priest. While the leader of the Levites led the Nazarene into the mansion, the gatekeeper descended the stairs, proceeding to let the weak and frightened Peter through the entrance. Right there I was prey to another serious doubt. When I saw Simon enter, I remembered that, if the Gospels were not wrong, the famous denials of the fiery disciple would not take long to occur. And although the evangelists Matthew, Mark, and Luke placed such denials in the seat of the high priest Caiaphas, I assumed that the testimony of John, who mentions this event in the courtyard of Annas, must be correct. The disciple, upon seeing my indecision, urged me to accompany him, but I chose to stay in the patio next to Peter, and so I told him. After all, whatever could happen inside the house of Caiaphas's father-in-law was perfectly covered by the presence of John. These reasonings half reassured me, and without wasting a second, I went to meet Peter. The man, seeing me, hugged me, unable to hold back his tears. He was confused. He couldn't understand what was happening and why Jesus had allowed himself to be captured so easily.
Him, capable of resurrecting the dead, has not moved a single finger to prevent them from capturing him. And what is worse is that he has not even given us the opportunity to help him. Why?
I barely tried to calm his spirits, but his poor intelligence and his passion for Jesus did not allow him to reason clearly. His mind was a whirlwind where hatred towards Judas and towards the members of the Sanhedrin, fear for his own safety and that of the group, and immense uncertainty about the direction that events were taking were mixed equally. It is sad and almost incredible, but I will not tire of insisting on it. Neither Peter nor the rest of the apostles had understood at that point the true mission of the Son of Man. Simon had begun to tremble. I still don't know if it's fear and anguish or cold. The fact is that unconsciously we approached the bonfire. Half a dozen of Anas's Levites and servants had sat down Turkish style, warming themselves very close to the fire. I did the same, and Peter continued standing, with his eyes lost in the flames. At that moment, the woman who had opened the gate came out of the house again, standing under the door lintel. The police commented on the incidents of the arrest, cursing the Romans. One of them, however, alluded to the gesture of the rabbi, who had miraculously cured Malchus. But the Levites' timid defense was immediately stifled by several of the members, who explained the event as another clear proof of the diabolical power of Jesus. One of the staunch defenders of this hypothesis reminded his cronies how demons were actually fallen angels, invisible or capable of adopting the strangest forms, almost always leaving footprints similar to those of roosters. Another of the temple servants strongly opposed this explanation, arguing that the demons were actually the children that Adam had fathered when he was 130 years old. The discussion was in full swing when, unexpectedly, the matron, without losing that constant and malicious smile, advanced toward the fire, scolding Peter from the opposite end of the circle.
Aren't you also one of this man's disciples?
The police turned toward Simon with a threatening gesture, and the apostle, whose thoughts were very far from this sudden attack, opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening. That question, deep down, was as absurd as it was ill-intentioned. If Peter had reacted with a minimum of coldness and common sense, he would have realized that the matron had been the person who, precisely, had opened the gate for him at John's request. It was obvious, therefore, that the woman was aware of the friendship between the two. But fear once again took over his brain, and almost stuttering, he responded,
"I'm not."
The gatekeeper remained impassive by the fire, but her attention was soon drawn to the conversation of the servants and Levites, who had once again become entangled in the matter of demons. None of those present seemed to attach much importance to Peter's presence or his possible connection with the prisoner. If the apostle had noticed this widespread attitude of the Levites, he would probably have been able to overcome his panic. When I looked at him, his face had turned red. Simon avoided my gaze, biting his lips, and nervously wrinkled the folds of his cloak. At that moment, I realized that he was not carrying his usual sword. No doubt he had lost it in the flight, or perhaps he had gotten rid of it before approaching Anna's house. The policeman, whose version of the demons had been interrupted by the arrival of the gatekeeper, resumed his exposition, making those present see that the Galilean could well be one of those sons of Adam. But the Levite's explanation did not satisfy the majority. Another of the servants of the Sanhedrin added that, generally, these devils used to live in swamps, ruins, and in the shade of certain trees.
This is not the case of that Galilean. We have all seen him preach openly in the middle of the Gentiles' esplanade. What kind of demon would act like that?
And let us not forget that the Rabbi of Galilee has cured many cripples.
Lost in that gathering, I didn't notice the presence of a figure behind my back. Feeling a hand on my left shoulder, I was startled. It was Joseph of Arimathea. I got up immediately, separating myself from the bonfire, and walking with the old man toward the center of the patio. Both him and I were eager to question each other. I announced to him that the master had been brought to the presence of Annas, giving him background information on what had happened on the farm of Simon the leper and on the Olivet Road. Joseph listened in silence, shaking his head from time to time as a sign of concern. Of course, he was aware of the Iscariot's adventures. John Mark's quick warning had allowed him to move to the temple in good time, controlling the successive steps of Judas. There he met Ishmael, the Sadducee, who contributed effectively to his investigations. The one from Arimathea tried to enter the mansion, but I stopped him, begging him to inform me about the traitor's conduct. And without meaning to, I started bombarding him with all kinds of questions. Who was that mysterious friend who accompanied him to the temple? What had happened inside the sanctuary? Why had Judas waited until midnight to carry out the capture of the Nazarene? Why did he get ahead of the platoon? Joseph asked me to calm down.
First of all, that companion you are referring to, and whom Judas picked up before his arrival at the temple, is also called Annas, is his cousin, the same one Ishmael told us about and who presented the traitor to the priests on Wednesday morning. When I arrived at the sanctuary, both were chatting with the head porter of the corresponding weekly section. On this occasion, the shift had fallen to the Levite Yochanan ben Gudgeta, a particularly brutal individual. To give you an idea of his character, I'll tell you that he not only beats the guards he discovers sleeping with his staff, but on occasion he has even set fire to their clothes. Well, this captain of the night watch listened attentively to Judas's information. The traitor and his cousin explained to him that the master was at that time in a house in the lower neighborhood, in Elijah Mark's, as you well know, and that his arrest could be comfortable. According to the Iscariot, only 2 of the 11 men who had remained in the cenacle carried swords, Peter and Simon the Zealot. But Judas warned Gudgeta that it was best not to be careless. Around 60 disciples remained at the camp in Gethsemane, and there was a considerable arsenal of weapons there. Thank heaven the traitor's plans did not turn out as he had planned.
Why?
Judas had arrived at the temple earlier than expected, and it took many comings and goings from the chief porter to the headquarters of Caiaphas and to the different rooms of the temple in order to gather an appropriate number of police officers. It was impossible to get hold of those who were standing guard at that time, outside and inside the sanctuary, and that, as I told you, considerably delayed the departure of the platoon. The difficulties in finding honest men for service were such that, in the end, in desperation, the bloodthirsty Yochanan was forced to request the support of Caiaphas's servants and confidants from the acting high priest. In total, if I remember correctly, about 35 or 40 henchmen left the temple, armed with all kinds of clubs and canes.
But what about the Roman escort?
Wait, Jason. As I told you, fortunately, things were not happening as planned. The Sanhedrin wanted to arrest the master when the city was empty, and this was also the intention of Judas, who, from what I could deduce, was afraid of the possible reaction and reprisals of Jesus' men. In short, Ishmael was in charge of following the platoon, while I remained in the temple in anticipation of new events. But the traitor and his group surrounded Mark's house when the master and the 11 had practically just left for the garden. That was the information that Ishmael received from Elijah.
So, Judas did not get to see Jesus and the 11?
No, but he almost did. If the patrol had not taken so long, the master's capture would surely occur right there. Elijah, upon seeing Judas and the armed men, immediately realized their dire intentions and refused to speak with the Iscariot, kicking him out of his house.
Kicking him?
Yes, and I'm afraid that this offense could cost poor Elijah dearly.
There's something I didn't quite understand. If Judas knew the master's customs, why didn't he follow him to Gethsemane? The one from Arimathea drew a sad smile.
If you knew Judas, you would understand. Humiliated and fearful of the violent reaction of the owner of the house, the Iscariot must have understood that, if the action of that follower of the rabbi had been so radical, that of the group camped on Simon's farm could not be less. And, according to Ishmael, the traitor, increasingly nervous, explained to those who followed him that the Nazarene and his intimates could have taken the direction of Olivet. When the Levites urged him to pursue them, the Iscariot stopped them, stating that it was not wise to face 60 men armed with swords. This change of plan also meant that the temple police would have to fight and possibly also capture the apostles, or, at the very least, the leaders of the Gethsemane group. And Caiaphas's orders were not precisely these. For the high priest, the only important man was Galileo. What to do then? The platoon thus found itself at a difficult crossroads, and before taking the risk, also taking an initiative that had not been contemplated by Caiaphas, they decided to return to the temple. That calmed Judas a little, but increased the nervousness of the leaders of the Levites. As expected, Caiaphas's secret meeting with his stalwarts of the Sanhedrin had been scheduled for midnight. And around 11 o'clock, when Judas and the group returned to the temple, some of the Pharisees, scribes, and Sadducees had begun to arrive at the room of the cut stones. The nervousness of the police, upon appearing before Caiaphas without the prisoner, was more than understandable. Time was running out on them, and, for a moment, both Judas and the priests contemplated the idea of postponing the arrest. They did not have a force large and powerful enough to risk invading the garden and capturing the master. Both Ishmael and I came to believe that, for the moment, everything was resolved and that Jesus would be free. Vain hope. Caiaphas is not a man who gives up easily, and his hatred towards Jesus is such that he did not hesitate to propose a solution that even disgusted his cronies, requesting an armed escort from the Roman procurator. In this way, the astute high priest argued, the capture of this impostor will not be difficult, and, incidentally, the responsibility for the capture will fall on the foreign occupying forces. Some of the members of the Sanhedrin tried to get Caiaphas to renounce this project, alluding to Jesus' constant statements about non-violence. They thought, rightly, that the Galileo would not allow his men to draw their weapons. But Judas intervened again, and his cowardice surfaced once again. He agreed with the priests, but did not admit that the disciples could obey the master. Caiaphas's suggestion, he added, seems excellent to me. Let's go to the Antonia Tower as soon as possible. And the priests appointed a representation of the Sanhedrin, which immediately went to the Roman headquarters. But the centurion on duty refused to provide them with an escort. It was very late, and on the other hand, that order must come from Pontius Pilate, the officer explained to them. The priests insisted, and the centurion had no choice but to call Civilis, the commander-in-chief of the garrison stationed in Antonia, whom you know. Our common friend, very upset by that visit, asked them the reasons why he should provide them with the escort. And Judas, before the priests reacted, confronted Civilis, warning him that Jesus was part of a group of clandestinely zealots settled on the Gethsemane estate. That vile lie of the Iscariot made the centurion doubt. The Romans, as you know, viciously persecute revolutionaries. However, the chief officer of the legion ordered them to wait while he went to the procurator's residence. Overall, between one thing and another, the Sanhedrin lost an hour. Pilate had retired to sleep and, at first, did not want to know anything about the subject. But Caiaphas's envoys did not cease their efforts, forcing Civilis to meet Pontius for the second time, announcing to him that a considerable arsenal of weapons had been discovered in the aforementioned camp, and that, if they managed to capture the chief, the procurator would score an important victory facing Caesar. In the end, and perhaps to get rid of the hateful priests, Pilate gave the authorization, and the centurion on duty entrusted the command of a platoon of 30 or 40 legionaries. I couldn't tell you the exact number, to his optio, a certain Arsenius. And in this way, in great haste, that troop left Jerusalem, led by Judas. You already know the rest.
Yes, I knew it, but several details remained unexplained. For example, why did Iscariot break away from the platoon? The logical thing is that if he had to lead the soldiers and the Levites and servants of the temple to the Gethsemane estate and reveal the identity of the rabbi to the crowd, he would not have separated from his henchmen at any time. Furthermore, if the Roman non-commissioned officer's intention was to capture a supposed zealot leader in his group, why was Arsenius content with arresting Jesus of Nazareth? Why didn't he raid the camp? As I said, on the morning of the following Saturday, the first of the unknowns would be cleared up. As for the second, the procurator himself would give me an explanation on my next visit to the Antonia Tower. Joseph naturally could not clarify these doubts for me. Neither he nor Ishmael had dared to join the platoon that left the temple minutes after 12:30 at night through the Golden Gate. As to my question as to why the master had been brought to the house of Annas, instead of being immediately brought into the presence of Caiaphas, the evidently tired Arimathean commented,
Blessed are you, Jason, that you do not have to endure the constant intrigues of these impure men. I don't know for sure, but I understand that Annas and his son-in-law are in agreement to keep the master in this place until Caiaphas manages to gather a maximum of devoted priests. In this way, the judgment will be implacable. The law also stipulates that the Sanhedrin council cannot meet before the first offering.
And at what time does that first sacrifice take place?
At 3 in the morning. As you see, we still have time. Maybe the miracle we want so much will happen.
And Joseph concluded his detailed exposition, stating that that reptile called Caiaphas, in order not to raise suspicions, not even among his own men and servants, had ordered 2 of his confidants to pay lavishly the Roman optio, so that, against even from the opinion of the chief of the temple police, led Jesus of Nazareth to the palace of his father-in-law, Annas. The one from Arimathea said goodbye, telling me that he intended to enter the residence of the former high priest and do everything in his power, including bribing old Annas, to have Jesus set free. Seeing him disappear inside the house, I could not suppress a feeling of sadness for that loyal follower of the Master. It was his right to encourage hope. What he couldn't know is that that hope had died long before, in the Garden of Gethsemane. Half hidden in the darkness of the patio, I informed Eliseo of the course of events, begging him to let me know shortly before dawn. At that moment it was 3 in the morning. I went back to the fire. Peter, locked in his thoughts, had not even noticed the arrival of Joseph of Arimathea. He had sat behind the Levites, covering his baldness with his cloak. I suppose that gesture had little to do with the prevailing cold, and everything to do with his burning desire that no one would discover him again and betray him. The police and hitmen of the Sanhedrin continued to think about traditions and legends about demons. In Annas' residence, everything seemed calm. I didn't observe any movement or sign of violence or agitation, and I assumed incorrectly that the interrogation of the former high priest was proceeding without incident. I must have been sitting very close to Peter for a little over half an hour when a second woman approached the group. She was younger, and from her clothing, I deduced she was another servant. She stood next to the doorkeeper, and upon seeing her, the latter leaned over to her left ear, whispering something to her while pointing at Peter with her hand. The newcomer strained her eyes, but from the way she squinted, I guessed she was nearsighted. Then she took a few steps around the gathering by the fire. When she reached the apostle, she snatched away the robe that had been covering Simon's head with a swipe of her hand, shouting at him,
"Aren't you one of the faithful of that Galilean?"
The Hebrew woman's unexpected exclamation frightened the Levites and Peter alike, and the disciple, pale as lime, stumbled to his feet, facing the girl.
I don't know that man, and I'm not one of his disciples either.
Peter had put so much vehemence into his sentences that the arteries in his neck swelled and his face turned purple. The eyes of Jesus' terrified friend almost detached from their sockets, while a very fine thread of saliva hung from the left corner of his lips. Peter's forcefulness was such that the servant retreated in fear, escaping from the place toward the door of the house. This time the servants and policemen remained for a few seconds, with their eyes fixed on the unfortunate fisherman. Peter, stunned, turned around, separating himself from the fire. I thought his intention was to flee the premises, and I almost went out after him. But no. Simon, despite his weakness, continued to love the Master. How little and how poorly has been written about the internal torture of this primitive Galilean, aware of his errors, dominated by the instinct of survival, and forced by his temperament to that tragic dead end. I had to try very hard not to run to his side and comfort him. However, the objective of my mission managed to prevail, and I waited. Leaning on the bars of the wall, Simon hunched over and silent, hitting his head again and again against the iron bars. I feared for his physical integrity. Those headbutts, dry and continuous, instead of hurting him, seemed to restore a certain serenity to him. And after a while, after wiping his tears with one of the sleeves of his cloak, he rejoined the group. Honestly, that attitude of the apostle, returning to the fire, made me reflect, making me even forget his detestable and to a certain extent understandable behavior. The churches, especially the Catholic Church, have judged and classified this episode of denials as a regrettable event on the part of Simon Peter. But very few theologians and moralists seem to take into consideration a mitigating that says much in favor of the renegade. Peter could have left Anna's courtyard after his first betrayal, but he didn't. And he didn't retire after the second and the third and the fourth, because although the evangelists cite 3 denials, there was actually one more. Although it is also true that this extra denial did not have a public character. With all this, I want to say that, although Peter did not behave with dignity, it is no less true that his mere presence in the place redeems him to a large extent from those moments of weakness. The stubborn Galilean was not willing to imitate his companions who had fled through the mountains, and overcoming his fear, he settled as best he could among the servants, who, by the way, never became accusers or bothered him. At least the men who, until that moment, were crowded around the flames. But bad luck would have it that, after a while, the group was increased by 6 priests, apparently arriving from the residence of Caiaphas, and who had the mission of coordinating and controlling the transfer of the Nazarene. After requesting information from the Levites gathered there, 4 of these priests went inside the house, and the remaining 2 remained by the bonfire. From the first moment, they were attracted by the lively conversation about the superstitions of the Jewish people. Someone had mentioned Lilith, and the controversy flared up again. Apparently, this Lilith was the nickname given to one of the most famous devils. The majority of those present accepted his existence, classifying him as a demon woman. This curious spirit focused its attacks, as a woman, on men, and more specifically, about those men who dared to stay alone in a house.
And only the divine, blessed be his name, knows when he can appear.
The belief was not well received by one of the priests, a certain Mordecai, better known in Jerusalem as Pethahiah, and to whom I have already referred, due to his great facility with languages. According to the people, he knew more than 70 languages and dialects, hence his nickname, Pethahiah, from the word patash. He opened words by interpreting them. This priest, also responsible for one of the brushes of the temple, and a man of great culture, mocked such nonsense. The laughter of Pethahiah outraged one of the policemen who, pointing first at Peter and then at the interior of the mansion, exclaimed,
"You can laugh as much as you want, but look at that Galilean. You yourself witnessed his triumphal entry into Jerusalem on the back of a donkey. He did not have the precaution to place a foxtail or a red cloth between the donkey's eyes, and look what fortune has brought him."
At that moment, Simon made a new mistake. Irritated by that deep-rooted Hebrew superstition, he intervened in the discussion, trying to clarify to those present that the Rabbi of Galilee did not need to protect himself with such absurd superstitions, and that his power was so great that, if he so desired, he could bring down fire from the heavens and destroy the Sanhedrin, without even touching the innocent. The Levites and temple servants did not pay much attention to Peter's brave but ill-timed defense. However, Pethahiah, who had instantly captured the apostle's harsh Galilean accent, confronted him, diverting the direction of the conversation towards a path that opened Simon's flesh again.
"You have to be one of the detainees' followers. This Jesus is a Galilean, and your way of speaking betrays you. You speak like a true Galilean."
Before Simon could react, one of the Sanhedrin's hitmen, the one who had precisely spoken of Malchus's miraculous healing, endorsed the discovery of Pethahiah, revealing to everyone a fact that, until that moment, had gone unnoticed.
You too were on the road to Olivet. I saw how you hurt my relative.
That changed things. It was no longer just a matter of more or less veiled accusations of sharing Galileo's doctrine. The last statement could drag the apostle to a sudden arrest, as guilty of assaulting one of the high priest's henchmen, and I understand that it was this circumstance that really set Peter's nerves on edge. It was no longer a question of denying Jesus, but above all, of avoiding such a dangerous accusation. Some of the Levites stood up, brandishing their clubs in a threatening attitude, and Peter would possibly have been arrested had it not been for the torrent of oaths that began to flow from his mouth, that obscene and bitter string of imprecations in which the Nazarene's distraught friend even included his own mother and children, stopped the police officer's efforts. And when finally the cornered Galilean swore by the gold from the temple treasury, opening his cloak so that everyone could see that he was not wearing a sword, those servile characters ended up leaving him alone. Swearing and putting the temple as a witness was important, but doing it for the gold of said sanctuary was much more important. When Peter saw the ghost of his arrest receding, he turned around and very slowly, trying not to raise new suspicions, distanced himself from the bonfire. Dragging his feet, without strength and with his spirit severely punished, he went to sit on the marble steps of the door. For a few minutes I didn't dare move from the fire. The unfortunate disciple had buried his face between his small, calloused hands, accompanying his evident desperation with an uninterrupted and rhythmic frontal oscillation of his body. It was 4 a.m. The penultimate and third public denial had been consummated. Silence continued to dominate Jerusalem. In the distance, very occasionally, you could hear some of the numerous stray dogs that I had seen on my way through the holy city. It was those almost always pitiful howls that brought to my memory another fact that, precisely, had not yet been recorded. Peter had denied his master 3 times, and yet I had not heard the famous cockcrow. Not that this anecdote worried me unduly, and much less when I was living and suffering the anguish of Simon, completely broken and dejected, next to the entrance gate to Anna's residence. However, while I waited for dawn to arrive, I tried to tune my ears. Meditating on this matter, I understood that the roosters of Jerusalem could not have started their characteristic crows for the simple reason that there was still more than an hour before dawn. That Friday, April 7th, as I have already mentioned on other occasions, the sunrise occurred at 5:42 a.m. At some point, I came to believe that the evangelists had made a mistake again. The 3 denials, as I say, had already occurred, and the module's monotonic chronometers showed 4 a.m. But no, this time there was no error, although the versions of the sacred writers do not coincide 100% either. But I must adhere to a strict order of events. When I thought that Peter might have calmed down, I also withdrew from the group of Levites. I dropped down next to the disciple and put my hand on his left shoulder. Peter was startled again. He stopped that almost catatonic movement, and when he realized it was me, he sighed in relief. For a long time we hardly spoke. What could I say? Soon Peter, who had been recovering normality, stared at me, expressing an idea that left me even more confused.
Have you observed, Jason, with what skill I have destroyed the accusations of those servile slaves of the temple?
A mechanical smile accompanied Simon's unexpected words. Then I understood that his greatest concern at that moment was not, as I had believed, the ignoble fact of having disowned his friend. Nothing of the sort. Peter, in my opinion, did not have a very clear awareness that he had betrayed his master. What had distressed and terrified him was the threat of possible imprisonment. This suspicion, which was gaining ground in my heart, was confirmed by the apostle's successive comments, congratulating himself for having been able to avoid identification.
Furthermore, those women have no moral authority. They can't question me. They have no right. No, they don't have it. They don't have it.
The Galilean repeated that monotonous refrain as if he needed to justify his attitude, and at no time did he remember or refer to Jesus. I don't think I'm wrong if I say that the fisherman didn't truly and definitively realize his dirty gesture until he heard the city's roosters crowing. Only then did he remember the master's prophecy and assume the full weight of his infidelity. When I asked him about the fate of his companions, Peter couldn't give me a reason. He ignored everything. He only remembered that, when he was a few feet from the stone palisade of Simon's garden, something forced him to stop his escape. And blind with rage, he hid among the olive trees, ready to follow the mob that had captured the rabbi. And there we continued until, a few minutes before dawn, the doorkeeper and the servant, who had compromised the apostles' safety with their questions, returned to the fray. They approached us without warning, and without barely raising her voice, the guard commented in a serene tone devoid of that initial malice,
I am sure that you are one of the disciples of this Jesus, not only because one of his leaders asked me to let you pass into the courtyard, but also because my brother has seen you in the temple with that man. Why deny it?
And for the fourth time, Peter again denied any connection with the Nazarene. But on this occasion, his refusal was much colder and more calculated. His previous arguments regarding the lack of legal authority on the part of the women to accuse him and the fact that this new attack had not been made in public were, in my opinion, decisive. But neither Peter nor I expected that, just at those moments when the clarity of the new day was already pointing to the east, some voices would begin to be heard inside the mansion. We stood up while one of Annas' servants rushed out, alerting the police. Everything happened so quickly that we could hardly react. Suddenly, the master appeared in the doorway. He was still tied. Next to him, John, the legionary, and two other servants of Annas. For a minute, while the Levites of the temple organized themselves to lead the prisoner, Jesus slowly raised his head, turning his face towards us, who were still on his right and a little more than 6 feet away. In the flickering reddish light of the torches, Galileo's gaze was fixed solely and exclusively on that of his friend Peter. Jesus did not smile, but a deep and chilling message of love and mercy came from his eyes. With that gesture, the giant reached the stunned heart of the renegade like never before. Words were unnecessary. The master seemed to know what happened during those almost 3 hours in the courtyard of the former high priest. And Peter, upon receiving that intense message, began to deeply assess the seriousness of his guilt. At those moments when the Roman soldiers standing behind the Nazarene pushed him violently, forcing him to descend the stairs, a nearby rooster pierced the silence of dawn with a long and strident song, and the master's friend turned pale. The doorkeeper, who remained next to us, quickly headed towards the gate, proceeding to open the creaking iron door. And the group of Levites, always surrounding the master, left Anna's palace. From that moment, and for a long time, other roosters filled with their songs the first lights of that Friday, April 7th, which I will never be able to forget. I would have given anything to continue by Peter's side. I believe that after that rooster crowed, the apostle was no longer the same. It is true that the inexplicable portent of the master's resurrection decisively affected him. However, those denials would weigh on his soul forever. There, I am convinced, a good part of the scared, clumsy, and conceited Simon died, if not all of it. His spirit, as I say, had received the hardest of blows, but the mission required me to stay as close as possible to the Nazarene. And with a short run, I joined John in the Roman soldier. When I crossed the entrance door to the palace of the former high priest, I was surprised to see John Mark, this time covered by a cloak. How had he gotten there? I couldn't stop to ask him, but I deduced that, after escaping from the legionaries, he would have gotten hold of that garment, following the Roman escort, like John Zebedee and Peter. The procession headed through the bare streets of Jerusalem at the moment when the trumpets of the temple proceeded to wake up the population. I asked John if he knew where we were going.
The priest sent by Caiaphas announced to the father-in-law of that rat that the Sanhedrin court was ready. I'm afraid we'll find out soon.
At that moment, Eliseo opened his connection again, warning me that it was 5 hours and 42 minutes. His new meteorological report confirmed what he had already told me the day before. Constant rise in barometers and increase in wind speed with the risk of sirocco. That dawn indeed was not as fresh as the previous ones. The platoon hurriedly pulled the master, so I hurried to question John Zebedee about what happened inside the house of the powerful and influential Annas. Just as I suspected, always according to the testimony of John, who did not leave Jesus for a moment, Annas took the meeting with the Galilean with a very strange slowness. The presence of the rabbi before the former high priest was practically meaningless, if it had not been for the stratagem devised between Caiaphas and his father-in-law in order to retain him in a safe place until the Sadducees, scribes and Pharisees involved in the trap finished appearing before the high priest. Joseph of Arimathea, who attended part of the interrogation and had preferred to stay with Annas, would complete John's story hours later, explaining to me that Caiaphas's clever father-in-law had, from the very beginning, the secret intention of settling that vexing affair right there. Apparently, knowing the violent and impulsive character of his son-in-law, he did not want the case against the master to fall into his hands. But the unexpected position of Jesus of Nazareth aborted his plans.
Annas had known the master for several years. Like everyone in Israel, he too had heard about the signs, wonders, and teachings of Jesus. Upon receiving us in his private rooms, Annas wanted to dispense with the representative of the Optio and myself, but the legionary objected, warning him that it was an order from the procurator. As you know, the relations of that corrupt priest with the Romans are excellent, and finally, he had to resign himself. He sat in one of the chairs and remained for a long time without saying a word, observing the master with great curiosity. Then, with his usual presumption and self-sufficiency, he addressed Jesus in the following terms.
You already know that I have to do something about your teachings. You are disturbing the peace and order of our country.
The master raised his head and looked at him intently, but he did not open his lips. Annas didn't like that. His nerves began to fail, and unable to hide his anger, he demanded,
Tell me the names of your disciples.
But the master remained silent, and, without blinking, he continued with his eyes fixed on those of the old reptile. I swear to you, Jason, that I have very rarely seen such majesty on our master's face. While Annas became angry at times, Jesus, standing and despite being tied, showed that bastard his true greatness.
Despite the circumstances, John spoke of Galileo with the same or greater enthusiasm, if possible, than he had done on occasions such as his triumphal entry into Jerusalem.
Then, to my surprise, and I suppose that of Jesus, Annas changed tactics. He even suggested to the master that he was willing to forget everything on one condition.
That was also new to me, and, as we ascended through the alleys of the lower city, with the clear purpose of reaching the headquarters of the Sanhedrin, located in the outer and southwestern area of the temple, very close to what is preserved today and called the Wailing Wall, I paid my full attention to the disciples' words.
Do you know what he was capable of? Annas proposed to spare his life if he left Palestine immediately. But the master did not even flinch. That new silence exasperated the former high priest even more, and striking the arms of the chair, he shouted to Jesus,
Don't you think that I am very kind to you? Don't you realize what my power is? I can determine the final outcome of your next trial.
You know that you can never have power over me without my Father's permission. Some would like to kill the Son of Man, because they are ignorant and don't know how to do anything else. But you, my friend, do know what you're doing. So how can I reject God's light?
The master's unexpected kindness towards that snake defeated Annas and disconcerted me, and the old man began to brood, searching, I suppose, for some new plot to lose Jesus. After a while, he asked him again,
What are you trying to teach the people? Who do you pretend to be?
Very well. You know that I have spoken clearly to the world. I have taught in the synagogues many times, and also in the temple, where Jews and Gentiles have listened to me. I haven't said anything secretly. What then is the reason why you question me about my teachings? Why don't you call my listeners and inform from them? All Jerusalem had heard me, and you too, even if you haven't understood my teachings.
Before Annas could answer him, one of the servants of the house turned to the master and slapped him violently, saying,
How dare you answer the high priest like that?
Jason, how my blood boiled.
When I became interested in Jesus' reaction, John shrugged his shoulders and, pointing to the master, who was walking a few feet ahead of us, commented,
I didn't see any shadow of hatred or resentment in his eyes. He simply stood in front of the ass licker of the Betusians, and with the same transparency and docility with which he had addressed Annas, he told him,
My friend, if I have spoken evil, testify against me. But if it's true, why are you mistreating me?
I then asked the disciple if that slap had caused Jesus to have any nosebleeds. John denied it. Evidently, when I saw Galileo appear at the door of Annas' mansion, his face showed no signs of violence. At least, I couldn't distinguish it. For a long time, I had been watching how Peter followed us at a short distance. But as we approached Robinson's Arch, and on one of the occasions when I turned my head to see if the lonely and unfortunate Simon was still there, I saw him sitting at the foot of the southern wall that separated the two great neighborhoods of Jerusalem. From the way he dropped to the cobblestones and held his head in his hands, I sensed that the apostle had given up. His defeat in those hours was total. If I had not known the end of those events, I would not have put my hand in the fire regarding his fate. Unfortunately, I would not see him again. John, who at that time was not aware of his friend's denials, ended his story like this.
Annas made a gesture of disapproval at his servant's brutal blow to the master, but his pride was such that he did not make any remark. He simply got up from his seat and left the room. We didn't see him again until 2 hours later.
Did Jesus say anything to you at that time?
No, the master, the servants, the soldier, and I continued there, without moving and in silence. At the end of this time, Annas returned to the room and, approaching Jesus, resumed the interrogation.
Do you consider yourself the Messiah, liberator of Israel?
Annas, you have known me since my youth, and you know that I don't pretend to be anything more and nothing less than my Father's delegate. I have been sent to all men, both Gentiles and Jews.
I have heard that you claim to be the Messiah. Is it true?
You said it.
That's when those priests came in. They came from Caiaphas, and approaching Annas, they murmured something in his ear. I can't tell you what, although I suppose it has a lot to do with the Sanhedrin Council. As I said, it won't take us long to find out. You already know the rest. Annas ordered that Jesus be brought to the presence of his son-in-law, and we left the house.
Shortly before 6 in the morning, the platoon leading Jesus stopped in front of a very rustic mansion, located a short distance from the large rectangle of the temple. Specifically next to the southwestern corner, in a small garden area, perfectly isolated from that sector of the lower city by the Wilson and Robinson arches to the north and south, and by the southern wall and the temple wall to the east and west, respectively. Some early morning swallows fluttered playfully between the eaves of the second floor of that house that was just over 164 feet long and about 111 or 115 feet wide. The trills of these black emigrants and the dull rhythmic roar of the grinding of grain rising from all the houses of Jerusalem were the last pleasant sounds we heard before entering that den. During this new leadership of Jesus, the possibility that we would go to the traditional headquarters of the Sanhedrin inside the sanctuary made me tremble. If this had been the case, neither the legionary guarding the master nor I would have been able to have access to it. Fortunately, as I had known from the text of the historian Flavius Josephus, a few months before the beginning of the year 30, the priestly castes had decongested the famous room of the cut stones, located in one of the southwestern corners of the priest's atrium, moving the meeting place of the Sanhedrin to this building of thick gray and barely rough stones. The trial that Caiaphas had planned, as we will see, was not very orthodox, and although the Israelite Supreme Council continued to meet occasionally in the sanctuary, on this occasion, and to my great joy, the high priest and his coreligionists had preferred to settle the matter in the new headquarters, much more discreet than the chamber of the cut stones. The Levites crossed a narrow and dark corridor, ending in the small central courtyard of the Bouleuterion, or headquarters of the Sanhedrin. From there, and without loss of time, we entered a square room, quite spacious and with a high ceiling, located, judging by the path we had taken, in the westernmost wing of the building. The poor light that entered through the embrasures forced the oil lights to be kept lit. Just as I feared, as soon as I stepped into the room where the trial against Galileo was to be held, one of the high priest's servants stood in my way, demanding that I identify myself. They were seconds of great tension. As a simple Greek merchant, I had no reason to attend this assembly. In the face of those Hebrews, my presence was not justifiable from any point of view. And when I thought that everything was lost, the legionnaire who was still at my side broke the suspense with a very timely response.
Stop. This man is coming with me. Like me, he represents the Roman procurator.
That lie, a consequence of the silver denarius that I had given to the legate of the non-commissioned officer Arsenius, was decisive, and without further explanation we headed to the center of the chamber. A little more than half of that room, about 33 feet on a side, was occupied by a continuous wooden bench in a semicircular or half-moon shape. This common seat, without arms and equipped with high backrests, meticulously and exquisitely carved, had been arranged on a floorboard of about 16 inches, in such a way that its occupants could dominate the room. In front of these seats, closing the semicircle, I observed 3 rows of benches, also made of wood, but on the paving of the floor, and therefore at a much lower level. When we entered, the crescent-shaped seat was already occupied by a total of 23 priests. 6 or 7 others had settled in the first of the 3 rows of benches already mentioned. The other 2 rows remained empty. Later, by contrasting this information with that of the central computer of the cradle, I was able to draw the conclusion that those half a dozen Sadducees and Pharisees who sat outside the semicircle had acted this way, simply because that place was the headquarters of the so-called Minor Sanhedrin, made up solely and exclusively of 23 members. Caiaphas had managed to gather around 30 adepts, and consequently not all of them were able to take their seats at the official court. Sitting on the edge of the platform and facing each of the 2 ends of the semicircle were 2 judicial scribes. They wore their traditional white linen tunics, carrying small wooden boxes in their sashes from which they began to extract their desk supplies, cane pens, 2 small bottles that served as inkwells, and several rolls of leather. To tell the truth, those 2 scribes were the only legal and correct thing in that whole mock trial. One, according to the Mishnah, was in charge of collecting the allegations in favor of the acquittal of the detainee or detainees, and the second wrote the proposals for condemnation. Jesus, always in the company of the legionary who controlled the rope that tied his wrists, was forced to stand at the very foot of the platform, facing the judges and with his back to the 3 rows of benches. John and I, in the company of other Levites and domestics of the Sanhedrin, took positions behind those rows of seats and to the left of the master. At the back of the room, through a door behind us that remained ajar, I discovered a group of Hebrews, but judging by their clothing, they did not look like priests or members of the Sanhedrin. The mystery would not take long to be cleared up. From the first moment, my attention was drawn to a character who occupied the center of that court. He must have been around 50 years old. He was not very tall, and there was excess fat everywhere on his body. His obesity stood out especially in his face, round and congested, and in a large double chin on which rested a gray beard. His head, without the turban that some of his colleagues on the bench wore, was topped by very short black hair, in the Julian style. His great humanity was noticeably multiplied by clothes that were very different from those of the rest of the judges. It showed a tunic and breeches, all made of silk and in a tawny hue. His chest appeared girded by 5 bands or bundles, each one of a different color: gold, crimson, scarlet, crimson, and fawn. That individual was Joseph ben Caiaphas, high priest since the year 18, by appointment of the Roman procurator Valerius Gratus, Pilate's predecessor. To the right and left of Annas' son-in-law, as I say, sat 22 other members of the Sanhedrin, almost all of them covered by large multicolored cloaks. John, in a low voice, pointed out to me the most poisonous and intriguing: Shemes, Dothaim, Levi, Gamaliel, Jairus, Naphtali, and a certain Alexander, mostly Sadducees. On the faces of those individuals, almost all of whom were around 60 years old, there was perplexity. The majestic and calm bearing of the Nazarene must have made a deep impression on them. From the moment Jesus was placed in front of them, they did not stop whispering. But Caiaphas seemed to be in a hurry, and at his order, some of the policemen invited the group of Jews waiting in the adjoining room to approach the council. To John's first surprise and then indignation, those witnesses began to testify against the teachings and person of Galileo. Their attacks, as exalted as they were disorderly, focused fundamentally on the numerous violations of the Sabbath and the Mosaic laws that, according to them, Jesus and his group of ragged Galileans had committed. The perjurers, clearly bought hastily by the Sanhedrin, contradicted themselves incessantly, turning the session into a farce. The parade of false witnesses became so lamentable that some of the judges, embarrassed, lowered their heads or shifted nervously and violently in their seats. The master, who on this occasion had raised his face, remained impassive, towering over his accusers, not only because of his size, but, above all, because of his majestic bearing. That serene demeanor, without the faintest shadow of pride or conceit, further exasperated Caiaphas and his accomplices, who did not understand how a man could maintain such calm when everything pointed towards a possible death sentence.
This Sabbath desecrator is a repeat offender, since it is clear that he was reprimanded by the priests on several occasions. Therefore, he is guilty of extermination.
According to the Mishnah, chapter Sanhedrin Makot, anyone who desecrated the Sabbath with premeditation and was a repeat offender was to be stoned to death. Another of the false witnesses took the floor and, pointing to Galileo, reminded the room of the multiplication of the loaves and fishes.
According to our laws, this man is a magician who deceives the people with his actions. Here it is said in the name of Yehoshua, if two gather cucumbers using magic, one of the collectors is not guilty and the other is. He who performs the act is guilty, and he who only deceives his eyes is not guilty. Many of us were able to see then how this envoy of the prince of demons carried out the act and his disciples supported him.
A murmur of approval spread among the judges, but the master remained silent.
According to Leviticus, the prisoner acquired impurity through contact with corpses, and, as if that were not enough guilt, he dared to violate the sacred belief of the resurrection of the dead, removing Lazarus from the tomb.
Some of the Sadducees, whose philosophy flatly rejected the resurrection of the dead, shook their heads negatively, smiling openly. Caiaphas, who belonged to this caste, overlooked the impertinence of the Sadducees. This was not the time to enter into polemics with the Pharisees, who had frowned with clear displeasure at the ironic and silent demonstrations of the rest of the court. The momentary tension between the judges was dissipated when that witness diverted his accusation towards the new magical fact of having raised Lazarus from the tomb in a time inferior to the touch of the shofar. That fact made me think that, since each of these horn blasts by the Levites in the temple never lasted more than 15 seconds, the resurrection of Lazarus, from the time Jesus called him until he came back to life, it could happen in a time of 12 to 15 seconds. The accusation, like almost all of them, was so childish and baseless that the high priest, increasingly distraught, urged the following witnesses to continue. But the following allegations were no brighter. Several of the Jews, accompanying their words with great fuss, reminded the court of another of Jesus' crimes.
Not having eaten the obligatory Passover lamb.
That information could only have been provided by Judas. The Iscariot, who had arrived at the Sanhedrin building long before us, remained behind the group of witnesses, although at no time did he testify. The rules of those people prohibited a traitor from publicly addressing the council. The Mosaic law, in fact, established that all Israelites were obliged to eat lamb or goat at the Passover festival. Only years later, after the destruction of the temple, the Mishnah, in its chapter 4, Pesachim, softens the rules, saying literally that, in the place where it is not customary to eat meat, do not eat it. One of the last accusers came to add insult to injury in that string of inconsistencies and nonsense. Alluding to another of the Jewish laws, he went so far as to accuse the Nazarene of frustrated homicide. His flimsy and laughable argument was based on another norm that decreed the guilt of anyone who hit his neighbor with a stone in such a way that he was killed. The learned witness then explained the incident involving an adulteress, saved from popular stoning when Jesus, addressing the crowd, invited he who was free from sin to cast the first stone. For the twisted Hebrew, that gesture constituted a crime, since it incited murder. The grotesque scene seemed somewhat relaxed when, suddenly, the 23 judges and the rest of the members of the Sanhedrin stood up. A thick silence fell in the room, and one of the Sadducees, who sat to the right of Caiaphas, retired from his position, giving way to a small, bent individual who had just burst into the room.
It's Annas,
John whispered. During my stay in the palace of the former high priest, I had not had the opportunity to meet him. Now, seeing him take the stand helped by two of his servants, I felt a certain disappointment. The powerful father-in-law of Caiaphas and father of the influential priestly family was in reality a decrepit old man, almost 70 years old and suffering from an advanced Parkinson's disease. As Sagon, or president of the Chamber of Elders, he occupied the seat located to the right of the high priest in office that year. Immediately, the rest of the judges settled down again, and Caiaphas, with a disdainful gesture of his chubby hands, indicated to the witnesses to continue. Despite his more than probable cerebral sclerosis, Annas, or Ananus, as Josephus calls him, retained the eyes of a nocturnal bird of prey, large and dizzy. As soon as they sat down, they walked around the room, landing on those of the master, and the trembling of his hands became more pronounced. Jesus held his gaze, and Annas, hesitant, tried to hide his shriveled hands under the purple robe that covered him. Then, diverting his attention to the inquisitor on duty, he seemed to forget about Galileo.
This man stated that he would destroy the temple, and that in 3 days he would build another, but without the help of the hand of man.
The archons, or heads of the temple, had finally found a sufficiently solid, condemnatory argument. Of course, that was not what Jesus had said. Furthermore, neither this witness nor the next one, who confirmed what his companion had said, made any allusion to the rabbi's decisive gesture when, while pronouncing those prophetic words, he pointed his finger toward his body. If I remember correctly, that was the only testimony on which two subjects managed to agree. Before the witnesses concluded, the clamor of the archiereis, or chief priests, was general, disturbing the order of the room with exaggerated displays of displeasure and disbelief. Caiaphas raised his arms, asking for calm, while a cynical smile appeared on his face, and silence was restored little by little. At that moment, Annas made a sign to his son-in-law. He leaned over, and the former high priest commented something in his ear. When they finished, they both had their eyes fixed on Jesus. He remained unperturbed. None of the allegations had managed to alter his mood.
You don't answer any of the accusations?
The judges, witnesses, Levites, and the rest of the attendees, including Judas, waited for the Galileo's response. It was useless. The master, with his eyes fixed on Caiaphas, did not open his lips. That silence of the accused, together with his great fortitude, made Caiaphas blush. His eyelids began to close and open rhythmically in the grip of a nervous twitch. It is very possible that the hatred of that Hebrew towards Jesus of Nazareth reached extreme heights in those minutes. And I am also almost certain that, above the teachings and miracles of Christ, what truly fueled the revenge of the high priest was the dominance that the master constantly displayed. If Jesus had humbled himself or adopted a conciliatory stance, perhaps the mock trial would not have had such painful consequences for the person of the Rabbi of Galilee. When everything seemed to indicate that Caiaphas was about to explode, Annas stood up. He took a roll of parchment from inside his right sleeve, and as he proceeded to unfold it, announced to the court that Galileo's threat to destroy the temple was more than enough reason to consider the following accusations. And with a slow and hesitant voice, almost holding the document to his eyes, he read out the charges that had obviously been set even before the Sanhedrin session.
The accused dangerously leads the townspeople astray, and furthermore, teaches them. The accused is a fanatical revolutionary who advises violence against the sacred temple and furthermore can destroy it. The accused teaches and practices magic and astrology. The proof that he promises to build a new sanctuary in 3 days, and without the help of hands, is conclusive.
John, stupefied, made me see something that was clear as daylight. The writing of such accusations had to have been made by mutual agreement with the false witnesses. But the indignities of that council had only just begun. Annas rolled up the parchment again and stood waiting for the prisoner's response. However, Jesus did not move a single muscle. The old man, visibly upset, dropped onto the bench, and that dense and threatening silence filled the chamber again. In a fit of anger, Caiaphas jumped from his position and, arriving in front of the master, warned him with his finger, shouting,
"In the name of the living God, blessed be he, I order you to tell me if you are the liberator, the Son of God, blessed be his name."
This time Jesus, lowering his eyes toward the diminished and angry high priest, did let his powerful voice be heard.
I am, and soon I will go to the Father. Soon the Son of Man will be clothed with power and will reign again over the heavenly armies.
The Nazarene's words, resounding, echoed in the room like a blow. Caiaphas took 2 steps back. His mouth was open and trembling, and his eyes appeared bloodshot, as did his face and neck. Without taking his eyes off Jesus, he took hold of the 5 bands that surrounded his chest and, with a tug, made the pins that held said bands on his back pop off. The sacred ornamentation of the high priest fell to the floor, with an almost imperceptible crack of the ivory needles as they crashed against the paving. And Caiaphas, furious, exclaimed in a voice broken by congestion, while an involuntary rain of droplets of saliva jumped into the air.
"What need do we have for witnesses? You have already heard this man's blasphemy. What do you think, and how should we proceed with this violator?"
The 30 Sadducees, Pharisees, and scribes stood up as one man, shouting in chorus, "He deserves death! Crucifixion! Crucifixion!" The accelerated palpitation of the arteries in Caiaphas's neck clearly demonstrated that his body was experiencing a significant release of adrenaline. And with the same fury with which he had torn part of his garments, he faced the master again, throwing a violent backhand at Jesus' left cheek. The seals on the high priest's left hand, I managed to identify a jasper stone, a sardius stone, and a cornerine stone, wounded his cheekbone, and 2 very fine streams of blood made their way towards his beard. But Galileo did not let out a single lament. He lowered his eyes and would not raise them again until the temple police took him to the room where he had seen the witnesses gathered. Annas' son-in-law retired to his post, while the chorus of judges continued shouting, "Death! Death!" John clung to my arm, biting the mantle in an attack of helplessness and desperation. But no one, not even the legionary, lifted a single finger in defense of Jesus. The high priest's father-in-law, who was the only one who remained seated and silent, requested calm. And when the last of the Sanhedrites had obeyed Annas' order, Annas addressed the upset council, suggesting that new accusations be sought, especially charges that could compromise the Nazarene before the Roman authority. With a much more subtle intelligence than the rest of those gathered there, the veteran former high priest gave them to understand that those allegations might not satisfy Pontius Pilate. But the priests, with Caiaphas at their head, were strongly opposed. And for a long time, the heads of the temple, scribes and Pharisees, argued heatedly, stepping on each other's floors. From that bitter controversy, I deduced that the Archierai, as Caiaphas had already demonstrated, did not want to delay the process for 2 basic reasons. First, because it was the day of preparation for the Passover, and according to the law, all work had to be completed before noon. Second, because the general fear pointed towards the possibility that the procurator would leave Jerusalem, returning to his base, Caesarea. This last extreme weighed much more than the first. If Pontius left the holy city, the Sanhedrin's maneuvers would have been sterile. Annas could not control the situation, and the judges, imitating the high priest, stood up and left the room. But first, one after another, passed in front of the master, spitting in his face. If I remember correctly, there were 30 spittle blows. Better said, spit and saliva, perhaps in equal parts. When the master passed by us, on his way to the room where one of the most savage and degrading insults of that day was going to take place, the young disciple turned his face, impressed by the disgusting expectorations that almost hid the face and beard of the docile Jesus. John was seized by a series of strong, retching sensations, ending up vomiting in one of the corners of the room. In this way, in the midst of great confusion, the first part of that trial was concluded. It was 6:30 in the morning. That halt in the Jewish trial of Jesus of Nazareth was actually going to be a new and grotesque caricature of what should have happened in an objective trial. The Hebrew norms, as I will break down at the end of this double appearance of the Rabbi of Galilee before the irregular council of the Sanhedrin, were very strict in everything related to blood causes. In his 4th order, chapter 5, the Israelite Mishnah establishes with great rigor and meticulousness that if the prisoner is found innocent, he is dismissed. Otherwise, the judges postpone the sentence until the next day. Well, this very important legal prescription was not only not taken into account by those 30 henchmen of the high priest, but it was also vilely manipulated. By mutual agreement, Caiaphas and his supporters withdrew from the courtroom, reducing the required 24 hours of reflection and fasting prior to the final issuance of the sentence to just 30 minutes. A half hour that, in my opinion, reached one of the highest levels of savagery that a group that calls itself civilized can reach. It is possible that out of ignorance, or out of very human respect, the evangelists do not tell us practically anything about what the Master suffered at that time and in that place. Personally, I lean toward the first reason, lack of information. As I will detail immediately, young John could not be present for that terrifying half hour. The sacred writers make some allusions, always very superficial and as if not wanting to go into details, about a slap, some spitting and blows given by the servants of the Sanhedrin. I honestly believe that the evangelists, perhaps in an effort not to mortify their readers with the sufferings of Christ, did a disservice to the truth by not exposing in greater detail that bitter ordeal of the Nazarene. Precisely by knowing exactly what happened that morning in one of the chambers of the Sanhedrin, one can intuit that that was, perhaps, the most bitter and humiliating moment of the entire Passion. Much more, of course, than the scourging or the terrifying scene of the unclavation. I understand that for any normal person, and much more logically, if that man is the divinity itself, the outrages and attacks on his dignity can be more painful than the beatings or torture themselves. And this is what happened while the judges deliberated in the central garden of the building. Without a moment's hesitation, I went behind the soldier who was guarding Jesus, while John, very affected by that repulsive dishonor of his master's person, went outside trying to breathe fresh air and recover physically and emotionally. But a few minutes later, I saw him enter the room where the Levites had led Jesus. We were in a small cubicle, completely empty, bare of furniture and without any ventilation. Two of the Sanhedrin's domestics held torches that, together with 3 small oil lanterns hanging on the brick walls, illuminated the rectangle with a reddish and ghostly light. The Nazarene was placed in the center of the damp and smelly room, while the police and servants of the temple, a dozen or so, took positions, either leaning against the walls or sitting on the hard floor. My first impression upon seeing the silence and total indifference of those individuals was relatively reassuring. It was clear that Caiaphas's hitmen had received orders to guard the prisoner and wait for the resumption of the process. But when barely a couple of minutes had passed, one of the Levites who had accompanied the council appeared at the door, calling to one of those carrying a torch. After a brief whisper, the newcomer disappeared, and the one with the torch took a few steps towards his roommates, transmitting to them the order that, without a doubt, that policeman had just brought. The servants and Levites formed a huddle, conversing in a low voice and constantly glancing at the prisoner. They were up to something. In those critical moments, Jesus raised his face again, searching with his gaze. Finally, he stopped at John, who was still very close to the door, and without saying a single word, he nodded to him, ordering him to leave the room. That signal was decisive, but the disciple hesitated, answering him in the negative. The master, for the second and last time, turned his head to the right, indicating the door. In the eyes of the Nazarene, there was such strength and security that in the end, John ended up giving in, leaving the place. The legionary, a witness, like me, of the silent order of the prisoner, questioned me with his gaze, but I could only shrug my shoulders. At that moment, I could not understand why Jesus of Nazareth had forced his inseparable friend to abandon us. Unfortunately, it wouldn't take long to find out. Once John had left, the master limited himself to observing me for a few seconds. In those eyes, smudged as a result of spitting and dry, I saw a mixture of infinite sadness and resignation. Then the giant lowered his head again, sinking into thought. That tense calm soon exploded. The group of hired assassins surrounded the master. Those with the axes stood one on each side of Jesus, and without warning, the servant who had received the mysterious order got rid of his cloak, throwing it at one end of the chamber. Then, standing 4 fingers from the rabbi's chest, he raised his eyes and began to question him.
Say, Prince of Beelzebub, what are the names of your accomplices?
But Jesus did not even raise his face. At that moment, I began to intuit what that order that the police and servants of the Sanhedrin had just received could have consisted of. If I remembered correctly, Annas had asked him that same question. It was more than likely that the council of the Sadducees, scribes and Pharisees, who had taken a break in the trial, had decreed that the master's guardians would try to take advantage of those minutes to continue interrogating and extracting the impostor.
We know Judas, also Simon the Zealot, and that John Zebedee. But who are the others? Answer!
The Galileo did not blink. His face, fixed on the gray paving slabs, was absent.
So you refuse to answer?
And the servant turned his back on him, taking a short step forward. But instantly he turned, slapping him with his left. The blow was as hard as it was unexpected, and the whole body of Jesus staggered. The remains of the sputum from the rabbi's right cheek remained stuck to the palm of the henchman's hand, who, with a grimace of disgust, shook his fingers again and again, trying to free himself from that filth. Finally, he put his hand close to the Nazarene's mantle, rubbing it over the fabric. When the legionary tried to stop that sudden and savage attack, one of the temple guardians took him by the shoulder and, pulling him away from the rabbi, handed him a small leather bag, whispering to him not to intervene and to distribute those coins with me. The bribe made the soldier mute and deaf, who from that moment on did not move from one of the corners of the room. His satisfaction grew when I refused to accept my part. Despite the resentment that had begun to burn in my gut, I could do nothing but observe and try not to alter events, just as the Trojan horse code dictated. And from that moment, a rain of punches and slaps began to fall on the master's body. From time to time, between blows and blows, some of the Levites questioned him again.
Answer! How many are you? What are your followers' names? Who has taken command?
Jesus, with his lips broken by the impacts, did not give in. Some of the punches had landed on his eyes, causing a slow but alarming swelling. In the midst of that iniquity, I was amazed once again at the serenity and physical strength of that Galilean. Many of those blows, delivered coldly on such delicate and vulnerable points as eyes, lips, ears, kidneys, and stomach, would have knocked down a normal man. However, the Nazarene, although he staggered on several occasions, did not let out a single cry, always maintaining his balance. The hermetic silence of the prisoner fueled the fury of the Levites, who intensified their attacks. Sweating, panting, and carried away by paroxysm, those madmen, not satisfied with the violent punishment they were inflicting on him, went in search of a jug of water, subjecting Jesus to one of the most anguishing tortures that human beings have ever invented. One of the hitmen stood behind Galileo, violently pulling his hair. Automatically, the burly body bent backwards, and a second police officer proceeded to open Jesus' lips, while a third, who was carrying the jug, began to empty the water into the Nazarene's mouth. The liquid gushed in for several endless seconds until finally the rabbi was attacked by a dry and intense bout of coughing that put an end to the torture. Without knowing it, those human beasts had relieved, and in what way, the prisoner's punished organism. As a result of the stress registered in the Garden of Gethsemane, the Master of Galilee had begun to experience a serious and decisive process of dehydration, which would be noticeably increased after the scourging. The domestic who was holding the clay container leaned to one side, and while the Levite continued pulling the prisoner's hair, another of the henchmen raised his left leg, launching a kick against the defenseless prisoner's lower abdomen. It was one of the few times I heard a groan from Jesus' mouth. The pain must have been so excruciating that despite being bent backwards, Galileo's trunk and head straightened in a reflex movement, while his knees bent, and in split seconds the Christ fell to the floor, hitting his face on the tiles.
Idiot, do you intend to put an end to him?
The policeman who had been pulling his hair released the lock of hair that had remained between his fingers, and snatching the jug from his crony, threw the contents on the back of the Nazarene's head. Honestly, and since Jesus had fallen on his face, I couldn't verify if, as I feared, he had lost consciousness. As he continued to have his wrists tied behind his back, it had to be the servants and levitates who, helped by the Roman sentinel, lifted him up. When finally I managed to see his face, a chill ran through my belly. Jesus had turned extremely pale, and one of his eyebrows, the left one, had opened, possibly as a result of the collision with the ground. His nose, although slightly bruised, did not appear to be seriously injured by the fall. This made me think that the master was still conscious at the moment of the collision with the pavement, perhaps being able to cushion the violent impact with a turn of the head. The blood, however, had begun to flow abundantly, immediately covering the left half of the face. Instinctively, the Nazarene began to take a deep breath. Little by little he recovered, although his face bore no resemblance to that majestic and serene countenance that he presented when entering the headquarters of the Sanhedrin. Blood had begun to drip from his beard, staining his mantle and part of his tunic. Caiaphas's henchmen, somewhat more appeased, isolated themselves in one of the corners of the room, beginning another exchange of impressions. And soon the one who had gotten rid of his robe picked it up from the ground, throwing it over the rabbi's head. Once covered, another of the Levites approached Jesus, shouting to him with loud laughter,
"Prophecy Liberator, tell us who hit you!"
And brandishing a staff about 1.5 inches in diameter with his left hand, he delivered a sharp and terrifying blow on the silent master's face. He took a few steps back as a result of the blow, but before he could collapse, another of the servants hugged him from behind, supporting him. The laughter spread quickly, and, one after another, that mob began participating in that ruthless game. The slaps and canes continued during the last 10 minutes, and with each blow, the aggressor intoned the same cynical question.
"Prophesy! Who hit you? Prophesy, you bastard!"
Around 7 in the morning, when the Nazarene, hunched over and leaning against one of the walls, seemed ready to faint, several Levites entered the room, ordering their colleagues to take the prisoner to the council. When those savages removed the mantle from the master's head, my blood ran cold in my veins. If I had not previously known that this was Jesus, I think I would not have been able to recognize him. The blow from the cane, I suppose the first, and even though the fabric had cushioned the blow, it had fallen on the right cheekbone and part of the nose, causing swelling in both areas. This club, or perhaps the remaining punches and slaps, had caused a significant nosebleed. Trails of blood, already dried, came out of both nostrils, running over the lips and soaking the mustache and beard. The bruises on both eyes were so severe that the rabbi could barely open them. That broken face, swollen and with the left half bloody, left some of the servants and hitmen of the Sanhedrin speechless. Evidently, the punishment had been brutal, and to my surprise, several of the Levites, nervous, began to discuss the convenience of washing and cleansing the master's face a little. Not out of mercy, of course, but out of fear of possible reprisals or recriminations from the judges, and perhaps from the followers of the Nazarene. And finally, one of the servants drained the water from the jug, soaking one end of the robe or cloak with which they had covered him. In an outburst that I have never been able to satisfactorily explain, I approached the police officer, identifying myself as a doctor, and begging him to allow me to wash Galileo's face, and in the process, I told them, to examine possible fractures. The police agreed somewhat relieved, but suggested that I be diligent in the arrangement the council was waiting. Obviously, Trojan horse plans did not contemplate the possibility of me repairing, much less the wounds that Jesus of Nazareth might suffer. As I have already mentioned, this was strictly prohibited. However, and since the Levites were preparing to clean the prisoner's battered face, I considered that this was a unique opportunity to see up close and personal the most serious external and visible damage. However, and despite this justification, there was also something internally that pushed me to make such a decision. I therefore took the beak of the rough cloak, and with all the delicacy of which I was capable, I began to clean the lumps of blood that had adhered to the left cheekbone and cheek. The hemorrhages, both from the broken left eyebrow and from the nose, had been spectacular, although I had the impression that the blood loss was not significant. Judging by the streaks, plaques, and blood accumulated on the beard, mantle, and tunic, I don't think it was more than 530 or 695 square inches. I was also able to deduce that the clotting capacity of Christ's blood was normal. Both the gap in his eyebrow, the cuts on his lips, and the 2 streams that arose from his nostrils had coagulated very quickly. When that half of the face was prudently clean, I got rid of the cloak, and before Caiaphas's servants could react, I inserted my fingers into the tear that had been caused by the dagger of the bandit who had tried to attack me last Thursday night, and, with 2 strong tugs, I got a small piece of my tunic. I placed it in the mouth of the jug, moistening it as much as possible, and immediately I returned to the wall on which Jesus was still leaning, passing the soft bone-colored canvas over the deformed nose, lips, eyebrows, and eyelids. When testing the swelling of the right cheekbone, I deduced that the cane had affected a large area of the malar bone, reaching part of that right eye. If that bruise continued to prosper, it is most likely that the Nazarene would end up experiencing serious difficulties when it came to keeping said eye open. As for the nose, the logical impossibility of not being able to take an X-ray left me wondering if that impact had fractured the proper or nasal bones. These 2 bones, as all doctors know, are fragile and can be crushed with a punch. In my opinion, and after that examination, the 13 bones of Jesus' face seemed intact. I insist, however, in my serious doubts about the pair of nasals. Given the violence of the blow, there was a possibility that they had been damaged. I understand, furthermore, that the famous prophecy that none of the bones of the Messiah would be broken may well have referred to the long bones. There was a special detail that, with due reservation, I am inclined to believe from the first moment that said nasal bones could be sunken. Throughout this second cleaning, and when I touched the swollen muscle mass of the nose, pyramidal and transverse basically, when palpating the area of the nasal cartilage, the rabbi receded slightly. Despite my extreme softness, the simple friction of the fabric with that point on his nose multiplied his pain. At that moment, the giant, who was still silent, opened his eyes as wide as he could, fixing his gaze on me. I tried to smile at him, and I think I succeeded. It was all I could give him. Jesus caught my poor but sincere display of friendship, and his lips trembled. And suddenly, to my despair, a tear slid down his left eye, sinking me even further into helplessness. The hitman who had warned the executioners looked out of the door again, and with a gesture of impatience made his way to the prisoner. And taking him by one of his arms, he pushed him towards the exit. The master, with unsteady steps, entered the Sanhedrin room again. The lack of sleep, pain, and fatigue after that beating had begun to take their toll on his body. I was the last to leave that tragic place. I intentionally waited until the last of the Levites had left before. Bending down, I picked up the lock of hair that one of the policemen had involuntarily torn from Jesus' skull. I hid it in my bag next to the bloody shred of my tunic and hurried to rejoin the Sanhedrin council. The judges had occupied the same positions, and the Nazarene, escorted by the legionary and 2 other servants, was trying to remain standing in front of the semicircle. His appearance, despite the quick washing of his face, was so pitiful that those 30 Jews could not suppress their surprise. For a few minutes they exchanged a few sarcastic glances, imagining the torture to which the impostor had been subjected, and rejoicing, I suppose, at the sudden change in that majestic and serene face. John, who had joined me, could not utter a word. His frightened eyes looked and looked at his master's face, unable to believe what, unfortunately, was only the beginning of the end. When the judicial scribes took their seats, Annas spoke, and pointing to a parchment that his son-in-law was holding in his hands, again emphasized the idea that he had already expressed in the first part of that meeting. For the former high priest, the accusation of blasphemy lacked force, at least in the face of the Roman procurator, and he insisted on the need to write a series of allegations that would commit the Rabbi of Galilee to the justice that Pilate represented. Listening to Caiaphas's father-in-law, I imagined that the scroll to which he had alluded must contain the definitive sentence against Jesus. And unable to suppress my curiosity, I asked John what had happened during the judge's deliberation. The increasingly demoralized disciple did not even listen to me. I had to shake him slightly to finally answer my question. And with moist eyes, he explained to me that during the impromptu meeting of the Sadducees and Pharisees in the central courtyard of the building, those unworthy priests had only reached one agreement: to execute Jesus. John, despite having remained very close to the judges, did not learn the text of the sentence, written by Caiaphas himself and after many discussions. For a moment I believed that the high priest would read the accusation or accusations, but it wasn't like that. After several detours and ramblings by those gathered there, 3 of the Pharisees stood up from their seats, refusing to continue in that process. Although they agreed to kill the rabbi, their traditional sense of purity advised them, as they stated publicly, not to take part in that flagrant illegality unless the Nazarene was brought before Pontius, once it was made known to them by what had been condemned. Caiaphas was not moved by this snub from the so-called saints or separated, and after consulting with the rest of the court, he adjourned the hearing. And at 7:30 in the morning, the Sadducees, scribes, and the few Pharisees who had remained faithful to Caiaphas paraded for the second time before the battered figure of Jesus of Nazareth. The Master did not take long to follow in the footsteps of his judges. Strongly escorted, the Galileo remained for a few minutes in the interior garden of the Sanhedrin building. In one of the corners, Caiaphas and his men continued arguing heatedly. They re-entered the chamber and after a while reappeared in the central patio. The bulky high priest carried 2 scrolls in his left hand. That surprised me. Immediately afterwards, Caiaphas stood at the head of the Levites and servants, ordering them to tighten the siege around the blasphemer as they headed to the Roman headquarters. Annas and most of the judges said goodbye to Caiaphas, returning inside the room where that first part of the trial had taken place. Judas Iscariot, who had not exchanged a single word with us, also joined the procession. The acting high priest, the half-dozen Sadducees, and the platoon that surrounded the Master entered the streets of the upper city, heading towards the fish gate. As they crossed in front of the bazaars, the people stood up, saluting the high priest reverently. In my opinion, none of the astonished witnesses ever recognized Jesus. The bruises on his eyes, nose, and right cheekbone had deformed his face until it was almost unrecognizable. As we hurried towards the fortress, I noticed again the 2 scrolls that Caiaphas was carrying. What could they contain? Could it be the sentence that was to be shown to Pontius Pilate? That announcement from the court rotated incessantly in my mind, promising a second part in the process. If my information was correct, Jesus would never set foot in the Sanhedrin again. What was going to happen then? Although looking closely and given the record of irregularities that had been achieved in that mock trial, what could be expected from a second and supposed hearing? Making a cursory study of the aforementioned trial, the Sanhedrites had violated at least 12 of the basic norms that established Hebrew laws for processes related to capital punishment. Let's look at some of the most irritating first. To begin with, and according to the Mishnah, 4th Order Sanhedrin, the so-called capital punishment processes had to be opened alleging the innocence of the prisoner and not his guilt. Second, blood trials, or where it is presumed that the life of the accused may be at stake, had to be held during the day, and the sentence, if it was a conviction, could never be pronounced during the same day. For this reason, says Jewish law, a blood process cannot be performed on the Sabbath eve of a holiday. The Little Sanhedrin, therefore, by meeting on Friday, April 7th, the eve of the Sabbath and the Passover, committed a double crime. Third, in these capital trials, the trial had to always be opened by one of the judges who sat next to the oldest, so that the judges of lesser authority would not be influenced by the elders. In the trial against the Master, it was the false witnesses who started the case. Fourth, and speaking of the false witnesses, the actions of this group alone would have already invalidated any other similar hearing. Jewish law was and is extremely rigorous in this sense. Before the trial began, the witnesses had to be severely reprimanded. They were taken inside an enclosure, says the Mishnah, and fear was instilled in them, telling them that they should not speak out of mere supposition, out of hearsay, out of the deposition of another witness, out of the testimony of a man worthy of faith that they had heard or that they were not going to believe that ultimately their deposition would not be examined and analyzed. You must know, the witnesses were told, that in blood trials the blood of the prisoner and the blood of all his descendants will hang over the false testimony until the end of the world. None of this happened at the headquarters of the Sanhedrin. In fact, the bribed witnesses fell into continuous and overwhelming contradictions. The same law clarified that false witnesses had to be flogged or even sentenced to death. It is obvious, therefore, that those individuals took such a risk because, previously, they had been guaranteed their immunity and, naturally, some substantial amount of money. Fifth, if the prisoner was found guilty, the Mosaic law continues. The sentence had to be postponed until the next day. As I already mentioned, none of this was respected. At most, the court adjourned for half an hour, returning to the courtroom immediately, In the meantime, the law continues. The judges meet in pairs, eat very frugally, do not drink wine all day, spend the entire night arguing and deliberating, and in the morning they get up early and go to the court. Sixth, if after all this they still consider the prisoner guilty of the capital punishment, the final sentence had to be issued by vote. If 12 declared him innocent and 12 declared him guilty, he was declared innocent. If 12 declared him guilty and 11 innocent, or even 11 declared him innocent and another 11 guilty and one said, I don't know, or even if 22 declared him innocent or guilty and one says, I don't know, more judges have to be added. How many had to be added? Always 2 by 2 until they reach 71. In the process presided over by Annas and Caiaphas, no vote took place. Seventh, Hebrew law prohibited the same person from being judge and accuser. In our case, Caiaphas monopolized both positions. Eighth, nor was the sentence announced as the law prescribed. The sentence is written and messengers are sent to all places, saying so-and-so, son of so-and-so, has been sentenced to death by the court. This was one of the reasons why the 3 Pharisees who were part of the council decided to withdraw. And in the height of legal irregularity, not even the defendant himself knew the final text of said death sentence. As we will see later, Jesus of Nazareth died without officially knowing his guilt. Ninth, even the response given by the master to Caiaphas when he conjured him to declare whether he was the Messiah was not a reason for blasphemy, as the law indicated. According to the Mishnah, the blasphemer is not guilty as long as he does not explicitly mention the name. In Jesus' answer, as will be remembered, the name was not mentioned. That is, Yahweh, God, or the divine. Jesus said, I am, and soon I will go to the Father. Soon the Son of Man will be clothed with power and will reign again over the heavenly armies. Where does the explicit name of God appear in these sentences? 10th, and in the event that this had been the case, the law specified that, once the trial is concluded, they will not sentence him to death using circumlocution, but they will throw the entire public out of the trial room and ask the witness about more dignity. Say, what did you hear explicitly? That one says it. Then the judges stood up, tearing their clothes that they could not put back together. The second witness said, I also heard what he said, and the third stated, I also heard like him. Did any of this happen in the trial against the Nazarene? Not even Caiaphas was able to truly tear his clothes. 11th, if the court considered that Jesus was a false prophet, as was the case, the law did not authorize his trial either, except by the great Sanhedrin, always made up of 71 members. And that one, as I already said, only officially consisted of 23. 12th, finally, although, as I say, the string of rulings and irregularities in this case could be very extensive, the judges did not respect the legal norms either, which established Mondays and Thursdays as official dates for the different commissions and assemblies of the courts of justice, as stated in the Mishnah in its third order, chapter 1. While my training for this mission lasted, I had the opportunity to investigate numerous sources, observing how, to this day, among exegetes and other authors and scholars in this part of the Bible, there is no agreement on who was responsible for the trial and subsequent death sentence of the Nazarene. For many, mainly Jewish authors, the Sanhedrin of that time enjoyed the prerogative of capital punishment. And if Jesus of Nazareth, they say, was executed in the Roman style, it is because the conflict was not with them. For others, the Supreme Council of the Israelite community, the Sanhedrin, could judge, but never apply and execute the maximum penalty. In this case, the priestly castes had no choice but to go before Pontius Pilate to confirm the sentence. I have never been able to understand the reason for these differences in criteria, at least among Catholic exegetes and writers. The majority agree with the mysterious and difficult-to-verify event of the resurrection of Jesus, always from a historical scientific point of view. And however, rivers of ink flow for and against the criminal jurisdiction of the Sanhedrin. If they really delved into the matter, in addition to the numerous historical references about the power of Rome and its procurators, they would observe that, taking into account the hatred of Caiaphas and his coreligionists towards Jesus, the easy thing would have been to dictate that capital punishment and execute it without further ado. The unquestionable fact of his visit to the Antonia fortress and the general Jewish submission to the judgment of Pontius are shouting an objective fact. It was Rome that ultimately had the last word. In the cases of the deaths of Stephen, 36 AD, and James, one of the brothers of Jesus of Nazareth, 62 AD, many of the defenders of Roman guilt in the execution of the Master of Galilee have sought to see two decisive examples of the legal capacity of the Sanhedrin to dictate and execute maximum sentences. I understand, however, that both stonings or lapidation, effectively carried out by the Sanhedrin, occurred in separate periods in which the Roman province of Judea was temporarily without a procurator. In the year 36, Vitellius sent Pilate to Rome to report to the Emperor Tiberius, and in 62, according to Flavius Josephus, Antiquities 20th, 197 at sequence, the Roman procurator Festus had just died, and his replacement, Albinus, had not yet arrived in Judea. There is furthermore another contradiction. If the Sanhedrin had truly enjoyed that legal capacity to apply and carry out the death penalty, why was Jesus not executed in the Jewish style? Jewish law, once again, was extremely careful in this regard. In the fourth order, chapter 7, the Mishnah says verbatim, the court could inflict 4 types of death sentences: stoning, burning, beheading, and strangulation. Generally, stoning or lapidation was the harshest punishment. It was applied, and I continue to quote the Hebrew law, to the following: to one who has sexual relations with his mother, or with his father's wife, or with his daughter-in-law, or with a man, or with a beast, the woman who brings a beast to her, to copulate with it, the blasphemer, the idolater, the one who offers his children to Moloch, an idol, the necromancer, the fortune-teller, the desecrator of the Sabbath, the curser of the father or mother, he who copulates with a young bride, the inducer who induces an individual to idolatry, the seducer who leads an entire city to idolatry, the sorcerer and the stubborn and rebellious son. As for the burning, which I had the opportunity to contemplate on my second great journey, the law established that those who were guilty of such execution were those who had sexual relations with a woman and with her daughter, and the daughter of the priest who had fornicated after having married. They beheaded the murderer and the inhabitants of an apostate city. Finally, the penalty of strangulation fell on the following: whoever hurts his father or mother, in which he kidnaps a person in Israel, in the old man who rebels against the court sentence, in the false prophet, in which he prophesies in the name of an idol, in which he has a sexual relationship with another's wife, in which he bears false testimony against a priest's daughter or sleeps with her. Admitting consequently that the Sanhedrin would have had the power to execute Jesus, and if the most important charges were those of blasphemer, false prophet, magician, and profaner of the Sabbath, the logical thing would have been that the Hebrews would have stoned or strangled him. Why then did they ask for his death by crucifixion? In my opinion, it can only be due to 2 reasons. First, because the court knew that it was the Roman procurator who had to decide, and second, because in that mock trial, most of the judges were Sadducees. In other words, the hard branch of the priestly castes. Caiaphas was one of them, and he knew how to win over an important group, which was the one who attended the morning session of the Little Sanhedrin. As I already mentioned, the Sadducees, described in the Acts of the Apostles, 5:17, as the siege of the high priest Caiaphas, were in open opposition to the Pharisees, enjoying their own theology and penal code. If the tribunal had been made up of a majority of Pharisees, possibly things would have been very different and Jesus would have ended his life stoned or strangled. But death by crucifixion was much more vile and humiliating than those dictated by the Mosaic law, and it is almost certain that the Sadducee majority leaned towards it, pushing their hatred against the impostor to the limit. However, doubt continued to flare in my brain. Why had the Sanhedrite inquisitors shouted and would shout again in front of Pontius Pilate the penalty of crucifixion? Only by having complete knowledge of the accusations that, in effect, appeared in one of the parchments that Caiaphas carried, was I able to clear up the mystery. Before a totally unforeseen event would force me to change the Trojan horse plans, it was just a few minutes before 8 in the morning when the small delegation left behind the upper neighborhood of Jerusalem. Trojan horse had believed from the beginning that the meeting of the Sanhedrites with the Roman procurator would take place precisely through the portal and tunnel of the west facade of the Antonia Tower, the one through which I had had access in the company of Joseph of Arimathea. But it wasn't like that. Caiaphas and the Sadducees crossed the protective wall in front of the moat and, without hesitation, turned the northwest corner, heading towards another of the entrance gates to Pontius's headquarters in the Holy City. I had agreed with Pilate and his first centurion, Civilis, that my entry into the fortress would take place through the guard post already mentioned, and for a few seconds, while my brain searched for a solution, I let myself be carried away, almost by inertia, by the platoon. As I turned that corner in Antonia, the sudden presence of the elderly Joseph of Arimathea and another young Hebrew made me momentarily forget my doubts. Joseph, logically, was aware of the steps of Jesus in the high priest. Although I had not seen him at the trial, I deduced that his contacts kept him promptly informed. The fact of being there was a proof. Caiaphas must have seen Joseph. He practically passed by him. However, he didn't even greet him. The old man, upon discovering the master, was overwhelmed. Although he was possibly also informed of the torture to which he had been subjected, upon seeing it for himself, he turned pale. Without raising too many suspicions, I stayed behind until I joined him and his companion. And so we followed the platoon, the one from Arimathea, who seemed to have lost the hopes that he had tried to spread to me in the courtyard of Annas' palace, upon sensing my distrust in the presence of that unknown young man, suggested that I speak openly. His companion was one of David Zebedee's couriers. He was there, as he explained to me, to transmit the latest news to the body of emissaries that had been centralized by David in the Gethsemane camp. In this way, as we approached the north door of the Antonia Tower, Joseph and the emissary gave me information on the fate of the remaining disciples and of whom I had no news since the arrest. Most of the Greeks and disciples who witnessed the capture of the Master on the road that runs along the foot of Olivet ended up returning to the garden of Simon the leper, awakening the 8 apostles and other followers who remained oblivious to what was happening. Minutes later, it was the very young John Mark who ran to the top of the Mount of Olives, alerting David Zebedee, who was still standing guard and unaware of the latest events. After a few first moments of logical confusion, the group gathered around the stone mill located at the entrance to the property, starting a lively controversy. Andrew, as head of the apostles, was so confused that he could not utter a word, and it was Simon the Zealot, who finally ended up climbing the wall of the oil mill, haranguing his companions to take up arms and pursue the guards, freeing Jesus. According to the courier, an eyewitness to those events, almost all those present that morning in the orchard, around 50, responded vehemently to the invitation of the revolutionary Simon, active member, as I have already hinted at on occasion, of the clandestine and terrorist group of zealots. And it is very possible that they would have gone down the mountain in search of the Master, if it had not been for the very opportune mediation of Bartholomew. Once Simon the Zealot had spoken, Bartholomew called for calm and reminded his friends of Jesus' continued teachings on nonviolence. The apostle, with great sanity, refreshed the memories of the excited disciples, telling them about the words that the rabbi had pronounced that same night, and through which he had ordered them to protect and preserve their lives, awaiting the crucial moment of dispersion and the spread of the kingdom of heaven. Bartholomew's thesis was strongly supported by James, the brother of John Zebedee, who also explained to his companions how Peter, some of the Greeks and himself had drawn their swords at the time of Jesus' capture, and how the Master had invited them to put away their weapons. The spirits, it seemed, were calming down. Then Philip and Matthew also intervened, and finally Thomas, who insisted with his characteristic practical sense on the need to not expose oneself to mortal dangers, just as Jesus had suggested to his friend Lazarus. Thomas's reasoning, begging the disciples to disperse and wait for new events, ended up subduing the desire to fight among the followers of Christ, and the disciples disappeared definitively. Around 2:30 or 2:45 that morning, the orchard was deserted. Only David Zebedee and a small group of messengers remained in the camp, preparing for a mission that, as I already hinted, would prove vital. The intrepid disciple knew how to organize himself in such a way that, through John Zebedee, Joseph of Arimathea, and other agents, he was able to obtain remarkable and precise information about the course of events. Approximately every hour, one of his fast messengers met with those mentioned above, transferring the news to the improvised headquarters in Gethsemane. From there, in turn, David sent other couriers to the points where the apostles had agreed to hide. 5 of them, Bartholomew, Philip, the twins and Thomas, in the villages of Bethphage and Bethany. The remaining 4, Simon the Zealot, James, Thomas, and Andrew, in Jerusalem. When I asked the emissary about Peter, the young man calmed me down. Shortly after dawn, David had found him around the camp, aimless and full of sadness. It is possible that at that time, neither David Zebedee nor the emissary nor any of the disciples knew the true reason for that immense anguish of the fiery Simon. The fact is that David ordered one of the couriers to accompany him to the house of Nicodemus in the holy city, the place of concentration of his brother Andrew and the other 3 apostles. That same emissary who accompanied Joseph of Arimathea also informed me that shortly after Peter's departure, Judas, one of the master's full brothers, arrived at the garden. He had anticipated the rest of his family, and there he learned of Jesus' tragic arrest. At the request of David Zebedee, he returned to the race along the path that crosses the Olivet, meeting with Mary, his mother, and the other members of his family. David's orders were that the master's family remain, for the time being, in the house of Martha and Mary in Bethany. And so it was done. This meant that Mary, the mother of Jesus of Nazareth, was already in the vicinity of Jerusalem, and that, of course, she had to be warned of what was happening to her son. The possibility of that meeting with Mary shook me. The wind was blowing stronger. When we reached Caiaphas and his hosts, one of the 2 legionaries standing guard on the north face of the outer wall that surrounded the fortress had gone inside the barracks, with the announcement of the presence of that outstanding group of priests. Apparently, the high priest had warned the sentinel that the procurator already knew about that early visit. Joseph and I looked at each other, deducing that Pontius Pilate could have learned of this fact from the Jews who had requested an escort the night before. Be that as it may, the fact is that Pontius had been awaiting the arrival of this representation of the Sanhedrin for some time. While we waited at the doors of the stone parapet, I announced to the Arimathean that, taking advantage of the order that the procurator himself had given me, I would try to get ahead of Caiaphas and his platoon. Joseph nodded, adding that he intended to continue at the master's side, and that presumably we would meet again inside the procurator's residence. So, forgetting my planned entry into the Antonia Tower through the tunnel in the west wing, I extracted the pass, showing it to the legionnaire. When he read the authorization and heard the name Civilis, he let me through, pointing out several soldiers who were standing guard on the other side of the moat, next to a large door cut into the wall and flanked by 2 surveillance turrets. As I crossed the drawbridge, similar to the one that facilitated access through the tunnel, one of the guards met me. I had to repeat the operation. The sentinel reviewed the procurator's order and ordered me to wait. Then he left the guard post, entering the interior of the fortress. That monumental door, crowned by a semicircular arch, was provided with 2 large wooden doors, secured to vertical posts, capable of rotating in stone boxes. I assumed that, in this way, in moments of danger or attack, the doors could be closed, being barred from the inside. A few minutes later, the legionnaire called me from some stone stairs at the back. I walked alone toward the sentinel, crossing a wide patio, perfectly paved with boulders. At the foot of the stairs, the soldier pointed me to an officer, commenting,
"He will lead you to Civilis."
And so it was. At the end of those 15 steps, a centurion was waiting for me. The staircase allowed access to a kind of rectangular terrace, carefully tiled and fenced on both sides, with a series of marble balusters 3 feet high. That was the main entrance to what we could call the procurator's private residence, a sumptuous building relatively separate from the complex, although within the fortress. The officer led me inside, a hall of extraordinary dimensions from which 3 staircases led, all of white marble. "Wait here," he told me as he headed for the stairs in front of the double doors of the hall. At the foot of said staircase, 2 other soldiers stood guard, with their spears and chainmail. I obeyed, admiring the series of large multicolored stained glass windows that lined the walls, providing the room with abundant natural light. On the walls, covered with granite from Siena, numerous niches had been opened in which busts of the emperor, Greek vases decorated with mythological scenes and silver candelabras rested. The floor of the hall had been covered with an extensive mosaic, which had nothing to envy of those I had seen in the ruins of Pompeii. Lost in that exquisite decoration, I did not notice Civilis's arrival. The centurion and commander of the legion greeted me smiling. On this occasion, he was played with a highly polished metal helmet topped by a plume of red feathers. Before I could explain to him that I wanted to change my plans, Civilis walked up to the door of the hall and, pointing to the gate in the wall, announced that the day had just gotten complicated.
Pontius must receive this morning several representatives of the Council of Justice of the Jews.
I know, and I just wanted to talk to you about it. I have heard that the Jews try to judge a magician. I saw him on my way here. You know that I am interested in the stars and their designs, and I would like to ask you and the procurator for a small change of plans. I understand that the man they call Jesus of Nazareth has worked great wonders, and abusing your hospitality, I would like to be present when he is presented to Pontius. And before the centurion could respond, I clinched my words with a statement that, as I expected, only half piqued the Romans' curiosity. I have learned that today, you, the procurator, I and the entire city will have the opportunity to witness a strange celestial event. The pragmatic and incredulous officer smiled mockingly, simply answering,
All right, Jason, I'll tell Pontius.
Civilis disappeared down the central staircase in search of the procurator, but not before warning me not to move from there.
Those rats have no qualms about asking us to execute one of their own, and yet they don't want to enter the praetorium for fear of becoming contaminated and not being able to celebrate their damn Passover.
Civilis was right. The Jews, and especially the members of the different priestly castes, were prohibited from entering the houses of the Gentiles during the celebration of the annual Passover festival. All of them were suspected of harboring foods that could contain yeast, and this contact with fermented substances was strictly prohibited. This made me think that the procurator and his men would have no choice but to listen to Caiaphas and the Sadducees at the gates of the praetorium. Almost certainly, I deduced, very close to those stairs I just climbed. And I prepared my rod of Moses for what was going to be Pontius's first official meeting with the members of the Sanhedrin. Indeed, around 8:15 that morning on Friday, April 7th, the obese procurator appeared at the top of the central staircase of the hall where I was waiting. He was accompanied by Civilis and 3 or 4 other centurions. Seeing me, he hurried down the stairs, greeting me with his arm raised. Pontius had changed his clothing. On this occasion, and given his status as Caesar's representative, he had donned a metal cuirass, short and muscled, beautifully crafted and shiny like a mirror, in the style of the best Greek armor of the time. Under the armor, he wore a short, half-sleeved, off-white silk tunic, meticulously pressed and finished with gold fringes. The procurator's voluminous belly protruded from beneath his breastplate, giving him a very unchivalrous profile. Around his neck and hanging down his back, he wore a mantle or sagum of a very dull burgundy shade. But what caught my attention the most were his legs. They appeared completely girded with linen bands. That made me suspect that the procurator suffered from varicose veins. The chief centurion had given him the background of my wishes and of that celestial omen that I had announced to Civilis, and unable to contain his morbidity, he questioned me, while inviting me to walk with him towards the entrance door to his residence. I explained to him as best I could that the stars had announced a dire omen for that same morning, and that, for the good of everyone, he should take extreme precautions. There was no time for more. Pontius Pilate and his officers stopped on the terrace while one of the centurions descended the stairs, undoubtedly in search of Caiaphas and that Galilean who had begun to spoil the procurator's peaceful day. The wind ruffled Pontius's hair, putting his hairpiece in trouble. That must have increased his already evident bad mood. The fact of having to go out to the doors of the praetorium to receive the high priest and the members of the Sanhedrin had not made him very happy. Soon I saw the group led by Caiaphas appear through the arch of the wall. Immediately behind him, Jesus, the Roman legionary who had guarded him throughout the night, John Zebedee and the Levites and servants of the Sanhedrin. When they reached the foot of the stairs, the Sadducees stopped, warning the procurator that their religion prevented them from taking a single step further. Pontius looked at Civilis, and with a gesture of displeasure advanced until he stood at the very edge of the steps. Once there, and in a dull tone, he asked them,
"What are the accusations you have against this man?"
If this man was not a criminal, we would not have brought him to you.
Pontius remained silent. He grabbed his cloak and began to descend the stairs. Immediately, Civilis and the centurions rushed to follow, surrounding him. The Roman, always silent, approached Jesus, observing him with curiosity. The master remained with his head lowered and his hands tied behind his back. His hair, tousled by the strong wind, partially hid the abrasions on his face. Pontius made a complete circle around the Nazarene. Then, without making any comment, but with an obvious grimace of disgust on his lips, he climbed the steps again. Without a doubt, and Civilis would confirm this suspicion to me shortly afterwards, the procurator had been previously informed of the morning session of the Sanhedrin, as well as of the discrepancies that arose between the judges when setting the accusations. According to Civilis, one of the servants and the interpreter of Pilate's wife, Claudia Procula, knew the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth, having informed the procurator of the miracles and the preachings of the rabbi. When he was in the middle of the stairs, Pilate stopped and, turning on his heel, faced the Hebrews again, saying,
"Since you do not agree with the accusations, why do you not bring this man to be tried according to your own laws?"
Those phrases from the procurator fell like a bucket of cold water on the Sanhedrites, who did not expect such resistance from Pontius. And visibly nervous, they responded,
"We have no right to condemn a man to death, and this disturber of our nation deserves death for everything he has said and done. This is the reason we come before you, to ratify this decision."
"I will not condemn this man without a trial, and I will never consent to being interrogated until I receive, in writing, the accusations."
However, the procurator had underestimated the Sanhedrites, and when Pilate considered that the matter had been settled, thus suspending the annoying matter, Caiaphas handed one of the 2 scrolls he was carrying to a judicial scribe who accompanied them, begging the procurator to hear the accusations he had requested. That maneuver surprised Pontius, who had no choice but to stop his steps when he was about to enter his residence. Increasingly irritated by the tenacious insistence of Caiaphas and the Sadducees, he prepared to listen to the content of that parchment. The scribe unrolled it and, adopting a solemn tone, proceeded to read it.
"The Sanhedrite court considers that this man is an evildoer and a disturber of our nation, based on the following accusations. First, for perverting our people and inciting them to rebellion. Second, for preventing the payment of tribute to Caesar. Third, for considering himself king of the Jews and propagating the creation of a new kingdom."
Upon learning of those official accusations, I understood that said text, which had nothing to do with what was discussed in the trial, had been doctored by Annas and the rest of the members of the council in their second entry into the courtroom, while the master and all the rest of us waited in the central courtyard of the Sanhedrin building. Now it made sense to me the reason for those bitter discussions between Caiaphas, Annas, and the judges, and the sudden appearance of a second scroll in the hands of the high priest, moments before leaving for the Antonia Tower. Very cleverly, the Sadducees had prepared those 3 accusations, so that the Roman procurator would inevitably be involved in the process. Pontius asked Civilis to come closer and whispered something in his ear. The centurion nodded. That confidential consultation, as I learned from the commander-in-chief of the legion, had focused on the information in the possession of the procurator, and which, as we all knew, indicated that the plot against the Nazarene had purely and strictly religious roots. Pilate immediately understood that this change in the strategy of the priests was due solely to his fanaticism and blind hatred towards that visionary, who had been able to challenge the authority of the supreme pontiff, ridiculing the priestly castes. Without intending to, Caiaphas and his henchmen had achieved with that deception that Pontius Pilate was already inclined, from the beginning, not in favor of Jesus, whom he practically ignored, but against that bad mother breed, in his own words. Roman. It was extremely important to take these facts into account, in view of the conduct and successive attempts of the emperor's representative to free the master. Nothing would have satisfied his contempt for the supreme Jewish authority more than making them bite the dust by setting the prisoner free. But events, despite the procurator, were going to take unexpected paths. Pontius remained silent. He cast a look of contempt at the judges, and descending the steps for the second time, made his way to the Galileo. Once there, in the face of general expectation, He asked the master what he had to plead in his defense. Jesus did not lift his face. Civilis, who had followed in his boss's footsteps, raised his vine staff, ready to strike Galileo for what he considered a lack of respect. But the prosecutor stopped him. Although his confusion and displeasure were increasing, the Roman understood that this was not the most suitable setting to interrogate the prisoner. The mere presence of the Sanhedrites could be a break, both for him and for the prisoner. And turning to the first centurion, he gave orders for the giant to be led into his residence. Civilis made a sign to the soldier guarding the rabbi, and both of them, in the company of John Zebedee and some of the domestics of the Sanhedrin, followed Pilate and the officers. Caiaphas and the judges remained in the courtyard. The annoyance reflected on their faces revealed their frustrated desire to accompany Jesus of Nazareth and attend the private interrogation. But their own religious fanaticism had just played a trick on them. Of course, I highly doubt that Pilate would have authorized their presence at the aforementioned interrogation. As he passed by me, the procurator made a gesture to me, inviting me to accompany him.
Tell me, Jason, do you know this magician? Do you think he could be a zealot?
That was a particularly delicate moment for me. A few explanations would have been enough to definitively tip the balance of the unstable procurator in favor of the master. But that was not my task, and I answered his question with another question. I understand that your men were deployed last night to a farm in Gethsemane, and with the purpose of searching for a possible zealot camp. Did they find those guerrillas?
And you, how do you know that?
While Civilis led the Nazarene and the small group through a luminous corridor of Numidian marble, strewn to the right and left with statues resting on Carrara pedestals, I reassured Pontius, telling him of my chance encounter with the two legionaries who were pursuing one of the sympathizers of the magician. The procurator then confessed to me that his reports about this Jesus of Nazareth went back years, especially since one of his centurions confessed to him how that magician had cured one of his most beloved servants in Capernaum. Little by little, Pontius Pilate had been gathering enough data and confidence to know whether or not that group led by the rabbi was dangerous from the only point that could interest him, that of the rebellion against Rome. The procurator's agents near the Sanhedrin had warned him of the numerous meetings held to try to arrest and lose the Nazarene. Pilate, therefore, was aware of the intentions of those waiting in the courtyard and of the mystical and visionary character, according to his own expression, of the movement led by Jesus.
Why would I satisfy those envious people by arresting some poor devils whose only evil is to believe in fantasies and spells?
Those revelations from the governor of Judea definitely opened my eyes. It was clear that, for my part, I had also underestimated Pontius's power. It was logical that in a province like that, so turbulent and difficult, the power of Rome had enough springs and tentacles to know who was who, and evidently Pontius knew who the master was. However, why did you agree to send a platoon of soldiers to Gethsemane? The procurator smiled maliciously again.
You don't know these people yet. They are stubborn as mules. Furthermore, my relations, let's say business relations with Annas, have always been excellent. I am not going to deny that the Procurator's General Office receives significant sums of money in exchange for certain favors. Annas and that scavenger of his son-in-law have made great wealth at the expense of the people and the trafficking of coins and animals for sacrifices. I assume you are aware of the disaster suffered by the money changers and intermediaries on the temple esplanade precisely because of that Jesus. Well, my interest in that business partly obliged me to save appearances and help the former high priest in his attempt to capture the magician.
That blatant nepotism of the Annas family, placing members of their clan in key positions in the temple, was an open secret. The procurator's actions, therefore, seemed totally plausible to me. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Civilis opened a door, giving way to Pilate. Behind it, and by order of the centurion, Jesus, John Zebedee, two other officers and me went in. The legionnaire and the servants remained outside. Upon entering that room, I instantly recognized the oval room where I had held my first interview with the procurator. The north wing of the fortress was, therefore, perfectly connected to Pontius's audience hall. Now I understood why I had not seen guards at that door. It was the one that possibly connected to the private rooms and through which I had seen the servant appear with the meal, on that Wednesday morning. Pontius Pilate went directly to his table, inviting the Nazarene to sit in the chair that Joseph of Arimathea had occupied. John timidly did the same with the one I had used. The officers stood one on each side of the rabbi, while Civilis occupied his usual position at the end of the table, to the left of the procurator. I discreetly tried to join the chief of the centurions. The light that radiated from the large window located behind the Roman allowed me to carefully explore the master's face. Jesus had partly abandoned that attitude of permanent absence. His head now appeared raised. The nose and right zygomatic arch, malar or cheekbone area, were still very swollen, having affected, as I feared, the eye. As for the left eyebrow, it seemed pretty well closed. Blood clots in his nostrils and lips had dried, blackening part of his mustache and beard. Pilate resumed the thread of the conversation, indicating to the rabbi that, to begin with, and for his own peace of mind, he did not believe the first of the accusations.
I know about your actions, and I find it difficult to believe that you are a political instigator. As for the second accusation, have you ever stated that tribute should not be paid to Caesar?
The master pointed his head at John and responded,
"Ask this one, or anyone who heard me."
The procurator questioned the young Zebedee with his eyes, and John hastily explained to him that both his master and the rest of the group always paid the taxes of the temple and those of Caesar. When the disciple was about to expand on other teachings, Pilate made a gesture with his hand, ordering him to remain silent.
That's enough. And be careful not to inform anyone of what you have discussed with me.
And so it was. Not even in the evangelical text written by John many years later does this part of the interview of the Roman procurator with Jesus appear. What's more, the sacred writer doesn't even mention his presence in said dialogue. If this part of the interrogation, as can be seen from the Gospel of St. John, took place inside the praetorium and therefore in private, how is it possible that Zebedee describes it, referring to the already known themes of the kingdom and truth? John 18:28-38. There could only be one explanation, that he precisely would have been an exceptional witness. Pilate addressed Galileo again.
As for the third accusation, tell me, are you the king of the Jews?
Pilate, are you asking that question for yourself, or have you picked it up from the accusers?
Am I a Jew? Your own people have handed you over, and the chief priests have asked me for your death sentence. I doubt the validity of these accusations, and I'm only trying to discover for myself what you have done. That is why I will ask you a second time. Have you said that you are the king of the Jews and that you intend to form a new kingdom?
Don't you see that my kingdom is not in this world? If it were so, my disciples would have fought to prevent me from being handed over to the Jews. My presence here, before you and tied up, demonstrates to all men that my kingdom is a spiritual domination, that of the brotherhood of men who, through love and faith, have become children of God. This offer is the same for Gentiles as for Jews.
Therefore you are king.
Yes, I am a king of this kind, and my kingdom is the family of those who believe in my Father, who is in heaven. I was born to reveal my Father to all men and witness to the truth of God. And right now, I declare that the lover of truth hears me.
The truth? What is the truth? Who knows it?
And before Jesus could respond, he made a sign to Civilis, ending the interrogation. The officers forced the rabbi to stand up, and Pontius opened the door, ordering his men to take the Nazarene to the presence of Caiaphas. As we moved down the corridor again, Pilate stood at my level, making a single but eloquent comment.
This man is stoic. I know his teachings and I know what he preaches. The wise man is always a king.
After that reasoning, I deduced that the Roman was willing to free Jesus. When he appeared for the second time before the Jews, his attitude confirmed that premonition. Shortly before 9 in the morning, Pontius looked out onto the terrace and, adopting an authoritarian tone, declared,
I have questioned this man and I see no guilt. I do not consider him guilty of the accusations made against him. For this reason, I think he should be released.
Caiaphas and the Sadducees were baffled, but instantly they reacted, shouting and making 1,000 fusses. Civilis questioned Pontius with his eyes while reaching for his sword, but the procurator again asked him to calm down. One of the officers rushed back inside the praetorium, possibly in search of reinforcements. Very upset, one of the Sanhedrites stood out from the group and, ascending 3 or 4 steps, rebuked Pilate with the following phrases.
"This man incites the people. He started in Galilee and has continued to Judea. He is the author of disorders and an evildoer. If you let this man free, you will regret it for a long time."
Without intending to, that Sadducee had just given Pilate a reason to avoid the unpleasant topic, at least temporarily. The procurator then approached his chief centurion, telling him,
"This man is a Galilean. Take him immediately before Herod."
Civilis prepared to carry out Pontius's will, and as he headed towards the legionary in charge of the master's custody, Pilate turned from the top of the platform, adding,
"Oh, and as soon as he has questioned him, bring me his conclusions."
On this occasion, it was Civilis himself who took responsibility for the custody of the master. The spirits of the Jews were so upset that, with very good judgment, the centurion surrounded himself with a small escort of 10 legionaries, setting out on the road to the residence of Herod Antipas, Tetrarch of Galilee, and, like Pilate, a visitor at that time in Jerusalem. This Herod was the son of the infamous Herod the Great, who had ordered the slaughter of children under 2 years of age in and around Bethlehem, a massacre very typical of the character and career of that king, hated by the people and whom they called with the contemptuous name of Edomite servant. Through numerous investigations, Trojan Horse was able to find out that the bloody massacre of the innocents affected around 30 children. Civilis, in the lead, crossed the drawbridge. Behind the soldiers, covering the master and formed in 2 rows, and at a short distance the rest of the group, Caiaphas, the handful of judges, Judas Iscariot, John Zebedee, the elderly Joseph of Arimathea, and me. As we left the fortress, I turned toward the open gate in the north wall, and confusion reigned again in my brain. According to the evangelical texts, a great crowd had to come to the very doors of the praetorium. But how could this be? For now, the interviews with Pontius Pilate had been held little more than privately. Only that small representation of the Sanhedrin had had access to the interior of the Antonia Tower. Furthermore, I continued reflecting as we descended toward the upper quarter of the city. Without the express consent of the procurator or his officers, no Hebrew could cross the outer wall or parapet, much less the moat that surrounded that area of the Roman headquarters. What was going to happen, therefore, so that the Jewish crowd could reach the steps of Pontius's private residence? John, the beloved disciple of Jesus, immediately informed Joseph and the messenger of what had happened at the foot of the praetorium and in the private interrogation of the procurator, avoiding, however, his conversation with the Roman. Young Zebedee had regained hope. I saw him optimistic about Pilate's statements. He was truly right. If the process had remained within that line, practically limited to the small circle of the Sanhedrites and the foreign governor, perhaps the master's fate would have been different, but the machinations of Caiaphas and his men did not cease. The courier, once he had collected the latest news about Jesus, said goodbye to the rabbi's friends, disappearing on the run towards the Gethsemane camp. It was when crossing under the Gate of the Fishes that the Arimathean, upon seeing how a large group of Hebrews, presided over by several heads of the temple and other Pharisees, joined the high priest and the Sadducees, expressed his dismay. While waiting in front of Antonia's stone parapet, Joseph had received information that complicated everything. Annas, by mutual agreement with the judges, had begun to secretly distribute gold coins belonging to the temple treasury. After writing down the names of each of those bribed, the 3 Gizbarim, or official treasurers, had given a common instruction: cry out to Pontius Pilate for the death of the impostor of Galilee. Seeing how the initial group of Sadducees increased noticeably, I asked the Arimathean how Caiaphas planned to introduce that crowd into the fortress. I very much doubt, I told him, that Pilate and his troops will authorize it. Joseph cleared my doubts in a second. Coincidentally, that same Friday morning, the eve of Passover, the Jews enjoyed an ancient prerogative. Hundreds of Hebrews had the custom of going up to the vicinity of the praetorium and attending the release of a prisoner. That grace, a power that fell to the procurator, constituted one of Rome's gestures of friendship and sympathy towards its subjects. Consequently, it contained an eminent festive character, and during the preceding days, both the residents of Jerusalem and the thousands of pilgrims were talking, betting on one candidate or another. On this occasion, the name that sounded most strongly among the Hebrews was Barabbas. According to Joseph of Arimathea, an active member of the revolutionary group Zealot, a so-and-so with an unknown father, vile and bloodthirsty, captured by Roman forces in a revolt. That clarification from Jesus' old friend made me understand many things. Firstly, and in pure logic, the holy city had woken up that morning of Friday, April 7th, without the slightest news of the arrest of its idol, Jesus of Nazareth. Only a few knew it. Secondly, the next and imminent demonstration of Jews in front of Pilate's residence had nothing to do with the Master of Galilee. Even if Jesus had not been taken prisoner, it would have been celebrated in the same way. It was, as I say, the bad arts of the Sanhedrin and the almost total absence of friends and supporters of the Nazarene in said massive meeting to request the release of a prisoner, which led to what we all already know. The palace of the ancient Hasmoneans, the temporary residence of Herod Antipas during his brief stays in Jerusalem, was very close to the wall that ran from the superb palace complex of Herod the Great at the western end of the city to the temple. It was an ancient construction based on enormous ashlars 20 cubits long by 10 wide that, in the words of Josephus, could not be dug or broken with iron, nor moved with all the machines in the world. At the gates of the palace, a part of Antipas's personal guard met us, made up mostly of Thracian, Germanic, and Gaul mercenaries. Many of them had first served under the father of the present Herod. They wore long green tunics, half-sleeved, with the throne and belly covered by a kind of shirt or breastplate braided from metallic scales. Almost all of them carried leather quivers on their backs, full of arrows. Herod, in view of the considerable number of soldiers that I detected inside the palace, must have feared for his personal safety. Civilis exchanged a few words with the gatekeepers, and the guard made way for the Roman escort in a small group of priests. The rest, including Joseph of Arimathea, had to wait in front of the building. Once again, fortune was on my side. Before beginning the journey into the palace, the centurion took me by the arm, announcing that the tetrarch was an enthusiast of Greece, and that, if I deemed it appropriate, he would be very pleased to introduce me to Herod and speak to him of my virtues as astrologer at the service of the emperor. At first I was delighted to accept, although Trojan horse's plans did not exactly include any type of interview with that character. Logically, the centurion could not imagine that Antipas's interrogation of Jesus of Nazareth would turn out to be as brief as it was sterile. Despite the age of that palace, Herod had taken it upon himself to beautify it to unsuspected limits. From the central patio, occupied by a rectangular pond, and on whose paving an endless number of pigeons pecked, several of the servants, always led by a somatophylax or bodyguard of the Herodian court, who responded to the name of Corinth, guided us to the upper floor. On that first floor of the palace, open in its entirety towards the interior garden and covered by an artistic marble cloister, was Antipas's audience room. The first thing that caught my attention in that spacious room, perfectly illuminated by 3 large windows facing north, was a black wooden armchair, masterfully carved and located to the right of the room. It was, without a doubt, a throne. It had been raised on a floorboard, also made of dark wood. A short distance away and occupying the center of the room was a circular pool 13 or 16 feet in diameter and a depth that was difficult to specify due to the white liquid that filled it. At the foot of the throne, about 20 individuals appeared reclining on voluminous white feather pillows. When we saw each other, there was a great silence. But no matter how hard I tried to identify Antipas, I couldn't. The master was placed by the centurion in front of the wooden chair, between the pool and that crowd of well-groomed cousins and friends of the tetrarch, who looked stupefied at the Galilean and the Roman legionaries. Caiaphas finally broke that violent silence. He advanced towards the group of courtiers and extended the scroll of accusations to an extremely thin individual, also reclining and half-hidden between the cushions. When he stood up, a Herod that was difficult to imagine appeared before me. Despite his 55 years, he looked like an old man. Under a practically transparent tunic, one could see a skeletal skin covered with ashy and dirty scabs, which the Romans called the Mintgra disease. Those ulcers, which today would make us think of possible syphilis, had become especially prolific on his hands, neck, and face. To make matters worse, Antipas sported long hair cut across his forehead, dyed a lush blonde. After examining the parchment, Herod fixed his gaze on Jesus, while the high priest went into all kinds of explanations about the trial that had been followed against that impostor and about the wishes of the Roman procurator for the tetrarch to proceed with the interrogation of the Galilean. Antipas threw the scroll at Caiaphas's feet. Him, confused by the unexpected reaction of the governor of Galilee, remained silent, while one of his Levites hurried to pick up the parchment. And without saying a single word, the wiry tetrarch began to circle around the Nazarene. At the end, he stopped in front of Jesus, bursting into loud laughter. The courtiers soon imitated him, and laughter ended up echoing off the marble walls of the room. Herod then raised his arms, and the laughter stopped instantly. Then, lowering his hands slowly, he commented with amusement,
"So, in the end, this presumptuous miracle worker has ended up visiting the old fox."
The tetrarch evidently knew the master and was aware of those phrases uttered by Jesus, and in which he had described him as a fox. Antipas waited for the prisoner's response, but the rabbi, with his head buried on his chest, did not deign to look at him. For just over a quarter of an hour, the son of Herod the Great harassed the prisoner with questions, but he didn't get a single response. One of Antipas's main concerns, judging by his questions, centered on the possibility that this Galilean was the reincarnation of John the Baptist, whom he had executed 3 years earlier. It was obvious that remorse and fear had taken hold of the soul of that despotic and cruel ruler. Disappointed by Galileo's silence, Herod changed tactics, and pointing to one of his loyalists, he exclaimed,
"Manaen, call Herodias."
And the old centrophos or preceptor of Herod Antipas hastened out of the audience hall in search of his lord's mistress. Herod, far from being irritated by Galileo's silence, seemed intimately pleased. That attitude was very strange, and surreptitiously I went along the edge of the pool, trying not to slip on the polished marble pavement inlaid with pink coral. His passion for Hellenism, as the centurion had told me, was evident, not only in his attire and in the men who surrounded him, but also in the decoration of the palace. That floor, for example, exquisitely crafted from tiny portions of the uniform and brilliant coral called angel skin, possibly extracted from the Mediterranean, was one of the most eloquent proofs of the refinement displayed by that character. The Phoenician craftsmen in the service of Antipas had managed to form a gigantic and extremely beautiful picture of the legendary Medusa and Perseus, her murderer, embedding thousands of coral granules into the marble plates that gave shape to the aforementioned mythological scene. In this way, I approached Civilis's side and, in a low voice, asked him why the tetrarch adopted that attitude. The centurion, who knew Antipas's disorderly life well, suggested a not inconsiderable explanation to me.
All Israel knows that Herod feared and respected the fiery prophet they called the Baptist. On one occasion, this madman even commented that Jesus of Galilee could be John. It would not be surprising if, upon verifying the prisoner's silence, his unbalanced reason had regained calm.
Suddenly, Antipas came out of his thoughts and, taking a crystal cup, approached the pond. He leaned down and filled it with that white liquid. Then, placing it at the level of the Nazarene's face, he asked him with soma,
"Tell me, Galilean, could you turn milk into wine?"
Jesus, motionless, did not blink. His face was still lowered. Herod shrugged and returned to his feather mattress. One of the servants, possibly a eunuch, judging by his rings in his ears and his hips and feminoid gestures, knelt before the tetrarch, proceeding to put his shoes on. Those sandals with gold ribbons caught my attention. Both plants appeared covered with a series of very fine pads. Once adjusted, Antipas stood up again, and to my surprise, under the weight of his body, those bags began to ooze a transparent and odorous liquid. They were vaporizers, a type of deodorant that had begun to become all the rage among the wealthy classes of Rome and Greece, and that largely eliminated the unpleasant odors of perspiration. Antipas did not give up and tried to get the master to entertain him with some of his miracles. He took a silver tray on which some small strips of meat were lined up and presenting it to Jesus. He rebuked him in the following terms.
If you have been able to multiply loaves and fishes, I suppose it won't be very difficult for you to do the same with these flamenco tongues. Would you be so kind?"
Silence was the only response, and Herod, who had gone from mockery to anger, lifted the piece of metal, dropping his favorite delicacy on the rabbi's head and shoulders. The occurrence was instantly supported by the laughter of his acolytes, but the master was not moved. The grotesque scene was interrupted by the sudden arrival of a woman. Antipas, seeing her, hurried to meet her, taking her by the hand and leading her in front of Jesus. Despite having crossed the barrier of 40, the beauty of Herodias, Antipas's lover, was exciting. Her clothing consisted only of a series of Maltese gauze that formed a double tunic and showed olive skin. Her head had a white ribbon that imprisoned her temples, and above which stood 3 stories of braids as black as her eyes. That complicated hairstyle was topped at the top by small shells made of cylindrical curls. Civilis, upon seeing her, fixed his eyes on the small breasts, perfectly visible through the canvas, and turning to me, he winked. Antipas approached Jesus, and shaking with his fingers some of the flamenco tongues that had become tangled in his hair, he calmed the woman, assuring her that that magician was not even the shadow of the hated John the Baptist. Herodias, with her eyebrows and eyelashes dyed with glitter and her eyelids shaded by some mixture of ground lapis lazuli, carefully observed the prisoner. Then, swaying without the slightest shame, she walked away from the master, seeking a seat on the wooden throne. Once there, and to the general expectation, she made a sign to Antipas, indicating him to approach. Herod obeyed instantly, and after whispering something to him, the tetrarch, smiling maliciously, descended from the platform until he was standing behind the rabbi. He then took the edge of Jesus' tunic, slowly lifting it, so that Herodias and her courtiers could contemplate the Nazarene's legs. Antipas continued until he uncovered the entirety of the prisoner's muscular thighs, as well as the loincloth that covered him. Herodias' crimson lips opened in palpable admiration, as a wave of indignation began to burn in my gut. Civilis noticed my growing anger, and leaning towards me commented,
"Don't be alarmed. Jewish law grants that pig up to a total of 18 women, but his impotence is so public and notorious that this whore seeks comfort even in the slaves in the stables, and Herod knows it. Herodias has him by the throne and by the testicles."
The officer's words were as accurate as they were prophetic. How little did Antipas suspect that precisely that woman would be the cause of his final misfortune. The humiliating scene was settled by the centurion. Time was short, and with kind but firm words, he begged the tetrarch to communicate his verdict regarding the prisoner.
"Verdict? Tell Pontius that I appreciate his kindness, but that Judea does not fall within my jurisdiction. Let him be the one to decide."
And turning around, he headed towards one of his friends. He snatched an expensive purple cloak with which he covered himself, and without further explanation, placed it on the master's shoulders, releasing a long and strident laugh, which was applauded by his friends and relatives. Caiaphas and the priests, as disappointed as Antipas, headed toward the door, while Civilis, after greeting the tetrarch and Herodias with his arm raised, pushed Jesus away, indicating that the visit was over. When leaving the room, the applause of Herod's clique still resounded, extremely pleased by that last gesture of mockery and ridicule by the Edomite. Once again, the testimony of some exegetes did not coincide with reality. Jesus was not covered with a white cloak as a sign of dementia, as these biblical commentators point out, but with a bright red one, which reflected the mockery of Herod Antipas, considering him as a liberator or a cheap king. A mantle that would accompany Jesus of Nazareth until the critical moment of the scourging, and that, as we will see later, was the same one that the Roman legionaries covered him with. At 10 in the morning, the escort withdrew from the Hasmonean palace, resuming its return to the Antonia fortress. As on the way there, a close group of Hebrews silently and vigilantly followed the legionaries who were protecting the rabbi. At those moments, unexpectedly, Judas Iscariot broke away from the mob led by Caiaphas and surprised me with a question. At first he hesitated. He looked around suspiciously and finally decided to talk to me. Judas must have thought that my constant presence near the master had made me one of his followers. However, he ended up overcoming his misgivings and taking me away from the escort platoon. He questioned me about the progress of the interrogation in Antipas's palace. I told him what had happened, and the Iscariot, for every comment, regretted Jesus' silence, adding,
"What a new lost opportunity."
I told him that I did not understand, and Iscariot, avoiding my gaze, told me about his times as a disciple of the Baptist and how he had never forgiven the Master for not interceding on behalf of John's life. Now, according to the traitor, Jesus had also done nothing to vindicate the memory of his friend and first cousin. That confession surprised me. Apparently, the Iscariot had joined the Nazarene following the Baptist's imprisonment, and I came to think that a good part of his hatred towards the rabbi was driven precisely by those circumstances. We both continued in silence. I was burning with the desire to ask him the reason for his betrayal, but I didn't have the courage, and I only dared to question him about the reason why he had gone ahead of the group of soldiers on the night of the arrest. Judas, isolated and humiliated by everyone, felt the need to come clean, but his answer was half true.
"I know no one believes me, but my intention was good. If I went ahead of the soldiers and Levites of the temple, it was to warn the Master and my companions in the camp of the proximity of the troops that came to arrest him."
I remained silent. That statement, in fact, was difficult to accept. It is possible that Judas, given his cowardice, could have engineered such an arrangement. In this way, the disciples might not have come to distrust his presence, but his intentions, if they really were these, were cut short by the unexpected presence of the Nazarene in the middle of the path that led to the garden. There was no time for more. Civilis and his men once again entered the north wall of the Antonia Tower, heading towards the steps of the Praetorium. Upon arriving at the terrace where that first part of the interrogation had taken place, I was disconcerted by the presence of a semicircular platform on which a curule chair had been arranged, generally intended for administering justice. The centurion left Jesus in the care of his men and entered the residence. The rest of the Hebrews, with the high priest in the front line, waited, as usual, at the foot of the stairs. This time Joseph of Arimathea had indeed entered the tower enclosure. Pilate soon appeared and, taking a seat on the transportable chair, addressed Caiaphas and the Sadducees.
"You have brought this man to my presence, accusing him of perverting the people, of preventing the payment of tribute to Caesar, and of claiming to be king of the Jews. I have questioned him, and I do not believe him guilty of such accusations. In reality, I don't see any fault. I have sent him to Herod, and the Tetrarch must have reached the same conclusions, since he sent him to me again. With all certainty, this man has not committed any crime that justifies his death. If you consider that he should be punished, I am willing to impose a sanction before releasing him."
John, unable to contain his joy, jumped, hugging Joseph of Arimathea. But when everything seemed to be leaning in favor of the Nazarene, the patio between the steps and the gate of the wall was suddenly invaded by hundreds of Jews. They broke in calmly and silently, with a group of Roman soldiers in the front line. Just as the old man from Arimathea had warned me, that crowd had come to the procurator's house, eager to attend the pardon of a prisoner. And it is of great importance to highlight that, at the time when said mass of humanity arrived in front of Pontius's residence, with prior authorization from the guard, none of those Israelites knew what was happening. It was there, in the sight of Jesus and the priests, that they allowed themselves to be carried away by the skillful and timely intervention of Caiaphas and the Sadducees. If the trial against Jesus had taken place at another time or on another day, without the presence of that mob, it is possible that the Sanhedrin would not have gotten its way. Pilate knew about the arrival of that crowd. In fact, the placement of the platform and the chair on the tiled terrace was solely and exclusively due to the traditional amnesty ceremony. But Pontius, letting himself be carried away by his good faith, made a serious mistake. After a series of consultations with his centurions, he rose from his chair and, raising his voice, asked the crowd for the name of the chosen prisoner. "Barabbas," the people responded as one man. Until that moment, neither Pilate nor the judges had pronounced the name of Jesus. This meant, as it was supposed, that the Hebrews had come to the Praetorium with the premeditated intention to request the release of the terrorist, and they stated this before the prosecutor asked them for silence and explained how the priests had brought Jesus to his presence and what they were accusing him of. In short, that crowd, even if the rabbi of Galilee was not present, would have clamored for Barabbas the zealot. But as I already announced, the timely intervention of Caiaphas and his henchmen and the gold that had been distributed among a handful of Jews, strategically mixed among that crowd, ended up tipping the balance towards the Sanhedrin. When Pontius finished explaining to the crowd the presence of Jesus in that court, making it clear that he did not see in that man reasons that justified such a sentence, he asked a second question.
Who do you want me to free? Barabbas, the murderer, or this Jesus of Galilee?
For a moment, the hundreds of Hebrews were stunned. There was no withering response. Those people, it was evident, doubted. Caiaphas and the Sadducees realized the serious risk that this silence entailed, and before Pilate could react, they shouted loudly,
Barabbas!
The initiative of the Sanhedrites had a quick echo. From different points in the crowded courtyard, other voices were raised, undoubtedly belonging to the bribed Jews, who also called for the liberation of the revolutionary. And in a matter of seconds, the entire mass imitated the priests, joining the chorus of Caiaphas. It was useless that John Zebedee almost broke his throat, shouting his master's name. His voice was buried by a Barabbas, emphatic and generalized, repeated over and over again until the procurator, raising his arms, asked for silence. In Pontius's eyes, there was a flame of hatred towards those Sadducees, flagrant inducers of an amorphous and ignorant mass. As I said, the Roman procurator's irritation did not have its origin in the circumstantial fact that Galilean could or could not be sentenced. What angered him was, precisely, that his decision to release the master was completely despised by the priestly caste. But Pilate's error, offering Jesus as a possible candidate for liberation, was still susceptible to rectification. And taking the floor again, he reproached them for their treacherous behavior.
How is it possible to choose the life of a murderer against that of this Galilean, whose worst crime is to believe himself to be king of the Jews?
The result of those words was totally contrary to what Pilate could expect. The judges were extremely offended by what they considered an insult to their national sovereignty, instigating the crowd to clamor louder for the freedom of the zealot. And so it happened. Those Hebrews, mostly uneducated people, fullers, porters, beggars, unemployed pilgrims, and of course, Levites free from temple service, raised their voices again, demanding Barabbas. That sudden popular explosion made the procurator doubt, who, accompanied by his officers, retired to deliberate. Now I am convinced that if Pontius had not involved the Nazarene in that election, he would surely not have been compromised before the priestly dignitaries. Jesus, meanwhile, remained calm, facing the crowd. Those minutes of waiting and those that followed were decisive for Caiaphas. Taking advantage of the prosecutor's momentary absence, he managed to get his fellow plotters to spread out among those gathered there, incessantly inciting them to ask for the release of the popular Barabbas. It was sad and disappointing to observe those people, many of whom knew and had admired the words and courage of Galileo, cleansing, for example, the esplanade of the Gentiles from the sacrilegious trade of the money changers and middlemen. In an instant, and without the slightest personal judgment, they had turned against the defenseless Jesus. Pontius returned to his chair and surveyed the crowd. He had rested his elbows on the arms of the seat, holding his head on his clasped hands in a reflective attitude. As a precautionary measure, Civilis had given the order for the wall gate to be closed, deploying several armed units around the crowd. It was a pity that the Jews did not realize this maneuver of the Romans in time. Knowing as they did the cruelty of Pilate, perhaps upon observing how they were secretly surrounded, they would have worried more about their safety than about anyone's liberation. The commander-in-chief of the legion had just issued precise orders to his legionaries. If order was threatened, they were authorized to draw their swords. For a few minutes, the Roman governor was silent. The crowd imitated him, waiting for a decision. And that was when one of the Praetorian servants appeared on the terrace, handing a sealed letter to Civilis, while communicating something to him. The centurion inspected the small sheet of parchment and moved toward the chair, breaking Pontius from his thoughts. The procurator opened the note and, after reading it carefully, stood up. Caiaphas, the judges, and everyone gathered there were intrigued. Pontius seemed to doubt. He took a couple of short walks along the terrace and finally, standing before the crowd, announced that he had received a letter from his wife, Claudia Procula, and that he wished to read it in public. The wind forced him to hold the parchment with both hands, and with a clear and powerful voice, he proceeded to read it.
I beg you not to intervene at all in the condemnation of the upright and innocent man called Jesus. Tonight, during my sleep, I suffered a lot for him.
Upon learning the content of the letter, Joseph of Arimathea seemed extremely happy. Although the old man did not openly confess it to me, all indications pointed to the important fact that Pontius's wife knew and accepted the teachings of the Master of Galilee. As far as I could understand, some of his servants were part of the original group of followers of Jesus. At first, upon noticing Civilis's intense gaze, I did not associate the text of Procula's letter with the acute superstition that dominated the procurator and with the omen that I had dared to formulate in the presence of the centurion. It was shortly afterwards, when we were heading to the central courtyard of the fortress to attend the scourging of the Master, when the chief officer remembered my words about the strange celestial event that I had predicted for that morning, linking it to the mysterious dream of the procurator's wife. All that, apparently, had influenced Pontius, and not a little. Perhaps for this reason, after reading his wife's message, the governor, with a trembling voice, addressed the crowd again, asking,
Why do you want to crucify him? What damage has it caused you?
The priests immediately perceived the growing weakness of Caesar's representative and attacked him, shouting tirelessly, Crucify him! The paroxysm of the Jews reached such an extreme that Pontius's next question was barely heard.
Who wants to testify against him?
The crowd only knew how to repeat a single word, Crucify him! In view of this tumult, Civilis drew his sword and, raising it above his helmet, prepared to give the signal for his men to take action. But Pilate forced the centurion to sheath his weapon, and waving his palms, he asked for silence. Little by little, those fanatics regained calm, and the procurator, ignoring the previous requests of the populace, repeated his question.
I ask you once again to tell me which prisoner you want us to release on this Passover.
Give us Barabbas.
If I release Barabbas, the murderer, what do I do with Jesus?
This new sign of weakness on the part of the governor was greeted with a brutal outbreak of violence, and the word crucify him rose like thunder. The mob, with their fists raised, continued to shout with increasing force, Crucify him! The clamor impressed Pontius so much that, frightened, he withdrew from the terrace, getting lost inside his residence. One of the officers, following Civilis' instructions, hastened to follow the procurator. And after a while the crowd, possessed by the idea of killing the Master, continued with its fatal request for crucifixion, that centurion who had come after Pilate reappeared at the entrance to the praetorium, issuing a tragic order to Civilis. The chief centurion nodded his head and, raising his arms in an authoritarian gesture, ordered silence. The crowd obeyed, aware of the power and extreme harshness of that foreigner. Once there was silence, Civilis spoke some brief but dramatic words which chilled the hearts of Joseph and John.
The procurator's order is this: the prisoner will be whipped.
And with the most absolute contempt, he turned on his heel, gesturing to his men to lead the prisoner into the praetorium. Without stopping to think about it, I launched after Civilis, joining the escort that was already crossing the hall of the residence. It was 10:30 in the morning, according to the clocks in the cradle. That time, John Zebedee did not accompany the Master, and I was deeply happy. The spectacle he was about to witness would have ended his moral decline. We turned down the steps to the right, entering a long, humid passageway, barely illuminated by some oil lamps, whose flames wavered as the escort passed by. The centurion, visibly upset by the course events were taking, lamented the procurator's weakness. If it had depended on him, the trial against that Galilean would have ended unceremoniously.
Between this visionary and a murderous zealot, Rome would not have hesitated, and much less when that bunch of snakes have the audacity to challenge Caesar's authority.
Upon leaving that tunnel, I immediately recognized the porticoed courtyard that I had crossed on Wednesday morning, when Joseph and I were preparing to interview Pontius. From the hall of the praetorium, you could therefore access the aforementioned patio and the vaulted tunnel at the west entrance of the fortress, simply by walking through that passage of just 164 feet. The exit was exactly in the northeast corner of the courtyard, to the right of the marble stairs that led to Pilate's Oval Office. Following apparently a very common custom, the soldiers arrived at the center of the courtyard, stopping next to the circular fountain of the Rome goddess. The centurion ordered them to remove the horses that were being brushed, and while the riders proceeded to untie the reins, several dozen off-duty legionnaires approached. The news of the imminent scourging of that Jew, who called himself King of the Hebrews, had spread quickly among the garrison, who logically did not want to miss the event. Civilis suggested that I step aside.
Pontius wants a special punishment, and by Zeus, he's going to have it.
The officer's words made me tremble. I looked at Jesus, but the giant remained absent and motionless, with his eyes fixed on the stream of water that jumped from the small sphere that the goddess held in her left hand. The horse's hooves, moving away towards one of the corners of the enclosure, marked the beginning of that torture. Two of the legionnaires stood out, especially strong. Both held flagrums or short whips in their hands, made up of leather and metal handles barely 12 inches long. From one of them came 3 straps of about 16 or 19 inches each, armed at their ends with pairs of tally or sheep's toes. The other executioner caressed the iron rings of his plumbata, from which 2 leather strips protruded, provided with a pair of metal balls, possibly lead, at each end. At a signal from the chief officer, 2 of the soldiers of the escort placed the master in front of one of the 4 cairns, or small mugas, 16 inches high, that surrounded the fountain and were used to tie the reins of the cavalry. One of the legionnaires tried to loosen the bonds on his wrists, but they had been arranged in such a way that after several useless attempts, he had to reach for his sword, cutting them off with one slash. After almost 8 hours with his arms tied behind his back, Jesus' hands appeared swollen and had a violet tinge. Once untied, the legionaries stripped him of the purple cloak that Herod Antipas had tied around his neck, then removed his large robe. With the same violence, they stripped him of his tunic. The master's clothes fell into one of the puddles of horse urine. Finally, they untied his sandals and removing them after. And immediately afterwards, the same soldier who had cut the bonds stood in front of the prisoner, tying his wrists in front with the remains of the rope he had just cut. Jesus, with total and absolute docility, allowed himself to be done. His body had started to sweat. That reaction from his body put me on alert. The ambient temperature was not by any means high enough to cause that sudden perspiration. I made a small detour to the fountain, placing myself in front of him, and I saw indeed how his face, neck, and sides had begun to become wet. At that moment, I regretted not having fitted the infrared vision lenses. Judging by the increasingly accelerated pulsations of his carotid arteries and by the successive deep inspirations he was taking, the rabbi had begun to experience a new elevation in his heart tone. The Nazarene was perfectly aware of what awaited him, and his body reacted like that of any individual. With a tug, the legionary forced him to lean towards the stone cairn, proceeding to fasten the rope to the metal ring that crowned the small column. The great height of the Galileo and the smallness of the stone cairn forced him from the first moment to separate his legs, adopting a very forced posture. Her hair had fallen over her face, hiding his features completely. On one hand, I was glad I couldn't see his face. The sweat became more intense, turning his broad back and torso into a shiny surface. Suddenly, one of the thugs stepped forward and grabbed Jesus' loincloth and snatched it from him with a sudden blow, leaving him completely naked. The breaking of the ribbons that held the loincloth together caused a sudden and intense pain in Jesus' genitals. His body shuddered and his knees bent for the first time. Upon seeing him naked, the legionnaires burst into general laughter. But the mockery of the soldiery was settled by the arrival of Pontius, and without further ado, the procurator ordered the executioners to proceed. In the middle of an expectant silence, the tallest legionary, located to the right of the master, raised his triple-tailed flagrum, launching a terrifying lash on Jesus' back, while singing the first of the blows.
Bonus!
The shock was so brutal that the prisoner's knees buckled, digging into the limestone paving with a dry sound. But in a reflex movement, the Galileo stood up again, while the second executioner delivered a new blow with his forked flagrum.
3, 4.
Those soldiers, consummate professionals, handled the whips by simply rotating their wrists. In this way, the straps were curled, achieving maximum effect with a minimum of effort.
Cinque.
The clacking of bones and metal balls were the only perceptible sound for the first few minutes. Jesus, completely bent over, had not yet let out a single moan. The astragals and pieces of lead fell on the back, dragging some portions of skin with each retreat. Since the first lash, several streams of blood had begun to run down the body, sliding to the sides and dripping onto the pavement. Just as I suspected after the bloody sweat phenomenon, the master's skin had been left in a state of extreme fragility, and that rain of multiple blows soon opened it up, turning his shoulders, back and waist into carnage. Little by little, with each whistle of the flagrum, the tabs and balls penetrated the skin, causing it to be ablated or separated, tearing the muscle tissues and dragging away vessels and nerves.
Triginta.
Upon reaching the 30th blow, the prisoner collapsed, remaining on his knees and with his fingers tightly attached to the metal ring of the column. The back, shoulders, and lumbar areas already appeared pooled in blood, with endless bruises, bluish and thick like chicken eggs. The straps, for their part, had been drawing dozens of striations, similar to scratches, of a vinous hue. The presence of that multitude of bruises, some of which had begun to burst, made me suspect that the pain that Jesus of Nazareth endured in those first minutes had to be a true paroxysm. But fortunately for him, the blows, delivered with as much viciousness as precision, opened many of the bruises, turning his back into a river of blood and consequently reducing the pain to a certain extent.
Quadraginta.
The 40th lash came 4 or 5 minutes after the ordeal began, but far from shaking, as had happened with the previous blows, the Nazarene's body did not react. Civilis raised his vine staff, interrupting the scourging, and one of the sweating executioners rushed on the prisoner, pulling his hair. After verifying that he was defenseless, he released his head, which fell unconscious between the crook of his arms. The centurion urged his men. One of the legionaries filled a bucket with water from the fountain, throwing it on the back of the Nazarene's neck. Upon contact with the liquid, Jesus' head moved slightly, while some of the blood drained to the ground, washed away by the water. For some time now, the column, a wide strip of the circular wall of the fountain, and the faces, arms, and robes of the executioners had appeared dyed red. The bleeding, already widespread in the back and kidney area, had begun to be worrying. Although the torture had been stopped at the 40th blow, thus coincidentally coinciding with the Jewish formula of scourging, the intention of Pilate, who followed the development of the torture impassively and silently, was for that massacre to continue. The executioners took advantage of the brief rest to lean over the pond and cool their faces, while scrubbing their arms, trying to clean the bloodstains. Although the legionnaires in charge of the torment knew Latin, I am almost certain that, judging by their sparse and abundant beards, they were Syrian or Samaritan mercenaries. Generally, the Romans appointed these when the condemned was a Jew. The ancestral hatred of those against the Hebrews made them exemplary executors. The master had been recovering. One of the executioners then grabbed him by the armpits and pulled him up, but the weight was excessive and he had to ask for help. When finally they managed to get him up, another soldier, with a brass ladle in his hands, stood in front of the destroyed Nazarene, while the executioners, without any kind of contemplation, pulled his hair, forcing Jesus to raise his face, and they kept him that way until the Roman carrying the ladle emptied its contents into Galileo's mouth. When I asked Civilis what it was about, he explained that that saucepan contained salt water. Of course, the Roman army was well aware of the serious problems that could arise from such a punishment, especially the one related to dehydration. Although Jesus had been forced at the headquarters of the Sanhedrin to drink a considerable amount of water, his profuse sweating in the Garden of Gethsemane, and now during the scourging, together with the significant hemorrhages he had experienced, must have reduced his reserves or body water balance, both intracellular and extracellular. That salt water, therefore, constituted a decisive reinforcement if Pontius really wanted the prisoner not to die during the whipping. There was also the danger that the excessive concentration of sodium chloride in the water, the ideal would have been a proportion of 0.85%, could lead to the appearance of edema or soft swellings in various parts of the body. But as Civilis had ruled, the procurator's intentions were to crush the prisoner to the limit in such a way that his lamentable state could satisfy and move the aggressive spirits of the Sadducees. So, once the contents of the ladle had been drained, the centurion raised his staff and the legionaries collected the flagrum, continuing the punishment.
Bonus!
That new blow and the ones that followed were directed especially at the thighs, legs, buttocks, belly, and part of the arms and chest. The back and waist were left out this time. The shocks of the straps coiling around the master's legs forced him to a supreme contraction of the muscular bundles, especially those located on the backsides of the thighs, which were thus subject to greater vulnerability. Very soon the skin opened, causing bleeding much more intense than that on the back. In a titanic effort to endure the pain, Jesus of Nazareth had clung to the ring of the column, raising his face as far as possible. The muscles of his neck, tense like a bowstring, contrasted with the supraclavicular fossae, flooded with cold sweat that dripped incessantly and faded the fiery red of the blood.
Duodeviginti!
The executioner sang the 18th blow, throwing his whip on the chest of the prisoner, and one of the pairs of ram's bones must have hurt Jesus' left nipple. The intense pain caused a dizzying reflex movement, and the giant stood up with all his strength, while his teeth, solidly pressed against each other, opened, emitting a heartbreaking moan. It was the rabbi's first lament. The pull was so sudden and powerful that the ropes holding him to the ring broke, and the master's body was thrown back violently. That caught the executioners and the rest of the troops off guard, and they retreated in fear. The Nazarene fell heavily on his back, slipping on the pavement and leaving a wide trail of blood. When the legionaries rushed on him, lifting him heavily, Jesus' breathing had become extremely labored. I took advantage of that moment of confusion to adjust my kritalos and begin an exhaustive exploration of the damage caused by the scourging. I pressed the ultrasound nail to its deepest position, 7.5 megahertz, and prepared to scan, first, the superficial tissues. The soldiers had dragged the prisoner to the small column, securing him to the ring again, and the executioners resumed the whipping, extremely irritated by that setback. The blows, increasingly more relentless, gradually humiliated the master's body, who ended up bending his knees, while his fingers, dripping with blood, twitched in pain. With each lash, Jesus had begun to respond with a short, muffled moan. Once the ultrasonic waves were translated into images, the result of the scourging appeared before us in all its drama. The executioners, consummate specialists, knew very well which areas they could touch and which they could not. From the first moment we were struck by the incredible fact that none of the ribs had been fractured. The precision of the lashes, on the other hand, had been opening Jesus' sides, until exposing the fibrous bands or aponeurosis of the serratus muscles. The pain from injuring these last protections of the ribs had to reach thresholds that were difficult to imagine. In the opinion of Trojan horse experts, even higher than 22 JND. Of course, large areas of the back muscles, dorsals, infraspinatus, and deltoids, appeared torn and covered in bruises that, when they did not burst, extraordinarily tightened what was left of his skin, multiplying the sensation of pain. In that examination of the superficial tissues, the researchers were amazed to see how the legionnaires had chosen the most painful but least compromised areas in the face of a possible cardiac arrest, which perhaps would have struck down the Nazarene. They mainly chose the front parts of the thighs, pectorals, and internal areas of the muscles, avoiding the heart, liver, pancreas, spleen, and main arteries, such as those in the neck. By changing the frequency of the ultrasounds to 3.5 megahertz, the analysis of the internal organs revealed, from the first moment, considerable blood loss. Jesus' blood volume, or total blood volume, was set between 1.5 and 1.7 gallons. Well, after the very harsh punishment of the scourging, that blood volume had decreased by 27%. That meant that Galileo had shed a total of around 0.4 gallons of blood since the outrages at the headquarters of the Sanhedrin. A significant amount, although not enough to definitively alter, physically and psychologically, a normal person. And proof of this is that Jesus of Nazareth still had the strength and clarity of mind to answer the questions that were asked after the scourging. However, that circulatory spill had to cause him growing anguish, sporadic palpitations, weakness, and above all, a suffocating thirst. As for his heart rate, the oscillations were continuous. In some of the blows, especially one of the last ones, which would fall directly on the testicles, the peak reached 170 beats per minute, quickly falling to 90 and causing the second blackout. Blood pressure, due to the intense release of adrenaline, also rose for some moments to a maximum of 210 millimeters of water, although later the progressive depletion of adrenaline gave rise to a dominance of the vagus system and its intermediary, acetylcholine, which was accompanied by a drop in blood pressure that, at the end of the torture, translated into an almost total state of prostration. The analysis of the bloodstream also allowed us to confirm a fact that was evident. The successive increase in the levels of sodium, chlorine, and osmotic pressure were unmistakable signs of the significant dehydration that the body of the Son of Man had begun to experience.
Quadraginta!
The 40th blow, which was actually number 80 if we take into account the first 40, fell on a practically defeated man. The master, with his body deformed by bruises and materially bathed in blood, barely moved. Their imperceptible cries had faded away, and only the crack of the whips as they sank into his flesh and the increasingly agitated snorting of the executioners, visibly exhausted, echoed in the courtyard. For some time now, the Nazarene had practically curled up in a ball, with his head and part of his thorax reclining on his arms in a fetal position. The blows, increasingly slower and more spaced, continued to tear his buttocks, belly, sides, and lateral areas of his legs, even injuring the soles of his feet. Some of the legionnaires, bored or moved by that savage beating, had begun to leave the place, busying themselves with their usual chores. Civilis, who had been observing the progressive exhaustion of the executioners, directed a significant look at Lucilius, the gigantic centurion that I had seen beating the Roman soldier. The one from Pannonia understood the Primus Prior's intentions, and pushing his way through the members of the cohort, raised his arm, capturing in flight the flagrum of the legionary located to the right of the master, when he was preparing to unleash a new blow. And the soldiery, aware of the officer's strength and cruelty, remained silent, attentive to each and every one of the bear's movements. Lucilio caressed the straps, wiping away the blood with his fingers. Then, placing himself 3 feet from the prisoner's left side, he raised his right arm, launching a precise and fierce lash on the lower part of Jesus' buttocks. The blow must have hit the tailbone, and the sharp pain reactivated the rabbi's nervous system, which made him stand up for a few seconds. But in the midst of great tremors, his muscles failed, and he sank to his knees. The legionnaires welcomed that studied attack with an exclamation that would be repeated with each lash.
Sed alterum!
A second blow, this time aimed at the left hamstring, made the master groan, while the soldiery repeated enthusiastically,
Sed alterum!
The third, fourth, and fifth lashes fell on the kidneys.
Sed alterum!
Lucilius's violence was such that the ram's tali were embedded in the flesh, causing copious bleeding with each blow.
Sed alterum!
The 6th and 7th discharges focused on each of Jesus' auditory pavilions, and almost instantly, thick drops of blood ran down both sides of the neck. The master bowed his head on the metal ring, and the centurion looked for the right side, emptying all his fury on Christ's navel.
Sed alterum!
The savage impact on the prisoner's belly decisively affected his already damaged diaphragm, practically cutting off his painful breathing. That was probably one of the most delicate moments of the punishment. For what seemed like endless seconds, the Galileo's ribcage remained motionless. But finally, the intercostal muscles reacted, relieving lung tension.
Sed alterum!
The 9th lash, delivered by the Colossus on the torn right side of Jesus, and I think that it was intended with all intents and purposes on the open serratus muscles to trigger the prisoner's frozen breathing, made a hollow sound, as if the staves had hit directly on the ribs. The momentum of the officer, who had begun to sweat profusely on his forehead, was such that the Nazarene's body became unbalanced, falling on his left side. It is very possible that in those moments, another pain, diffused by the atrocious ordeal of the scourging, was hitting Galileo's body. I am referring to Jesus' urinary bladder. Its overflow must have been such that, involuntarily, the sphincters of the ureters opened, causing abundant urination. Approximately, judging by the length of time the urinary spill lasted, the bladder must have held between 770 and 841 square inches. Fortunately, the urine, although extremely yellow, did not carry blood. But that involuntary discharge of urine only served to provoke laughter from the Romans and a much more violent attack of anger in Lucilius, who took that gesture as a personal insult, and raising the whip, he directed it with rage towards the master's testicles. One of the tips of the flagrum touched the skin of the scrotum, and the other two fell on the testicular sac. Jesus reacted to the lacerating blow by shrinking, while his heart rate accelerated and a heartbreaking moan merged with the last. Cedo alterum. Immediately his pulse dropped to 90, and the master, turning pale, lost consciousness. Civilis raised his staff again, ordering the soldiers to inspect the prisoner. Then, approaching the procurator, he asked for instructions. Should the punishment continue? And before Pontius made a decision, the brutal Lucilius suggested to the governor that, given the prisoner's situation, it would be best to finish him off right there. Pilate looked at the stiff and bloody body of the rabbi, hesitating, and the officer who had carried out that last part of the scourging took hold of his sword, convinced that Pontius's good sense would favor the solution he had just proposed. But the water that had been poured again on the head and neck of the prisoner stimulated the precarious state of Jesus, who slowly came to his senses. That progressive recovery of the Nazarene inclined Pilate to continue with his plan, and before leaving the porticoed patio, he told Civilis to help the Galilean, bringing him to his presence as soon as possible. It was 11 in the morning. The legionaries released the ropes and with difficulty supported the prisoner's back against the column that had been used for the scourging. One of the soldiers squatted behind the stone, trying to hold the battered body of Jesus by the shoulders. The giant, with his legs extended on the pavement, was still breathing with difficulty, accusing the countless painful points with sporadic shivers. Those shivers became increasingly intense and continuous, and I feared that the fever had taken hold of the master. I wasn't wrong. Another legionnaire, always under the watchful eye of Civilis, brought a second saucepan to the rabbi's lips, forcing him to drink a new dose of salt water. Some of the wounds had begun to clot, and many of the streams began to dry out. The gaps in the sides, however, continued to flow blood, which fell at intervals on the slabs, driven by each of the increasingly shorter and faster breathing movements. The centurion shook his head in disapproval. You didn't need to be a doctor to realize that the punishment had been so disproportionate as to cause fear for the prisoner's life. And before it was too late, I disconnected the ultrasonic system, pressing the second nail. When activated, the mini-computer housed in the rod of Moses gave way to the flow of infrared rays, ready for dynamic telethermography analyses. As I already pointed out previously, the crotalos, or special contact lenses, allowed me to direct the telethermography system towards the desired areas, thus being able to organize the series of examinations. The images obtained by this procedure were simply dramatic. Most of Jesus' body, bathed in venous blood, offered a red-brownish hue, while the bruises, much hotter, cast an intense blue color. The scan allowed us to observe how the main arterial network had not been damaged, although the cutaneous vascularization and the superficial venous system, especially in extensive dorsal areas, presented numerous damages. According to the doctors of the project, if the master had survived, his recovery with the techniques and formulas of that time would have lasted for more than 3 months. Analysis of the retinas was satisfactory. Their yellowish-reddish color showed us that the vision was correct. The same could not be said of some of the joints, especially that of the left leg, popliteal fossa, and those of the shoulders, seriously affected by the lead balls and ram's tali. The skin temperature of these extraordinarily swollen joints had increased by up to 3 degrees Celsius. As for the general high temperature, ranging between 39 and 40 degrees, it confirmed my personal impression. Jesus had been a victim of fever, which would not leave him until the moment of death. The meticulous tour of the Galileo's body allowed us to distinguish at least 225 hotspots, corresponding to as many impacts caused by the flagrum. The abrasions, bruises, and tears had caused so many inflammatory areas, generally circular, that marked with their high temperature the tragic map of the whippings. This was the guide to the scourging, detailed by the module's central computer. Back and shoulders, 54 impacts. Waist and kidneys, 29. Belly, 6. Chest, 14. Right leg, dorsal area, 18. Left leg, dorsal, 22. Right leg, front area, 19. Left leg, front, 11 impacts. Right arm, both sides, 20. Left arm, both sides, 14. Ears, an impact on each. Testicles, 2 in buttocks, 14 impacts. To these damages had to be added countless grooves or scratches caused by the straps of the whips. The vast majority of these injuries were 1 inch long, with the typical dumbbell shape caused by the scorpions at the tips, metal balls and stubs. In short, a punishment so brutal that none of the project specialists ever understood how that man could resist it.
Enough. Stand him up and dress him.
The chief officer's voice sounded full of impatience. And while the soldiers pulled Jesus, I disconnected the circuits of the rod of Moses, putting away the contact lenses. It was necessary for 2 legionaries to support the battered body of the master when he regained the vertical position. His extreme weakness caused his knees to bend, forcing the soldiers to hold him by the armpits. Other Romans, at an order from Civilis, came to the aid of their companions, ensuring that the prisoner did not collapse on the pavement. When he was hoisted, some of the wounds, especially those on his sides, bled again in spurts and rivulets of blood, quickly ran down his belly, groin, thighs, and legs, spilling onto the flagstones. Someone gathered his clothes and, after putting on his tunic, placed the cloak over his left shoulder, then draping his chest. The robe was firmly attached to Jesus' chest and back, so that, together with the tunic, they served as a bandage. Those Romans knew that this was an excellent procedure to plug many of the gaps, thus cutting off part of the bleeding. I felt a shudder as I imagined what could happen the moment Galileo was stripped of his clothes. If the clots were stuck to the fabric, as they should be, the removal of the tunic would mean a new and painful ordeal, with the consequent opening of the sores. Blood immediately soaked the white robe, which began to drip from the sleeves and the inside edge, and the spongy fabric was dyed with innumerable and anarchic reddish circles. The soldiers forced the Nazarene to take a few steps, but when he had barely dragged his bare feet on the pavement, his strength left him, and he collapsed. The quick intervention of Civilis legionnaires prevented him from falling to the ground. The group questioned the centurion with their eyes, and he, discouraged, indicated to his men to sit him on one of the wooden benches in the porch. Civilis realized that, for the moment, it was useless to lead the prisoner to the terrace where the prosecutor waited. It would have been absolutely necessary for several infantrymen to accompany and support him. The feverish tremors continued to shake the body of the Nazarene, who, little by little, step by step, was led by the Romans to one of the seats located on the eastern side of the patio. Meanwhile, other legionaries had begun cleaning the paving and the column on which the scourging had taken place. The horses returned to the fountain, and their caretakers continued brushing their backs and rubbing them with bunches of pennyroyal, the smell of which, according to popular belief, killed the lice. The centurion took off his helmet and, after thinking for a few seconds, walked away from the porch, heading towards the tunnel that led to the praetorium. I must point out that, as I observed the master's limping walk, a visible limp in his left leg led me to the conclusion that Lucilius's whipping of his knee had altered the joint of said knee. This point would later be confirmed, as I already indicated, by the telethermographic examination. Jesus was finally seated on one of the benches, and as he did so, a rictus of pain appeared again on his face. It was very possible that this gesture was caused by blows to the tailbone, or kidneys. When leaning on the wood, the lower bone of the spine and the lumbar areas must have felt contact with the seat and the backrest, respectively. For a few minutes, the attitude of the legionnaires was calm, even correct. 2 continued with the Nazarene, pending his recovery, and the rest went to one of the groups that was shouting from one of the corners of the patio. Seeing that the master was somewhat calmer, I could not resist the temptation, and I also approached the circle of legionaries who, sitting or squatting, focused their attention on one of the paving slabs. When I looked over the heads of the soldiers, I realized that it was a game, a kind of tic-tac-toe, already described by Plutarch. Using their swords, the members of the garrison had drawn a circle on one of those slabs, also engraving a series of crude figures and letters inside said circle. I could distinguish a B, which was used apparently for the so-called king's move, or basileus in Greek, and a royal crown. All these figures appeared separated from each other by a line that zigzagged through the interior of the circle. The participants used 4 bones, previously marked with letters and figures, which were thrown over the circle, singing the different moves, depending on the figures or letters where they landed. The game gradually became livelier, and several of the legionnaires sang plays such as Alexander, Dario, and Ephesus. Finally, one of the players was fortunate enough to have one of his little bones roll up to the crown, shouting the king's move, which was equivalent to our checkmate and, therefore, the end of the entertainment. The soldiers collected the bones, and the one who had won, surely influenced by that last stroke of luck. Notice Galileo encouraging his colleagues to continue the game, but this time with a real king. The idea was welcomed with enthusiasm, and the group headed towards the chair, ready to have fun at the expense of the one who had proclaimed himself king of the damned and hated Hebrews. The absence of Civilis made those guarding Jesus doubt, but they soon joined in the jokes and rudeness of their companions. Suddenly, those 10 bored and idle legionnaires stepped aside, giving way to 2 other infantrymen. With a martial air and containing their laughter, those 2 soldiers approached the Nazarene, who had bowed his head again, enduring this new and bitter ordeal with his usual silence. One of those who had begun to march towards the prisoner was carrying in his hands what at first seemed to me to be an upside-down wicker basket. But when he reached the height of the Galileo, I understood. It was not a basket, but a complicated helmet, braided from thorny brambles. It was shaped like a half-orange, with a ring or support at its base, formed by a bunch of green reeds, perfectly linked by other reed fibers. As I could see, the thorny cap had been interwoven with 6 very flexible branches, in which there was a terrifying swarm of straight, parrot beak-shaped spikes, with dimensions ranging between 0.79 inches and 2.3 inches approximately. It was clear that, while the bulk of the legionaries focused their mockery on Jesus, those 2 individuals had entered one of the firewood warehouses of the fortress, busying themselves with the sinister idea of braiding a crown for the King of the Jews. The occurrence was received with applause and laughter, and the one wearing that dangerous helmet of thin brown branches bowed, simulating a bow. He then raised the crown 2 feet above the master's skull, lowering it violently and embedding it in the rabbi's head. A scream of satisfaction escaped from the throats of the soldiers, drowning out the moan of Jesus, who, upon contact with the thorns, raised his head, involuntarily hitting his occipital region against the wall on which the bench was attached. That collision with the wall must have buried the spikes located in the back of the skull even further. The helmet, brutally fitted, covered almost the entire head of the prisoner. The ring on which the thorny net was supported was at the height of the tip of the nose, making it difficult even for the master to see. The acute pain of the 20 or 30 thorns that pierced the scalp, forehead, temples, ears, and part of the cheeks again shocked the Son of Man, who, with his eyes closed in a reflexive movement of protection, remained for several seconds with the mouth half open, trying to inhale as much air as possible. When I saw 6 copious streams of blood appear on his forehead and temples, I feared that those spikes had pierced the facial vein, which runs from the chin to the eye area. I got as close as I could to the face, but I couldn't see any thorns stuck in the area that crossed said vein. Others, however, had pierced the forehead and right malar region. One of those hook-shaped spikes had penetrated a few inches from the left eyebrow, in the orbicularis muscle, giving rise to intense hemorrhage, which quickly covered the eyebrow arch, flooding the eye, cheek, and beard with blood. The profuse emission of blood indicated that the spines had seriously affected the epicranial aponeurosis, located immediately under the scalp. The retraction of the vessels broken by the thorns in this area, extremely vascularized, was noticeable, as I say, immediately. Blood began to flow abundantly, dripping ceaselessly from his beard to his chest. But the soldiers, not content with this barbaric attack, went in search of the purple cloak that had been left on the paving, throwing it over his shoulders. Another of the legionnaires put a cane in his hands and, kneeling down, exclaimed amid general rejoicing,
"Hail, King of the Jews!"
The Nazarene's bows, imprecations, Spittle blows and kicks in the shins were common among that mob, increasingly amused by his outrages. One of the soldiers asked for passage and, placing his buttocks a few inches from Jesus' face, he lifted his tunic, beginning to blow with great noise, causing new and hurtful laughter. The revelry of the soldiers was suddenly cut short by the presence of the gigantic Lucilius, undoubtedly attracted by the constant commotion of his men. He observed the scene in silence and with a knowing smile stood in front of the prisoner. The legionnaires, intrigued, remained silent, and the centurion, raising his skirt, began to urinate on the legs, chest, and face of Jesus of Nazareth. That new insult dragged the Romans into a resounding and collective laughter, which would continue even after the officer had finished urinating. My heart then felt as overwhelmed and wounded as if those offenses had been done to my own person. Dejected, I leaned against the wall of the porch, with only one desire, to see Civilis appear. For once, my wishes were fulfilled. The commander of the legionary forces entered the central courtyard of the Antonia fortress at the moment when one of those heartless people ripped the cane from the hands of the Nazarene, dealing a strong blow to his helm of thorns. The laughter and the legionnaires disappeared instantly upon the sudden arrival of Civilis. When the centurion questioned the guards about this new ridicule, the soldiers shrugged their shoulders, holding their companions responsible. But these, as I say, had scattered between the columns and the patio. Visibly upset by the indiscipline of his men, the officer ordered the infantrymen that they should stand up the condemned man and follow him. They did so, and Jesus of Nazareth, somewhat more recovered, although subject to constant chills, began to walk toward the tunnel, practically dragging his left leg. At his side and awaiting Galileo, 3 other soldiers also advanced, who would not leave the prisoner until the moment of his return to the scene of the scourging. It was 11:15 in the morning. The sun, increasingly higher, illuminated the gigantic figure of Jesus as he left the praetorium. Upon seeing him, the crowd waiting in front of the steps let out a murmur, inevitably surprised by the pitiful appearance of the prisoner. The escort stopped in the middle of the terrace, to the left of the chair in which Pontius was waiting. The latter, upon seeing the helmet of thorns on the master's skull, turned nervously and indignantly towards Civilis, questioning him while pointing his index finger at the rabbi's head. I don't know what the centurion could have said to him. My attention had been caught in the Galileo. As he stopped in front of the crowd, Jesus, bent over and with his fingers intertwined, thus trying to control the intense shivering that consumed him, immediately perceived the warm presence of the sun, and very slowly, as if trying to absorb the sweet caress of the rays, he raised his face until he placed it in front of the solar disk. For a few seconds, his deep dark circles and the waterfall of blood that hid his face became perfectly visible to the entire crowd. But as he raised his head, the spikes tripped on the beginning of his back, piercing the back of his neck again, and the pain forced him to lower his face. John Zebedee, paralyzed by that tragic change in his master, finally reacted and, letting go of Joseph of Arimathea's arm, rushed towards Jesus, kneeling and crying at the rabbi's feet. The legionnaires questioned the centurion with their eyes, ready to remove the prisoner's young friend. But Civilis, extending his left hand, indicated that they should leave him. For a few minutes, both Pilate and the crowd were overwhelmed by the boy's inconsolable crying, and a respectful silence reigned in the patio. The master tried twice to lean towards John, trying to bring his trembling and bloody hands closer to the most beloved disciple, but the thorn trap and the rigidity of the improvised bandage prevented him from doing so. That new gesture of courage from the disciple and the defeated countenance of the Nazarene undoubtedly moved the procurator, and rising from his chair, he took a few short steps toward the edge of the stairs. Then, pointing to Jesus, and without losing sight of Caiaphas and the Sadducees, he exclaimed, trying to move the accusers to pity,
"Here you have the man. Once again I declare to you that I do not find him guilty of any crime. After punishing him, I want to set him free."
Pilate, once again, was wrong. And although the crowd did not dare to reply, the high priest and his men did respond, intoning the well-known "Crucify him." And little by little, the crowd joined the demonstrations of the Sanhedrites, chanting mercilessly, "Crucify him." Pontius, disappointed, returned to the court and waited for the crowd to calm down. The wind, increasingly hotter and more annoying, had begun to raise large whirlwinds of dust that were dragged from the east, hitting that north wing of the Antonia Tower with increasing severity. Civilis immediately caught that atmospheric change, and after seeing how the surveillance sentinels in the towers of the wall were trying to take shelter from the gusty wind, he looked at me intently, reminding me with his serious face of the omen I had given him that same morning. I nodded, but our silent dialogue was interrupted by the procurator's voice. Once the mob had calmed down, Pontius, with his right hand crushing the toupee, seriously compromised by the incipient sirocco, spoke to the Hebrews, with an unmistakable tinge of discouragement in his words.
I perfectly recognize that you have decided on the death of this man. But what has he done to deserve his sentence? Who wants to declare his crime?
Caiaphas, filled with anger, went up the stairs and, after spitting on Jesus, confronted the governor, shouting,
"We have a sacred law by which this man must die. He himself has declared to be the Son of God. Blessed be his name."
And turning his head towards the crestfallen prisoner, he threw another spit at him. The procurator looked at Jesus with sudden fear. The blood continued to drip from his forehead, staining the cloak of John, who, kneeling and hugging his master's feet, did not seem to pay any attention to what was happening. Caiaphas returned with a determined step to the head of the crowd, and Pontius, with a pale face and disheveled hair, struck the arms of the chair with both palms, ordering Civilis to take the Galilean into his residence. The legionaries turned the rabbi around, leading him back to the hall. Following an impulse, I crouched over John, encouraging him to stand up and stop crying. Then, putting my arm over his shoulders and pressing his face to my chest, I led him into the praetorium. Pilate, with his hands behind his back, had begun to take short walks in the center of the hall. Meanwhile, Civilis and the soldiers waited at a short distance from the door. Seeing me, the procurator interrupted his nervous steps, and turning towards me, he questioned me in a low voice, as if he feared that they might hear him.
Jason, do you really believe that this Galilean could be a god, descended to earth like the divinities of Olympus?
The Roman's pale eyes sparkled and flickered, prey to a superstitious and, in my opinion, deepening fear. But Pontius did not wait for my possible response. After straightening the hairpiece, he turned around, approaching the master, and with a trembling voice he asked the following questions.
Where do you come from? Who are you really? Why do they say that you are the Son of God?
The Nazarene raised his face slightly, posing a look full of pity on that judge who was weak and cornered by his own doubts. But the trembling lips of Jesus were unable to articulate any words. Pilate, increasingly upset, insisted,
Are you refusing to answer? Don't you understand that I still have enough power to free you or crucify you?
You would have no power over me without permission from above.
Come again?
You cannot have any authority over the Son of Man, unless the Heavenly Father allows you to do so. But you are not totally guilty, since you ignore the gospel. He who has betrayed me and given me to you has committed the greatest of sins.
The Roman knew very well who the prisoner was referring to, and that unexpected confession, partially relieving Pontius of his responsibility, seemed to relieve him greatly. The governor forgot about his questions and, with a smile of gratitude, he went out to the terrace. The escort prepared to follow him, but the Nazarene, turning to John, placed his hand on the disciple's head, making a last request.
John, you can't do anything for me. Go to my mother and bring her so she can see me before I die.
Civilis also heard those painful words, and sensing the fatal outcome, encouraged John Zebedee to fulfill Galileo's last will without loss of time. I released the boy and, hiding my anguish, nodded my head, ratifying the centurion's noble intention. John crossed the threshold of the praetorium, getting lost in the crowd. Previously, the officer ordered one of his men to accompany the apostle to the gates of the wall, helping him cross the path. Upon returning to the terrace, Pontius, much more encouraged by the prisoner's recent phrases, had begun to speak to the crowd. The tone of his voice denoted a firm desire to free Jesus. Joseph of Arimathea's face lit up again with hope, and even Judas, who had been one of the few who had not joined in the cries for crucifixion, seemed relieved by the procurator's determined attitude.
I am convinced that this man has only failed in religion, so he must be arrested and subjected to your own laws. Why do you expect me to condemn him to death for being in conflict with your traditions?"
The unexpected change of the governor of Rome exasperated the spirits of the Sadducees, who formed a circle, arguing heatedly. Pilate, extremely pleased with the general tension of the priests, sat down in the transportable chair, winking at Civilis. But before the procurator could finish savoring that ephemeral triumph, Caiaphas, pale and with bloodshot eyes, went back up the stairs, and threatening Pontius with his left hand, blurted out to him point blank,
"If you release this man, you are no friend of Caesar, and I will try by all means to make sure the emperor knows about it."
Knowing as the procurator did the wave of denunciations, arrests, and executions that had engulfed the empire in those last months, Caiaphas's withering ultimatum ended up disarming him. That undoubtedly was a low blow. Tiberius, and more specifically the feared Sejanus, had already learned of the two revolts caused by Pilate's intransigent stance, one motivated by the placement of the emperor's emblems and insignia in the middle of Jerusalem, and the second by the improper expropriation of the temple treasure for the construction of an aqueduct. And both events had earned him separate reprimands. If the inflexible general of the Praetorian Guard, who occupied Caesar's position, again received disturbing news about the conduct of his trusted man in that province, Pontius's political career could be seriously altered. In fact, shortly after the death of Jesus of Nazareth, the procurator would fall into a new political error that precipitated his end. The high priest, furthermore, had intentionally referred to his title as Caesar's friend, and that reference further humiliated the will of the Roman judge. Although Pontius Pilate was undoubtedly an acquaintance and friend of Tiberius, the allusion to Caiaphas carried dynamite. The chief priest knew that the governor was a member of the equestrian order, holding the title of Eques Illustrior and the dignity of Caesar's friend. That is a very special distinction. That privilege, precisely, made his situation even more delicate in the face of the leadership of the empire. The Sanhedrin had the means to convey to Sejanus and Tiberius, on the island of Capri, their complaints about what they considered a new irregularity on the part of the procurator, and Pontius knew it. In my opinion, this clever final maneuver demoralized Pontius, who, devoid of a strict sense of justice and without time for cool reflection, relented. Confused and without control, he stood up from the curule chair and, pointing at Jesus, said sarcastically,
"Here is your king."
Caiaphas and the Hebrew judges knew that they had just mortally wounded the Romans' intentions, and once again encouraging the crowd, they responded to Pilate, "Finish him." The governor fell back on his seat and, practically without strength, exclaimed,
"Am I going to crucify your king?"
"We have no king but Caesar."
Pilate was aware of that hypocritical statement, but he did not dare to reply. He called Civilis, and after exchanging a few words with his first officer, announced to the Jews his intention to release Barabbas. The populace applauded the governor's decision, but Pontius, oblivious to this recognition, asked for a basin of water to be brought to him. The centurion, upon hearing Pontius, showed his surprise, but he obeyed, ordering one of the legionaries to hurry up to carry out the procurator's wishes. I believe that, except for Pilate and myself, none of those present knew with what intention the Roman had requested that container. Jesus, with his head bowed and suffering from fever, silently attended that last part of the dialectical debate between the Jews and Caesar's representative. When the soldier returned to the terrace, carrying a wide clay pot overflowing with water, he stood in front of Pontius and waited. The procurator placed his chubby hands in the container, rubbing them for a few seconds. Then, before the astonished gaze of the centurion, his legionaries in the crowd, he ordered the soldier to retreat, and raising his arms above his head, he shouted so that everyone could hear him clearly,
"I am innocent of this man's blood. Are you determined for him to die? Well, for my part, I don't find him guilty."
The crowd applauded again, while the voice of another of the Sanhedrites was heard,
"May his blood fall on us and on our children."
And the crowd, one man chanted that tragic sentence, ignorant of the very serious hours that the Holy City would live through 40 years later, and in which precisely the blood of many of those Hebrews and that of their children would be shed by Titus's legions. Although at first glance the self-justification of the Sadducee and the mob may seem like a simple emotional manifestation, typical of those moments of hatred and blindness. The truth is that the aforementioned statement contained a much deeper and more transcendental meaning. The judges, I don't know if the same thing happened with that uneducated and vociferous human mass, knew very well what the Mosaic law said in this regard. The Mishnah, in its fourth order, specifies verbatim that in capital punishment proceedings, the blood of the prisoner and the blood of all his descendants will hang over the false witness until the end of the world. Another Jewish tradition also states that anyone who destroys a single life in Israel, the scripture counts it as if he had destroyed an entire world. And anyone who allows one person to survive in Israel, the scripture counts it as if he allowed an entire world to survive. The Sanhedrites, therefore, were fully aware of the value and gravity of their sentence, asking that the blood of Jesus fall on them and on their descendants. Pilate wiped his hands with the bottom of his cloak, and turning his back on Caiaphas and the crowd, greeted the Nazarene with his arm raised. Immediately, as he walked toward the door of the praetorium, he turned his face towards Civilis, saying,
"Take care of him."
And the legionaries, with the centurion in front, followed in the procurator's footsteps, retreating from the terrace. The die had been cast. From those moments on, events took place in the midst of great confusion. On one hand, I lost sight of John Zebedee and Joseph of Arimathea, and of course all the followers and sympathizers of the Master. Only after leaving the Antonia fortress would I manage to meet with the elderly Joseph again and encourage him to closely follow the decisive visit of Judas Iscariot to the headquarters of the Sanhedrin. And I say decisive because, as I will have the opportunity to relate, the circumstances that surrounded and cornered the traitor were more complex and extensive than how they were described by the evangelists. The escort that surrounded Jesus took the path of the tunnel, ending again in the porticoed courtyard. Pilate, to my surprise, was present when the legionaries stopped next to the fountain. The procurator was in a hurry to put an end to that tiresome matter and urged Civilis to have the prisoner immediately transferred to the place of execution. Apparently, and after the public defeat suffered by the governor against the dignitaries of the Sanhedrin, his intention to return to Caesarea had become nothing short of an obsession. Pontius was aware that he had just committed an outrage and did not have the courage to even look at Jesus. The centurion exchanged impressions with several of his officers, and finally a certain Longinus was appointed, a veteran soldier, a native of Tusculum, a city nestled in the Alban Mountains, and a countryman and friend of the former senator of the Emperor Augustus, Sulpicius Quirinius. Along with this legacy, Longinus had precisely fought in the war against the Hominidenses, a rebellious tribe that lived in the Taurus mountain range in what is now Asia Minor. He was, judging by his manners, a man of few words with a warm and direct gaze and a good knowledge of those people in the land. At that time, thanks to his courage and proven honesty, he had reached the rank of Quartus Princeps Posterior, or Centurion of the second centurial, of the second maniple, of the fourth cohort. Due to his age, possibly around 55 or 60 years old, he must have been about to leave the service. His hair was already showing numerous gray hairs, and over his right cheekbone, an eyebrow ran a deep scar, the result, no doubt, of one of the fights in which he had been involved since his youth. Civilis, in my opinion, was extremely correct in choosing Longinus as captain and person in charge of the escort that was to accompany the Master to Golgotha. For a moment I trembled at the possibility that this designation had fallen, for example, to the cruel Lucilius, alias Sedo Alterum. In total, 4 legionaries and an optio, or non-commissioned officer, were appointed as a patrol in charge of custody and subsequent execution. My surprise was considerable when I found that Longinus's optio, or lieutenant, was precisely Arsenius, the Roman who had directed the capture of the Nazarene on the slopes of Olivet. Everything seemed decided. Longinus instructed one of his men to measure the prisoner's size, while another soldier headed to the guard post at the western entrance, in search of an object whose name I could not hear. Pilate was about to leave when Civilis, after consulting with the person in charge of the platoon that was to lead Jesus, suggested something that, in principle, was not foreseen.
Why not take advantage of that opportunity to also crucify the 2 terrorists, companions of Barabbas?
The procurator hesitated. Apparently, the execution of those murderers had initially been scheduled for the days following the celebration of Passover. Pontius grimaced in displeasure, but the centurion-in-chief insisted, making him see that, as things were, this collective crucifixion would simplify the possible risks that the death of some zealots always entailed. A good part of the Jewish people protected and encouraged these revolutionaries, and it was very possible that the condemnation of such guerrillas could mean the alteration of public order. After the relentless insistence of the priests on the promulgation of capital punishment for the Galileo, it was doubtful that there would be protests if the execution of the members of the independence movement took place at the same time as that of the supposed king of the Jews. The procurator listened in silence to his commander's reasoning, and moving his hands disdainfully, gave Civilis to understand that he had his approval, but that he should act quickly. With a simple nod, the centurion told Arsenius to see to the transfer of the zealots. At that moment, Pilate noticed my presence, and, while the officers waited for the arrival of the new prisoners, the bulky procurator took me aside, saying,
"Jason, what does your science say about all this? I haven't had time to ask you in detail about that omen you predicted for today. Speak to me clearly. I order you."
Curiosity and fear consumed Pontius in equal measure, so I had no choice but to improvise. This past midnight, when I was on the Mount of Olives, I sensed something, and after looking for a pure place, an augural, I turned toward the north, tracing the templum or square on the ground with my staff. Then, as you know, I took this lichus, pointing to my rod of Moses, and did the ritual of describing the regions. And once situated, I begged the gods for a sign. Pilate, holding his breath, encouraged me to continue. The sky, dear procurator, had become serene and transparent like the eyes of a goddess. Fortunately, the wind had stopped. Everything suggested an answer. And suddenly the infernal bird's inferi emerged from my left. Its low flight and its direction were decisive.
"But what? What do you mean by this?"
Then at the height of misfortune, it thundered to the left, the sky being completely calm. Pilate opened his big eyes, frightened. He knew well the meaning of those lies, wonderfully criticized in his day by Cicero himself. And with a pale face he begged me to decipher the omen. In my humble opinion, Jupiter, and for reasons I cannot understand, is desolate, and he may express his anger without too much delay. Heaven will witness what I have revealed to you.
"Today?"
I nodded with a serious face while diverting my gaze toward the Nazarene. Pontius also turned his head, moved. Then, forgetting the conversation and myself, he returned to his centurions. I was about to ask Civilis to authorize me to follow the procession and witness the executions when the legionary who had measured the height of Jesus burst into the courtyard from one of the many doors that opened under the colonnades. To do this, the soldier, very accustomed to this task, judging by his ease, had taken one of the spears, and while another companion held Galileo's arms in a cross position, the bearer of the pilum stood behind the prisoner, measuring the total distance between the tips of both hands. Now, once the macabre measurement had been made, the Roman had returned to the central patio, carrying a heavy piece of wood, an extremely rough trunk, unplaned, with a rude hollowing out or hole in its middle. This crude hole, about 4 inches in diameter, crossed the wood from side to side, following the direction of its thickness. The legionary, who came equipped with a long, thick rope, rested the patibulum, resting one of its faces, perfectly sawn, on the paving. And he waited. By placing the wood in this vertical position, I was able to verify that its length was almost 6.5 feet, possibly 6 feet 2 inches. As for its thickness, I estimate that it would be around 10 inches. It was, in short, a solid piece of wood, with a weight that I don't think was less than 66 pounds. Simulating great curiosity, I approached the legionnaire, asking him what that log was for. The soldier smiled ironically and, pointing first at Jesus, then gave me a significant sign with his thumb. He placed it downwards, in the manner of the Caesars when they decreed the finishing of the gladiators. I stroked the rough surface of the patibulum and deduced that it was a section of a tree, one of the species of pine so common in Palestine, or perhaps imported from the forests of Lebanon. I'm not sure, but perhaps it was the so-called Pinus halepensis, with almost incorruptible wood. Engrossed in the analysis, I did not notice the arrival of the two zealots. The Optio and the legionaries had led them, handcuffed, to the procurator and the remaining centurions. As soon as he saw them, Civilis ordered that their filthy tunics be torn off, and that they begin the obligatory punishment prior to crucifixion. And 4 legionaries took as many flagrums, proceeding to whip the guerrillas. One of them, almost a boy, fell to his knees in front of Pontius, moaning and begging for mercy. But the governor quickly turned away from the prisoner. At that moment, while the whips cracked again in the middle of the enclosure, the legionnaire who had disappeared in the vaulted tunnel of the west gate of Antonia returned running, handing Longinus a wooden tablet of about 24 by 8 inches, completely whitewashed with white lead. The centurion took the tablet and a kind of small coal, asking the soldier to get 2 new plates. He then called the governor's attention, showing him the tablet and the sharp piece of coal, reminding him that the escort should place on the crosses the identity of each of the condemned and the nature of their crimes. The emotion shook me again. I was about to attend the drafting of the so-called INRI. Also on this matter, and if only in the circumstantial aspect of the wording, the 4 evangelists had expressed disagreement. Which of them had gotten the text right? Mark had said, "The King of the Jews," Mark 15:26. Matthew, for his part, adds, "This is Jesus, the King of the Jews," Matthew 27:37. As for Luke, his INRI says, "This is the King of the Jews," Luke 23:38. Finally, John Zebedee, called the evangelist, reproduced the following text: "Jesus Nazarene, the King of the Jews," John 19:19. Who was right? I discreetly peeked over the procurator's shoulder and noticed how his hand trembled. He had the tablet horizontally and firmly resting on the shiny breastplate. He had taken the charcoal with his right hand, but his face had deviated from the surface of the whitewashed wooden rectangle. I realized he was looking at Jesus out of the corner of his eye. The master, who did not open his lips the entire time, had managed to regularize his breathing rhythm, but he continued hunched over and trembling. The blood, although in a smaller proportion, continued to drip down the bottom of his tunic, forming a ring around his feet. One of the guerrillas, the oldest, was writhing on the flagstones, howling with each lash. The legionnaires had torn his tunic, exposing the entire trunk. And despite finding himself with his hands tied behind his back and controlled by another soldier who held in his hands the end of the rope with which he had been tied, the zealot, in his desperation and pain, rolled on the pavement, putting this last infant man in trouble. The youngest, with his clothes equally torn, had curled up on himself, trying to cover his head between his legs. But the blows were so violent and frequent that it didn't take long for him to kneel, offering his back to the executioners and emitting screams that made numerous legionaries appear at the guardhouse. Suddenly Pilate, increasingly nervous, began to write with his characteristic square handwriting, "Jesus of Nazareth." Those first words were traced in Aramaic, from right to left. They were about 1 inch high and occupied the entire upper part of the tablet. Pontius hesitated again. He didn't seem to know what to add. In reality, he was aware of the falsehood of those accusations, and logically, he had just stumbled upon a serious problem. The youngest zealot raised his head and with a sweaty and discomposed face looked for Jesus. Then, despite the tugs of his guardian, he crawled on his knees to the rabbi. And when he reached his feet, in the midst of a shower of furious lashes, he buried his face in the drops of blood that escaped from the edge of the rabbi's tunic, exclaiming between sobs,
"Master, have mercy on us. Don't let us die."
Jesus half opened his swollen and bruised eyes, looking at that unfortunate man with infinite tenderness. But before he could respond, the soldier who was holding this prisoner's rope gave the master a violent push, making him retreat and stagger. One of the executioners then directed his flagrum towards Christ, ready to hurt him, but Civilis, attentive to what was happening, intervened, holding the Nazarene by the armpits and preventing him from collapsing. He then turned to the platoon, ordering them not to flog the King of the Jews.
This one has already received his punishment.
The executioners continued their merciless attack, opening new wounds on the backs, legs, and sides of the zealots, while the one who had approached Galileo remained on his knees, with his head stuck on the flagstones. His companion, in a fit of desperation, stood up, launching a frantic kick against the lower abdomen of one of his whippers. The Roman doubled over like a doll, falling to the ground with howls of pain. Pontius, with his back to that bloody scene, wrote again, "King of the Jews." John, therefore, was the only evangelist who had been absolutely faithful in the transcription of the INRI, Jesus Nazarenus Rex Judiorum. And immediately, almost mechanically, the procurator repeated the phrase Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews in Greek, and finally in Latin. And returning the tablet to Longinus, he shook the palms of his hands, making an obvious grimace of disgust. But the legionary sent by the centurion in search of 2 more wooden planks returned to the point, and Pontius, much to his regret, had to repeat the operation. This time it was much shorter. After asking the names of the condemned, he wrote on the whiteboards, Gistus, Bandit, and Dismas. Bandit. All of this, of course, in the 3 languages in common use at that time in Palestine: Aramaic in the first place, Greek, the universal language, as English or Spanish could be today, and Latin, Pilate's native language. The procurator took a few steps towards the circular pond and rinsed his hands. When he was about to leave, I came forward and begged him to allow me to attend the executions. If something supernatural really must happen, I argued, I want to be present. Pilate shrugged his shoulders and mechanically, as if immersed in other thoughts, conveyed my request to Civilis. He took it upon himself to introduce me to Longinus, announcing me as an augur, a friend of Tiberius. I believe that the first qualification should not have impressed the veteran centurion unduly, but the second was different. At that moment, Arsenius's intervention, telling the captain of the escort that he had met me the night before, also took on its importance, and Pontius, raising his arm with reluctance, saluted his officers and retired. It wouldn't take long for Civilis to follow. When the remaining legionnaires saw how their companion fell victim to the kick provided by the terrorists, the flagrum were no longer the only equipment of torture. With unusual rage, the remaining thugs, who had been joined by other curious onlookers, accompanied the whipping with endless kicks, which ended up subduing the revolutionary. Once on the ground, the Romans' spiked soles embedded themselves again and again into the prisoner's body, and a few seconds later, a trickle of blood flowed from between the corners of his lips. The arrival of 2 new pieces of wood, somewhat shorter than the one intended for the cross of the Nazarene, interrupted the scourging. But that momentary respite was only the prologue to an anguishing pilgrimage. Without any kind of contemplation or consideration, the soldiers, under the careful supervision of Longinus in his optio, placed the 2 trunks on the shoulders and last cervical vertebrae of the zealots, while other legionaries forced the prisoners to extend their arms until the dorsal sides of their hands were pressed against the rough surface of the wood. The youngest revolutionary remained on his knees, while his companion, semi-conscious, was tied to the patibulum in the same position in which he had been left, lying face down. Neither of them had enough strength to resist. The one who had asked for mercy continued to sob piteously, while a long, thick rope immobilized his wrists, arms, and armpits. The Romans began to restrain the first prisoner at the right end of the patibulum. Then they imprisoned the arms until they ended at the left wrist, and from there, the rope fell towards the condemned man's left foot, being knotted around the ankle. With this same rope, and once the placement of that first piece of wood was completed, the executioners incorporated the second gorilla, repeating the maneuver. Finally, the soldiers, carrying about 13 feet of rope, the last of the long rope, addressed the master. Jesus saw them arrive, and meekly, before the legionaries hit him or pulled his hair to make him bow down, he leaned his body forward, offering his destroyed shoulders. But the rabbi's height far exceeded that of the executioners, and his voluntary inclination of the chest was not enough. So one of the infantrymen, faced with the impossibility of pushing his head, grabbed his beards, pulling them towards the ground, and he kept him that way, waiting for his comrades in arms to place the patibulum on his back. 2 other legionaries extended the rabbi's arms, and a 3rd and 4th soldiers took the thick trunk. They hoisted it up by both ends and slammed it onto the back of the Galileo's neck. But the many branches of the spiked helmet constituted an obstacle. The thick wooden cylinder did not fit precisely over the trapezius muscles, rolling down the back. 3 times the Romans, increasingly breathless, beat Jesus' neck until finally, overcome by renewed pain, The prisoner himself bent down even further, making it easier to place the patibulum on the upper areas of his shoulder blades. In each of those savage attempts to place the wood, I experienced a kind of whiplash that ran through my insides. The spikes located on the nape of the neck and occipital region dug a little deeper with each effort, tearing the scalp and possibly sinking into the cranial periosteum sheet that surrounds the bones. Traumatologists know very well what kind of pain the perforation of this lamina produces. The intense and sustained pain caused Jesus to groan in each of the 3 impacts, and in a matter of seconds, his hair and neck were shining again, profusely bloodied. The executioners tensed their arms under the lower area of the torso and proceeded to anchor it, knotting the rope from right to left, finishing the hold on the left ankle. The notable weight of the patibulum, at least for a man so severely punished, caused the rabbi's body to lean dangerously, forcing him to bend his legs. Jesus tried to raise his head. His muscles and arteries seemed ready to burst beneath the reddened skin of his neck. But with each attempt to rise up and overcome the weight of the log, his neck became walled with the rough bark of the patibulum, and the pain of the thorns, entering his head without mercy, defeated him, humiliating his face. Understanding that all efforts to regain verticality were useless, the master seemed resigned. His breathing had become labored again, and I feared that, at any moment, that effort would lead to a new fainting. The evangelists, logically, since no one was present at that dramatic moment of the burden of the scaffold, never reflected in their writings the hard and critical nature of that moment. The depleted body of Jesus of Nazareth was suddenly crushed by a piece of wood, leaving his muscles in the position in which they were at the moment of the discharge on his shoulders and neck. There was no pre-warming nor any possibility for the main muscle packages to react properly. This, in short, accelerated his heart and blood rates, shooting them up for the umpteenth time. In a matter of 3 to 5 minutes from the moment the soldiers managed to tie the log to his arms, his heart was able to beat at a rate of 170 beats per minute, raising the maximum blood pressure to around 190. In my opinion, that was a blow that consumed the little energy he still had left. Seeing him in that sorry state, I wondered how much he could resist with the patibulum on his back. But a new event was about to cause another heartbreaking suffering in the body of the giant of Galilee. While Arsenius proceeded to nail the 3 slats onto the wooden shaft of one of the pilum, another legionary noticed the master's sandals. He showed them to Longinus, and in a gesture of honesty and commiseration towards the prisoner, ordered the soldier to put sandals on him. The infantryman squatted before the rabbi, and by forcing him with both hands to lift his left foot in order to place the sole on the sandal, the Nazarene's body became unbalanced to the opposite side, causing Jesus to fall spectacularly. The incident was as fast as it was unexpected. Galileo, with his arms tied, could not prevent the patibulum from collapsing, and after hitting the slabs with the right end, he crashed face first into the pavement, being crushed under the crossbar of the cross. Seeing and hearing the violent crash against the flagstones, I feared the worst. When the soldiers rushed to lift him up, I observed that, fortunately, the thorned helmet had acted as a protector, preventing the bones of his face from splintering. In return, the spikes on the forehead, temples, and cheeks had pierced the flesh a little more, exposing part of the subcutaneous cellular tissue in some areas and giving rise to new and intense hemorrhages. Despite the violence of the fall, the Nazarene did not lose consciousness. 2 executioners raised the patibulum, propping it up with their shoulders, while the clumsy legionnaire finished putting Jesus' sandals on. Once the unfortunate operation was completed, the executioners released the trunk, and the rabbi again felt the weight, bowing for the second time. The impossibility of him being able to tilt his head back significantly reduced his field of vision, practically limiting him to the ground he was walking on. On several occasions, while that short but rugged walk to Calvary lasted, I observed how the master strained his eyes upward. But as he wrinkled his forehead, the spikes tore the wounds and the intense pain forced him to lower his eyes. Towards the 6th hour, Longinus gave the order to begin marching. The escort had been augmented with other legionnaires, all of them heavily armed. 8 were placed on both flanks of the prisoners, and the rest, up to a total of 12, were distributed at the head of the procession, immediately behind the centurion and his lieutenant, and in the end. Each prisoner, therefore, had been assigned a contingent of 4 soldiers, expressly in charge of his surveillance and subsequent crucifixion. One of these infantrymen also carried a filthy leather sack that hung from a stick shaped like a gallows, and which he threw over his shoulder. Closing the procession was a couple of Romans holding a ladder about 16 feet high. 4 of the infantrymen located to the right and left of the zealots unrolled their whips, resuming the scourging of those unfortunates, as they had customarily done before the execution. Groaning and with bloodied bodies, the first 2 inmates began to walk, staggering under the weight of the logs. Following strict security regulations, the 3 prisoners, as I said, had been tied by the ankles to the same rope. In this way, any possible escape attempt was extremely problematic. As he set off, the condemned man in the center gave a tug on the rope, forcing the Nazarene, who was in third and last place, to follow him. The pronounced oscillations of the log that the rabbi was carrying and his hesitant, unsteady steps, with that painful dragging of his left leg, made us all fear a new and immediate fall, and, what was much worse, a possible cardiac arrest. And I say us all because, from the beginning, the 4 legionaries who closed the escort with me exchanged some worried glances, confirming with significant movements of the head that prisoner was not in a position to reach Golgotha. But for now, no one said anything. The prisoners covered the first 82 feet, and the platoon entered the vaulted tunnel of the west door, the one through which I had accessed Antonia in the company of the old man of Arimathea. There, unfortunately, a new problem would arise. Some of the sentinels had peered curiously at the door of the guardhouse, laughingly watching the passage of the condemned. When the guerrilla marching in the middle reached the guards, taking advantage of the fact that the legionnaires had ceased their whipping due to the darkness and the narrowness of the passage, this Geistas turned to the left, spitting on the nearest Roman, and before his executioners could lay their hands on him, he attacked the legionary who was walking on his right with the edge of the patibulum, directing the trunk towards his face. The soldier fell backwards, rushing towards Jesus. They both rolled on the dark, damp cobblestones of the tunnel. On this occasion, the impact caused the Galileo to collapse on its back. The commotion was indescribable. Several members of the Guard Corps and some of the Roman escorts attacked the guerrilla, plunging the shafts of their spears into the provocateur's belly, ribs and teeth, until he fell to his knees. The surprise or fright of the sentinel was such that he did not attack Jesus again. The Optio, with more common sense than his men, ordered that he be picked up, and the procession continued its march, with 2 revolutionaries massacred with whips and blows, and with an unrecognizable Jesus of Nazareth, consumed by fever and with galloping weakness. When stepping on the metal cover of the drawbridge, the sun, almost at its zenith, fully illuminated the figure of the master. The falls had opened some of his wounds, soaking the tunic again, which had lost its original color. Several streams of blood ran relentlessly down his Achilles tendons, pooling his sandals. Dragging his feet, the master approached the outer parapet of the Antonia Tower. His breathing was increasingly labored, and his head and trunk were tilting inch by inch. At the mouth of the wall, when we had traveled just over 147 feet from the center of the porticoed patio, the platoon stopped again. The narrow access forced the legionaries to tilt the prisoners' trunks so that they could cross the outer enclosure of the headquarters. From there, things could get complicated, and the soldiers closed ranks, keeping a minimum distance from each other and from the condemned. Longinus made a signal to his lieutenant, and he stood at the head of the procession, raising with both hands the pilum on which the 3 tablets with the names and crimes of those who were being taken to the scaffold had been arranged. As soon as we left the fortress, we were surprised by a gusty wind, much more intense than the one I had perceived during Pontius's debates on the terrace of the Praetorium. That wind, coming from the east, came loaded with dust and sand. Intrigued by the sudden worsening of the weather, I pressed the audio connection and asked Eliseo what news he had about the announced instability in the high levels of the atmosphere, near the border of present-day Iraq with Saudi Arabia. My companion, whom I had almost abandoned for hours, reproached me for this silence, although he understood that the circumstances had not been optimal to keep him informed. And he immediately went on to explain to me that the turbulence had become a haboob or storm with a violent wind, fueled by the contact between a jet stream and another different barometric pressure system. The storm had been increasing, especially in the western periphery of the Baric Depression, located, as I said, in the south of Iraq. The electronic systems of the cradle had detected conical currents of particles suspended in the air, moving towards the west-northwest and in fronts that oscillated around 62 miles. The bands of this haboob had been twisting and widening, reaching up to 310 miles, raising in their wake gigantic clouds of sand, originating from the Arabian deserts of Nafud and Dana. The gusts, according to the module's detectors, reached 25 and 30 knots per hour. Contrary to what Eliseo assumed, the arrival of that storm had increased the relative humidity, also estimating a slight drop in temperature.
The visibility inside all that dust has been estimated by Santa Claus at about 984 feet. Estimated time for the sweep of the city by the central lobe of the haboob, between 30 and 45 minutes from now.
This meant that, if the procession managed to reach the site of the crucifixion before the storm entered the Jerusalem area, the darkness, caused by the suspended sandbanks, would fall upon us in full execution. How little could I imagine in those moments that the famous darkness described by the evangelists had little to do with the obscuration of the sun by dust. A short distance from the stone parapet that surrounded that area of the Antonia Tower, a group of Jews waited, I estimated about 200, among whom were a few Sadducees, the same ones who had attended the condemnation of Jesus in front of the Praetorium, and of course, Joseph of Arimathea, in the company of another young emissary of David Zebedee. The latter had just informed the old man that Mary, the master's mother, and other relatives were already coming to Jerusalem and that they would probably meet John on the road to Bethany. Caiaphas and the rest of the Sanhedrin, according to Joseph, had gone to the temple, ready to give an account to the rest of the Sanhedrin of what had happened that morning and of the imminent death of the rabbi of Galilee. But the Arimathean's greatest concern was not the fate of his master. He knew that the procurator's sentence was already final, and that only the divine powers of Jesus could save him from certain death. His thoughts were occupied, as I say, by another problem. Once Pontius's pronouncement against Galileo was achieved, the priests left the fortress, discussing and preparing their next action, the capture and annihilation of Jesus' disciples. Joseph had warned the courier about this maneuver and urged him to leave for Gethsemane and warn David and any followers and friends he could locate. And so he did. I dared to hint to him that his presence near the high priest and the Sadducees could be much more useful than in that tragic procession. And Joseph, unable to contain his tears, nodded his head while he watched in astonishment the bloody face of the Nazarene and his body, increasingly exhausted and flexed under the weight of the trunk. The Jewish leaders, upon reading the INRI of Jesus, stood in the way of the optio and the platoon and angrily protested the inscription. Longinus tried to calm the exalted spirits of the Hebrews, making them see that those tablets had been written by the procurator himself. It was useless. The Sadducees demanded that the centurion change the text, removing the expression King of the Jews. The tension reached its peak when some of those ragged people picked up stones and threw them at the soldiers. Several legionaries stepped forward, covering Longinus and the optio with their shields. The centurion, without losing his nerve, pushed aside the infantrymen who were protecting him, and raising his voice, warned the group to disband. Then, pointing to the third tablet, the one corresponding to Jesus the Nazarene, he reminded the Sanhedrites that, if they wished to change the inscription, they should return to Antonia and discuss the matter with Pontius. Those words of Longinus appeased the anger of the Jews, and 3 of the judges hastily left in the direction of the Praetorium, ready to negotiate what they considered an insult to their nationalism. I would not see Pilate again on that first great journey. However, in advancing events, I can point out that in our second adventure, Civilis told me about that new encounter with the despicable priests, congratulating himself on Pontius's attitude. For once, the governor was inflexible, reminding the Hebrews that this accusation had been part of the accusations that had led to the conviction. Apparently, when the Sadducees became convinced of the Romans' harsh and intransigent position, they suggested that he at least modify the text, changing it to another that said, "He said, I am the King of the Jews." Pontius's response was identical to the previous ones. What I have written is written by me, and the representation of the Sanhedrin had no choice but to withdraw, but not before threatening the governor with endless curses and divine punishments. Once the incident was canceled, the centurion gave the order to continue. He unsheathed his sword and without hesitation made his way through the crowd. Those hundreds of fanatics, mostly unemployed, people bought by the Sanhedrin or simply morbid people thirsty for blood, immediately retreated, opening a corridor through which the platoon with the condemned paraded. No matter how hard I looked, I couldn't discover a single one of Jesus' friends or disciples. As for the crowd that had shouted the release of Barabbas and the crucifixion of Galileo, where were they? Those Hebrews constituted a small part of the 2,000 or 3,000 who could have gathered minutes before in front of the steps of the procurator's residence. This sudden disinterest in the end of the hated king of the Jews confirmed my hypothesis. The vast majority of the Jews who went up to the praetorium that morning had only one intention: to request the traditional release of a prisoner. Deep down, they didn't care who got the grace. If the judges had cried out for Jesus' freedom, the crowd would probably have chanted the name of the Nazarene. Once their curiosity was satisfied, the thousands of pilgrims and residents of Jerusalem withdrew, practically forgetting about the condemned man. But the encounter with those 200 cowards did have an influence. Longinus, a man of great experience, undoubtedly thought that the conduct of the zealots and the king through the streets of the upper city of Jerusalem, it could be complicated for his men and for him, and with good judgment he varied the route that this type of processions had traditionally followed. In general, the future executioners were paraded through the intricate alleys of the city, thus trying to exemplify the masses. On this occasion, I insist, the centurion decided on a much shorter path. I am sorry to disappoint all those who have believed and still believe in a Via Dolorosa through the narrow streets of the upper district. Nothing of the sort. The centurion and the soldiers turned north, entering the dusty road that led to Caesarea and ran almost parallel to the Tyropoeon Valley. Today, that same road crosses, somewhat further north, the Damascus Gate in the northern wall. The first surprised by this change in the itinerary were the Hebrews who had thrown stones at the Roman escort. Soon, led by the Sadducees, they began to follow Longinus and the legionaries. I suppose that this strange variation on the traditional road of the prisoners moved their curiosity even more. According to my calculations, Jesus had walked about 328 feet from the courtyard of the Antonia Tower when the centurion suddenly left the road, turning to the left and beginning the descent through the aforementioned Tyropoeon ravine in the direction of one of the corners of the northern city wall. The wind raised large masses of dust and dirt in that outer area of Jerusalem, making difficult the already painful walk of the master and the bandits. They had been whipped again, although the slope and the irregularity of the terrain made the executioner's blows less precise. It was precisely when going down that short slope, planted with thistles and thorny thistles, when the limping and humiliated body of the Nazarene lost its balance again, falling to the ground in a cloud of dust. This time, Jesus managed to move his knees forward, which crashed between the stones. The prisoner's third fall forced the procession to stop. Two of the executioners stepped back and with whips tried to get the master to stand up. With his mouth open, breathing, and in the middle of a new increase in heart rate, the giant, who had remained on his knees, finally managed to raise his right leg. But the left, destroyed by the flagrum, did not respond. The Son of Man gritted his teeth with all his might. The neck muscles tightened again, producing a dangerous contracture of the sternocleidomastoid. His closed eyes reflected a firm desire to overcome the weight of the wood, but exhaustion, thirst, and the increasingly worrying drop in blood volume. At that time, it was very possible that the rabbi had lost about half a gallon of blood. Could more than his will, and despite the lashes, the prisoner's body, far from recovering, was leaning more and more, until his chin touched his right knee. At that critical moment, the centurion's voice stopped the legionaries, and Longinus himself, helped by two other soldiers, was in charge of pushing the patibulum, thus easing the prisoner's recovery. Once on his feet, the procession continued the descent until reaching the bottom of the valley. From there, and to Golgotha, the path was much more dramatic. According to my calculations, the Tyropoeon depression was at elevation 745. We had descended 16 feet. The elevation of the Antonia fortress in the Caesarea track was 2,460 feet, and Calvary was 2,477 feet above sea level. That meant from those moments on, a path on a continuous slope. But to my surprise, the Nazarene managed to descend the slope with less difficulty than I imagined. Staggering and breathing through his mouth, he managed to cover another 328 feet. That added up to around 820 since our departure from Antonia. However, I was deceiving myself. The sad reality did not take long to impose itself. Suddenly he stopped. The log swung nervously from side to side, and Jesus fell to his knees, prey to more intense convulsions. This time, fortunately for him, the procession barely stopped for a few seconds. The rabbi continued his advance, dragging his knees over the rough slope. I couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. That man, in the decline of his life, was capable of continuing, in whatever way, towards his own end. Longinus had chosen the outer perimeter of the northern wall, thus avoiding the crowded streets of Jerusalem and, at the same time, shortening the path. Despite this, Jesus' physical and I believe mental exhaustion was once again bordering on the state of shock. The tips of his fingers had begun to turn purple, an unmistakable sign of poor circulation in his upper extremities, the result of prolonged stiffness. Although it was impossible to verify it in those distressing moments, it was more than certain that his arms and shoulders had begun tetanization, adding with it a new and stinging pain, a consequence of the progressive crystallization of the microscopic lactic acid crystals in his muscles. This tetanization process would be one of the most arduous tortures that the Master would have to face during the first minutes of the crucifixion. With his head and trunk flexed, the Galileo gained every inch of ground, enveloped in waves of sand and raising small columns of dust with each drag of its knees. The blood that soaked his tunic became heavy with dirt, as well as his hair, beard, and face. His breathing became faster and faster, and when he had gained another barely 164 feet, a cold sweat bathed his temples and neck. Jesus was already advancing with very abrupt movements, almost jerking, with a typical spastic gait, a consequence of muscular rigidity. Suddenly, I saw him raise his face twice, trying to inhale as much air as possible, and without anyone being able to prevent it, he collapsed, crashing into the ground. The soldiers did not hesitate, and before the centurion had time to intervene, they kicked the Nazarene's defenseless body. The 14 5-shaped nails on the soles opened new wounds in the legs, and I suppose in almost all the areas where the kicks were fired, kidneys, ribs, and back. The left foot had been pointed to the right, and one of the furious executioners stomped on it twice. On the second impact, the nail of the thick toe popped cleanly. There, when there were just a few feet left to top the slope, the strength had definitively abandoned the prisoner. The arrival of Longinus settled that sterile beating, and I say sterile because the Master had lost consciousness. The officer, who was aware of the harsh intervention of the legionaries in the scourging, reproached the soldiers for that absurd behavior. He bent down and, placing his fingers on the carotid artery, he checked the pulse.
He's still alive.
The 4 guardians who had been assigned to him proceeded to raise the patibulum, but Jesus remained physically hanging from the log, with his head sunk on his chest. One of the soldiers suggested to the centurion that they release the log. Longinus directed his gaze toward the dusty horizon, and realizing that we were very close to the Ephraim gate, rejected the idea, ordering that the prisoner and the patibulum be transported to the very foot of the wall. That's how it was done. Without stopping to contemplate any kind, the platoon resumed the march, climbing the slope in the direction of the aforementioned northwest entrance to the city. 2 of the executioners placed the ends of the log on their respective shoulders, thus carrying the unconscious body of the prisoner. Jesus' feet, during these new 262 or 328 feet, were dragging mercilessly through the weeds and small rock formations, ulcerating the tissues even more. Once next to the wall, at the very foot of the aforementioned gate, and the path that led from that angle towards Jaffa, the soldiers sat the Master, lying him on the blocks of the high wall. While 2 of them held the log, another released the rope, untying Jesus. His arms, lifeless, fell to his sides, and the same thing happened with his head, which was tilted over his chest. The executioners who had been whipping the zealots took advantage of that break to sit on the edge of the road, while the guerrillas, exhausted, also collapsed. It didn't take long for the crowd of curious onlookers to appear over the slope. But seeing that the platoon had stopped, they remained at a safe distance, attentive to each and every one of the Romans' movements. The traffic of walkers on that road was intense. We were very close to the traditional celebration of the Passover meal, and the pilgrims quickened their pace, herding horses and flocks of lambs. Many of them stopped under the arch of the Ephraim Gate, surprised by the spectacle of those bloody men, half naked and sinking under the weight of the logs. But the storm of dust and sand continued to rage, and most of them, after taking a look, immediately left. I suppose that very few came to recognize the Nazarene. The centurion and his lieutenant examined Jesus again. They both looked seriously worried. They did not want the prisoner to lose his life during the transfer. That would have complicated things for them. At Longinus's request, the legionary who had carried the leather bag, he extracted from it a clay jug wrapped in a net braided with ropes, and protecting it from dust with his own body, he filled a metal bowl of a remote greenish color with a colorless liquid. The centurion brought the container to Jesus' lips, and upon contact with what I initially identified as water, he reacted favorably. When I looked, I noticed how the lips were cracked, with the typical yellowish spots on their edges, typical of dehydration. Slowly, Galileo finished the drink. When he finished, his mouth was left half open, his body shaking with fever and the resulting feeling of cold. Then upon noticing his mouth, I saw to my horror that the rabbi's beautiful teeth appeared broken. I squatted next to Longinus and, touching his lower lip with my fingers, I discovered his teeth. One of the lower incisors had disappeared, and the second had only part of the crown. Those losses could only have occurred in one of the 4 falls, in my opinion, in the first or the 4th and last. Upon noticing the gentle pressure of fingers lowering his lower lip, Jesus opened his eyes as wide as he could. The left one was practically closed due to bruises and a broken eyebrow. My gaze must have been so intense and compassionate that I guessed a spark of gratitude in that pupil. The hypotonia or softness of the eyeball was so evident that I reaffirmed the very serious dehydration he was suffering from. The temperature of the lip was very high, and without being able to remedy it, I commented to the officer about the delicate state of the prisoner. Longinus stood up and with a worried gesture headed towards the road, observing the passers-by. At first I was surprised by that reaction from the captain of the escort. Later I understood why he had left the platoon. While I was watching Galileo regain his breath, a group of 20 or 30 women appeared under the Ephraim Arch. Undoubtedly they were coming to meet the master because, upon discovering him at the foot of the wall, they stopped. They advanced timidly and, when they were 10 feet away, one of the legionnaires cut them off with his spear. I stood up and anxiously searched for the master's mother, but I soon realized that this attempt at identification was ridiculous. I didn't know Mary. The women burst into tears. They were bitter, silent tears. The Galileo then turned his head and, looking at the group of Jews, took a deep breath. Then to everyone's surprise, he exclaimed in a hoarse voice,
"Daughters of Jerusalem, don't cry for me. Cry rather for yourselves and your loved ones. My mission is almost accomplished. I will soon be with my Father. But the time of terrible evils for Jerusalem has only just begun. You will see days coming when you will say, 'Blessed are the barren, and those whose breasts did not breastfeed their little ones.' In those days, you will ask the rocks to fall upon you, to deliver you from the terror of your tribulations."
Those women had been brave, much more than the disciples and friends of the Master. With the exception of John Zebedee, Joseph of Arimathea, and young Mark, whom I would meet a few minutes later, the rest had not had enough courage to follow their Master, even from a distance. The Nazarene, in the midst of his confusion, had to realize it, and perhaps that is why he addressed those words to the handful of followers. The soldier, holding the pilum with both hands, forced the Jews to retreat. But one of them, instead of obeying, approached the infantryman, showing him a coin. Then she whispered something in the executioner's ear. He accepted the money, and after checking what the woman was holding in her other hand, he let her pass. The Hebrew woman, whom I had seen in the household chores of the Gethsemane camp, ran towards the rabbi and, digging her knees into the ground, extended her left hand, placing something on the lips of the Nazarene. They were raisins, Currants, one of Jesus' favorite fruits. The good woman managed to put up to 3 raisins in the master's mouth. There was no time for more. The same legionnaire who had let her pass, once the group had been separated, retraced his steps, forcing the Hebrew woman to leave the place. Moved by that last gesture of love towards the Son of Man, I did not see Longinus arrive. Next to him was a large man, around 50 years old and with white, although slightly sallow skin. He wore a turban, and his clothing was different from that of the common Hebrews by bright greenish pants, very loose and gathered in the middle of the leg. From what I could see, he spoke only Greek and with obvious difficulties. At an order from the centurion, he carried the patibulum of Jesus, and the legionaries stood up, resuming their whipping on the backs of the zealots. The Optio returned to the head of the platoon, as Longinus signaled 2 of his men to deal with the 3rd prisoner. The infantrymen hung their shields on their shoulders and lifted Galileo up, holding him by the armpits. The delegation then divided into 2 parts. First, the rebels, with Arsenius leading the procession. Behind, about 16 or 33 feet away, 4 other executioners, 2 of them holding the rabbi. And immediately closing the platoon, the so-called Simon, a native of Cyrene, a country then located in North Africa, between Egypt and Tripolitania. During the time in which Christ remained hanging on the cross, I had the opportunity to exchange a few words with that Cyrenean, chosen by the centurion for his physical strength. According to what he told me, Longinus noticed him when, in the company of other friends and pilgrims like him from Cyrene, he was heading along the Jaffa route, from the camp that served as their temporary refuge, towards the temple. As a Jew, he had the intention of attending the ritual services that Friday, but his plans were ruined by the unexpected call of the Roman officer. He did not come, therefore, from any inheritance, as numerous biblical commentators have explained, that Simon, like many other pilgrims, had gone to the Passover festival and, not having a better shelter, had set up his tent very close to the walls. Hence Mark's error, 15:21, when he states that he was returning from the country. Of course, at that time, Simon of Cyrene practically did not know Jesus. He had heard something, yes, about his miracles and healings, but at least in those historic moments, the tragedy of the Son of Man did not affect him in the least. He complied with what he had been ordered, then remaining for some time near the crosses out of pure curiosity. Years later, however, both he and his sons Alexander and Rufus would become effective spreaders of the gospel in North Africa. Wrapped in the whistling sandstorm, the soldiers crossed the road, ready to cross the last feet that separated us from the place of execution. The men helping the Nazarene had put his arms over their respective shoulders, holding the prisoner by the waist and both wrists. And so, Null, arching his right leg with difficulty and with his left one unusable, that human remains was rescued and transported to the foot of Golgotha. According to my calculation, the Via Dolorosa, which stands for pain, the adjective has never been better used, had amounted to a total of approximately 1,575 feet. It was 12:30 p.m. on Friday, April 7th. Half blinded by particles of dust and dirt, I was on the verge of tripping over the limestone rocks that spilled out in that area, northwest of the city. Without knowing it, I was already at the foot of the Ras, or head, also known as Calvary and Golgotha. Although visibility was still acceptable, the swirling sand made my first exploration of that place difficult. Only after the death of the Nazarene, once the storm had calmed and the sun had been freed from the singular phenomenon that would occur after 1:30 p.m., was I able to analyze with a certain calm the point where I really was. The centurion and his men knew that rocky hill well, because that's what it was really about, and they hurried to reach the top. The first and largest of the rocks, since the formation covered 2 practically contiguous masses, had a maximum height of 19 or 23 feet, taking as reference the level of the path that lapped almost the bases of both promontories. As I ascended the eroded lime carbonate crusts, the first thing that caught my attention was the very little vegetation in the place and the roundness of the hill. It was very likely that that bareness of the rock, observed from a certain distance, would make the imagination of the inhabitants of Jerusalem fly, calling that rock with the aforementioned name of Skull. The place, of course, was ideal for this type of public executions. It stood 218 feet from the aforementioned western gate of Ephraim and, as I say, at the very foot of the busy road to Jaffa. If the intention was really to impress the inhabitants and pilgrims of the holy city, this was a point of notable interest. Regarding the dimensions of Golgotha or head, and I refer to this name, Ras, because it is the last explanation offered by the prestigious archaeologist Wiesen, based on what he was able to hear from an old inhabitant of the neighborhood of the current Holy Sepulchre, the largest head on which the crucifixions were to be carried out. I estimate that it would add between 65 and 98 feet in diameter at the base, with a crown or rounded top of another 39 to 49 feet approximately. As for the rock located immediately and to the north, its dimensions were significantly smaller. That, in short, was going to be the scene of a whole series of tragic and disconcerting events. How to describe that place in that moment? How to convey the immense loneliness of Jesus of Nazareth when stepping on the stony, bald spot of Golgotha? Today, when faced with this part of my diary, I have been on the verge of giving up. My strength also fails, shaken by the memories. And if I have returned to the story of this first great journey, it has been out of respect for the promise made to my brother Eliseo. I hope that those who read this testimony will know how to forgive the poverty of my language. The ascent to the rounded platform that crowned the rock, which I think I have already noted as being about 39 to 49 feet in diameter, was very brief. The soldiers took a kind of channel located on the east side, and which in reality was nothing more than a natural fissure, the result of some remote crack in the enormous stone mass. 20 steps were enough to take possession of the upper area, which I am reluctant to call the summit. Upon stepping into that place, my spirit shrank. The gusts of wind, rather than whistling, howled between half a dozen tall poles, firmly sunk in the fissures of the rock. They were the stipes, palus, or staticulum, as the vertical beams of the crosses were called. Was it fear that I experienced when I saw those rough trunks? Now from a distance, I suppose it had to be a mixture of terror and disappointment. Terror because of its black and pointed profile, and disappointment because perhaps influenced by the countless traditions and images about the biblical cross par excellence. A picture had been created in my mind that was very different from the one I had before my eyes. That had nothing to do with the majestic, polished, and even painstaking crosses that have been and are represented by churches or by almost all the universal masters of painting and imagery. In front of me, almost in the center of the convex spine of Golgotha, there were only 6 mutilated naked trees, showing here and there the circular and whitish scars, whereas many branches had once flourished. They still preserved the ashen and rough bark typical of conifers, with some resinous streaks solidified between the twists and turns of their surfaces. Almost all of them had countless notches on their lower part, which allowed the solid face of the wood to be seen. But in those moments, I couldn't guess what they were due to. At their ends, the stipes, whose heights ranged between 10 and 13 feet, appeared very roughly sharpened, as if those responsible for the scaffold had tried to sharpen them with machetes. They were the only clear areas of those sinister ghosts, lined up in 2 almost parallel rows. At the tips, the 6 trees had splits, like forks. The separation between post and post, in the first row, did not reach 10 feet. As for the other poles, they had been nailed 13 or 16 feet further back, and one of them, the one facing west, was tilted. Without a doubt, the wooden wedges that were used to stake the tree had given way. 2 of them, and this also surprised me, had been pierced about 3 feet from the ground by iron bars, which were exposed on either side of the cylindrical posts. The sediles, it was the only identification that came to mind, had been arranged on the central beam of the first row and on the one that stood to the left of it. That is, in the one that occupied the eastern end of the aforementioned first row of stipes. I couldn't know it then, but the presence of that last sedile would be of certain importance in what I could describe as a dialogue between Galileo and one of the zealots. For a few minutes that seemed endless to me, both the bandits and Jesus remained with their eyes fixed on those logs. The silence, broken by the storm, was dramatically significant, but that tense situation would not last long. 7 of the soldiers took positions, surrounding the first 3 trees, while the one who had carried the leather bag hurriedly rummaged inside, rescuing a series of tools. My blood ran cold when I saw a bunch of nails. I seem to remember counting 15, 2 hammers with large square wooden heads, a pair of pliers with dirty leather handles, a 3-foot-long chain, and a short-sized machete with a wide blade. The terrorists, hypnotized at the foot of the steps, soon emerged from their silence. 2 members of the patrol had begun to loosen the rope that tied the oldest of the zealots to the patibulum. That was the spark that ignited one of his last attacks of hysteria and despair. Sensing that he had been chosen as the first victim, he began to howl, shaking the wood with his arms and kicking the legionnaires. Longinus, who seemed to be expecting this reaction, ordered something to a third soldier. He stood behind the prisoner and grabbed him by the hair and gave him a strong tug, immobilizing him. Without wasting a second, the centurion grabbed one of the spears and, after pointing the base of the shaft at the prisoner's head, dealt him a sharp blow that caused him to lose consciousness. Once freed from the bonds and while he was supported by the 2 infantrymen, the one who had immobilized him finished tearing his battered tunic, respecting, however, the loincloth. With a precision and ease that left me perplexed, those Romans laid the unconscious guerrilla face up, extending, the most accurate expression would be tensing, his arms over the log. As it was a perfectly cylindrical patibulum, each of the legionnaires in charge of pulling the arms knelt in front of both ends of the log, holding it with their knees and thighs. In this way, acceptable stability was achieved during the nailing process. When the executioners considered that the patibulum was perfectly restrained, they made a sign with their heads, and the soldier responsible for the impediment went to the head, also kneeling on the white rock. His muscular knees clamped down on the prisoner's head, practically crushing his ears. Simultaneously, although that last security measure did not seem necessary in the case of the defenseless bandit, a 4th legionary joined the ankles, surrounding them with the chain. The soldier who had positioned himself behind the prisoner, controlling his head, extracted one of the 2 long nails that he had placed inside his belt. To his right, on the crust of Golgotha, rested one of the voluminous mallets. The master who, seeing himself unassisted, had fallen to his knees on the Calvary, continued in the same position, within the circle formed by the platoon and facing the stipes. However, I don't think he ever saw that scene. His head and sight were directed towards the floor, and this continued until he was claimed by Longinus's men. With a thoroughness typical of a professional with extensive experience in that disastrous task, the Roman executioner took the nail in his right hand and palpated with the sharp tip the various bones of the left carpus or wrist along its palmar surface. I noticed how he located the radial and ulnar arteries, gently pressing the vein that bears the latter name. Then, once sure, he made a small scratch in the skin. He changed the nail to his other hand and placed it vertically over the chosen point. He then grabbed the hammer and looked up, waiting for the officer to authorize him to strike. Longinus nodded with a slight bow, and the legionary brought the mace closer until it gently touched the copper base. He then raised the hammer above his right ear, bringing it down hard on the nail. The square section, about 1/4 inch, penetrated cleanly, passing through the wrist and also opening the wood of the patibulum. The nail, about 8 or 9 inch long, had tilted slightly as it buried itself in the carpus. Its head now appeared in the direction of the fingers. At that moment, with my heart pumping rapidly, I did not notice a detail that spoke volumes in favor of the executioner's expertise. With a second volley, much less violent than the first, the nail went in a little further. The base of it had been about 4 inches from the skin. It took 2 or 3 seconds for the blood to flow. The guerrilla, who was still unconscious, did not react, and the executioner was quick to repeat the operation on the right wrist. This time he did not even look at the centurion. 2 more hammer blows were enough to fix the prisoner to the stake. Curiously, the base of the nail was once again positioned obliquely. Then I realized how both of his thumbs had bent sharply toward the center of his palms. The remaining fingers, however, had barely remained flexed. By directing the ultrasounds on the master's wrists, a hypothesis confirmed by later anatomical studies could be formulated about the cause of this phenomenon. When he pierced the zealot's wrists, 2 spurts of blood slowly emerged, rolling down the bark of the log and forming pools on the rock. Although the hemorrhages were not worrying, the sight of the blood and the nailing of his partner caused the young terrorist's depleted nervous system to explode. With a pleading face, he managed to crawl on his knees to Longinus. Once at his feet, he buried his head in the ground, crying out for mercy on him. For split seconds, the centurion's eyes were clouded with a shadow of pity. He raised his hands in a sign of helplessness, and trying not to let the prisoner notice it, asked the nearest legionary for his pilum. Longinus could not prevent the boy from being crucified, but he could prevent him from suffering the painful attacks of the nails on his wrists. And raising the spear with both hands, he prepared to strike the terrified prisoner's skull.
Stop! What are you looking for here?
The shouts of one of the sentinels defeated the officer's intentions. When he turned, he saw a group of 6 or 7 women ascending with determined steps through the crevice of the mound. Longinus forgot about the prisoner, advancing towards the Hebrew women. The women exchanged a few sentences with the centurion, showing him a small red clay jug. The patrol leader calmed his men, allowing the Jews to reach the top of Calvary. Once on top, the one carrying the vessel headed towards the guerrilla who had just been impaled. A second woman followed, and the rest remained silent on the edge of the scaffold, protecting themselves from the steely gusts of wind with their large black and green cloaks. Realizing that the man was lying unconscious, the determined women turned to Longinus. The centurion, anticipating their thoughts, pointed out the second prisoner, who continued under the weight of the patibulum, bleeding and crying desperately. But before the daughters of Jerusalem opened the jar and carried out the old advice from the book of Proverbs, give strong drinks to the perishing and wine to the bitter soul, the officer told the legionaries to conclude the uprising of the first bandit. The latter was leaned against one of the stipes of the first row, the one located to the west, while 2 other infantrymen lifted not without difficulty the log to which the condemned man had been nailed. Without wasting time, the executioner responsible for the perforations tied a rope around the thorax, then tying 2 quick knots at each end of the patibulum. Finally, showing great skill, he finished the tie with a central loop. A 4th soldier stood at the top of the ladder, and those supporting the guerrilla carried him to the foot of the vertical beam. The author of the anchor handed the rope to his colleague on the ladder, and he inserted it into the upper slot of the tree. Immediately, the legionnaire began to pull the thick rope, helped from the ground by the optio. With each pull, the rope, in contact with the stipe, emitted a sharp screech that was confused with the heartbreaking screams of the second zealot. In a matter of a minute and a half, the patibulum was raised to the top. Longinus' lieutenant tightened the rope to the maximum, and before the Roman who had climbed the ladder released the rope, the 3 infantrymen who were watching the prisoner's ascension came to Arsenius' aid, holding the prisoner and his patibulum in the air. Getting rid of the rope, the legionnaire at the top seized the 2 branches of the central loop, dragging the hole in the trunk toward the tip of the stipe. Once the patibulum was strung, the infantrymen shouted and the 4 Romans released the long rope. With a creak, the log slid down until it fitted into the upright pole. The body of the bandit also fell under weight, producing a maximum stretch of his arms, which formed a 65-degree angle with the stipe. This terrifying sudden stop caused the wounds in the wrists to explode, also causing the ligaments in the joints of the shoulders and elbows to distend. The pain had to be so unbearable that the unfortunate man reacted, regaining his senses. His eyes wanted to pop out of their sockets, but the forced position had almost blocked his respiratory system, and his mouth, disengaged, was unable to make a sound. However, the soldiers no longer seemed to be in an excessive hurry. Before descending the ladder, the legionary took the mallet and struck the patibulum several times, securing it. He then picked up the tablet from the optio's hand on which the name of Gistas was read and proceeded to nail it to the upper section of the newly formed cross, a quarter above the transverse beam. The 200 curious onlookers who had followed the patrol and who had now been taking positions around the rock burst into shouts and exclamations of protest when they saw how the soldier finished nailing the inri of the zealot. Indeed, Longinus was right. If the procession had ventured through the streets of Jerusalem with the 2 partisans, who knows what the populace would have been capable of? Little by little, the initial group of Jewish observers multiplied with other pilgrims who came and went along the Jaffa route. Very close in the front row, about 33 feet in a straight line, I made out several of the Sadducees, and among these Judas Iscariot, with his head covered with the mantle. I don't know if for fear of possible reprisals from the Master's friends and followers, or to protect himself, like many other witnesses, from the sandy whirlwinds that swept those outside the city walls. Honestly, upon seeing the traitor, my desire was to come down from Golgotha and join him. His strange suicide was one of the events that I would have liked to clarify, but the mission clearly specified that I should not separate myself from Jesus in those critical moments. The person in charge of the nailing received the hammer immediately, and standing in front of the condemned man, knelt on his right knee on the ground. He pulled another nail from his belt and signaled to his companions. One of them took the prisoner's right foot, stretching the leg and attaching the sole to the surface of the stipe. This maneuver left one of the tarsal bones, the talus, flush with the skin, which served as a reference for the skillful executioner. He placed the nail on said bone, and with a single hammer blow, he sewed it to the wood. Pain rose through Gistus' body, instantly transforming into a howl. And before another of the Romans flexed the left leg of the zealot, crushing the sole of the foot against the vertical pole, a stream of blood appeared from under the recently nailed foot. Rushing down the tree toward the wedges that supported it, the howls were followed by a series of broken cries. The zealot's diaphragm had begun to suffer, and his breathing entered an anguished decline. A few minutes later, between bellows and bellows, the desperate prisoner began to gasp, multiplying his short and dramatic breaths of air. Those screams, a mixture of horror, pain, and rage, brought the young terrorist out of his isolation. He raised his head painfully, and when he saw his companion, he turned pale, beginning to sweat. The legionnaires completed the nailing of the prisoner, whose left foot was about 4 or 6 inches above the right. The blood running abundantly down the stipe ended up causing the second guerrilla to retch intensely, who soon vomited. Longinus urged his men to untie Dismas. The unfortunate man, stunned and trembling with fear, did not resist. Once naked, bathed in cold sweat, the women received the signal from the centurion to give him that potion. But first, 4 legionaries surrounded the prisoner, almost stabbing the tips of their spears into his kidneys, back and belly. The bandit's tremors increased and his knees began to wobble. Infected with the prisoner's terror, the Jews filled a deep wooden bowl with the yellowish-greenish liquid contained in the jug with trembling hands. As I approached, I came to smell the concoction, identifying among its ingredients the particular smell of gall or bull bile. When I became interested in the nature of the mixture, the one holding the jug told me with some trepidation, possibly confusing me with some high-ranking foreign character, that it basically consisted of a brandy wine to which the contents of one or several gallbladders of a recently slaughtered ox were added. Far from containing any type of drug or sleeping pill, the Hebrews used a much more common and natural procedure for these tasks. They first prepared an extract of the gall, pouring the contents of the aforementioned bladders onto a cloth filter. Then they evaporated it in a water bath, stirring it continuously. In this way, the desired extract was obtained, which could be preserved indefinitely. When that pious association of women received news of an execution, they poured the ox gall extract into a wine or brandy with a high alcohol content. The fulminant metabolic action of the bile released the alcohol from the wine, thus causing the prisoner to experience a rapid and notable intoxication that dulled his brain, alleviating to a certain extent his suffering, and above all, enervating or weakening his consciousness. Matthew, therefore, was the only one correct in relating this gospel passage. Mark 15:23 assures that the women gave Jesus a taste of wine with myrrh. This is inaccurate, among other reasons, because myrrh, due to its exciting, tonic, and emmenagogue nature, would probably have acted contrary to the desired purpose. At that time, it was generally used as a balm, as an ointment for certain joint tumors, as a toothpaste, and above all, as a perfume. That Hebrew woman placed her right hand on the wooden bowl, ensuring that the dust and dirt blown by the wind did not contaminate the wine. She looked at Longinus and he pointed to the prisoner again, authorizing her to approach. The woman reached Dismas and handed him the drink. Beset by terror, the boy did not react. His eyes, reddened by crying, turned to the centurion, questioning him with his gaze.
Drink.
And the zealot raised his arms, grabbing the bowl. But his convulsions were already so pronounced that some of the liquid spilled out. Finally, he managed to bring the bowl to his lips, drinking the 615 or 694 square inches it contained. The Hebrew women withdrew, joining the rest of the group, and the prisoner was shoved in front of the 2 stipes that were free in the first row, and at whose feet the patibulum had been transported. Dismas was placed with his back to the 3 trees, and while 2 of the legionnaires pulled his arms back, a third tripped him, knocking him onto his back. The centurion, standing behind the prisoner, held out a spear, ready to strike the prisoner's skull if necessary. He lifted the tip of the pilum and waited. However, the terrorist barely offered any resistance. Apparently, he seemed to have accepted his fate. Fear had also stiffened his muscles. When they laid him down on the log, he raised his head, and with a low voice, he began to cry out for his mother. But his incessant calls disappeared when the executioner dealt him the first hammer blow. A scream rose from the rock, and the crowd welcomed the new nailing with loud whistles and protests. The prisoner, with his eyes wide open and the front and back muscles of his neck tense like violin strings, shuddered, letting his head fall behind the trunk. At that instant, a strong stench was carried by the wind. The legionnaire who was holding the prisoner's feet with the chain burst into 1,000 imprecations and insults against the zealot. In an insurmountable panic, the boy's sphincters had opened, releasing his excrement. When his right wrist was pierced, the young man lost consciousness, and the executioners took advantage of his unconsciousness to accelerate his rise on the steeple. When they were preparing to raise the patibulum, a doubt arose. On which of the two free stakes should they crucify him? The legionaries asked the officer, and he shrugged his shoulders. It was the nail guy who provided a solution, well received by everyone.
Let's leave the king in the center.
And so it was done. This was the reason why the so-called thieves remained on the right and left of the master. When it was the turn of the gorilla's left foot, the executioner crossed it in such a way that the fingers were on one of the arms of the iron sedile that, as I said, crossed the tree from one side to the other. This circumstance would provide Dismas with some relief when fighting for deeper breaths of air. The right foot, on the other hand, was fixed somewhat lower and on the front face of the stipe. The second arm of the sedile, which would be parallel to the patibulum as on the cross of Jesus, was not used. It is my opinion that this relative rest could have had a decisive influence on this crucified man, to the point that it allowed him better oxygenation and, consequently, greater clarity of ideas. Once the crucifixion of Dismas was over, the soldiers, sweating and stained with blood, recovered the rope that had been used to lift the prisoner and fixed their eyes on Jesus of Nazareth. My heart trembled again when I saw sarcastic smiles on some of the Romans' faces. It was 1 p.m. Eliseo's sudden intervention distracted me momentarily. The module detected the eye of the Sirocco just over 15 minutes from Jerusalem. The speed of Habub had decreased slightly, but the drag of sand was very considerable, raising of particles up to 6,561 and 8,202 feet above the ground. For my partner, the most worrying thing about that dry storm was the possibility that the wind carried biologically active agents that could affect me. Honestly, Eliseo's warning didn't worry me. My heart and my 5 senses were 13 feet away from me, in the figure of that 5'9" tall man, now bent over and battered. The master was raised without further delay. The purple cloak that he still had on his shoulders, tied at his neck, was removed, and then it was the turn of the robe. Unrolling it revealed the upper part of the tunic, and when I saw it, I closed my eyes. It was a shapeless stain, bloody and glued to the body over the wounds of the scourging. I swallowed. What would happen when they undressed him? But that anguishing ordeal was delayed by a problem that no one had counted on, the thorny helmet. When one of the soldiers was about to remove the tunic, another of the guards noticed the braid of spikes, noting that either they would tear the garment or the helmet would have to be removed first. The infantrymen got into an argument. I suppose this would have gone on indefinitely if it hadn't been for the Optio. With a much more pronounced practical sense than that of his men, he limited himself to touching the fabric, and upon noticing that it was a seamless tunic, he ordered the executioners to remove the crown. At first it seemed absurd to me that the legionnaires were arguing over something that could have had an easy and drastic solution, simply tearing the clothing. Then I understood. Apparently it was an unofficial custom for the executioners to distribute the clothes of the executed. So one of the Romans stood in front of Jesus, slowly inserting his fingers through 2 of the holes in the helmet. When his hands had grasped the bundle of reeds at ear level, he gave a violent pull upwards. The Galileo shuddered. But the helmet of thorns did not come off. Some of the long, sharp spikes were solidly embedded in the flesh, and that first attempt only managed to tear the tissues even further, causing the birth of new threads of blood. Arsenius shook his head impatiently, reminding the infantryman that he should first stretch horizontally and then pull upward. The Nazarene pursed his lips and waited for the second tug. By pulling to the sides, in effect, many of the spines in the parietal and frontal areas came loose, and the executioner repeated the maneuver. The vertical thrust was so violent that the helmet jumped, but the spikes located on the cheeks and neck scratched the skin, and two of the spines, stuck in the swollen right cheekbone and in the left levator muscle, broke, remaining lodged in both regions of the face. A groan accompanied that brutal retreat, and the Sadducees, attentive to the master, welcomed the maneuver with applause and acclamations. Before the rabbi had a chance to recover from the new and acute pain, two of the soldiers raised his arms, while a third proceeded to undress him, picking up the tunic from the bottom edge. When I saw his legs, I felt my heart accelerate its rhythm. They were crossed and covered in every direction by trails of blood, clots, bluish or burst bruises, and a myriad of small circles, most of them opened by the nails of Roman sandals. As for the knees, the left one had considerable swelling. The right one, although less deformed, was open on the anterior surface of the kneecap, with multiple tears and loss of subcutaneous cellular tissue, and part of the periosteum of the bone could even be seen. It was incomprehensible how that human being had managed to walk and crawl on his knees to the wall. My strength began to fail me again, but that martyrdom had not even begun. The rustle of the tunic being taken off of Jesus' trunk made me turn pale. The legionnaire, upon seeing that the fabric was stuck to the gaps, did not hesitate. He turned his head and, smiling maliciously at his companions, slowly raised his tunic. The linen was falling away from the wounds, dragging large patches of blood. I turned red with anger, and I clung to the rod of Moses until I almost squeezed it. Thick drops of sweat began to roll down my temples, and I had to bite one of the sleeves of my cloak to avoid jumping on those sadists. Finally, when the tunic was folded back to the level of the Nazarene's face, the soldiers lowered the rabbi's arms and head, removing his last garment, and the Son of Man was left completely naked, slightly bowed and bathed in new hemorrhages. Seeing that back burned with bruises and tears, Longinus was perplexed. The refined ungluing of the tunic had opened many of the wounds, causing another spectacular flow of blood. Despite the undoubted protection of the two cloaks in the tunic, the wood had eroded the upper back area, ulcerating the areas of the right shoulder and the skin located over the left muscular bundle of the trapezius. In this last region, I observed a burn measuring about 3.5 by 2 inches, with irregular edges and rolling of the skin, possibly produced in one of the violent falls, perhaps in the second, when collapsing on his back in the tunnel of the Antonia fortress. The elbows were also practically destroyed by blows and falls. As for the left forearm, friction with the cortex of the patibulum had frayed the muscular plane, with loss of substance and large bruised areas. But the most terrifying vision was offered by the sides. The kicks had burst some of the bruises and massacred many of the muscle fibers vital to respiratory function. The blood was flowing again through that human wreckage, which upon being stripped of its clothes had begun to shiver, accusing the harsh blows of the wind and dust. That man's helplessness, abandonment, and bitterness reached one of its climaxes in those moments. The curious and passers-by who had begun to gather in the initial group of witnesses broke up those dramatic moments, mocking and welcoming Galileo's nakedness with long laughter. The priests, above all, were the most corrosive. Some even jumped on the lower rocks of Golgotha, gesticulating and imitating Jesus, who, humiliated and with his head lowered, hid his pubic region with both hands. Freed from the grip of the thorned helmet, his hair began to float in the wind, revealing the marks of Lucilius' lashes on his ears. Despite the 17.5 degrees Celsius that the module registered at that time in Jerusalem, the master continued to shiver from the cold. Left without the protection of his clothes, large areas of his arms, chest, belly, and legs had the well-known goosebumps appearance. The fever, instead of subsiding, continued to plague him. How far away the majestic figure of Galileo had been. Although his disciples and friends were not present, I am convinced that very few would have recognized him. The pain, exhaustion, and thirst must have been unbearable. However, upon seeing him there, alone, outraged, and without the most fleeting respite or sign of friendship or encouragement, I estimate that his true and deepest torture was not the physical sufferings, but, as I say, that sensation of moral annihilation that invades always a man unjustly convicted. But these are only personal reflections of a mere observer. Who could have guessed the thoughts of Jesus of Nazareth in those circumstances? The truth is that his end was very close. While the soldiers arranged the patibulum near the central stipe, Longinus addressed the group of women and invited them to repeat the supply of gall and wine with the rabbi. And the same Hebrew women, with quick steps, headed towards the master. When she separated from the rest of her companions, right behind the drink managers, young John Mark had appeared. I don't know how he got there, but before he did something crazy, I motioned for him to come over. The Jews filled the wooden cup for the second time, offering Jesus the stinking liquid. The Nazarene raised his head and looked at the women. These, surprised by the prisoner's silence, made a slight movement with the bowl, encouraging him to drink. But the hunched giant couldn't decide. His hands had not moved from his genitals, and respecting Galileo's modesty, the person holding the concoction placed it between his lips, tilting the container so that he could drink it without having to use his hands. The master opened his mouth, barely tasting the concoction. As soon as he tasted it and realized its nature, Jesus withdrew his face, shaking his head. The prisoner's attitude left the Hebrew women and the centurion astonished. They looked at Longinus and he shrugged his shoulders again, ending the matter. When he saw me, John Mark's face lit up. He ran across the few feet that separated him from me, hugging me. His cheeks were marked with streaks, an unmistakable sign of his crying. The little one, whimpering and having a fit of hiccups, begged me to save his master. I couldn't do anything but smile at him. How could I explain who I was and what my mission was? I'm not going to hide it, but throughout that Friday, I came to think about that possibility. What would have happened if, in the middle of that promontory, I had given the order to Eliseo to mobilize the module and head towards Golgotha? It would have been very easy to descend on the rock and snatch the Galileo from the clutches of that patrol. But these were just impossible dreams. Before the legionnaires caught the boy's attention, I managed to persuade him to get away from there, giving him responsibility for a job that, a few hours later, would prove highly important to me. John Mark did not understand it, but he obeyed. The Optio, alerted by one of the soldiers who was standing guard around the scaffold, approached us, advising me politely, but with a firmness that left no room for doubt, to throw the child out of there. He didn't need to repeat it. John Mark slipped away, mingling among the women who were already descending from Golgotha. Soon I saw him next to Judas Iscariot, just as I had asked. That gesture of Jesus, rejecting the bilious liquor, disconcerted me. When he opened his mouth, his tongue, with the mucous membranes dry as a scouring pad, was loudly proclaiming the agonizing ordeal of dehydration. His lips, cracked like the hull of an old stranded ship, had to endure a suffocating thirst. I couldn't understand why the master turned his face away from the bowl of wine. If he really did it, as I suspect, to maintain his threatened mental lucidity as much as possible, I can only take my hat off, for the umpteenth time, to his courage.
It is time.
And submissively, with his hands hiding his testicles, the Nazarene began to crawl, more than walk, in the direction of the crosses. Longinus and another legionnaire escorted him, taking him by the arms. A cold sweat began to envelop me. The gorilla who had been nailed first continued howling, convulsing at times, but the soldiers did not pay the slightest attention to him. Kneeling in front of the patibulum, the executioner responsible for the nailing was waiting with one of those terrifying blacksmith nails in his right hand. It was practically similar to those used previously, about 8 inches in length, perhaps a little more, and with a sharp tip, although not as sharp as its brothers. There was another detail that also distinguished it from the previous ones. Although the section was quadrangular, the edges were noticeably deteriorated, forming very slight burrs and teeth. The soldiers placed the master with his back to the stake, and spreading his arms, pushed him to the ground, while a third legionary repeated the same trick. This time the prisoner's extreme weakness was more than enough to hasten his fall. Once with the shoulders on the wood, the executioners supported the master's arms on the patibulum while holding the ends of the rough cylinder with their knees. The palms were facing upwards, with the tips of the fingers slightly flexed, trembling, and, like the rest of the arms and forearms, spattered with dried blood. The left leg, swollen at the knee, had been bent, but the person in charge of the chain took care to stretch it, lowering it with a sharp slap on the kneecap. Galileo accused the pain, opening his mouth, but he made no moan. Longinus, in his routine position, next to the defeated head of the prisoner, who was touching the rock with his hair, prepared himself, pointing the shaft of the pilum towards Jesus' forehead. The chief executioner's assistant tensed his arms, and the one on the left end of the trunk, drawing his sword, ground the blade against the master's 4 long fingers. This innovation, it seemed, made it easier to secure the upper limb to the patibulum. If the prisoner had tried to struggle, his grip on the blade would have cut him irrevocably. The degree of cruelty and skill of those legionaries seemed to know no bounds. The numerous trails of blood that bathed the Nazarene's thick forearms made exploration of the vessels somewhat difficult. Finally, the executioner seemed to distinguish the bluish lines of the arteries and veins, indicating the point chosen for the perforation. Before looking up at the centurion, the soldier who was preparing to hammer the nail, greatly surprised by the docility of the King of the Jews, looked at his companions, signing his surprise with a significant raise of his eyebrows. The others, equally astonished, responded with the same grimace. Longinus, tired of holding the spear, had lowered the weapon, authorizing the first blow with another slight movement of his head, and the executioner, holding the nail completely perpendicular in the center of the wrist, at the level of the conglomerate of carpal bones, threw the mallet on the round head. The somewhat blunt tip was instantly lost inside the tissue. The skin surrounding the metal burst like a flower, instantly gushing out a dense crown of blood. The tip of the nail, as it made its way between the tendons, bones, and vessels, must have rubbed the median nerve, one of the most sensitive in the body, causing a painful discharge that is difficult to understand. Instantly, the arms contracted, and Jesus' head shot upward, remaining tense and swaying, parallel to the ground. His teeth, clenched for a few seconds, opened, and the prisoner, just as we all expected a logical, high-pitched shriek, simply inhaled air with short, labored breaths. The legionnaires, who expected a violent reaction, could not help but be astonished. Finally, defeated by pain, the master let his head fall back, hitting the rock. We all thought he had lost consciousness, but after a few seconds, he opened his right eye, accelerating his breathing rate. How had I not realized much sooner? Jesus only took air through his mouth. That made me suspect that his septum must have had some complication as a result of the blows, making it difficult to inhale through the nose. The executioner changed position, this time kneeling in front of the right arm. But this second perforation was going to present complications. The blood had begun to flow extremely slowly, forming a reddish bracelet around the Nazarene's left wrist. Evidently, the nail was serving as a stopper, leading to hemostasis or stagnation of blood flow. But the limited bleeding was a double-edged sword. Doctors know that, in these situations, pain increases. Arsenius and the officer looked at each other, not understanding the absence of screams and the classic kicking of any man who is known to be on the verge of death. On the contrary, that prisoner, far from causing problems, had begun to awaken deep admiration in Longinus and his lieutenant. The contrast with that zealot who hung from the cross and that rent the air with its howls and oaths was so extraordinary that the officer, realizing that he was still holding the spear in his hands, threw it violently against the base of the crosses, suddenly indignant with himself. The second blow was as precise as the first. The nail also bent, pointing its head toward the master's fingers. But instead of penetrating the wood of the patibulum, following the direction of the elbow, the piece barely scratched the trunk. In this second nailing, the rabbi did not even raise his head. Thick drops of sweat had begun to slide down his temples, tripping here and there over clots. He simply opened his mouth as wide as possible, emitting a muffled, indecipherable guttural sound.
What's happening?
The centurion asked when he saw how the nail protruded more than 5.5 inches above the right wrist. The executioner took off his arm and examined the concave surface of the log. As he ran his fingertips over the bark, he shook his head in disgust. And turning to Longinus, he explained that he had hit upon a knot. I felt my insides burn. Without losing his calm, the legionnaire once again placed the pierced wrist on the patibulum and, holding the edges of the nail between his index fingers and thumb, prepared to overcome the resistance of the inopportune obstacle with a new blow. The impact was so terrifying that the pyramidal section of the nail broke just inches from the prisoner's bloody skin. The new setback came accompanied by a crude imprecation from the legionnaire. He tossed the mallet aside and ordered his companions to hold the forearm. Then, pinching the end of the metal as best he could, he used force, trying to remove what was left of the nail. It was in vain. The tip had managed to pierce the knot, and the metal resisted. Amid renewed curses, the angry infantryman stood up. He stepped on Jesus' ulnar radial area with his left sandal and began to move the nail, swinging it back and forth. Even Longinus turned pale at the sight of this new massacre. The sudden jerks of the executioner, seeking to free the metal, widened the hole in the wrist, tearing tissues and flooding his own fingers, the patibulum and the rock with blood. It is very likely that the pain was partially diffused by the profuse bleeding. Otherwise, I cannot explain the behavior of the Galileo. To each pendulum movement of the soldier, in his eagerness to extract the piece, Jesus of Nazareth responded with a lament. 5, 6, 8 shakes and as many moans, accompanied by some snorting and several head movements. But that giant did not explode. He didn't protest. Finally, after an eternity, the executioner separated the tip of the trunk, and after removing the reddened and dripping metal rod from the carpus, he went to the leather bag, messing around inside. When he returned to the Nazarene, I noticed that he had a kind of short drill with a wooden handle. He removed Galileo's arm, and after spitting on the blood stain that covered the wood, he cleaned the area where the knot was located with his hand. He took the tool and inserted the spiral thread into the hole made by the nail, and resting the entire weight of his body on the handle, he turned the iron rod, drilling the almost stone roughness with slow but firm movements. The operation was laborious. Meanwhile, the rabbi's blood continued to flow, forming a large pool on the white surface of Golgotha. Judging by the escape velocity of the torrent, I don't think the serrated edges of the nail ever tore any of the major arteries or veins. However, that loss was beginning to be dramatic. Jesus turned pale by the minute, and I feared he would enter a new state of shock. When the soldier considered that he had drilled enough the patibulum, he reached into his belt and got another nail. First, he examined the tip and the head. Once satisfied, he brought the prisoner's forearm to the starting position. However, contrary to what I assumed, before taking the mallet, he pierced his wrist through the loose hole. When the tip emerged on the dorsal side, the executioner introduced it into the hole he had just formed, and only then did he repeat the hammer blow. Once the knot was gone, the nail entered the log without problems. With a second blow, the master's right arm was definitively fixed. The base of the nail, as had happened with that of the left wrist, did not touch the flesh. Both heads, hours later I would understand why, protruded between 3 and 4 inches. As had happened with the gorillas, when the nailing of the wrists was recorded, the thumbs of Christ bent, jumping and placing themselves toward the center of the palms of the hands, in the opposite direction to that of the 4 fingers, slightly flexed, while the wound on the left wrist, oval in shape, barely reached 0.60 by 0.75 inches, the one on the right was much more spectacular, with almost 1 inch in length in the direction of the axis of the forearm. That looseness even made me fear for the master's stability once he was lifted onto the stipe. Would tissue tearing occur? The soldiers obeyed the officer. That was taking too long, so helped by the optio, they hoisted the patibulum of the crucified man with it, acting lightly when it came to wrapping the prisoner around the rope that should have been used to lift him to the top of the tree. As the rope passed through the slot at the end of the stipe and began to tighten the beam, controlled by the legionaries so that it did not lose its horizontal position, they began a slow and exasperating ascent. But the strong gusts of wind stabbing the Nazarene's body with successive loads of dust and dirt began to make the lifting difficult. The centurion shouted for the presence of 2 of the men who maintained the security of Golgotha, distributing them at the foot of the ladder in support of the soldier who was pulling from the top. While Galileo kept his feet on the rock, the position of his arms could be maintained more or less in the axis of the patibulum. Little by little, his head regained verticality, sometimes falling on the handle or upper end of the sternum. In one of those jerks, after inhaling a strong breath of air, Jesus briefly raised his head and looking towards the turbulent sky, exclaimed,
"Father, forgive them. They don't know what they are doing."
The infantrymen, upon hearing the broken voice, stopped. The master had spoken in Aramaic. I think that, except for 1 or 2 legionnaires, the rest did not understand him, but unfortunately they asked the meaning. The couple who had understood looked at each other, and before they could translate the prisoner's sentences, one of the soldiers slapped Jesus across the face.
Damn Hebrew, neither dead nor the living are worthy of mercy, so we don't know what we're doing. Well, wait and see.
And heading to the center of Calvary, he picked up the helmet of thorns from the ground, returning immediately to Galileo. The centurion had not been able to understand the meaning of the expression either, and hesitated at the irritated posture of his men. I guess he didn't dare intervene. Deep down, he also felt offended by what seemed like a mockery of his professionalism. The executioner separated the master's skull from the patibulum, and with one blow jammed the spiked cap onto his head. The adjustment, perhaps for fear of being injured by the thorns, was not excessively violent, and the thorny mass remained half-dancing on the prisoner's temples. The crowd, which at that time must have numbered around 2,000 or 3,000 people, howled with pleasure upon seeing the Roman's gesture. The master remained with his head lowered, and his torturers continued lifting the trunk. The great height and weight of Jesus, possibly around 176 pounds, were another handicap for the sweaty executioners, who soon encouraged each other, matching each pull with as many, "Hey!" Inch by inch, the rope was pulling the crucified man in an endless and overwhelming ascent. To make matters worse, the crowd, more and more excited, joined the legionnaires, encouraging them with their, "Hey!" But the powerful arms of the 3 soldiers pulling from the ground and at the top of the ladder were not enough. Fearing that the prisoner and the wood would fall to the ground, Longinus and Arsenius had no choice but to join the soldiers, adding their strength to the uprising. "Hey! Hey!" Galileo's body finally detached itself from the rock, and the devastating countdown to a chilling agony began. Losing the support of his feet, the giant's arms tensed, and the creaks of his bones joined for a few seconds with the squeaking of the rope on the fork of the vertical pole. Immediately, the collarbones, sternum, and ribs were drawn under the skin in trails of blood, while the pectoral muscles, shoulders, neck, and arms were sculpted raging, one step away from dislocation. But the strength of those muscle bundles was still great, and they prevented the dislocation of the shoulders and elbows. The fibers of his forearms, especially the extensor muscles of his hands and fingers, sharpened like sabers, and I closed my eyes, fearing that they would jump in one of those pulls. Jesus was already hanging 1.5 feet from the ground. The force of gravity caused, from the first moment of absolute suspension, made the arms to rotate, and dragged by the weight of the body, they slid until they formed an angle of about 65 degrees with the stipe. The formidable weight that the Nazarene endured in each of the cracks in his wrists, together with the spread of the wounds and the supreme tension of the ligaments in his shoulders and elbows, had to multiply his pain, assuming he had the capacity for it, to the point of madness. On several occasions, cornered by suffering, he threw his head back, searching for air, and above all, a point of support. But he could only find those points in one place. Better said, in 2, in the nails that went through his carpus. But how to rise above pieces of metal while in midair? The spikes, with each retreat of the skull, became more and more embedded in the occipital region, making the master give up. These successive defeats to gain a few grams of oxygen were transforming his breathing into an uneven and agitated pattering of the chest, becoming less and less effective. The ghost of suffocation had begun to hover over the Son of Man. When the soldiers stopped the heavy advance of the rope, Jesus' body was swinging about 35 or 39 inches from the ground. His feet, dripping with blood, felt the bark of the vertical trunk and clung to it desperately. But the hemorrhages made him slip again and again, and in a matter of minutes, the front face of the trunk was dyed red, impregnated from the area of the shoulder blades to the heels. The legionnaire at the top of the stipe gritted his teeth and began to pull on the central loop, but the patibulum did not move a single inch. The weight of the wood in the prisoner, just over 240 pounds, was excessive for the exhausted infantryman. The centurion and Arsenius, almost in unison, shouted at him to force the final lift. It was useless. The Roman, panting, made a sign of helplessness with his right hand, letting himself fall onto the fork of the stipe. I looked at Jesus and counted the respiratory rate, 35 very short breaths per minute. The tips of his fingers had begun to take on a bluish color. Cyanosis, or poor blood oxygenation, had made an appearance. I examined his lips, alarmed. However, hypoxia, a decrease in the normal amount of oxygen in the blood, was not yet evident in the mucosa of the lips or ears. The pumping of the master's tired heart increased its rhythm, but I doubt it was enough to irrigate the most peripheral parts of the body. If Longinus and his men did not act quickly, the lack of irrigation and the resulting oxygen deficit in the brain could lead to Jaza's first loss of reason and his sudden death. And honestly, in some of those critical seconds, I came to want it with all my might. That would have been a way to put an end to his torture. But the officer, without losing his nerve, ordered those who remained at the foot of the stipe to collaborate with the legionary in charge of fitting the patibulum. But how? If there is only one ladder, the solution came instantly. 2 of those skilled soldiers, agile and trained, clung with their hands to the vertical pole, while 2 others climbed onto their respective shoulders, thus reaching the ends of the transverse beam. At a signal from the one who had held the central knot again, they pushed the log until the sharp tip of the wood entered the central hole of the patibulum. "Now!" shouted the infantryman at the top of the ladder. The soldiers jumped on the rock, while the centurion and the rest of the executioners suddenly released the rope, and the horizontal pole rushed towards the ground. But about 16 inches from the fork, it became wedged in the thick perimeter of the stipe. The break was received by the crowd with loud cheers and applause. The master acknowledged the impact with a louder wail. His breathing stopped for a few seconds, and the gaps in his wrists became noticeably larger. The stiffened fingers barely reacted to the barbaric traction. Longinus extended the tablet to the infantryman, and he proceeded to nail it above the patibulum. While finishing the adjustment of the transverse pole, another of the Romans pulled forcefully on Jesus' right leg, forcing the lowering of the shoulder and that entire half of the Nazarene's body. Jesus, upon feeling the pull, bowed his head even more, separating his trunk and buttocks from the wood. His right knee bent involuntarily, but the executioner who was preparing to nail his foot crushed it with a sudden blow of his hammer. The partner who had pulled the leg forced the surface of the sole until it, completely flat, touched the stipe, and a third nail drilled into the foot of the Nazarene, entering the back at a point close to the flexion crease. By closely examining the entry and exit of the nail, I estimated that the legionnaire had pierced the anterior annular ligament of the tarsus. In this way, the piece slipped between the tendon of the extensor digitorum proprius muscle and those of the common extensor digitorum, penetrating by force between the calcaneus and cuboid bones and the talus and scaphoid on the inside. The 4 bones were skillfully separated, and the nail was directed backward and downward, closer to the heel than the toes. On this occasion, despite the executioner's skill, the point or edges of the nail displaced or crushed some of the branches of the digital arteries or the external saphenous vein, causing a hemorrhage that terrified me. Blood gushed forth, practically flooding the scant meter between the aforementioned right foot and the floor of Golgotha. It is assumed that this damage may have also affected the anterior tibial nerve, lacerating the leg and thigh, and causing unbearable reflex pain in the branches and nerves known as the sacral and lumbar plexuses, deep in the abdomen. Despite the horrible pain, Galileo remained conscious. I couldn't explain it to myself. The nailing of the right foot, oddly enough, eased the Nazarene's breathing rate, at least during the first minutes of his crucifixion. By supporting the weight of the body on the nail, thus distributing the points of support, his lungs were able to capture a greater volume of air, ventilating the alveoli a little more. But at the cost of what rate of suffering was this momentary respiratory regularization achieved? That deepest breath lasted a few tenths of a second. Almost instantly, Galileo's body fell again, sinking the diaphragm and entering a new and distressing phase of progressive asphyxiation. His inhalations, always through the mouth, became dizzying, short and clearly insufficient to fill and ventilate his lungs. Somewhat calmer, the executioner placed the 4th nail on the front area of the left foot. The blow to the posterior ligaments of the knee, as I said, had swollen and bruised the entire region where the femur, tibia, and fibula are inserted. And despite the rigidity of said leg, the legionnaire bent it violently, making the bone masses click. The nail entered without problems, protruding, as in the case of the right foot, between 2 and 2.5 inches above the back. The blood flowed in less quantity, either because the metal did not touch important vessels or because, simply, the volume of the Nazarene had decreased noticeably. The left leg had been left bent, forming an angle of about 120 degrees with the vertical stick and open to the left of the cross. Although the wood had, as I already mentioned, an iron bar or sedile, crossed about 4 feet from the lower end of the stipe in parallel to the patibulum, on this occasion it was ineffective. The considerable size of the prisoner meant that his feet were below the support, which perhaps, assuming it had coincided, would only have served to prolong his agony. Upon seeing the rabbi's crucifixion completed, the crowd began to gesture, underlining the macabre work of the legionaries with a loud round of applause. The priests, above all, showed special satisfaction. All their former anger had turned to joy. Their revenge was almost satiated, and I say almost because, even after death, the corpse of the Son of Man would be threatened by that disturbed priestly breed. My attention was fixed on the Iscariot. As soon as he saw how they pierced the Master's second foot, the traitor walked away from the crowd, getting lost along the dusty road, heading towards Jerusalem. John Mark also disappeared from my sight, so I assumed he had followed in Judas's footsteps. The sad spectacle had entered its last act. The curious began to parade, retreating towards the holy city. Jesus of Nazareth and the zealots, nailed in the south, were just a spoil. At 1:30 p.m. that Friday, April 7th, I informed Eliseo of the end of the hard nailing, and both my brother and I remained silent, a painful silence. If the text that appeared on the tablet of Jesus, the Nazarene, had been different, to the liking of the Jewish priests, the mockery towards the recently crucified man might have been less. I tell this because, after the elevation of the Master over the stipe, the laughter and sarcasm of the audience abounded for a long time, and apparently, according to later investigations, as vengeful compensation for the well-known injury. By failing before Pilate, the judges took special care to intoxicate the crowd, ridiculing the Master and, in this subtle way, taking away the seriousness of the 3 inscriptions, preventing the witnesses from taking the King of the Jews seriously. So turning towards the diminishing human mass, some of the Sadducees began to point to Galilean cross, exclaiming at the top of their voice,
"He has saved others, but he cannot save himself. If you are the Son of God, blessed be his name. Why do you not descend from your cross?"
Jesus, like the patrol and myself, could hear these exclamations, tinged with the most cruel and biting irony. Being barely 3 feet from the ground and a little more than 33 from the first row of Jews, it was not very difficult to retain these shouts and even the conversations that the legionaries were having in the diminished stone circle of Golgotha. Once the laborious crucifixion was over, they took a break. The Optio raised the initial security cordon that bordered the circumference of the promontory, formed, as I said, by 6 infantrymen, reducing surveillance to a first shift of 4 soldiers. Each one stood at the cardinal points, surrounding the 3 condemned men and the rest of the platoon. The rest, except 2, hastened to sit down about 10 feet from the crosses, and they watched with reluctance as their 2 companions proceeded to remove the ladder, carefully rolling up the rope and collecting the various tools used in the nailing. Given those preparations, everything pointed to a long wait. At least that's what Longinus and his men believed. In fact, according to what the centurion informed me, the relief wouldn't arrive until dusk.
Do you already distinguish from your position the first fronts of the Habub?
Eliseo's words reminded me of the imminent proximity of the eye of the Sirocco. I protected my sight with my left hand, in the form of a visor, and sure enough, in the distance, behind the olivet, I discovered some blackish, oscillating masses that fell over an extensive front. The officer also noticed those threatening dust clouds and, as a good connoisseur of this type of meteorological phenomenon, alerted the legionnaires. The first precautionary measure was to check the stability of the crosses. The stipes at first seemed solidly planted in the crevices of the rock. However, Arsenius ordered that the wooden wedges be driven in as much as possible. Then the soldiers tore the remains of the zealots' tunics, turning them into narrow strips, and without loss of time, the officer distributed them equally among the 12 infantrymen. Until I saw one of them covering his bare legs with those cloth bands, I didn't understand the meaning of the operation. Prudently, the Romans tried to protect their skin from the scourge of that earthy wind. Finally, the half-dozen shields of the free men of the cavalry guard service were laid on the ground, one next to the other, forming a row and with the concave side facing up. Someone reminded the platoon of the Nazarenes' vestments, which still lay at the southern end of the great rock. But, when the soldiers picked them up, ready to cut them into pieces, the 4 legionaries responsible for the custody and nailing of Jesus protested, alluding, quite rightly, that those garments belonged to them and that, given their good condition, they claimed them for themselves. The rest of the troops gave in, and hastily, before the sandstorm fell on Jerusalem, the officer took inventory, distributing the clothing among the quaternity. One received the purple cloak given to him by Antipas, to another the belt. The third received a pair of sandals, and the last was rewarded with the splendid cloak. But the tunic remained. What to do with it? Some insisted on the original idea of tearing them, but the non-commissioned officer opposed it. Despite its deplorable appearance, curdled with dried blood, wet from the water and Lucilio's urine, dirty from the dust of the road, and with some frays at the knees, that garment, woven by hand, deserved a more honorable end than that of binding the legs of the Romans. The solution was the dice. The soldier responsible for the leather bag soon returned to the group, drumming a trio of dice in one of his hands. They formed a tight circle, and one after another, they threw the small wooden cubes about 3/4 of an inch on a side onto the floor of the scaffold. From use, the pieces had lost their original white color, as well as the sharpness of their edges. The dirt had ended up giving them a characteristic luster. The values of each face, drilled using some red-hot tool or equipment, were distributed so that the sum of the 2 opposite sides always equaled 7. And as I say, the throw occurred. 1-5-3 on the first fall of the dice, 6-3-4 for the second player, 1-3-5 in the third, and 1-5-3 in the last play. The winner carefully folded his tunic while, among the crowd, hurtful phrases against the master were heard.
You, who wanted to destroy the temple and rebuild it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are the king of the Jews, come down from the cross and we will believe you.
He has entrusted himself to God, bless him, to free him, and has come to claim to be his son. Look at him now, crucified between 2 bandits.
The author of that last phrase, another of Caiaphas's priests, did not achieve the desired effect. The crowd, of course, did not consider Gistus and Dismas as thieves and barely cheered the malicious Sadducee. While the soldiers were putting away the master's clothes, a thought struck me. What would happen to those clothes? Where would they end up? Of one thing I am sure, that the legionaries do not give away, nor would they simply part with what, according to custom, belonged to them. On the other hand, keeping track of these clothes was not an easy thing for Jesus' disciples. Most of those Romans would soon return to their base camp in the city of Caesarea, and, as the months passed, many would change their destination or be discharged. All this made me suspect that, contrary to what would happen with the cloth that was used for his burial, Jesus of Nazareth was not very in favor of his disciples keeping these relics, which were always susceptible to becoming reasons for superstitious worship, with the consequent risk of forgetting or relegating its true message to the background. Once the distribution of the clothing was completed, Longinus asked his lieutenant to also examine the prisoner's bindings. The Optio first approached the cross on the right and touched the head of the nail on the left foot of the gorilla. It seemed solidly nailed. The zealot, with his body fainted and violently hunched forward, had not stopped for a moment from howling and writhing, trying to survive. But the painful, increasingly harsh conditions to steal a few breaths of air had only added new pain and greater hemorrhages to his body. Seeing Arsenius at the foot of his cross, Gistus made a supreme effort and, tensing the muscles of his shoulders, managed to raise his arms. He inhaled, and immediately, while expelling the little air he obtained, he threw a spittle, mixed with blood, against the non-commissioned officer, insulting him. Outraged, the centurion's assistant grabbed a spear, replying with the wooden shaft right in the mouth of the zealot's stomach. The punished diaphragm suffered even more, plunging the condemned man into a more accelerated process of asphyxiation. With his face always looking up, suspicious, the Optio repeated the verification on the feet of Jesus, and finally, with the nails of the third crucified man. He had been regaining his senses, although his gaze, as a result, possibly from the liquor, had become opaque and lost. The pain had brought him out of his unconsciousness, and the moans would not stop. Suddenly, between bellows and bellows, Gistus, with his face bathed in cold sweat, turned his head to the left, shouting to the master,
"If you are the Son of God, why don't you ensure your salvation and ours?"
Instantly, suffocated by the effort, he fell on the lower support points, panting and intent on new and very rapid inspirations. But the master did not answer. The other gorilla did, however. Supported as he was with the tip of his left foot on the middle of the sedile, his respiratory mechanics were not as tiring as those of his cross companions. And with a stammering voice, he reproached his friend.
"Do you not fear God yourself? Do you not see that our sufferings are due to our actions? But this man suffers unjustly. Wouldn't it be preferable that we seek forgiveness for our sins and salvation for our souls?"
The muscles in his arms relaxed and his belly inflated again like a balloon. Jesus of Nazareth, who had heard the words of both zealots, opened his lips a few millimeters, with an evident desire to respond, but his body, detached from the stipe and very drooping on its lower extremities, did not obey him. However, the giant did not give up. He accelerated the number of breaths he took through his mouth. I managed to add 40 per minute, when the normal and unconscious breathing rate of a human being is 16, and tried to contract the powerful muscles of his thighs in his desire to rise a few inches and let in air in the lungs. However, those first 5 or 10 minutes on the cross had been burning the meager potential of all the muscular bundles of the thighs and legs used by the Lord in the essential support on the nails of the feet to take in oxygen, and the biceps, sartori, rectus, femoris, vastus, and gastrocnemius refused to function. The rigidity of all these muscle fibers led me to the conviction that the dreaded tetanization had begun earlier than expected. This extremely painful condition, tetanization, is always registered when the muscles enter an anaerobic process or lack of oxygen. Under these conditions, the lactic acid existing in the muscle fibers cannot be metabolized, crystallizing. The body is then subjected to a searing pain, well known to athletes. Upon realizing that his legs had begun to fail, the master, preyed by the first convulsions and muscle spasms, typical of the incipient but irreversible tetanization, forced the joints of his elbows, while, seeking support in the nails of his wrists, he asked to the muscles of his forearms that would serve as a bridge to raise, in turn, that of his shoulders. Between gasps, inspirations, and broken moans, caused by the rubbing or crushing of the median nerves of the wrists with the metal that pierced his carpus, that human specimen finally defeated the force of gravity, rising on himself and relaxing his diaphragm. The deltoids, hard as stones, transformed his shoulders into hands, and the Nazarene's mouth opened tremblingly, half winning the battle of inhaling the dusty air that hit us. Observing Jesus' titanic effort, the zealot who had defended him spoke to him again.
"Lord, remember me when you enter your kingdom."
Truly, today I tell you that one day you will be with me in paradise.
The muscles of the shoulders, arms, and forearms collapsed, and with them, the entire body mass of the Nazarene, who was once again bent in a saw and without immediate hopes of repeating such exhausting work. For my part, in view of the accelerated degradation of the giant's body, I prepared to attach the crotalos over my eyes and begin one of the most delicate and vital medical monitoring operations of that mission. But two events, one of them absolutely unforeseen and disconcerting, would delay this new exploration of Galileo's body. Around 1:40 p.m., I heard Eliseo's voice 5x5 in my ear. With a certain excitement, he told me something that both the Hebrews and the security squad at Golgotha and I had in sight, and that would soon turn the holy city and that place into hell. The first front of the Habub had just fallen like a black and gloomy fog on the eastern slope of Mount Olivet. The cradle, as a precautionary measure, had activated its belt of defense. The wind gusts, as they passed over the module, reached 35 knots. The crowd, upon distinguishing the dirty lobes of the storm, advancing through the east like a gigantic wave, began to mobilize, fleeing headlong towards the wall. Many of them got lost through the Ephraim gate, and others, well-versed in this type of sirocco, sought refuge at the foot of the high wall that surrounded Jerusalem at that point. The sun continued to shine high above, in the middle of a transparent blue sky. I think this nuance is extremely interesting. Contrary to what the evangelists say, that crowd did not withdraw from the vicinity of Calvary as a result of the darkness to which the sacred writers allude. These simply had not yet occurred. And there's more. In those moments, I didn't detect fear either. The phenomenon, I will not tire of insisting on it, was annoying, even dangerous, but common in those latitudes. The Jews, therefore, were accustomed to such storms of dust and sand. In principle, it was not logical for panic to spread. However, that terror that Matthew, Mark, and Luke cite occurred. But as I will go on to narrate, the origin of said fear was not, I repeat, in the sirocco. Within a few minutes of those hundreds of people who were contemplating the crucified, only a minimal contingent of priests and onlookers remained. Maybe 100. The majority, as if it were a usual protection measure, began to sit on the ground, covering their heads with heavy, multicolored cloaks. That small group, in short, was further proof of what I claim. They knew that a dry storm was brewing, and yet they took the matter philosophically. Of course, they chose and bet on the macabre spectacle of the prisoners, struggling between life and death. I was tempted to take advantage of those moments to put on my special contact lenses and proceed to check the master's body. But the imminent arrival of the dense blackish plumes made me give up. At such speed, about 43 miles per hour, the dirt particles and sand granules would have damaged the delicate surface of the Crotalos, ruining that phase of the mission and even endangering the physical integrity of my eyes. So I chose to postpone the ultrasonic and telethermographic registration. According to Eliseo, the snout of the Habub and the 2 or 3 lobes that ran behind it were not very deep, their duration being estimated at about 15 to 20 minutes. It was not necessary for the centurion to give too many instructions. Each man knew how he should behave in the face of that contingency. Upon seeing the massive retreat of the Jews, Longinus allowed the sentinels to gather at the southeast end of the summit of Golgotha, facing the storm. They brought the 4 shields together, forming a parapet, and dug their knees into the ground, holding this improvised defense in place, using the inner clamps of each shield. The rest of the patrol raised the row of shields that had been arranged on the surface of the scaffold, forming a second defensive wall, and the entire platoon, including the officer and Arsenius, crouched down facing the increasingly approaching storm. Longinus, seeing me standing and hesitant, signaled with his hand for me to seek refuge next to the group formed by his men. So I did it without wasting time. But instead of huddled together like the legionnaires towards the sirocco, I sat with my back to the patrol, without losing sight of the crucified ones. The wind suddenly became warmer and whistling. The first whirlwind of the Habub rushed over Jerusalem and over the rock where we were, with estimable violence. In a matter of seconds, a frayed, whitish mass, made up of tons of sand and dust in suspension, devastated the place, clattering as it crashed against the convex parts of the shields. Despite the mantle that covered my head, a stream of grains of fine sand began to harass me, penetrating all the gaps in my clothing and hurting the skin, especially the legs, like pins. The roar of that tornado increased with its speed. Soon, both the soldiers and I were forced, almost desperately, to close our eyes and protect our mouths, ears, and nostrils from that distressing dust. As the sirocco intensified, the screams of the zealots, facing the wind and almost naked, became louder and louder. The gusts had begun to take a toll on their defenseless bodies, blasting them with millions of particles of dirt, thus adding a new and unbearable ordeal. I raised my head as best I could, and among the columns of dust, more than seeing, I heard one of the gorillas howling, asking to be finished off. As for Jesus, I could hardly make out his figure, but I imagined the suffocating torment he was enduring. I highly doubt that anyone on or around Golgotha, or even in the city, could look up during that nightmare. The successive fronts of the Haboob, whose roof was almost impossible to fix in such conditions, rose, yes, to a sufficient altitude to blur the solar disk, at least for any observer who was immersed in the tornado. However, I did not notice enough darkness or weakening of daylight to classify it as darkness. There was, naturally, a decrease in visibility as a consequence of the dragging of sand and dust, but not that closed blackness that seems to emerge from the evangelical texts. Anyone who has lived one of these experiences knows that no matter how thick the meteorological phenomenon is, it hardly leads to darkness. It was later when that happened that did darken a wide radius. Once the 3 or 4 head lobes had been removed, Eliseo opened the auditory connection again, announcing to me that the tail of the Sirocco, already very weakened, would need another 5 or 10 minutes to cross the region. The suspended land masses were less consistent, although the surface winds maintained speeds of no less than 20 or 25 knots. The Centurion, upon noticing how the main whirlwind seemed to decrease, partially sat up, inspecting the 4 soldiers who were taking shelter a few feet from our palisade. He must not have observed too many anomalies because he immediately curled up again, waiting for the last blows of the Haboob's tail. Eliseo was not wrong. Around 2 p.m., the strength of the tornado decreased, as did the dust. Fortunately, the main body of the Sirocco had been falling apart since its birth in the Arabian deserts, reaching the lands of Palestine with a head whose length was valued by the module's equipment at about 12 miles and a front of almost 125. The gusts, however, would not cease until late in the afternoon. When the storm stopped, the spectacle around me was simply dantesque. All the legionnaires and myself, naturally, were covered in sand. The dust had whitened the eyebrows, hair, and clothing of the soldiers, as well as the cloaks of the few 50 Jews who had preferred to endure the buffeting of the wind at the foot of Golgotha. As for the crucified ones, when I saw them mute and with their heads motionless on their chests, the first thing I thought was that they had died from asphyxiation. Longinus must have imagined the same thing because he rushed toward the crosses, slapping his clothes and shaking off the accumulated dirt. However, when we stood under the condemned, we saw, me, at least with relief, how they were still alive. Jesus' floating ribs registered sporadic oscillations, a sign of weak lung ventilation. The wounds and trails of blood were riddled with countless particles of dirt and sand, blocking the deep gaps in the sides and the tear in the kneecap. The hair on his head, armpits, and pubes, as well as his chest, were unrecognizable. They had become graying masses. His hair, especially waterlogged by hemorrhages, was now with the dust, a viscous and ashy flap. I was stunned to see his beard and mustache full of dust and his lips, with an earthy crust that blurred the mucous membranes and even the deep fissures. The nail wounds, both in the master and in the zealots, had been little more than plugged by the Haboob. That infernal wind, which had just attacked the thread of life that still floated at the top of those crosses, had achieved what seemed like a miracle, stopping the loss of blood of the Nazarene, although, honestly, at that point of the crucifixion, I don't know what would have been better. Anyway, fate is very strange. The gorillas and Jesus of Nazareth were unconscious. Deep down, it was the best thing that could have happened to them. And it happened. At 2:05 p.m., my companion in the module, with an excitement similar to what I had experienced during my stay at the Gethsemane farm, suddenly opened the connection, announcing something to me that shook my mental schemes.
There it is again. Jason, I have it on the screen. The radar registers an echo.
Direction?
Affirmative. It comes from the east. This is crazy.
I turned towards the place, but once again, I saw nothing unusual. It was logical. Although the wave of dust had died down, that object was still, according to the onboard gun dish, 135 miles from the contact point where the cradle rested.
It's not coming very strong. I estimate that at about 400 knots.
My brother's voice cut off. Surrounded as I was by the 12 legionnaires and the 2 leaders, I could not press my connection and address him. What the hell was going on in the module?
Jason, they will never believe us. The Echo has just made a break of almost 90 degrees. I have it on a heading of 190. If it continues like this, it will pass almost over your vertical. But how could it? What kind of thing can make a turn like that? Jason, I understand you can't talk to me. I will continue to report. It slows down, yes, it slows down. And also the level. Let's see. Indeed. Roger. Goes from 400 knots to 275.
Level?
300 and still going down. I give you pigeons to the module. 90 miles and maintained at 190. 1 moment. Accelerate. Yes, it is accelerating. 400, 700, 900 knots. It's not possible. It has stabilized at level 120. You will have it in sight immediately if it maintains that speed. I understand that at 2 from your position.
Sure enough, 5 minutes and 6 seconds later, Eliseo's voice burst into my head again. But this time I could see it, at first as a bright point. Then as it came closer, it faded, becoming a sort of full moon, a dull color. It didn't take long for the soldiers to see it, and the centurion looking up was as perplexed as I was.
Jason, do you see it? I see it almost at 12 and wait. It's still at 12,000 feet. It stops. Affirmative. It has become stationary.
The last words from the module, loaded with emotion, ended up infecting me. I rubbed my eyes thinking about a possible hallucination, but I soon realized that this hypothetical explanation was ridiculous. Longinus, the legionnaires, and I could suffer some kind of disorder, but what about the radar? That thing, according to Eliseo, had stabilized at about 13,123 feet above the vertical of Jerusalem, and it remained like that for 2 or 3 minutes. Judging by the height at which it was located and its apparent size, greater than 10 moons, its dimensions were enormous. While I was gawking at that phenomenon, an endless number of possible explanations ran through my mind, which of course did not completely satisfy me. It was the second flying object I had seen in the last 14 hours. How could it be? What did that mean? And above all, who or whose crewed it? But my speculations were definitively shattered when my brother, after verifying up to 3 times the diameter of that device, announced to me its dimensions: 5,764 feet, almost 1 mile. That is to say, an area slightly larger than that of the entire Holy City. The presence of that monstrous disk, totally silent and floating in the sky like a fragile feather, made the escort and the Hebrews go from stupefaction to fear. In a reflex movement, the centurion and some of his men drew their swords, retreating towards the base of the crosses, but none of them managed to express themselves. An irrational panic had coiled in their hearts, and the same thing was happening among the 50 or so curious people who remained next to Golgotha. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that mysterious moon. At 2 p.m. and 8 minutes, according to the module's chronometers, the object oscillated slightly, as if it were trembling, and slowly in an ascent that I would dare to describe as majestic, it headed toward the sun. Upon reaching level 180, 18,000 feet, it became stationary again. A collective scream escaped the throats of the Jews when they saw how that device began to come between the solar disk and the Earth, and it did it from east to west, always considered the observation from Calvary and its surroundings. In seconds, with a precision that dried my throat, the formidable object covered the fiery circle, giving rise to a progressive darkening of Jerusalem and a large radius in which, naturally, I was located. This interposition with the sun, millimetrically and masterfully developed by those who governed that immense device, occurred somewhat slowly, but without hesitation. Today, when I remember it, I have the feeling that those responsible for this operation wanted the eclipse to be observed step by step. In less than 120 seconds, the sun disappeared, and with it, the clarity, or rather 80% of the light source. Obviously, although the large metallic mass, confirmed by the radar, instantly projected a gigantic cone of shadow over the holy city and its surroundings, the solar radiation remained present, forming a luminous crown or aura that encompassed the entire curvature of the enigmatic object. Darkness, in effect, fell over Jerusalem, although not with the absolute character of a closed night, for example. The clarity around the disk was enough for us to distinguish the environment with a luminosity index very similar to that which usually follows a sunset. And so it remained until the fateful moment arrived. I do not think it is necessary to expand in depth on this illogical scientific explanation, which tries to resolve this phenomenon of darkness with the help of a total eclipse of the sun. It is enough to remember that on those dates the full moon was precisely recorded, and consequently, such a solar eclipse was impossible. At 2 p.m. on April 7th of the year 30, the moon was still hidden below the eastern horizon. Astronomers also know that an eclipse of this nature always begins on the west side of the solar disk. Here, however, the opposite occurred. The dimming of the sun began in the east. Eliseo, once the solar occultation was complete, he then verified the onboard parameters, confirming that this kind of flying superfortress had been anchored at 18,000 feet above sea level, maintaining a travel speed of 1,431.055 miles per hour. In the 45 minutes that the darkness phenomenon lasted, that object covered a total of 667 miles, always at an altitude of 19,685 feet. The apparent solar diameter corresponded to an arc whose approximate value was 33 minutes and 10 seconds. When the eclipse was consummated, which I insist could only have had a purely local projection, many of the Jews, frightened, fell on their faces to the ground, beating their chests with both hands and uttering screams of terror. The Sadducees, bewildered, did not know how to react. In the end, the majority of the Hebrews escaped towards the gate of Ephraim, while the Jewish leaders, not very convinced, tried to hold them back, shouting at them that all this could only be due to some incantation of the crucified man or a celestial phenomenon. It was useless. The confusion of the uneducated and superstitious enemies of Jesus was such that they did not even listen to the reasoning of the priests. And there the helpless handful of judges remained, much more attentive to what was happening in heaven than on the scaffold. I suppose that if they continued at the foot of Golgotha, it was not because they had too much courage, but out of obedience to Caiaphas and the rest of the council. The Roman officer had to make a supreme effort to calm his nervousness and that of his men. If the Hebrews were fearful of this type of manifestations, the Romans were even more so. By dint of imperious shouts, Longinus finally managed to get his soldiers to occupy the guard posts assigned by the Optio before the sandstorm. Judging by the uproar beyond the wall, the confusion and fear among the pilgrims and inhabitants of Jerusalem had to be extreme. While that area remained in darkness, many curious people came to peek under the arch of the Ephraim gate, intrigued and, I suppose, eager to know if all that had any connection with the miraculous Master of Galilee. But none of them had the courage to approach. Better said, there was a group that did. A few minutes after the darkness began, about 20 people stood out on the road that left Jerusalem. With a light and determined step, they approached the edge of the great rock. Because of the shadows, I couldn't distinguish the young apostle John until he stopped a few feet from where I was. Finally, he had returned. He was accompanied by another man and about 18 women, all of them half hidden by their clothes. But I couldn't recognize any of Zebedee's friends. It was extremely strange. In reality, everything was from the approach of that object, which remained fixed and undisturbed above our heads. Precisely as a result of its appearance in space, although I did not realize it until the arrival of John and his group, the wind had stopped, and with it, all the natural sounds of the countryside, at least the ones that I had usually been receiving. Even the fleeting trills of swallows and other birds, and the buzzing of insects, and those clouds of green flies, as thick as pennies, that before the Habub passed had begun to settle by the dozens on the blood of the crucified. When I was about to descend the canal to join John, a sudden moan from Galileo stopped me. The master seemed to have regained consciousness. The centurion and I walked a few steps, and indeed we saw how the crucified man was once again trying to maintain an accelerated breathing rate. The forced fall of the diaphragm had swollen his belly, and his chest appeared rigid like the wood from which he was hanging. Despite the dust and dirt that covered him, almost like a fateful preview of his grave, the signs of cyanosis were increasingly palpable. The few nails on his feet that were not covered in blood had begun to turn a typical bluish color. The same thing happened with the tips of his fingers. The tetanization of the lower limbs was already rampant. The muscles in his thighs and legs continued to spasm, although they were becoming more spaced out. The thick toes of both feet had already entered adduction, deviating toward the central plane of the Nazarene's body. Suddenly, a hand landed on my left shoulder. It was John. With his usual courage, he had ascended to the top of Calvary. He came alone. The truth is that he did not even pause to contemplate his master. His eyes were sunken, and his face was marked by the long hours of insomnia and suffering. He looked like an old man. With a trembling voice, he addressed Longinus, begging him to allow, even just for a moment, the mother of Jesus of Nazareth to approach the cross and say goodbye to her firstborn son. John accompanied his request by directing his right arm toward the small number of women waiting a short distance from the Sadducees. Despite everything I had experienced and suffered on that mission, when I heard Zebedee, my knees trembled. Mary was there. Longinus did not have the courage to refuse, and he authorized the disciple to accompany the master's mother to the top of the scaffold, with the condition that the rest remain where they were and that their stay at the foot of the cross be as brief as possible. John thanked the centurion for the humanitarian gesture and hurried back to the group. He exchanged a few words with the women, and immediately one of the Hebrew women began to climb between the rocks, assisted by John and the other man. As they approached, my pulse quickened. A few seconds later, I had before me the earthly mother of that giant. The legionnaires, somewhat calmer, had descended the second rock, dedicating themselves to the search for dry firewood with which they could light a bonfire. They logically could not foresee the duration of the darkness, and Arsenius prudently ordered the infantrymen to get a good supply of fuel. There were 4 hours before sunset, and the custody of the condemned could be long. At the moment when Mary reached the foot of the central cross, 2 of the soldiers placed on the rock 2 bundles of branches of the so-called broom, very light and of excellent quality for their purposes. Leaning on the forearms of John and the second man, who turned out to be called Jude or Judas, and who, as I found out the next day, was Jesus's full brother, that Hebrew woman with an extremely pale face stopped 3 feet from the cross in which her son was nailed. She wasn't very tall. Her head raised towards the master had remained more or less at the height of the Nazarene's knees. She would possibly measure between 5 feet 2 inches and 5 feet 4 inches. She was around 50 years old, although her fragile, somewhat bent figure and the wrinkles that arose from her beautiful almond-shaped eyes made her more venerable. Despite the darkness, I was struck by her high, clear forehead, crowning an oval face in which a small, straight nose barely stood out. She covered her head with a light brown cloak that did not allow me to see her hair. However, judging by the color of her thin, slightly arched eyebrows, it must have been jet black. The tunic, of a similar tone to that of the cloak, although somewhat duller, almost touched the surface of Golgotha. Nobody said anything. John burst into tears, clinging to the lady's arm. Longinus, moved, withdrew. However, to my surprise, Mary did not shed a single tear. Only the trembling of her long, calloused hands, under whose skin a tangle of pronounced blue veins snaked, reflected her affliction. My problems were alleviated when the officer, in another gesture that spoke volumes in his favor, returned to us, carrying a freshly lit torch. When Longinus brought the improvised torch closer to the master's body so that his mother could see him better, the Galileo, perhaps alerted by the reddish glow of the fire, lifted his chin from his chest, seeing his family. His breathing became labored again, and his right eye opened wide. The woman, like John and Jesus' brother, did not take their eyes off the face of the crucified man. The giant's mouth opened slightly, trying to speak, but his lungs, decreased in their vital capacity due to multiple injuries to the respiratory muscles and the anguishing lack of support, were facing a very serious restrictive ventilatory insufficiency. A few minutes later, when adjusting the ultrasounds to his chest, Trojan horse would receive information about this delicate situation, certifying my suspicions. Jesus' vital capacity was well below 80% of the theoretical normal value, estimated, as is known, in 5.50 liters. Despite this, the Nazarene, in a titanic effort, contracted his abdominal muscles, and almost in unison, the exhausted muscles of his forearms and shoulders began to pulsate, seeking the energy necessary to lift the upper part of his body, those essential 10 inches. But Christ's reserves were almost exhausted, and his will was not enough. In those dramatic moments, something almost insignificant happened, almost imperceptible to those who were at the foot of the cross. But for me, as a doctor, it chilled my heart. Jesus arched his diaphragm a second time and tensed his levator and extensor muscles again, making them vibrate. At the same time, his left wrist rotated just over a quarter inch on the axis of his forearm. That movement of the carpus on the nail contributed decisively to the elevation of the shoulders. The rabbi's head was stuck in the patibulum, and his beard pointed toward the sky, while the violent pain caused by the slightest turn of the left wrist made the walls of the external jugular vein beat rapidly, marking the supraclavicular foci and the muscles of the neck like I have never seen in a human being. Instantly, two very thin and divergent streams of blood emerged from the half-blinded wound on the left wrist and ran towards the elbow. The master, at what price, had achieved his purpose. As he rose, his mouth opened to its maximum, and a breath of fresh air entered his lungs, while the collapse of his belly revealed the iliac crest of his right hip. The body of the crucified man fell again, and Jesus, lowering his face, smiled a strange smile. That rictus alarmed me. It was not really a smile, but another symptom of the tetanization that plagued him, and which in medicine is known as a sardonic smile. Tight lips, with the corners turned outward and downward. Mary, contemplating her son's desperate effort, lowered her face and her legs weakened, but John and Judas supported her. Her lips, barely shadowed by the light of the torch, began to flutter, and the deep circles under her eyes that ran over her high, sharp cheekbones mingled with the dark and unfathomable bitterness of eyes that, despite everything, retained a singular beauty.
Woman.
The master's limping voice made Mary and everyone else raise their faces, and the face of that Hebrew woman lit up.
Woman, behold your son.
John wiped his tears with the palm of his right hand, looking at his master without understanding. Then turning his face towards the apostle, he exclaimed, almost without strength,
My son, behold your mother.
The diminished inhalation of the crucified man was almost exhausted. His breathing went into deficit, and, taking advantage of his last possibilities, he ordered between gasps,
I wish that you leave this place.
His abdomen had become deformed again, and his head, as well as the muscles in his arms and shoulders, collapsed. The men intended to turn around and leave, but Mary, always silent, took a step toward the crucified man. She bowed very slowly and kissed Jesus' right knee. Then, hiding her face in her hands, she left the rock, practically supported by John and her son. I think that both the centurion and I were impressed by the fortitude of that woman, a Hebrew whom I would have the opportunity to see again, and from whose conversation I would obtain magnificent and sensational information. The small, almost insignificant shadow of Mary, the Master's mother, soon faded into the darkness. John and Jude accompanied her on her way back to Jerusalem, but the rest of the women continued at a short distance, awaiting the dying crucified man. There were, among other followers and believers, Ruth, also a full sister of the Nazarene, Salome, John's mother, Miriam, wife of Cleophas and sister of the mother of Jesus, Rebecca and Mary, that of Magdala, better known today as Magdalene. Around 2:25 p.m., the Optio authorized the mayor to distribute dinner among the men of the patrol: salted pork, cheese, bread, and a portion of water with vinegar, known as pasca. All the soldiers, except for those who were on guard, gathered around the bonfire, eating the food. During those brief moments of relaxation, I asked the officer why the legionnaires had piled up piles of branches at the base of each of the crosses. Longinus, inviting me to taste that fermented wine, explained to me that it consisted of a simple measure of grace. If necessary, if this was ordered, or if the prisoner's agony lasted too long, they should set fire to the wood. The smoke finished off the crucified people, suffocating them in a matter of minutes. Some of the infantrymen, trying to appease the fear that, no doubt, still tormented them, began to play jokes on the prisoners. One of them, bolder than the rest, turned to Jesus, toasting with his brass jug.
Cheers and luck to the King of the Jews.
The joke spread to the rest, who also raised their pasca towards the Galileo cross. Jesus, interrupting his panting breathing, exclaimed,
"I'm thirsty."
The Optio consulted the centurion, and he authorized him to bring the stopper that closed the jar with the vinegar water to Galileo. Arsenius took the closure, and after sticking it in the tip of one of the escort's assegais, he reached the foot of the tree, raising the spear so that the cap, previously soaked in the pasca, touched the dusty lips of the master. Naturally, I did not waste that opportunity. Jesus opened his mouth, eagerly biting into the cork. The liquid cleaned the dirt, but as it penetrated the cracks, the acid again wounded the flesh of the Nazarene, who immediately removed his head. Arsenius lowered the pilum and, observing that the prisoner made no intention of repeating the wetting of his mouth, withdrew. With his trembling, the rabbi's lips showed an increase in the feverish crisis. I then took a torch, and bringing it close to Jesus' face, I discovered how the tetanization had begun to reduce the brightness of the dental enamel, instead increasing the opacification of the lens. His left eye was still closed due to bruises. Parathyroid insufficiency, caused by tetanization, must have already been alarming, with a marked decrease in the concentration of calcium in the blood. There was no time to lose. I took a few steps away until I reached the southern edge of the promontory, and with my back to the legionaries, I adjusted the crotalos to my eyes. Seconds before, when I was removing the contact lenses from the rubber bag, I saw how John and his partner returned from the city, joining the women. I warned Eliseo of the imminent checkup, announcing that, if I was not mistaken, Jesus of Nazareth was entering the preagonistic process, and that in order to synchronize the medical examination with real time, he should adjust the module's chronometers with the activation of the ultrasonic circuit, reminding me of the time every 5 minutes. I backed away again, standing 10 feet from the central cross, and activated the ultrasonic waves. It was 2:30 p.m. My first concern was figuring out the overall blood loss. The constant bleeding, especially after nailing, made me suspect a serious decrease in blood volume. The 3.5 megahertz waves searched for the main arteries, and the Doppler effect in the cavas and aorta confirmed my fears. At that time, the total blood volume was estimated at 47%. Jesus, therefore, at 2:30 p.m., had experienced a loss of 2.82 liters. These details, and other more complex ones that I have preferred to keep secret from my diary, were obtained, as I noted at the time, after the completion of that first part of the great journey. The Nazarene, therefore, had lost almost half of his volume. If he continued to bleed to death, and without the possibility of replacing at least part of the lost plasma, which was frankly difficult, the rampant anemia would end up causing a fainting from which he would not be able to recover. At those times, assuming this had been possible, the master's body should have been placed in a horizontal position.
2:35 p.m.
The immediate tracking of the spleen only confirmed the practically depleted red blood cell or erythrocyte generating circuit. When these dropped to the alarming figure of 300,544 per square inch of blood, the spleen had been releasing its reserves, but it was soon exhausted. As for the acceleration of erythropoiesis in the bone marrow and the stimulation of protein synthesis, they had long been subminimal. These losses in the bloodstream and the lack of ingestion of compensatory fluids since he was hoisted on the vertical beam were causing an overwhelming thirst, perhaps one of the worst sufferings, and, consequently, a disproportionate and almost sustained cardiac output. The rudimentary pulmonary ventilation, increasingly degraded, had set off all the alarms, and the heart, in a supreme effort, struggled to pump blood to the muscles of the shoulders, arms, and intercostals. The latter, above all, had taken on practically 90 and sometimes 100% of the respiratory responsibility. The heart muscle, in short, which in a normal person works at a rate of 60 to 70 beats per minute, hit Jesus's rib cage at an average of 120 to 130 beats, overwhelmed by the dramatic request for oxygen and strength of the noble areas of the body, brain, kidneys, and, in these circumstances, the muscles that fought for the entry of air into the lungs. The survival instinct was imposing on the heart an expenditure that Trojan horse estimated between 30 and 40 liters per minute. However, as time went by, the Nazarene's formidable palpitations oscillated with noticeable decreases, a consequence of the lesser activity of the medulla oblongata, which was also beginning to falter, sending many fewer nervous impulses to the heart. This, in short, would cause a vicious circle of an irreversible nature.
2:40 p.m.
The master, with his ribs tense like crossbows and his arteries pulsating relentlessly, lifted his chin from his chest. His right eye began to show a slight strabismus or divergent deviation. He knitted his eyebrows and with a pleading moan he exclaimed,
"I'm thirsty."
Longinus repeated the maneuver, but this time his parchment-like lips barely touched the spongy seal of the jug. The centurion swung the torch at Galileo's face with slow movements from right to left, but the pupil, very dilated, did not move. Jesus had begun to lose vision. The glassy look made me think about the possible formation of papillary edema, or swelling of the optic nerve in the back of that eye. Surely as a consequence of intracranial hypertension, or due to reduced blood flow in that region of the head. The officer carefully examined the rabbi's face. His nose, despite the bruises and the possible deviation or fracture of its own bones, had begun to acquire a sharp shadow, an unmistakable sign of the premortal phase. His orbital sockets were also more pronounced, with a sinking of the fat pad on the right cheekbone. The left one was so swollen and bloody that it was impossible to distinguish any sign.
This one is ready.
And he returned to his men, shaking his head with a certain discouragement. I squatted down and directed the very fine reddish laser below the last segment of the sternum or xiphoid appendage, thus trying to avoid the collision of the ultrasound with the false and floating ribs. Upon finding the spongy and elastic mass of the lungs, the respiratory catastrophe appeared in all its drama. The left lung was almost collapsed due to a pleural effusion. The whipping and successive blows and kicks to the sides, and specifically the left, had undoubtedly caused the accumulation of fluid in the lower part of the pleural sac that surrounds the lung. By measuring the most important parameters of Jesus of Nazareth's breathing, the computer in charge of the assessments and records, a DataSpear online system, EDV70, estimated that at that time, 2:40 p.m., as it had assumed, the Galileo's vital capacity was in a critical phase, with a deficit of more than 70%. This generalized decrease in respiratory functions had also caused a decrease in the residual volume of air, estimated under normal conditions at 1.67 liters. In short, the decreases in vital capacity, residual volume, and TLC, or total lung capacity, had caused in Jesus the formation of the so-called small lung. Of course, the increase in respiratory rate, even above 40 breaths per minute, only allowed poor aeration of the so-called dead spaces, mouth, trachea, etc., being very ineffective in transporting oxygen to the lung alveoli. And consequently, the hypoventilation derived from the existence of the small lung immediately led to an increase in CO2, or carbon dioxide, which contributed to progressive poisoning and intoxication of the rabbi. This high dosage of CO2 would soon depress the central nervous system. Trojan horse estimated that the increase in carbon dioxide had reached values greater than 50 to 60 millimeters of mercury of pressure 30 minutes after being hung on the cross. The increase in PaCO2, or arterial carbon dioxide pressure, had, however, an impact that we could describe as relatively beneficial for the Nazarene. As the presence of this toxin multiplied, Jesus' body entered a phase of drowsiness that, without a doubt, it made the torment more bearable.
2:45 p.m.
The low hemoglobin oxygen saturation once again stimulated the master's survival instinct, and hoisting himself up again on the nails of his wrists, he inhaled what would be his penultimate breath of air. From those moments on, seized by a much more aggressive tachycardia, Galileo, aware of his few minutes of life, began to recite what seemed to me to be passages from the Holy Scriptures. The centurion and several legionaries approached, intrigued, but his language was almost unintelligible. His strength was gushing out of him, and only occasionally did his words reach my ears with a minimum of clarity. As I retained some of those phrases, I realized that the Master was not trying to tell us anything. He was simply praying. Thus I was able to hear, for example, "I know that the Lord will save his anointing, or your hand will reveal all my enemies, and above all, the impressive and controversial. My God, why have you forsaken me? Upon returning to the module, I consulted the book of Psalms, and indeed, I saw how the Master had been reciting some of the passages of this sacred text. Among those that I managed to identify were paragraphs from Psalms 20, 21, and 22. This last one, Psalm 22:1, says exactly, my God, why have you forsaken me? My roars are far from salvation. I couldn't help but smile. Theologians, exegetes, and moralists of all the churches have written rivers of ink for centuries, trying to interpret and accommodate these last words of Jesus. For some, especially the Latin priests, this supposed lament of the Nazarene was only a metaphorical expression. Jesus, they say, speaks in the name of sinful humanity, and in his person, sinners are abandoned by God. This is how, for example, Origen, Athanasius, Gregory Nazianzen, Cyril of Alexandria, and Augustine, among others. A second hypothesis, defended by Eusebius and Epiphanius, went so far as to propose the following. The nature of Jesus speaks to his divine nature, complaining to the Word that he is going to abandon human nature in the tomb for some time. Finally, a third theory points to the fact that Christ came to feel truly abandoned by the Father. So say at least such prestigious men as Tertullian, Theodoret, Ambrose, Jerome, St. Thomas, and countless modern theologians. In my opinion, the Master, anguished by the shadow of death, took refuge in something that is common to many humans when they find themselves in a similar trance: prayer.
2:50 p.m.
The sudden rise of acidosis was another announcement of the imminent end of the Nazarene. When checking the bloodstream, we observed an alarming drop in pH. From 7.20 to 7.30 at the time of the crucifixion, it had dropped to 7.15. The kidney was still making angiotensin, fighting to raise the blood pressure, but everything was nothing short of useless. In reality, those last breaths of Jesus of Nazareth, increasingly shorter and faster, were already sustained by hypoxia or low oxygen load in the hemoglobin of the blood. But this last and wise stimulus of human nature had its minutes numbered. The cyanosis dominated all the mucous membranes and acral parts, tips of the fingers and toes, tongue, lips, and even some areas of the skin. Suddenly, the galloping rhythm of the heart increased even more, pulsing at a rate of 169 beats per minute. Christ, with stiff fingers, had begun what would be his last muscular elevation. The left wrist rotated a second time, but this time, the blood hit was much more viscous and purple. Despite this, the streams escaped through the forearm, dripping to the rock of Calvary when they met the elbow. The neck swelled and the intercostal muscles spasmed again, while the face gained height millimeter by millimeter. With his eyes and mouth wide open, the Master seemed to want to catch the life that was already leaving him. The rib cage on the verge of bursting inhaled enough air for Jesus of Nazareth, with a power that made all the legionaries turn their heads, exclaimed,
I'm done, Father. I commend my spirit into your hands.
Instantly, his body collapsed, making every joint creak. Eliseo's voice announced to me that it was 2:55 p.m. Hearing the prisoner's resounding phrase, the officer rushed to the foot of the steeple, and before I forget about it, I want to specify that, as John points out in his Gospel, the only witness among the four sacred writers, there was no scream in the literal sense of the word. His voice spread loudly, yes, and perhaps that is why, as the years went by, the women and the centurion himself were able to confuse this final manifestation of the Master with a scream. Just as St. John says, Jesus did not utter such a cry. That being said, let's continue. Longinus brought the torch closer to the Nazarene's face again. His eye was open and his pupil dilated. In reviewing the footage, it was possible to specify how minutes before this last loss of consciousness, the cornea of the eye had become opaque. It was a pity that the right eye was closed. Most likely, Trojan horse analysts would have detected the so-called Larcher sign. Externally, all respiratory evidence had ceased. The Master, with his chin sunk on his sternum, remained with his mouth half open. I hurried to direct the ultrasounds over the cardiac region. Trojan horse estimated that, starting at 2:54 p.m., when the heartbeat had been beating for approximately 3 minutes, with a dizzying frequency, which reached its maximum peak at the aforementioned 169 beats per minute, the pulse dropped by chopped. The sinoatrial node, which normally beats at a rate of 72 times per minute, was placed well below 60 pulses, and within seconds, the entire myocardium went into ventricular fibrillation. After 30 seconds of arrhythmia, the master fell dead, although the final cardiac arrest did not occur until 2.5 minutes later. According to these estimates, the death of Jesus of Nazareth could have occurred at approximately 2:57 p.m. in 30 seconds on Friday, April 7th of the year 30. Despite the cardiac output, the blood flow reaching the brain was insufficient, causing, among other effects, the aforementioned fainting or loss of consciousness from which there would be no return.
He's dead.
The centurion spoke those two words with a certain pity, as if the disappearance of that executed man had represented something to him. In reality, as I said, the clinical death of the Nazarene would not occur until a few seconds later. But Longinus could not know this. It would not take long for the master to enter biological death. Suspended by nails from his wrists, his belly appeared very swollen. The chest had been sunken, and the pectoral muscles, which had not stopped oscillating and convulsing, lay rigid, fainted. Between the branches and spikes of the helmet, an increasingly marked circle could already be seen around the deformed nose. The temples, half hidden by the hair, were sunken, and the right ear, somewhat visible, had retracted. The skin immediately above the beard wrinkled, and the eyeball became darker, as if covered by some kind of viscous cloth. Blood continued to flow from the nail wounds, especially on the right foot, although the color was now much pinker. The volume at the time of death had exceeded the 50% barrier. That is, Christ had shed more than half of his blood volume. Just at those moments, the relaxation of his sphincters was recorded, which added to Jesus's already gloomy appearance the foul smell of almost liquid and yellowish excrement that slid down the inside of his legs. I hesitated to use the telethermographic circuit. However, despite my daze, I fulfilled what was established by the project. From that last quick examination, it could be deduced, for example, that the accumulation of blood in the lower extremities, despite the rupture of one of the arteries in the right foot, had been considerable. A few seconds after death, the temperature of these lower extremities as a result of blood overload was 1 degree Celsius above normal. When checking the superficial tissues, it was also confirmed that the acute and decisive tetanization process had rendered the Nazarene's legs and thighs useless 12 minutes after his elevation and fixation in the wood. This confirmed my impressions about the titanic efforts that the Rabbi of Galilee had to make every time he fought for a breath of air. When the hypothetical support points of the footnails failed, as I said, it was the upper muscles, shoulders, forearms, and intercostal muscles, that bore the energy expenditure. But these fibers would also be blocked by tetanization a few minutes later. At 18, the deltoids, vastus lateralis of the arms and supinators, flexor radialis, ulnar, and anconeus of the forearms. After approximately 20 minutes, the large pectorals and the powerful muscular network of the upper back area, the trapezius, were decimated. This almost freezing of Galileo's formidable muscles precipitated his death under the main and horrible sign of asphyxiation. Among the plethora of circulatory, ventilatory, renal, and central nervous system deficits that converged and pushed him towards the end, Trojan horse always considered that the root and basic cause of death, if this death can be given the adjective natural, of the master was suffocation. Around 2:55 p.m., Jesus' brain entered the coma de passe, with the tragic consequences that this means. The areas of the carpal and foot perforations showed an intense blue color, an obvious sign of the important inflammatory process they had suffered, and consequently, a higher temperature. By the time I placed the laser on Jesus' eye, the dilation of the pupil showed only a dark spot, a clear sign of vision loss. The temperature of the narrow peripheral areas of the cornea, however, still remained warm, and it was possible to record brief blue rings. The lens, in short, appeared opacified, and the iris asymmetrical. In reality, there was little else that could be done. General Curtis fought for technicians to perfect the nuclear magnetic resonance system, which would have allowed us to track the atomic movements of some key areas of the Nazarene's brain, but the work did not arrive in time. Sadly, that man, whom I had begun to admire and love, had died. Despite all my training, when I stripped off the Crotalos, I dropped onto the hard surface of Golgotha. Melancholy was germinating in the most intricate part of my soul, and I felt how part of myself was leaving with that being, a melancholy without horizons that, I know, will not leave my anguished heart until death definitively closes my poor existence. Meanwhile, like that day next to the crosses, I continue crying. Neither Eliseo nor anyone from the project ever knew. From that fateful moment of Jesus' death, something sank into the depths of my being. My last hours in Palestine were almost meaningless. I complied with what was programmed by Trojan horse, but almost like an automaton. And the worst thing is that I was never able to recover. At 2 hours, 57 minutes, and 30 seconds, just when the Nazarene's heart stopped forever, the unexpected happened. With a synchronization that still terrifies me, and which can only have one explanation, that gigantic moon began to move. And with the same slowness with which it had covered the sun, it moved eastward, returning to us the transparent luminosity of that Friday. My partner in the module was quick to confirm what I was seeing. Little by little, without haste, as if letting itself be seen, the object headed towards Levant, disappearing behind the Mount of Olives. That singular dawn was welcomed by the legionaries and by the small group of women and Sadducees who remained next to the rock with lively displays of joy and amazement. The same thing happened in the city. Its inhabitants considered this liberation of the sun as a sign of good omen. It was then, while the gigantic disk broke its stationary position, moving away, that the centurion, turning towards the cross on which the Master hung, struck the breastplate that protected his chest with his right fist, and holding this attitude of salute, declared,
"He was certainly a man of integrity. He really must have been the Son of God."
The soldiers, restless, asked the optio and the officer for instructions, but neither Arsenius nor Longinus knew what to do. Simply as a security measure, they doubled their guard. Those men sensed something when they acted like that, and they were not wrong. As the gloom disappeared, sunlight illuminated the crucified, revealing all the horror of those bleeding bodies, grotesquely convulsed and covered in sand. The zealots remained unconscious and continued that way, fortunately for them, until those 3 new legionaries arrived. Galileo's skin, despite the thick film of dust that had adhered to his tears, hair, clots, and bloodstains, soon began to stand out with the typical marble tone of corpses. The smell of feces made the stay next to the cross unbearable, and the infantrymen who were not on guard retreated to the edge of the scaffold. The situation became somewhat more bearable when, as soon as the sun rose, the wind blew again from the east, although much weaker than in the previous hours. It is now, with the perspective of time, that I have asked myself a question that I did not even intuit at the time. Did the presence of that formidable object have anything to do with the strange stillness that occurred at the same time as the darkness and with the subsequent increase in the wind? The scientist has no answer, but the intuitive man inside me tells me yes. I noticed a logical alarm among the women and in John and Jesus' brother. The absolute immobility of their master was beginning to strange them. My mood was so low that I turned my back, not wanting to meet the gaze of young Zebedee. Then towards the west I perceived a curious agitation among the flocks of birds that generally nested on the walls of the city. Despite the wind, they had taken flight, dispersing in total disarray. I shrugged. However, almost at the same time, a confused commotion made me turn my head toward the wall. What I saw perplexed me. A troop of dogs had begun to come out of the gate of Ephraim, barking pitifully. I knew there were dogs in Jerusalem, but I never believed there were so many. They seemed nervous, very excited, and above all, afraid, as if something or someone had suddenly put them on the run. But who? Longinus and I looked at each other blankly and equally alarmed. What was happening in Jerusalem? The mutts ran across the cliff, heading toward the fields to the north and northwest. Some, panting and sniffing the ground incessantly, climbed to the top of Golgotha, but were quickly expelled by the legionaries. A few seconds later, a communication from the cradle shook me, partly explaining the anomalous behavior of those animals. The onboard sensors had begun to detect a series of gases with a high sulfur content, as well as a slight increase of the temperature at ground level. Eliseo was not sure, but it was possible that a seismic movement was coming. That hypothesis could partly clarify the concern of the birds and dogs. Animals, and also man, although to a lesser extent, have the capacity to inhale the gases that frequently precede the outbreak of an earthquake. When the first disturbances occur in the interior of the earth, the gases are expelled through the narrow fissures in the ground, and the animals can inhale them. They instantly secrete a much higher than normal volume of serotonin in their brains, and the aforementioned hormones trigger the individual's excitability mechanisms. In the case of the dogs, they had fled, retreating from the dangerous building areas of Jerusalem. However, the two seismographs, Teledyne and Geotech, installed by Trojan horse to measure and evaluate the earthquake to which the evangelist Matthew alludes in his sacred text, 2751, and which I sincerely had completely forgotten, there was no sign of it. Both specially designed by specialists from the National Center for Earthquakes and Meteorology in Tokyo, and in which Professor Nagamune, head of earthquake forecast information, collaborated decisively. They were placed by the experts on two of the landing supports or legs of the cradle. In the delicate process of miniaturization and adaptation to our ship, one of the devices was converted into a horizontal seismograph and the second into a vertical one. The heavy pendulums were replaced by separate beams of laser light, capable of recording waves from deep earthquakes up to 447 miles, and naturally those from intermediate or shallow movements, with a maximum depth of 4.3 miles below the surface. In the horizontal, especially programmed for the swaying or rolling movements of the terrain, the traditional mirror that serves as a photographic record had been eliminated. The laser pulses were instantly encoded on special paper, and the vibrations could be magnified by over 100,000 times. As for the vertical pendulum laser, prepared for compression movements, it was in contact with thermal paper in a traditional magnetic tape recorder. It was shortly after, at 3:01 p.m., when we felt that first shock. I remember a small detail that, in the first tenths of a second, further contributed to doubling my confusion. One of the legionaries, by order of the Optio, had taken the vessel enclosed in the rope mesh in his hands and was preparing to throw part of the water onto the flames of the bonfire. And so he did. But at the moment he was pouring the liquid over the bonfire, the first pull of the ground unbalanced him, and the water crashed on the face of another companion who was sitting very close to the fire. The legionnaire fell on the rock and also the jug, which broke into pieces. That oscillation of the ground produced the sudden incorporation of the soldiers who were sitting, who, stunned, did not even have time to look at each other. Although in subsequent verifications it was estimated that the first seismic wave barely lasted 16 seconds, the horizontal displacement of the strata, in a swaying manner, carried enough power to knock down several of the infantrymen. In my case, what shocked me most in those initial seconds was the overwhelming dizziness that I began to experience. It seemed as if an invisible force was shaking my brain. Upon noticing the shock, the women began to scream, victims of the same panic that overwhelmed us all. But suddenly, in the same way that it had arrived, that movement disappeared. Longinus and the non-commissioned officer, pale as Jesus' skin, waited a few seconds. Their gazes were fixed on the upper ends of the crosses, but the stipes, when the tremor stopped, had remained as motionless as before the earthquake. And the officer, with very good judgment, addressed his men, shouting to them,
"Get down. Come on, everyone down."
The patrol, including the sentinels, obeyed at once, rushing down the canal leading to Golgotha. In the hasty escape from the scaffold, some of the soldiers forgot their shields and helmets. When the officer was about to descend toward the road, he stopped and, turning on his heel, and returned to the bonfire, extinguishing it with his stomps. At that moment, my heart splintered with fear. A dull, distant roar began to rise in the east. Almost simultaneously, the second and more vigorous shock was felt. The entire rock trembled and swayed. I'm not sure if it was just one of these movements or both at the same time, and I felt violently displaced, falling onto the vibrant surface of Calvary. It is curious, but upon seeing and feeling those vibrations of the rock, the scene of the spasms of freshly slaughtered beef came to mind. From the ground, powerless to get up, I saw how the centurion had also fallen and how the crosses responded to that second shake with a kind of very rapid rattling that made the bodies of the Jews tremble. One of the stipes located behind the crucified men, the one that was slightly inclined, swayed like a reed shaken by the wind, collapsing. The panic and suffocating dizziness were such that, despite needing it, I did not know or could not scream or utter a word. Lying face down and clinging to the irregularities of the rock, I was only able to formulate one thought: survive. The successive convulsions of the terrain hit me incessantly, even lifting me up several inches from the ground. Today, after the bitter experience, I remember very well how the loose stones from the rock jumped like rubber balls, moved horizontally like projectiles, and crashed violently against the bases of the crosses and against my body and that of the officer. Immersed in an uncontrollable and irrational dread, those seconds had no time or measure. They were simply eternal. The thunder that seemed to come from every square inch of the ground and the violent agitation of nature had, however, a relatively short duration. 47 seconds, according to the module's equipment. To me, those 47 seconds seemed like centuries. After that time, everything calmed down again, and a dead silence fell on the rock and its surroundings. When I managed to get up, I had to lean on the rod of Moses. Now it was my stomach that was spinning, with an agonizing need to throw out. Cold sweat filled my body almost simultaneously. Today I know that a good part of that discomfort was a consequence of fear. Longinus remained on his knees for a few moments, staring at the rock floor, as if waiting for a third shock. But the earthquake would not be repeated. Observing how the new tremor will not come, the officer stood up, gesturing for me to follow him with his arm. I don't think I have ever obeyed a person so blindly. A few seconds later, the centurion and I, rather than running, we flew through Calvary Alley, leaving the open field and joining the platoon. Almost all of the women were fallen to the ground, moaning and uttering screams that made my hair stand on end. John and Jude, as terrified as the rest, did not know whether to run towards the countryside or return to the city. But little by little, as the earthquake became more distant in memory, spirits began to recover, and common sense prevailed, at least on the part of the Roman officers and young Zebedee. The tragic reality of those crucified, forgotten during the tremors, immediately presented itself to the eyes of the Master's friends and family. But before moving forward, I want to review a highly mysterious fact detected from the module. According to the data collected in the permanent records or seismograms of the cradle, the two tremors had a total of 63 seconds. The first wave, much weaker than the second, corresponded to type L, also called long or superficial. The seismographs detected a predominance of the Love variant, more in accordance with the nature of the superficial strata of that geological area. The estimated speed was 2 miles per second. However, in this first earthquake, whose magnitude was not excessively important, 4.1 on the Richter scale, the devices did not receive, as would have been expected, the series of wriggling of the P or primary waves, nor the subsequent zigzagging of the S waves, slower than the P ones. Faced with general confusion, only the undulating, slow, and superficial love emerged, which were not so lovely at all. In the second shock, however, the P and S waves did appear, and finally the L waves. Scientists, in view of the data accumulated by seismographs, estimated this second and more intense earthquake at a magnitude of 6.8. Up to this point, everything is almost normal, within what a seismic picture is and supposes, except for the already mentioned absence of thrust and secondary waves. But the confusion of the Trojan horsemen reached its limit when, far behind the second tremor and the corresponding packets of waves, the entire module shook and creaked for the third time. On this occasion, however, the seismographs had already gone silent. What made the cradle vibrate, according to the data from the onboard equipment, was a shock wave. And the most incredible thing is that that shock wave, traveling at a rate of 984 feet per second, had its birth in the same area where seismology experts had located the epicenter of the earthquake. About 466 miles south-southeast of Jerusalem, in the middle of the desert, very close to the current border between Jordan and Arabia, and south of the current town of Sakaka. When the checks were completed, General Curtis and all of us were overwhelmed by the results. That type of shock wave and part of the seismic waves were due to the effects of an underground nuclear explosion. Honestly, we were speechless by the surprise. To the unquestionable fact of the low seismicity of Palestine, much lower than those of Greece, Italy, and Spain, to make some comparisons, in the period between 1901 and 1955, for example, they were recorded in Israel and bordering areas of current Lebanon and Syria, a total of 13 earthquakes. According to Karnik, who made the data public in 1971, of these 10 were of a magnitude between 4.1 and 5.1, always according to the Richter scale. 2 ranged between 5.2 and 5.6, and only 1 touched 6.2 degrees of intensity. We had to add this new and unexpected factor. If it was already unlikely that an earthquake would almost coincide with the death of Jesus of Nazareth, the problem became more acute when, as I say, the equipment captured the enigmatic underground nuclear explosion. I do not want to, nor should I, dwell further on this fascinating event for the simple reason that this precisely was another of the reasons that prompted Trojan Horse to program and execute the Second Great Journey. 10 or 15 minutes after the earthquake, Longinus and the soldiers returned to the top of Golgotha, resuming custody of the crucified. Minutes before, young John had approached the centurion, questioning him about the fate of his master. Seeing him shake his head negatively and lower his eyes, the apostle understood that there was nothing he could do. But there were no tears left in his heart, and he simply limited himself to begging the women to leave that place. In the midst of an outburst of pain, most of the group, who firmly believed that Jesus would perform a miracle and be saved, obeyed Zebedee, retreating in the company of Judas to the house of Elijah Mark, the headquarters of those closest to the Master, since the final dispersion of David Zebedee and his couriers before the arrival of the Levites from the temple. But I will try not to advance events, sticking to the strictest chronological order of events. John continued in the shadow of Golgotha, together with 4 or 5 Hebrew women who refused to return to Jerusalem. As I climbed back up to the top of the rock, I noticed the Sadducees. They were paralyzed with panic. I thought that once the death of the hated impostor was complete, they would retreat. How wrong I was. As Jude and the women walked away down the dusty path, Longinus and Arsenius, who were busy with several men checking for damage and stabilizing the crosses, were startled again. The gate of Ephraim had begun to vomit a river of maddened and vociferous people who apparently were fleeing the city. Faced with the terrible possibility of a new earthquake, thousands of citizens and pilgrims, who had been surprised by the 2 earthquakes in Jerusalem, chose to immediately abandon the narrow streets of the holy city in search of open ground. Hundreds of men, women, and children, many of them carrying bulky packages or pulling horses and flocks, began to quickly and uninterruptedly parade past Calvary, heading to the nearby hills of Gareb. The soldiers interrupted their inspection, reinforcing peripheral surveillance of the rock. But to tell the truth, those faces contorted by fear did not even notice Jesus and the zealots. Their real problem was to escape, to retreat as quickly as possible from the city walls. Shortly before sunset, when I finally had the opportunity to enter Jerusalem, I inquired about the possible damage caused by the tremors. According to Elijah Mark and Joseph of Arimathea, the shocks had caused much more fear than material destruction. The buildings, almost all of 1 or 2 stories and made of light materials, had withstood the shaking. There were some small collapses, but fortunately the injuries were not many or serious. One of the events that would provoke endless comments, even being recorded by the evangelists, was the breaking of one of the 2 great veils or curtains located in front of the Debir, or most holy place, also called oracle, and the Hekal, or holy place, which preceded the first. Since they were both inside the sanctuary, it was impossible for me to verify the rumors. Although all the news spoken by the Hebrews in a low voice and with a high load of superstition referred to the first and most important, the one that closed the way to the always mysterious cubic room, measuring 29 feet on a side, considered the dwelling of God, and in which stood the 2 cherubs, 15 feet high, beautifully sculpted in olive wood and veneered in gold. what I would have given to be able to enter said room and examine the interior of the Ark of the Covenant, deposited in the center of the floor and under the outstretched wings of the angels. But this was also an impossible dream. When the patrol was convinced that the crowd was only trying to get in the way and that it did not even stop near the judges, the officer and his infantrymen resumed the visual inspection of the scaffold, trying to inventory the possible damage caused by the earthquake. I joined them, focusing my attention on the crucified. The stipes had withstood the convulsions of the rock well, except for the one planted toward the west and behind the prisoners. The legionnaires shorted up again. At the end, the one who had been responsible for collecting the pieces of the water jar noticed something and called Longinus. A few steps from the crosses, heading south, the rock appeared open. It was not a very long crack, about 10 inches, but it was quite deep, maybe 6 or more feet. However, none of the soldiers could certify whether that gap was there before the earthquake or whether, on the contrary, it had just opened. Neither the centurion nor the rest of the Romans gave it much importance, and each one of them returned to his own thing. For my part, I cannot attest that the crack at the top of Golgotha was a consequence of the tremor. What is certain is that the small chasm did not follow the direction of the natural stratification of the promontory. On the contrary, it cut the surface of the rock transversely. Around 3:35 p.m., the departure of Hebrews from the Holy City began to decrease considerably. Calm was restored, and those people, camped around Jerusalem, began to wander around, undecided and harassing each other with questions. I understand that the gradual return of the birds to the walls of the temple and the city contributed decisively to calming the trembling spirits. Many welcomed this massive return of doves and swallows to Jerusalem with joy, and were encouraged to cross the threshold of the Ephraim Gate again. The centurion Arsenius, his men and I also breathed a sigh of relief when, suddenly, a handful of those blue-gray doves stopped in their flight toward the holy city, landing on the cross beams of the crosses. How sad and significant that image seemed to me. 3 or 4 peaceful birds rested on the patibulum of Jesus of Nazareth, taking flight seconds later. The return of the frightened crowd to Jerusalem was much calmer. On this occasion, they did stop in front of the scaffold, observing in silence or questioning the Sadducees. They took the opportunity to announce to the 4 winds that Galileo had died, and that almost certainly the person responsible for that earthquake was Jesus, ally of Beelzebub. The majority did not pay much attention to such verbiage, but some, carried away by the vehemence of the priests, once again insulted the master, increasing the number of curious people who remained at the edge of the great rock. The attention of the officer and the legionnaires was suddenly diverted by the arrival at the scaffold of 3 soldiers from the Antonia fortress. After greeting Longinus, they explained to him the reason for their presence on the rock. They had express orders from the procurator to finish off the condemned and transfer the bodies to the common grave opened in the Gehenna Valley, south of the city. The officer questioned the legionaries about the reason that had prompted Pontius to make such an apparently hasty decision. As they explained, shortly before the earthquake, a group of Sanhedrites had visited the governor again, explaining to him what they called the desire of the people of Jerusalem, namely, that the bodies of the executed were taken down before sunset, as ordered by the law, since that, as is known, was the day of preparation. Pilate, whose mood was strongly affected by the darkness, agreed, issuing the appropriate orders to Civilis to send some men. Longinus did not hide his surprise. If those messengers, instead of being legionaries, had been Sanhedrites, he probably would not have accepted. Deep down, he didn't care about Jewish customs. On the one hand, that change of plans bothered him deeply. Barely 2.5 hours had passed since the laborious work of lifting and nailing the zealots began, and the no less cumbersome and unpleasant task of unnailing them and transporting them to the common grave of the criminals was required. Of course, on the other hand, that counter-order also had a certain appeal. If the operations were carried out quickly, that night would not pass in the open, exposed to new storms or the rigor of surveillance. So, ready to end the case, the officer and Arsenius ordered the descent of the zealots in Galileo. Longinus warned the new arrivals that the prisoner in the center had already died, and the 3 legionaries, who came equipped with batons identical to the ones I had seen used in the beating of the Roman soldier, took positions, 2 in front of Dismas and the 3rd to the right of the second guerrilla, also, like his companions, barely 1.5 feet from Gistas's lower extremities. A fourth legionary, sword in hand, completed the picture, positioning himself in front of the left leg of the oldest zealot. There was no sign. The 4 Romans placed their sandals firmly on the hard crust of the rock and, brandishing their batons and swords, delivered 4 sharp and tremendous blows to the legs of the unfortunate men. The crunch of the tibius, pulverized at the level of the lower third, was followed by a series of short and violent convulsions. The zealots had been awakened by pain. Probably the blows had also affected the fibula, because instantly the legs swelled, and the bodies, without even the arduous consolation of the support of the nails of the feet, collapsed a few inches, while the unfortunates, between howls, opened their mouths desperately in the midst of an irreversible process of suffocation. Gistas, on this occasion, had suffered the worst. The soldier's sword had severed his leg. In a matter of seconds, traumatic shock and a possible embolism accelerated death by asphyxiation. At 3:45 p.m., both ceased to exist. Despite the centurion's warning, one of the soldiers, in charge of finishing off the condemned, stood under the master's corpse, examining it carefully. The truth is that neither Longinus nor the rest of the troops realized the intentions of that infantryman. The bulk of the Romans were busy preparing for the descent of the executed. I suppose that, trying to avoid all responsibility, the Roman picked up a pilum and, without thinking twice, stung the master's right side, sinking the spear between 6 and 8 inches. But the Nazarene's body, as expected, did not experience any reaction. The soldier, convinced of the death of the prisoner, tried to remove the weapon. However, the arrowhead of the pilum tripped or caught in the tissues, resisting. On the second attempt, the side gave way and the bloody iron was free. From the wound, about 1 3/4 inch long, about 72 square inch of blood gently gushed out, followed by a small amount of serous fluid. When I approached and examined the spear, I noticed that it had entered between the 5th and 6th ribs, with a logically ascending trajectory, and that, presumably, it had crossed the intercostal muscular plane, the parietal and visceral pleurae, the lung and the pericardium, entering fully into the right atrium. This area of the heart precisely preserves a certain amount of liquid blood once death has occurred. In my opinion, that was the blood that was spilled. As for the water that John the Evangelist says he saw, and that arose immediately after the blood spill, it is very possible that it was the aforementioned serous liquor that fills the virtual cavity between the leaves of each of the aforementioned lung pleurae. The visceral, as is known, adheres closely to the lung, and the parietal covers the walls of the thorax. Below it covers the lung, and below it, the diaphragm, except for its center. Inside it protects the mediastinal side, and outside the side inside of the ribs. When the spear tore these pleurae, the aforementioned liquid, as the pressure varied, ended up escaping, spilling immediately behind the bloody hemorrhage. In his own way, young John had told the truth. But the affronts to the body of Christ had not ended. As the darkness and strong wind subsided, flies and insects fell on the bodies of the crucified, turning their wounds into blackish, pulsating crowns. With extensive experience in this type of executions, the executioner in charge of the nailing suggested to the officer that the lowering operation begin for the prisoner who had been dead the longest. Longinus nodded. He also knew that the cadaveric rigidity would soon begin, making the work of transferring to Gehenna difficult. It was simply amazing. At that time, almost 4 in the afternoon, none of the master's disciples or friends had yet claimed the Lord's body. The centurion's idea, as the procurator had hinted, was to remove the bodies from the crosses and transport them to the common grave. John, who was attentively following the movements of the soldiers, had not moved from the vicinity of the scaffold. He attended for a few minutes to another of David Zebedee's couriers, informing him of the master's death. And once the messenger had gone, he continued at the top of the rock, visibly demoralized. When the Roman officer stood under the cross of Jesus, supervising the preparations for the descent, he immediately noticed the new and spectacular wound in his side. The blood had begun to form thick clumps on the gap's frayed lower lip. He understood immediately that the corpse had been speared, and with great irritation he confronted his men, reprimanding them for that disobedience. But no one said anything. The executioner, without wasting time, began to manipulate the head of the nail that was going through the master's right foot, while other soldiers placed the ladder behind the stipe, once again preparing the long rope that they had used in the uprisings. With studied precision, the legionnaire gripped the base of the nail with both hands, swinging it up and down. Wisely, the person responsible for the nailing had left said head about 8 or 4 inches above the skin. This way he had enough space to handle it. After a few seconds, with a strong pull, the metal tip was free of the wood, and the Galileo's lower limb relaxed completely, oscillating slightly in the void. The infantryman then held the heel with his left hand, rescuing the nail with his right. When he unearthed it from the instep, the blood gushed out again, forming a huge reddish rose on the aforementioned side of the foot. Before standing in front of the left one, the executioner checked whether his companion, perched at the top of the ladder, had tied the rope to the patibulum. He waited for the central loop to be finished and then repeated the extraction of the second nail. There was no problem on this occasion either. The master's body was already hanging, helpless, blood dripping from the tips of his feet. The thick fingers, as I said, were visibly separated from the rest, very forced towards the central axis of the corpse. A good part of the blood volume accumulated in the legs, and which had been relatively dammed by the nails themselves, when the hemostatic effect disappeared, began to flow, turning that part of the rock into a large puddle in which the legionnaires slipped several times. Free and at their feet, 2 other soldiers clung to both sides of the wood, and a 3rd and 4th legionnaires, jumping on their shoulders, prepared to repeat the operation of lifting the transverse beam. Pending those maneuvers, I didn't realize that the tiny representation of the Sanhedrin had been increased by another group of priests, recently arrived at the base of Golgotha. Those Sanhedrites were about to star in another unfortunate event. In unison, the infantrymen located below each of the ends of the patibulum and the one holding the rope from the top of the ladder exerted force, raising the log until the sharp tip of the stein was outside the central hole of the aforementioned patibulum. At that precise moment, the soldier on the ladder shouted, warning those who controlled the rope from the ground and behind the cross that they could slow down, and so they did. Jesus and the log were slowly lowered, inch by inch. A few inches before the feet touched the rock, the executioner grabbed the master's ankles, leaning back so that the corpse reached the ground completely horizontal. As I walked back, I accidentally bumped into someone. When I was about to apologize, I discovered old Joseph from Arimathea, who was accompanied by another Jew who was barely 4 feet 9 inches tall. Joseph was happy to see me. He smiled sadly and introduced me to his companion, Nicodemus, a member like him of the Council of the Sanhedrin and the so-called secular nobility of Jerusalem. Those 2 men, with a courage that, in my humble opinion, has never been sufficiently valued, brought an order signed by Pontius himself, authorizing the transfer of the body of the Nazarene to a private tomb. Joseph, knowing the sad fate always reserved for the executed, whose bodies were generally devoured by rats and vermin in the Gehenna grave, had hurried to visit the procurator, begging him for custody of his master. Apparently, this type of request was not uncommon. Many of the relatives and friends of the executed had the habit of turning to the highest Roman authority, and in exchange for money or gifts, they achieved their goals. Joseph had also brought a large sum to the praetorium, but when Pilate learned of his old friend's intentions, he rejected the money, signing the authorization on the spot. The bad thing was that Joseph and Nicodemus arrived at the scaffold shortly after their fanatical companions from the Sanhedrin. The centurion unrolled the papyrus, and after carefully reading the text, nodded his agreement. But the unexpected presence of the resigned members of the Jewish Council of Justice at the foot of the crosses immediately mobilized the Sadducees. The priest saw clearly how Joseph handed the scroll to the officer and suspected that Galileo's disciples were trying to take possession of the body. Meanwhile, the executioner had managed to unnail Jesus' left wrist, and when he was about to do the same with the last nail, a sudden shout stopped him. The patrol and all of us then saw how several of the judges, red with anger, rushed to the top of Golgotha, demanding the right to dispose of the bodies of the 3 executed. Longinus signaled to his men, and the 15 legionaries, with Arsenius in the front row, covered the eastern edge of the rock, blocking the way for the furious priests. These, upon reaching the end of the alley that led to the promontory, stopped short, stupefied by the reflections of the menacing swords. But far from retreating, they faced the escort, claiming the master's body. Part of the curious people who had joined the judges, instigated and encouraged by them, also cried out, insulting the Romans and throwing stones at them. The mutineers, enraged, began to advance towards Calvary. But the centurion, drawing his sword, stood at the head of the legionaries and gave the order to charge. In close formation, protecting themselves from the projectiles with their shields, the Romans began to walk with a firm and determined step toward the Sanhedrites who had climbed to the rock. Their tense faces, oozing with poorly contained rage, made me tremble. Those legionaries seemed ready for anything, but the priests, sensing the danger, turned around, fleeing in haste. One or two, in their haste, rolled across the canal, being trampled mercilessly by the patrol that, in a row, was already running in the direction of the irritated Hebrews. It didn't take long for the charge to take effect. When the mob saw the soldiers with their swords raised, ready to massacre them if necessary, they retreated, dispersing in all directions. Once order was restored, the platoon returned to the top of the rock, forming a new and larger security belt around the crosses. John and the women, who had been forced to run, fleeing from the furious charge, watched from afar as the executioner concluded his work of unnailing Jesus. The rest of the priests and Jews who had rebelled disappeared in the fields or inside the city. Only a few, far away and dispersed, dared to spy on the movements of the guard. But at no time did they have the courage to approach less than 330 feet from the scaffold. Despite the forced isolation of Calvary, Longinus, always trying to act with a minimum of justice, stood out to the edge of the promontory and, raising his voice, read Pontius's order. I highly doubt that the angry judges would listen to the officer. Then, advancing towards Joseph of Arimathea, he solemnly communicated to him,
"This body belongs to you. Do what you consider appropriate. My soldiers will help you so that no one opposes your wish."
The old man, still pale from shock, thanked Longinus for his words and, accompanied by Nicodemus, went to the place where his master's body rested. The patibulum had been removed and also the thorny helmet, which was thrown forcefully by the executioner towards the small rock located to the west. Neither Joseph nor his friend nor the soldiers paid the slightest attention to the aforementioned spiked helmet. I simply saw it get lost among the brooms of the rugged terrain. While the soldiers began the second descent, the elderly Joseph knelt next to the battered head of Jesus, and after contemplating him in silence, he extended his hand, lowering the Lord's right eyelid. After 20 or 30 seconds, he withdrew his fingers, but the Galileo's eye opened again. Joseph ran his hand over the eyelid again, holding it for almost 2 minutes. At this time, a solitary tear slid down the cheek of the Nazarene's friend. Although rigor mortis, which would undoubtedly be accelerated by tetanization, would not begin until about 6 hours after death, the truth is that the fall of the lower jaw made me suspect that the muscles of the mouth, which had been left open, would not take long to go into rigidity. On the other hand, the master's left leg was bent, possibly due to the forced and sustained posture of the cross. His fingers, clawed, and with his thumbs shooting toward the center of his palms, had become much bluer. Once Jesus' eye was closed, Nicodemus unloaded on the ground the pair of bags that, joined by a string, hung from his left shoulder, and which he had not gotten rid of all this time. With Joseph's help, he spread out a white canvas that he had folded under his arm on the dry area of the rock. According to what he would confess to me that same night at Elijah Marx's home, the one from Arimathea had acquired those 6 yards of cloth from a merchant in the neighboring town of Palmyra to the north. I examined the fabric and found that it was a linen cloth. I measured it surreptitiously with the help of the rod of Moses, and deduced that it was about 14 feet long by just over 3 feet. In our second adventure, the analysis carried out inside the module on said cloth would yield astonishing and disconcerting data about what could have happened in the tomb, and which, without a doubt, crowned our mission. In said analysis, we verified, for example, that the exact dimensions of the fabric were 14.30 by 3.61 feet, with a weight of 234 grams per square meter. That is, the total weight of those 4.80 square meters amounted to 1,123 grams. The fiber, in fact, was linen and in the enlargements of up to 5,000 times a structure called four herringbone or fishtail appeared. This twill weave, just as Nicodemus had told me, came from the looms of Palmyra. Curiously, this type of making would not break into Europe until well into the 14th century. But I don't wish to expand now on our fascinating discoveries on the sheet that covered the corpse of Christ during those historic 36 hours. Joseph of Arimathea checked the position of the sun and urged Nicodemus to help him move the corpse to the newly spread canvas. The old man stood at the master's head and the friend in turn at the feet. They both bowed at the same time. Joseph put his hands under Galileo's shoulders, holding him by the armpits. Nicodemus did the same, taking hold of the giant's ankles. They exchanged a look, and when they considered they were ready, they tried to lift the heavy body. And I say that they tried because, of course, only the one from Arimathea managed to lift him a few inches. They tried a second time, but it was equally sterile. Forensics and those people who have ever been forced to move a corpse know from experience that it is not easy at all, and much less if the support points are not adequate. This was the case of Nicodemus. Absolutely powerless to raise the Nazarene, Joseph had no choice but to request the help of the officer. Longinus, understanding the delicate situation of the Hebrews, suspended the removal of Dismas, who was left hanging from the patibulum. One of the legionaries, younger and more robust than Joseph, took over the master's top. He put his arms through his armpits, lifting the trunk of the corpse. At the same time, another soldier bent the rabbi's knees as much as possible, hugging both legs at the level of the knees. Galileo's body then formed a V and, with the help of two other infantrymen who placed their hands on Jesus' kidneys and back, the 176 or 180 pounds of the Son of Man could be lifted and transferred to the canvas. The body was deposited about 8 inches from the end of the sheet closest to the crosses, with the head almost in the center of the canvas. In that transfer, of just 16 feet, the intense flexion of the trunk compressed the thoracic and abdominal viscera, giving rise to new hemorrhage. The pressure undoubtedly emptied one of the vena cava, possibly the lower one, and a wide stream of blood gushed out from the spear wound, trickling down the right side and sliding along the entire length of the back, at the level of the waist. Nicodemus tried to lower the master's left knee, but, although he lowered it a few inches, the bruises, tears in the joints, and the stiffness of the leg made it impossible to completely lower it. The one from Arimathea put an end to his companion's efforts, covering the body with the 6.5 foot long of linen that had been left free. The officer, who was attentively following the maneuver, immediately understood that the plight of that willing couple of Sanhedrites did not end there. Nicodemus and Joseph, stunned to realize that the transfer of Jesus required the collaboration of at least 4 men, turned to Longinus imploringly, and him, smiling, entrusted his lieutenant with finishing off the descent of the zealots, then appointing 4 of his strongest men to accompany him and the owners of the corpse to the chosen tomb. Nicodemus and Joseph begged the officer to allow them to help transport the improvised coffin, and so it was done. At 4:30 p.m., the centurion himself, another legionary and the 2 friends of Jesus, lift off the cloth from the cold floor of the scaffold, carrying the mortal remains of the Son of Man. Behind the 3 remaining soldiers, with their swords drawn, and me, with a soul as bare as that disastrous rock that I will never forget. I should have assumed it. Although John speaks in his story of a tomb located in the same place where his master had been crucified, no matter how much I looked during my stay at the top of Golgotha, I was not able to discover a single point, close to the rock, that met the main characteristics indicated by the evangelists, that is, a garden and some rock in which to dig the grave. But this new mystery would soon be cleared up. As soon as we got off the rocky massif, young Zebedee and the women met us. Joseph reassured the centurion who, upon seeing the small group approaching, put himself on guard. Almost on his knees, the apostle begged the legionary who was holding one end of the sheet to give him his place. Longinus responded to his soldier's doubtful look with an affirmative nod, and John replaced him in the transfer. No crucified person could be buried in a Jewish cemetery. This was established by the law. Joseph and Nicodemus knew it, and even before visiting Pontius, they had already planned to bury the master in one of the properties of the old man of Arimathea. But the end of that tragic Friday was approaching by leaps and bounds. The trumpets of the temple would soon announce the sunset, and, with it, the entrance of the Sabbath and the solemn festival of Passover. It was necessary to hurry, and the former members of the Sanhedrin, who were holding the sheet by the feet, quickened their pace. Behind us, 13 or 16 feet away, were Mary from Magdala, Mary the wife of Cleophas, Martha, another of the sisters of Jesus' mother, and Rebecca of Sepphoris. The legionnaires, in turn, had divided, covering the flanks of the corpse. As I contemplated that silent and elusive funeral procession, I could not suppress a very sad feeling of loneliness. Abandoned by the majority of his friends and faithful followers, outraged almost after his descent by that mob of fanatics, now, on the way to the tomb, he could not even receive burial with a minimum of dignity and repose. Even the poorest and most miserable of the Jews, according to the law, had the right, at least, to a funeral with 2 flute musicians and a mourner. For the Nazarene there were no tears left. The hearts of the women and their 3 friends had dried up. As for the accompaniment, the only one I remember was the hurried steps of the escort and those who carried his corpse, chopping down thistles and thistles. The one from Arimathea and Nicodemus directed the transfer, skirting the northern wall of Jerusalem and following practically the same itinerary of the Via Dolorosa. We crossed the road to Samaria, and 10 or 15 minutes after leaving the scaffold, sweaty and with their fingers hurt by the weight of the body, the procession stopped in front of an orchard. We were north of Golgotha and relatively close to the Antonia Tower, approximately 328 or 492 feet away. It was logical that the rich landowners of Jerusalem did not arrange their farms and plantations or recreational gardens near the rock where thieves and criminals were executed. That, on the other hand, seemed like a quiet and beautiful place. One of the women, I seem to remember Magdalene, went forward and released the rope that, like a lasso, held a wooden door, 3 feet 2 inches high, to a fence of pickets meticulously whitewashed with lime. That fence, of a height similar to that of the entrance gate, disappeared to the right and left, among the branches of countless fruit trees. As it turned, the articulated hardware on the hinges squeaked like a wounded animal. The group rushed into the farm. We walked about 50 steps, always among a leafy plantation of small select trees, until we reached a fork in the narrow path that started at the very threshold of the orchard door. After a brief pause, enough to catch our lost breath, Joseph and Nicodemus gave an indication to the soldiers, and we took the right branch. The one on the left led to a small house located about 328 away, and which, judging by the waving, thin column of smoke escaping from the chimney, must have been inhabited. 2 small dogs came out of the trees, jumping and barking happily between Joseph of Arimathea's legs. But the old man, with an authoritarian shout, forced them to retreat. About 66 feet from the fork, a gentle rise in the terrain appeared before me. It was a calcareous formation that did not protrude more than 5 feet above ground level. We stopped, and the one from Arimathea announced to the officer that they could now place Jesus' body on the ground. About 2 steps from where the corpse of the Nazarene rested, the clay soil that surrounded that rocky wedge had been removed. Joseph, the owner of the place, had ordered the construction of some rustic stairs that descended to a narrow alley barely 6.5 feet wide. When you went down the 5 steps, you found yourself in the aforementioned gallery and in front of a facade, perfectly worked on the living rock. Roughly, I calculated the height of that rock wall at about 10 feet. In the center, there was a tiny quadrangular door measuring 35 inches on a side. Joseph begged us to excuse him and ran away in the direction of the little house. While the soldiers took advantage of that respite to sit and rest, I crouched down and tried to take a look inside the crypt. A round stone, very similar to a millstone and 3 feet in diameter, rested to the left of the entrance to the tomb. At the very foot of the facade, a canal about 8 inches deep and 12 inches wide had been made, running the entire width. The stone, as roughly polished as the facade, whose weight must have been more than 1,100 pounds, was arranged in such a way that, to cover the narrow hole that served as a door, it was enough to roll it over the aforementioned channel, to which it adjusted almost mathematically. As I passed my hand over that round mass, I imagined the enormous effort that must have taken the workers to move it to the end of the alley, and, of course, what each closing and opening of the tomb would require. But when I put my head inside the crypt, the darkness was such that I could not distinguish its depth, nor the height of the walls or any other detail. I sat up and, while waiting for Joseph, I dedicated myself to measuring that kind of anteroom or alley. From the facade to the lowest step, there were 7 feet 2 inches. The walls of the gallery open to the sky, descended from 9 feet 8 inches, the maximum height that corresponded to the facade of the tomb, to just over 3 feet, at the level of the highest step. Those measurements were interrupted by the arrival of the old man. He was accompanied by a Hebrew of about 50 years old, with a short, well-kept beard, and a build that instinctively reminded me of the late master. He wore a wide straw hat and carried a voluminous and heavy amphora. Joseph carried 2 short-handled torches and a kind of bundle. Around 5 in the afternoon, the owner of the orchard knelt in front of the sepulchral chamber and with great care extended his left hand, placing one of the torches inside the crypt. He then handed the second torch to his servant and gardener, who, hieratic and mute as a statue, would not move from the alley. Joseph, always in that forced posture, crawled, entering the cave. The reddish lightning of the axe inside the tomb disappeared after a few seconds, and the old man, sticking his head through the opening, claimed the second torch. His assistant hurried to hand it over to him, doing the same with the bundle. When Joseph considered that everything was ready, he left the Pantheon, telling Nicodemus to bring down the master's body. The soldiers carried out the order, placing the remains on the reddish, compacted earth of the alley. The corpse was oriented so that the head was facing the narrow gate. The old man then returned inside, followed by the centurion. Once inside, they both began to pull the sheet, being helped from the outside by 3 other legionnaires. When finally the body was placed in the tomb, Nicodemus handed Joseph the pair of sacks that were still hanging from his shoulder and the amphora. Satisfied with this last part of the laborious transfer, he also bowed and, crouching, he was lost in the dim light of the tomb, followed by John. Not knowing if I had room, I ventured to follow Nicodemus. My height of 5 feet and 9 inches forced me to bend my spine and crawl over a floor that was as rough as it was unpleasant. When I looked up, I found myself in a square room, about 10 feet on a side and approximately 5 feet 6 inches high. I am quite sure of this last figure, because during the time I remained inside the crypt, I had no choice but to bow my head so as not to trip over that rocky ceiling, hard-won with a stone chisel, judging by the bevel cuts of the aforementioned vault and the rest of the walls. My interference was well received. When I joined up, the 4 men were trying to lift the body up to a mock bench, 2 feet 1 inch high, also stolen from the stone mass and located on the right wall, always taking the entrance hole as a reference. I hurried to join them, collaborating in the definitive and final raising of the Nazarene. I know that that insignificant and poor gesture would not have been approved by the strict code of the project, but what does that matter anymore? The remains of Jesus finally rested on a stone bed, 6 feet 2 inches long by 3 feet wide. To tell the truth, that little extra seemed to have been dug to the size of the gigantic Galileo. Joseph hurried to uncover the corpse, while Nicodemus opened the bundle of cloth, first extracting 2 completely white feathers that, at first glance, could be from some type of domestic bird. In the wobbly light of the brands, reclined by Joseph on each of the corners of the altar or rock pillar, the bloody, dirty, and smelly body of the majestic Son of Man, until a few hours ago, appeared again before everyone. The scabs of excrement had ended up drying on the skin of his thighs and legs, exuding an unbearable stench. Although only 2 hours had passed since the moment of his clinical death, his feet, with blue nails, already showed a post-mortem contracture with extensor predominance of the fingers. The stiffness, just as I feared, was already advancing without remedy. The head, drooping to the right side, kept its mouth open, presenting a livid tint and pronounced bruising of the lips. The chest, completely relaxed, appeared covered in a mixture of dirt and dried blood, with a mine of clots that no longer obeyed the law of gravity and that stood out over the entire rib cage. I observed the sinking of the epigastrium and, with it, the folds of the abdomen, especially in its lower half. But what caught my attention the most was the right hand. Its back and ulnar edge were practically hidden by a large stain of coagulated blood, and the 4 long fingers, with marked cyanosis and dimensions slightly larger than those on the left, which retain the aforementioned claw-shaped stiffness. That hyperextension of the four long fingers of the right hand, in my opinion, could only be caused by one of the terrifying injuries to the corresponding extensor muscles, derived from the extraction of the nail and the second carpal perforation. The left knee was still bent, and both elbows, already rigid, kept the forearms flexed. When I saw how Nicodemus inserted the small feathers into Jesus' nostrils, I understood his intentions. If the presumed deceased was still alive, the friction of the down feathers irritated the mucous membranes, thus stimulating breathing. It was, as Rabbi A. Levy has written, the certification of death. Needless to say, Galileo did not experience any reaction. Once the procedure was completed, Joseph appeared again at the entrance to the tomb, returning immediately.
We have to hurry. Saturday will not take long to arrive.
And opening the amphora, he poured part of the water into a piece of sponge, ashen and pierced by hundreds of tiny holes. Nicodemus stood at the master's feet, raising his left lower limb as far as possible. The one from Arimathea took off his cloak and, rolling up his tunic, began to rub and clean the back of his thigh and leg. He then repeated the washing on the right leg, concluding with a series of poor scrubs on Jesus' buttocks, testicles, and anus.
Let's leave it at that.
Nicodemus pointed out, increasingly nervous about the approaching end of Friday. The one from Arimathea threw the sponge on the ground and began to untie the sacks of sacking, while his companions searched the bottom of the bundle. One of the bags contained between 33 and 44 pounds of a granulated powder, golden yellow in color, extremely aromatic, and which, as soon as it was opened, spread a delicious fragrance throughout the crypt. Longinus and I looked at each other, grateful for that sudden change in the closed environment of the tomb. In the second one, I saw a bell-shaped copper jug, perfectly sealed with a cloth stopper. Joseph, once discovered, turned to Nicodemus, rebuking him for his slowness. Finally, between the hairy hands of the former Sanhedrite, I saw some scraps of cloth appear. They were narrow strips, frayed, and due to the irregularities of their edges, they must have been torn by hand and in a hurry from some old piece of cloth. Nicodemus selected one of those bandages, just over 3 feet in length, and pulling on both ends, he tightened it, stabilizing it a couple of quarters above the bag that housed the golden dust. Without wasting a moment, the one from Arimathea buried his left hand in the bag, taking a handful of that kind of aggregate, and he let it escape through the bottom of his cuff, more than generously covering the surface of the fabric. The old man's trembling pulse caused a good part of the acibar, or aloe, to fall into the bag, or spill onto the rough pavement of the mortuary chamber. Without much concealment, I picked up a pinch of that powder, keeping it for myself. Once back in the module and subjected to the corresponding microscopic analysis, Trojan horse learned that that substance was actually one of the variants of acibar, the so-called succotrina, which owes its name to the island of Socotra at the entrance of the Arabian Gulf. It generally appears in bright, glassy, red, greenish or yellowish fracture masses that, when pulverized, provide a granulated product, identical to the one I had before my eyes. In the case of aloe native to Socotra, its origin, as in other types of acibar, hepatic or Barbadian, caballuno, etc., is in the juice that is extracted from different botanical species. These are large and beautiful plants from the Liliaceae family, Asphodelias tribe, which grow in the warm regions of Asia, Africa, and America. From the center of a set of large, fleshy leaves with edges armed with points, a vigorous stem or scape emerges that carries at its apex a long spike of tuberous flowers, generally bilabiate and red. The aforementioned juice is produced by the leaves. Joseph stood up and, approaching the master's feet, tried to bring them together, raising them so that his companion could pass the piece of cloth, impregnated with acibar, at ankle level. Next, Nicodemus breathed on the aloe, and to my surprise, its particular smell became more intense and penetrating. He tied the bandage at the base of the feet and, returning to the bag, repeated the operation with a second strip. On this occasion, before tying the Galileo's hands, Joseph was careful to place them reverentially and modestly on the pubis of the corpse, the left over the right. The former, like the latter, showed a rosette of coagulated blood on the upper part of the wrist. The triangular shape of the wound, with its stark black edges, made me shudder. Once tied as established by Jewish law, the rabbi's friends leaned over the bags again. Nicodemus stirred the contents of the jar, while Joseph filled both hands with an appreciable volume of asibar. In the left palm of the first, a pasty, rubbery, resinous substance emerged, which glinted in the light of the torches like 1,000 reddish tears. It was myrrh. Its strong smell, much less pleasant than that of aloe, immediately mixed with that of the granulated dust, suffocating me. Nicodemus stood in front of the upper half of the corpse, while the elderly Joseph did the same next to the lower limbs of Jesus of Nazareth. The one from Arimathea remained for a few seconds with his hands firmly closed, imprisoning the golden dust. When he separated them, the asibar had transformed into a soft, almost plastic paste, and both at the same time dedicated themselves to pinching the masses of myrrh and aloes, smearing and blinding the natural gaps and orifices of the body. Nicodemus took care of the nostrils, ears, and the large wounds on the sides. Joseph, of the deep tears in his knees, nails in his hands and feet, and the tangle of holes caused by the studs of the soldier's sandals, paradoxically of those same ones who had defended him after he died. The haste of those men was obvious. If they had acted with less urgency, it is most likely that the plugging would not have been performed in the last place. A proof of what I say came when Joseph remembered that the rectum was left. But Jesus' lower extremities were knotted, and the help of Nicodemus was needed, who, grumbling, raised Galileo's legs again, making it possible for the old man to plug his anus. Logically, when carrying out this maneuver, much of the gold dust deposited on the ribbon that held the feet together slid off, falling on the linen canvas. When he finished, Joseph, overwhelmed by the arrival of twilight, went back to the little door. But in his daze, he tripped over the amphora and almost fell on his face. Once he had checked the position of the sun, he returned to the stone bench, muttering something under his breath. By then, Nicodemus, more serene than Joseph, had released from his right arm a long, maroon handkerchief, usually used by those people to wipe away sweat. He twisted it skillfully, wrapping it around Jesus' head. The scarf, tightly tied over the crown of the head, raised the lower jaw, thus closing the mouth of Christ. Everything was consummated in that accelerated and provisional funeral. Before leaving the crypt, while Nicodemus gathered and took the various tools outside, Joseph reached into his bag and, at random, took out a pair of small bronze coins, each about 1/2 inch in diameter. Following a remote custom, the one from Arimathea placed them on the eyelids of the Nazarene, but the great inflammation of the left eye caused the lepton to slip. Although the master's head had been supported, at the height of the ears, by 2 clumps of myrrh, the tremendous deformation of the malar region kept the eye buried, making it difficult to place the coin on the almost unrecognizable eyelid. But Joseph insisted, achieving a precarious balance of the coin on the bruises. The sparkling torches put a spark of life on the shiny surfaces of the leptons. When I leaned over, I saw that the die-cutting of both was extremely rudimentary, with an off-center effigy and numerous imperfections. The two surely came from the same issue, judging by the identical inscriptions and lichus or central staff, and above all by the same misspelling in the letters that circled the aforementioned effigy of the lituus or magical staff. The legend read like this: Ti bepioi kai kapok, that is, Tiberio Caesaris, or of Tiberius Caesar. I curiously lifted the coin from the right eyelid, and on the back I discovered the no less worn silhouette of a simpulum or catavinos, used in the ritual offerings of pagan libations. In the center, next to the saucepan or ladle, the number 16 was read, formed by an iota, equivalent to 10, and the so-called episimen, which corresponded to 6. In other words, the date 16, year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, or 29 of the Christian era. Before finally covering him with half of the canvas, Jesus' good friend knelt in front of the corpse and, lowering his head, observed a few minutes of silence. Zebedee imitated him. They were especially intense and emotional moments. I realized with desolation that this was the last time I would see the master's lifeless body. I must not hide that, when I laid my eyes on his crushed remains, a dense and overwhelming doubt assailed me like that funerary chamber. Would he resurrect as he had announced? But how? That devastating catastrophe had reduced his body to a wreck. I confess it with all sincerity. My scientific spirit rebelled. No one, as far as we know, had achieved it in the entire history of humanity. Why would that Galileo, as human as the others, achieve it? If he really enjoyed such extraordinary powers, why had he not avoided so much torture, and above all, such a cruel and humiliating death? Nicodemus and almost all of his friends and disciples were not very sure about the announced resurrection of their master either. Joseph even doubted. A palpable sign of what I am saying was found precisely in that rapid and provisional cleaning of the corpse. The intentions of the old man from Arimathea, his companion, and the women waiting outside the crypt had nothing to do with this supposed resurrection of the rabbi. If they had truly believed in such a miraculous event, why postpone the definitive embalming of Jesus' body until after the Sabbath feast? The logical thing would have been not to even plug his wounds or cover him with those aromatic products intended only to counteract the nearby stench of putrefaction. Bent over, dazed, and extremely tired from so many emotions and lack of sleep, I was not able to formulate a single thought or a fleeting prayer before the Son of Man. To my great desolation, I discovered that I did not remember any of the few prayers I learned in my childhood. However, I also symbolically joined Joseph of Arimathea when, standing up, he leaned over his friend's frowning forehead, placing a warm and prolonged kiss on it. Then he covered Jesus' body with the sheet, taking the torches. I hurried to pick up his cloak, and at that moment, as I bent down, I discovered in one of the corners of the chamber, half hidden in the darkness, a pair of wicker baskets, full of rubble and a small pickaxe. Joseph noticed my observation, apologizing for the disorder of the place. According to him, the tomb was still under construction. Around 5:45 p.m., John, Longinus, Joseph, and I went out to the alley. The rest was relatively comfortable. While the one from Arimathea held the axes, the centurion, his 4 soldiers, and the gardener proceeded to push the circular rock, rolling it down the deep groove until it completely covered the small opening in the facade. And I insist on relatively comfortable because, if it had not been for the presence of the 6 men, I don't know how Joseph and Nicodemus would have managed to move that half a ton. The sinister and chilling creak of the rock, in its last brush with the main wall of the Pantheon, put an end to many of the hopes of those men and women. How could I suppose at such moments that the closure of the tomb was nothing more than a short parenthesis in this incredible and disconcerting story? Before leaving for Jerusalem, Joseph thanked the legionaries for their decisive and invaluable help by giving each of them a generous amount of money. I don't think I'm wrong, but from that Friday on, the friendship between Longinus and the one from Arimathea germinated firm and sincere. Upon leaving the garden, the women who had stayed away from the tomb, as specified by Jewish law, joined Joseph's weary pace, expressing their doubts about the neatness displayed in that dizzying burial of the Master. Both Nicodemus and the old man agreed with the Hebrew women's assessments, authorizing them to proceed with a more correct embalming as soon as Sunday dawned. Nicodemus even gave them the remains of asibar and myrrh, commenting that, although they would try to be present, they should not forget to trim Jesus' hair and beard, wash him carefully, and place the feather or key on his body, a symbol of his celibacy, just as it has been done since time immemorial. In front of the fish gate, the officer and his men said goodbye, heading again towards Golgotha, with the express mission of transferring the bodies of the zealots to the Gehenna pit. At 6 o'clock that afternoon, when we were a few steps from Elijah Mark's house, 3 bugles went up from the dome of the temple, announcing to the city the end of the day. From those moments on, in the midst of the Passover festival, activity in Jerusalem decreased. The people, happy and recovered from the shock caused by the earthquakes, hurriedly ran towards their homes, ready to celebrate and fulfill the Passover meal. I don't know why, but that excitement and the constant greetings of the Hebrews, wishing each other peace when they passed each other in the narrow streets, brought to mind the festive and very special atmosphere of the evenings that preceded Christmas and that I had experienced in my country. Curiously, except for Nicodemus, young John, Joseph, and the group of women who advanced with their heads down, the rest of the pilgrims and inhabitants of the holy city were not distressed, far from it, by what had just happened on the Rock of the Skull. I am convinced that an immense majority did not even know the tragic death of the prophet of Galilee, and if they knew it, they had evidently forgotten it or didn't care. This was the sad but authentic and real panorama of that Jerusalem on April 7th of the year 30, a day that, for a long time, would be remembered, not for the crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth, but for the dire omen of the darkening of the sun and the subsequent earthquake. Nicodemus and John said goodbye at the doors of Mark's home, the first willing to meet with the apostles who had taken refuge in his house and celebrate the obligatory Passover with them. Young Zebedee, in turn, disheartened and immersed in infinite sadness, walked away towards his residence, where Mary, the mother of the Nazarene, was waiting. Joseph agreed to accompany the women to the interior of the Mark's mansion, where the companions that Jude had led from the scaffold were. The family, devastated by the events, welcomed the old man and the Hebrew women with great concern, begging him to inform them of everything that had happened since the master's death. David Zebedee's highly efficient messenger service had kept the rabbi's main groups of friends and followers punctually informed. Through these couriers, Elijah, Mark, and the rest of the apostles, distributed in Jerusalem, Bethany, and Bethphage, learned of the death of Galileo between 1 and 2 hours after the death occurred. When the old man had finished his story, Elijah's wife refilled our glasses with that warm, comforting wine, and before Joseph made the decision to abandon the Marks, I asked him to inform me about what had happened since I saw him walk away toward the temple, in the middle of the incident with the judges and Jews who were trying to change the text of the Inri of the Nazarene. Joseph looked at me with deep tiredness.
Why remember that sad story?
But I needed to find out what happened inside the sanctuary. What had happened at the Sanhedrin meeting? What had become of Judas Iscariot? Elijah, Mark's son, was not in the house, or at least I had not been able to see him, and that worried me. I begged him with such anxiety that good old Joseph ended up giving in.
From the walls of the Antonia Tower, I headed to the temple. As we mentioned, there was a suspicion in my heart. The blind Sadducees, loyal to the clan of Caiaphas and his father-in-law, could also conspire against the master's intimates. His fear of an uprising by the followers and friends of Jesus had not been dissipated by the death sentence approved by Pilate. Quite the opposite. Precisely from those moments onwards, according to them, the situation became much more delicate. And in the same way that they had tried to capture Lazarus, they adopted the appropriate measures to arrest and imprison the disciples.
Measures? What measures?
As soon as they returned to their headquarters in the sanctuary, the Levites, following instructions from the high priest, formed an escort and left for the estate of Simon the leper in Gethsemane. Thanks to the infinite goodness of God, blessed be his name, shortly before departure, I was able to establish contact with one of David Zebedee's emissaries. When I informed him of what the Sanhedrin was proposing, he ran to the Olivet, giving the alert. But regarding the fate of those camped there, I cannot add much. I only know that upon his return, the captain of the temple guard was furious. The followers of the impostors, he explained to Caiaphas, have fled like cowards, but we have burned down their camp. The high priest and most of the members of the Sanhedrin calmed down, estimating that the disbandment of the Nazarenes' men considerably reduced the risk of a mutiny, and Caiaphas, meeting with the council in the room of the carved stones, continued his report on everything that had happened in the night and early morning, until the moment when our master was definitively introduced into the praetorium. The accumulation of lies, insults, and arbitrariness used by Annas' son-in-law was such that, disgusted, I left the court. But when I was about to leave the temple, Judas appeared. We looked at each other in silence, and the traitor entered the Sanhedrin room. I returned again to the interior of the council headquarters, ready to sink that wretch. But it wasn't precise. Seeing the Iscariot, Caiaphas and his men began to murmur among themselves, but no one spoke to him. Apparently, Judas expected a triumphant reception. He thought, mistakenly, that this class would shower him with honors, praising his great service to the nation. Poor wretch! At a signal from the high priest, one of the servants approached Judas and, touching him on the back, invited him to follow him. Visibly confused and disappointed, the traitor obeyed, and they both left the room. Then, the servant, giving him a bag, told him, "Judas, I have been in charge of paying you for betraying Jesus the Galilean. Here is your reward." The Iscariot, pale, opened the bag, and with a coldness that still terrifies me, he counted the coins.
Joseph paused, and when I assumed that he would clarify the amount of the aforementioned reward, he dodged the matter. I was forced to interrupt him again and ask about the sum.
30 coins.
Silver denarii?
No, 30 sequel.
This silver coin, popularly known as the Tyre shekel, constituted, as I already said, the usual money in the payment of temple tributes. It was, in short, a piece commonly used by priests in most of its commercial transactions. Its equivalence, at that time, was about 4 silver denarii per sekel. A sum, therefore, moderate. It must be taken into account that, according to the evangelical testimony of Matthew 27:9, the priest bought a field with the money that Judas had rejected. Today, those 120 silver denarii could be equivalent to about $200. The one from Arimathea continued,
When the traitor ascertained the value of the purse, livid and speechless with stupor, he rushed towards the door of the council, ready, I suppose, to protest. But the doorman cut him off, prohibiting him from entering. Defeated, Judas went from anger to his usual coldness. He dropped the bag into his pocket, walking away from the room of carved stones. Since then, I haven't seen him again.
It was useless for me to insist. Joseph of Arimathea, in effect, had lost track of the traitor. He was unaware of his fate, and of course he could not know about the incident at the temple and the desperate gesture of the Iscariot, throwing the coins into the treasury of the sanctuary. I was aware of this last action of Judas from the previous reading of Matthew, but had things happened just as the sacred author describes? Fortune wanted me to be able to reveal this mystery shortly after the departure of the old man from the house of Elijah Mark. There were 2 matters that forced me to remain at that address, and that, unintentionally, were a great excuse to find out other information. Trojan Horse had assigned me the unavoidable mission of rescuing the microphone that had been camouflaged in the lantern located in the room where Jesus' Last Supper had taken place. One of the basic rules of the project specified that the astronauts could not leave any remains, signs, or indications of their passage in the exploration area. Nor was it permitted to transfer anything that could belong to that time to our real time. The recovery of this piece, consequently, was mandatory. On the other hand, it was essential that I spoke with young John Mark, but the teenager was nowhere to be found. So, invoking a sentimental desire to see the cenacle one last time, I convinced Elijah's wife to accompany me to the upper floor. When we entered the room, my heart almost stopped. The lantern had disappeared. The Hebrew woman noticed my paleness, confusing my anguish with a supposed and honorable emotion upon stepping again into the room where the master had dined. Trying not to lose my nerve, I looked around the room, busily searching for the damn lantern, but obviously someone had taken it out of the room. On the verge of collapse, I questioned the lady of the house about the whereabouts of the beautiful piece. The woman, bewildered, explained to me without attaching importance to the matter that had shattered during the tremor. One of the servants had taken it to a workshop in Jerusalem in order to have it repaired. I thanked her for her kindness for allowing me to see the cenacle, and dismasted, I returned to the ground floor. I knew that, from the sound of the trumpets, and in the case of a festival as solemn as that one, crafts and any other type of activities automatically ceased, and they would not resume until the end of the Passover. How could I recover the microphone if the module return had been set at 7 a.m. on Sunday? As I think I have hinted, this setback added to the series of reasons that advised Trojan Horse to repeat the great jump to the year 30. Absorbed by this unexpected incident, I almost didn't notice the passage of time. Mark's family, busy preparing for the Passover meal, barely noticed me. Around 8 at night, when sleep was beginning to overcome me, someone woke me up from my confused thoughts. When I looked up, I found 2 well-known faces before me. One smiling, that of the active David Zebedee, and another, on the contrary, emaciated and afflicted, that of the young son of my hospitable hosts. That cleared my mind momentarily. David, with a joy that I did not fully understand, placed in my hands the white linen cloak that I had acquired last Thursday afternoon at the Malkia dry cleaners, and that, honestly, I had forgotten about.
I assume you are aware of everything that happened.
I nodded silently. Noticing my weakness, David shook me affectionately exclaiming with a conviction that astonished me,
He will resurrect. He promised.
I looked into the tired eyes of that Hebrew and I was amazed. David Zebedee really believed what he was saying. It was amazing. I had before me the only one who believed blindly and firmly in the Master's promise. Neither in the bold John, the evangelist, nor in Joseph of Arimathea, nor in any other disciple or friend of Jesus had I observed a faith like that of that man. And paradoxically, he is barely cited in evangelical texts. Now the reason for his joy was clear. Before his departure to Nicodemus's house, where he had moved his center of couriers, David informed me about his latest adventures in the Gethsemane camp. Indeed, upon receiving Joseph's warning, he quickly dismantled the tents, moving his command post to the top of Olivet. From there, once the threat of the Levites was overcome, he continued sending messengers to all the points where he knew the apostles, friends, and family of the Nazarene were located. As soon as one of his agents learned of the crucifixion order, many other fast messengers ran to Pella, Bethsaida, Philadelphia, Sidon, Damascus, and Alexandria, with the news of the imminent death of Jesus, by order of the Roman procurator. During a good part of that day, David did not stop sending couriers to Jerusalem and Bethany, promptly informing the disciples and Jesus' family of what was happening. Had it not been for the skill and courage of this Jew, most of the apostles, hidden and fearful, would have taken some time to learn of the sad end of their master. Finally, with the sunset, this Zebedee suspended the couriers, allowing his messengers to retire to rest and celebrate the obligatory Passover festival. However, his conviction about the rabbi's resurrection was so solid that before they left, he secretly informed them of the obligation to gather at Nicodemus's house early on Sunday morning. His intention was to convey the good news as soon as it occurred. My admiration for that man knew no limits, and before the son of the Marks joined his family at the Passover banquet, my curiosity was satisfied by finally revealing the fate of the Iscariot. I had a hard time persuading young John Mark to speak. In those last 10 hours, his childlike soul had been consumed by pain, rage, and helplessness. He would never forget the bloody figure of his idol and friend, Jesus of Nazareth. Nor could he erase the image of some fanatic priests and that of a populace who, shortly before, had hailed the brave and lucid interventions of his master in the esplanade of the atrium of the Gentiles, and who, now, would have stoned Galileo on the very same facade of the Roman Praetorium. I tried to calm him down, reminding him of the words David Zebedee had just spoken about the resurrection. But John looked at me without understanding. That expression, "and I will rise on the third day," exceeded his childish capacity. Both John Mark and his family knew that I had remained at the foot of the cross, and in recognition of what they considered a gesture of love and courage toward the rabbi, the boy ended up telling me what he had seen and heard since I had entrusted him with the following of Judas. This was his choppy and tight story.
When the traitor saw how the legionaries finished piercing Jesus' feet, with his head covered by the cloak, he walked away from the scaffold. You saw it. So, Judas went directly to the temple. I couldn't see his face because I was always behind him, but seeing his long strides and the pushes with which he made his way across the esplanade of the sanctuary, I would say that he was furious. He walked to the doors of the Justice Council chamber, but, when he tried to open them, the doorman stood in his way. Judas, with a curse that I dare not repeat, struck him square in the face, knocking him down and leaving him as dead.
That reaction fit, of course, into the violence that sometimes breaks out in the very timid. And the Iscariot was one.
He opened the large door of the room of the carved stones and, uncovering himself, burst into the court. I didn't dare move from the doorway. If someone had laid a hand on me, they would surely whip me. I could only see Caiaphas and some of the Sadducees, scribes and Pharisees, sitting on their wooden benches. When the Iscariot advanced to the stands, the judges fell silent. There was surprise on their faces. Apparently they were not expecting the traitor. And Judas, panting and in a tone that almost made me feel sorry for him, said to them,
"I have sinned in the sense of having betrayed innocent blood. You offered me money for this service, the price of a slave, and with it, you have insulted me."
The Sanhedrites, astonished, seemed to not believe what they were seeing, and Judas concluded like this,
"I regret my act. Here is your money."
Then he took out a bag from his sash and showed it to the council. Finally, he exclaimed in an imperious voice,
I want to free myself from this guilt.
It didn't take long for laughter to fill the large room. Those hypocrites, clapping their hands loudly on the seats, cruelly mocked and ridiculed him. One of those who occupied a position close to Judas stood up and approached him, inviting him to leave with his hand. But first he said out loud,
Your master has been condemned by the Romans. As for your guilt, what does it concern us? You take care of it and leave.
The Iscariot turned around, and with his head lowered, he walked away from the court, while the laughter and insults intensified again. When he passed by me, his face scared me. He carried the bag in his left hand and his eyes were fixed on the ground. I don't think he even saw me. With large steps, he lost himself in the direction of the women's atrium, entering the brushes room. With great calm he took a handful of coins, tossing them. Then he put his hand back into the bag, smashing the rest of the shekels against the tiles. When he verified that there were no more coins left, he threw the bag on the pavement, stamping on it furiously. Then, violently pushing his way through the astonished men who were there, he left, in the direction of the court of the Gentiles.
I believe that this apparently unusual action of Judas Iscariot, getting rid of the 30 silver coins, deserves a comment. The traitor's words before the court, "Here is your money, and I want to free myself from this guilt," were not a simple human reaction of repentance. Judas knew, like all Jews, that the law protected the sellers of something or someone. The Mishnah, in its fifth order, Votes of Evaluation, Erican, establishes in a total of 9 chapters the provisions regarding the so-called votes of evaluation, that is, those by which a person undertakes to deliver to the temple the value of a certain person, as determined in Leviticus 27:1-8, in relation to age and sex. It also includes detailed regulations on the purchase and dedication of inherited lands and houses, as well as on their rescue and the vows of extermination. Well, in view of the Iscariot's actions, I understand that he considered, or tried to consider before the Sanhedrites, that the surrender of his master fits squarely into what we could call a sale or commercial transaction by which he had even received financial compensation. In this sense, at least as regards purely material goods, houses, fields, etc., if the seller, once the transaction had been carried out, did not consider it fair or simply decided to back out, he could appeal within a period of 12 months, starting from the day of sale. The aforementioned Mishnah in chapter 9:4 of the aforementioned section on evaluation votes reads verbatim in this sense: if it arrives on the last day of the 12 months and has not been redeemed, the house for example, it becomes definitively yours, that is, the buyer's, regardless of whether you had purchased it or received it as a gift, since it is written in Leviticus 25:30, in perpetuity. In the past, the buyer would hide when the last day of the 12 months arrived so that it, the house, would become his definitively. But Hillel, the old man, arranged that the seller could put the money into the temple chamber, could break the door and enter the house, and that the other could come whenever he wanted and collect his money. Judas consequently had acted in accordance with the law. He was not satisfied with the sale of Jesus of Nazareth and made use of his right on the same day of payment for said transaction. And although the Iscariot should also have known that in the first chapter, section 3, of the aforementioned matter of the vows, it is clarified that the dying person and the one who is led to death, by a verdict of a Jewish court that does not admit grace, cannot be the subject of a vote, nor can they be evaluated, he pushed his rights to the maximum, naively believing that this gesture would annul said sale. It must be recognized in defense of the Iscariot's guilt that at least he pursued all legal possibilities for the benefit of the master. It was of little use, of course, but I think it is fair to clarify this fact, so sparsely told by the sacred writer. Many people may wonder, I did too, why Judas agreed to this sale, if he knew that his betrayal would lead to the execution of the Nazarene. Personally, in view of the aforementioned behavior of the Iscariot in the Sanhedrin room, and later in the treasury room, I believe that Judas never thought that his master would be sentenced to death. He had handed him over to the dignitaries of the priestly castes, convinced that they would limit themselves to guarding him and interrogate him and, at most, imprison or banish him. I am not trying to make an extreme defense of the traitor, but his cold revenge against Galileo and his movement would have been more than fulfilled with the shameful capture and possible dismemberment of the disciples. But events, as we know, took other paths. What I can no longer be sure of is which was the reason that weighed more on the agitated heart of the Iscariot, the imminent death of the rabbi or the ridicule to which he was subjected by the Sanhedrites. As I have already repeated, it was not money that Judas was after. His obsession was public recognition and the honors they promised and dreamed of, and which, unfortunately for him, never came. Logically, if his machinations had had as their basis and final objective the obtaining of money, why would he dispose of those 30 silver coins? In any case, he would have taken them to the grave with him. The internal struggle of the traitor in those hours must have been so sharp that I do not have the courage to judge him or his final tragic decision. It is curious, but if Jesus had not been sentenced to death, perhaps Judas would have been successful in his attempt to annul the sale. The law at least provided a period of 1 year for the buyer, in this case the Sanhedrites, to retract and return the merchandise. John Mark, half asleep, finished his testimony with news that changed, in part, what Matthew states in his gospel.
Judas went down through the slum. At first I thought he was heading to my house or to Bethany. He was in a hurry. He didn't greet anyone. He left the city through the fountain gate, and to my bewilderment, he turned right, towards the Hinnom Gorge. He began to climb among the rocks, and when he reached one of the highest and most pointed rocks, he got rid of his cloak and belt. I was so scared that I stuck to the ground, shaking with fear. Then I saw Judas at the edge of the cliff, tying one end of the girdle to the branch of a small fig tree that grew between the cracks in the rock. When I understood what he wanted to do, I sat up, ready to ask him not to do it, but I didn't even have time to open my mouth. The Iscariot tied another knot around his neck and, in silence, launched himself into the void.
The boy, extremely pale, covered his face with his hands and began to sob. I had to wait for him to calm down. After a while, whimpering, he concluded,
"It was horrible, Jason." I ran towards the fig tree. In those moments I only had one thought: cut, bite, scratch the belt, anything but to let him hang himself. When I reached the edge of the abyss, poor Judas's body was swinging in the air, kicking and spinning around, like a zevavan. His hands were clinging to his neck as if trying to fight suffocation, and his eyes were wide open, almost out of their sockets. My knees were shaking and my throat was dry, as if I had swallowed a handful of sand. But, when I was about to climb the little tree and break the fig branch, the knot on the branch came loose, and Judas fell into the cliff, crashing against the stones. It all happened so fast that I couldn't do anything at all. I stayed up there, like a pole, contemplating the motionless body of Judas. Later, without the strength to even cry, I returned to the city, and when I was trying to return to Golgotha, the tremor occurred. My terror was so great that I returned to the gate of the fountain, fleeing towards the camp. That's where David found me.
When asked if Iscariot's body was still at the bottom of the ravine, John Mark shrugged his shoulders. Apparently he had not discussed the event with anyone. I was the first to know. I thanked him for his information, begging him to leave and rest. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, if you don't mind, I want you to accompany me to that gorge. John Mark nodded like an automaton, disappearing into the patio where the Passover meal was about to begin. The boy's version slightly varied the always tragic fate of the traitor. It was necessary to confirm whether Judas had died by hanging or by the fall. Although his intentions, deep down, were clear, to commit suicide, perhaps the final form of his death, assuming he had died, had not been the one we have always known and accepted. In abusing the generosity of that family, I chose one of the corners of the ground floor, wrapping myself in the cloak. Left alone, I established one last connection with the module, announcing to Eliseo my intention to visit Hinnom, and assuming it was still there, examine Judas's corpse. Around 9:30 p.m., sleep dispelled my fatigue and anxieties. It seemed strange to me, very strange, that Jesus of Nazareth was not alive and close. I had unintentionally become accustomed to his majestic presence. April 8th, Saturday. Shortly before dawn, Eliseo woke me from a deep sleep, plagued by nightmares in which, curiously, the most absurd situations and experiences were mixed, both from the real time in which I moved and from my real century. The weather had changed. The day promised serenity, calm wind, excellent visibility, low relative humidity, and a rising temperature of 10 degrees Celsius. From the module, long-range radars clearly drew the profiles of the arid Negev. John Mark didn't take long to appear. He brought a large bowl of goat's milk and some bread, made on Friday morning. My exhaustion had disappeared, and I practically devoured the frugal breakfast. With the first lights and the trumpet of the sanctuary, announcing the new day, my young friend and I crossed the lonely streets of Jerusalem. The usual grinding noise had disappeared. No one seemed to be in a hurry to get up. On the first hand, I was happy. If Judas's body remained among the rocks, I preferred that no one see us next to him. It was much safer that way. Once outside the walls, the boy led me west, following almost parallel to the southern wall of the city. A few feet from the fountain door, through which we had left, the terrain changed. We entered what the Jews called Gehenna, or hell. I suppose because of the torment of the depression and the numerous bonfires that arose here and there in a permanent burning of garbage. In fact, as we walked, I observed how that gloomy place had been turned into an immense dunghill in which countless stray dogs and rats as huge as hares roamed. John Mark stopped. He observed the landscape and, a few seconds later, resumed his walking. 5 minutes into the journey, Gehenna became a labyrinth of rocks, sterile ravines, and small but sharp cliff. According to the heights of our charts, that southern end of Jerusalem ranged between 2,008 and 2,067 feet near the Gate of the Fountain and 685 near the Gate of the Essenes. Between both points, the profile of the terrain suffered sudden variations, with differences in level of 65, 98, and even 131 feet. As I was observing that hell, I assumed that if the Iscariot had fallen from any of those ravines, it was most likely that it would have been shattered against the sharp edges of the rocks. Finally, John Mark stopped. We were about 656 feet in a straight line from the wall and on one of those bare promontories. He pointed out to me a young fig tree, miraculously born among the twists and turns of the rock, and which, as he had explained to me, grew with half of its branches toward the west and over the void. Slowly I approached the edge of the cliff. The boy, restless and trembling, clung to my arm. At first I didn't see anything unusual. The ravine had an almost vertical drop of about 115 or 131 feet, but the semi-clarity of dawn was not enough to distinguish the bottom with precision. After a couple of minutes of tense searching, John Mark gave a scream that almost made me lose my balance.
There, look, there he is.
I followed the direction of his finger, and indeed, confused among the stones, I saw a milky, motionless lump that, from my point of observation, looked like a man wrapped in something similar to a tunic or a white blanket. I ordered John Mark not to move, and I chose one of the embankments, beginning to descend. After many detours, scrapes, and shocks between the slippery walls of the cliff, I finally found myself at the bottom of the ravine, a little more than 13 feet from the body. I watched him without moving a single muscle. He seemed passed out or dead. It was evidently a man, clad in an ivory tunic, similar to the first Judas wore. He was face down, with his left leg violently bent under his abdomen. When I finally decided to move towards him, something black, big, and furry like a rabbit came out from under it, fleeing towards the nearby brambles. I stopped. A chill ran through my insides. The rats had begun to devour him. I hastily turned him around, and the beardless, pointed, pale face of the Iscariot appeared before me. His eyes were open, with the seal of fear in his pupils. One of the eyeballs had practically disappeared due to the attacks of the rodents. No matter how much I examined his body, I didn't notice any sign of blood. Only a very fine thread, already dry, emerged from the right corner of his mouth. He had the belt tied around his neck. Upon examining it, I realized that it was not broken or torn. Simply, as John Mark said, it had unknotted itself. I pressed on Judas's throat, but to my surprise, the conjunctiva, or mucous membrane, that lines the back of the eyelids and the anterior area of the eye did not present the typical red spots of the hanged. I removed the fine black hair, but I didn't see these types of wheals behind the ears either. The tongue was not trapped between the teeth, nor did it have the usual blue hue, characteristic signs among hanged people. If the complete closure of all cerebral irrigation and drainage had truly been recorded, Judas's face would appear dull. However, his appearance, despite the 15 hours that had passed since his hypothetical death, was almost normal. The pupils, initially dilated, had begun to get smaller, entering the meiosis phase, possibly after 9 o'clock on Friday night. He also presented the lividity typical of a post-mortem state, but I insist the jugular veins and carotid arteries did not show signs of strangulation, common in hanged people. Given that accumulation of negative evidence, my personal impression was the following. Judas Iscariot had not died by hanging, but by falling. This theory was strengthened by palpating the extremities and the rest of the body. The legs and one of the arms suffered quadruple fractures, and the internal breaks were generalized. But what finally convinced me was the sound of the skull when I shook it between my hands. That noise, similar to that of a sack of nuts, was typical of people who have suffered one of these precipitations or falls from a great height. Although it was plausible that the traitor, in his desperation, did not adjust the knot of his belt properly, falling into the void before dying by hanging, I could never understand how this subject, generally meticulous, could make such a mistake. I placed the body back on the stones, and after closing his eyes, or what was left of them, I stood for a few minutes in silence, contemplating that unfortunate man. I wondered if that Iscariot, or man of Kerioth, son of Simon, an illustrious and wealthy man from Judea, disciple of John the Baptist and tormented seeker of truth, really deserved such a desolate end. I returned to my friend, confirming the death of Judas. John Mark had recovered the cloak of the renegade, and slowly in silence, we returned to Jerusalem. Once in the city, after begging him to take me to the house of John Zebedee, I asked him to contact the family of Judas so that they could remove his remains before the rats and vermin of Gehenna ended up disfiguring him. With great diligence, as was his custom, the Mark's son fulfilled my new assignment. John Zebedee was not expecting me, but he welcomed me with a warm hug. He had a small one-story house, very humble and almost empty, in the northern part of the city, in a neighborhood that, at that time, was beginning to grow and was known as Bezatha. I passed around a cauldron in which some small logs were burning, and which was generally used to scare away insects and mosquitoes, and I crossed the threshold of the door. Inside the only room, dimly lit by an oil lamp, I immediately saw 4 women. They were Mary, the mother of Jesus, his sister Miriam, Salome, mother of John, and the young Ruth, sister of the Nazarene. There were no chairs or stools, and Zebedee invited me to take a seat on one of the mats spread over the compacted floor that formed the pavement. I was surprised by the singular austerity of that house, with a light roof made of branches covered with dirt and clay, and without a single window or embrasure. Later I learned that this was not the usual residence of the Zebedee family. This was located to the north, in Galilee. John did not introduce me to the women. It wasn't customary, but furthermore, I didn't need it either. All the Hebrew women were especially attentive to Mary. One of them had just offered her a wooden bowl of milk, but Galileo's mother was reluctant to take it. When my eyes became accustomed to the darkness, I realized that the lady had her head uncovered. Her hair was much blacker than I had assumed. She parted her hair in the center, gathering a silky raven mop of hair at the nape of her neck. Her dark circles, much more marked than at the moment of her encounter with the crucified man, reflected a night of vigil and suffering. She was sitting on one of those thick palm and reed mats, with her body and head reclining on the adobe wall and her eyes half closed. From time to time, a deep sigh would shake her entire being, and her beautiful slanted eyes would half open. For a moment, upon capturing the resigned bitterness of that Hebrew, I felt faint. I didn't have the courage to question her. Strength and courage seemed to escape me, stunned by the anguish of a mother who had just lost her firstborn son. How could I start the conversation? With what courage did I face that woman, broken by pain, to ask her to tell me about her son, his childhood, and his no less ignored youth? It was John who, without intending to, smoothed out such arduous work, planned by Trojan horse as one of the last objectives of that mission. After shaking off an old blackened goat skin, the disciple filled another wooden bowl with thick, sour milk, begging me to accept that humble refreshment.
Don't worry about the smell. Quenches your thirst better.
I didn't want to snub him and finish the stinking bowl, trying to close my eyes and hold my breath. When I finished it, Zebedee picked up the container and, pointing to the white linen cloak that hung from my girdle, exclaimed,
"I see you haven't forgotten your gift."
I looked down and understood. And although that type of shawl had been bought for Martha, Lazarus' sister, the disciples' brilliant suggestion changed my plans. In fact, that could be the ideal means to gain Mary's esteem and trust. How had it not occurred to me before? I took it in my hands and, getting up, I approached the corner where the lady was resting. I knelt in front of her and, extending the rich present, I begged her to deign to accept it. Mary and the women around her looked at me and at each other, but at last the rabbi's mother stepped away from the wall and took the cloak, filling me with an intense gaze, a look that reminded me of her son. John, attentive and solicitous, brought the clay lantern closer so that Mary could better contemplate the very fine texture of the linen. Then, in the light of the oil lamp, that woman's eyes appeared before me in all their beauty. They were green. After caressing the fabric, Mary raised her eyes to me again, and showing me her perfect white teeth, she exclaimed,
"Thank you, son."
It was the first time I had heard that thick voice, yet warm and confident. From those moments, approximately 8 in the morning, and after John Zebedee explained to her who I was and why I was there, Mary gladly agreed to tell me about Jesus, his first years in Nazareth, his travels through the Mediterranean, and the death in a work accident of her husband, the builder and carpenter named Joseph. Trying to put order in my ideas and in the thousands of topics that were stirring in my mind, I began by asking her about the birth of the giant. Around 11:30 a.m., our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Jude and Joseph of Arimathea. They brought breaking news. Once the Passover meal was over, the Sanhedrites had met again, this time in the house of Caiaphas. According to the old man, the only topic debated was the prophecy made by Jesus of resurrecting on the third day. The priests, especially the Sadducees, did not give much credence to the words of the executed man, but the scheming members of the Sanhedrin considered that the most prudent thing would be to guard the tomb.
According to their claims, it was possible that Jesus' friends and believers would steal the body, then spread the lie of his resurrection. In order to abort any attempted robbery, the high priest appointed a commission in charge of visiting the Roman procurator early on Saturday morning. Well, that group of Sanhedrites had just met with Pontius.
Joseph, alerted by one of his confidants, had hurried to the temple. There, after many mockeries and hurtful indirections on the part of this commission, aware of his connection with the Nazarene, the owner of the orchard where the master had been buried finally learned the details of the conversation between the priests and Pilate.
"Lord, we remind you that Jesus of Nazareth, that forger, said while he was alive, 'After 3 days I will rise again.' Therefore, we come before you to beg you to give the necessary instructions, so that the tomb is properly protected against his disciples, until these 3 days have passed. We fear that his faithful will try to steal the body during the night, and, immediately afterwards, proclaim to the people that he has risen from the dead. If we consented to it, it would be a greater offense than if we had left him alive."
I will give you an escort of 10 soldiers. Go and stand guard before the tomb.
That Roman escort and 10 other Levites, recruited from one of the weekly sections of the temple, are already in front of the tomb, as I was able to verify before coming to see you. Those hypocritical beasts that surround and flatter Caiaphas have had no qualms about violating the sacred Sabbath and have invaded my property. When I tried to go down to the crypt, some of the guardians of the sanctuary confronted me, forcing me to leave the garden. It is unworthy.
Then no one can go near the tomb?
No one who is not from the Antonia garrison or the corps of Levites. Even the very savages have removed the slab that covered the gardener's well, joining it to the rock that closes the sepulchral chamber. Then they have stamped the seal of Pilate so that no one can remove them.
Frankly, that news left me worried. The last minutes of my mission in Jerusalem had to pass precisely as close as possible to the tomb. Trojan horse had special interest, logically, in finding out whether or not the alleged resurrection of the Master of Galilee was an objective reality, or on the contrary, a legend. How could I carry out my observation if the passage to the tomb was prohibited by those 20 sentinels? There were still many hours left, and I preferred not to torment myself with such a dilemma. Something would occur to me. Joseph's change of conversation helped me temporarily forget about the matter. To my great bewilderment, one of the elderly Jew's greatest concerns was finding the right epitaph that should be engraved on the rocky facade of the tomb where his master's body rested. Joseph even had some phrases written down, which he gave to Jude and John, respectively. With serious expressions, the three men discussed the possible text, coming to the conclusion that the last one was perhaps the most appropriate. I asked John to pass me the piece of parchment, and in Aramaic, I read the following. "This is Jesus, the Messiah. There is no gold or silver here, but his bones. Damn the man who opened it." I knew that the looting of tombs was the order of the day in Israel, but I could not accept the lack of faith of those close to Jesus of Nazareth, who did not hesitate to describe Galileo as the Messiah, completely renouncing the idea of his resurrection. It was as sad as it was anachronistic. Once the epitaph was decided, Joseph showed the chosen phrase to Jesus' mother, but Mary refused to read it, and fixing her eyes on each of those present, she reproached them for their distrust with a lapidary comment.
"The Messiah will write his epitaph with a single word, resurrected."
A violent silence covered us all for a few minutes. The one from Arimathea shook his head negatively, and Jude and John simply lowered their faces, thus expressing their doubts. But the lady did not insist. She leaned back against the wall and narrowed her eyes. The one from Arimathea tore up the embarrassing situation, trying to convince us and himself not to get our hopes up.
The news of the promise of his resurrection has ended up hitting the streets, and all of Jerusalem is talking about it. If the Master does not fulfill what he promised, what situation will his disciples and himself be left in?
Unfortunately, that position, typical of a rational man with proven common sense, was shared by almost all of his apostles, cloistered since Thursday night in various houses in Jerusalem and Bethany, scared to death and without the slightest hope regarding their future. If those rude Galileans had enjoyed the faith of David Zebedee, for example, things would have been very different. Even at the risk of repeating myself, I believe it is extremely important to emphasize this thankless but very human disposition of the apostles and followers of the Son of Man in relation to the issue of the resurrection. Those who may think that the disciples were looking forward to the dawn of the third day are wrong. No one in their right mind could accept that a corpse, 36 hours after death, was capable of getting up and live. But the amazing rabbi never spoke in vain. Half an hour before sunset, around 6 o'clock, Jude and his sister Ruth set out, accompanying their mother to Lazarus' residence in Bethany. John, obeying the instructions given by Andrew, went to the house of Elijah Mark, where an emergency meeting of all the disciples and faithful of Jesus who were in the holy city had been planned. I offered to accompany the family of the Nazarene, and in this way I was able to expand my knowledge about the life of Jesus. At 7:30 p.m., the sisters of the resurrected man welcomed us into their home, showering us with their attention. But the night was beginning to wane, and after saying goodbye to my new friends, I thanked Martha and Mary for their generous hospitality, announcing to them that I had to undertake a long trip and that almost certainly I would return soon. That pious lie, which perhaps soothed Martha's afflicted heart, would become reality. A reality that culminated the aspirations of this increasingly incredulous and skeptical officer of the North American Air Force. Lazarus's older sister, with tears in her eyes, secretly confided to me that her brother had had to take refuge in Philadelphia, and that as soon as they could sell their land and property, they would follow in his footsteps. I knew the first part of her information, but clumsy me, in those moments while I was saying goodbye, I couldn't guess what her confession truly contained. Shortly before midnight, concerned about the lateness of the hour and finding some formula that would allow me to observe the mouth of the tomb with maximum clarity and safety, I began the ascent of Olivet. Would the great feat really happen? Would I really have the great opportunity to see with my own eyes the announced wonder of the resurrection? April 9th. Sunday. Around 1 a.m, without air in my lungs and dripping with sweat from all sides, I finally saw the wooden fence of Joseph of Arimathea's farm. Everything was silent, lonely. I walked nervously up and down the fence, looking for some formula that would lead me, safe and sound, into the orchard. But my brain, waterlogged by the rush, refused to work. Eliseo, as I passed over the top of the Mount of Olives, had reminded me of the imperative need of my presence before 5 a.m. Preparations for the return required a minimum of checks and the final adjustment of the computer. I suppose I promised to return long before then. I don't remember it well. My spirit had been getting excited as I ran down the slope, towards the northern part of the city. Now, with the mission almost completed, I felt incapable of successfully crowning what, without a doubt, could be the decisive phase of the entire project. I took a deep breath, and without further thought, I jumped to the other side of the property. I could have opened the gate, but I thought better of it. Those rusty and impertinent hinges could give me away. Once among the fruit trees, I remained squatting for a few minutes, listening for the slightest noise. Everything was still calm, and encouraging myself, I crawled over the dry clay soil, helping myself in each section with my forearms and elbows. I had jumped to the left of the door with an initial intention to try to reach the back of the gardener's house. Once there, if the guards didn't discover me, I would think something. I took short breaks, hiding behind the flimsy trunks of the fruit trees and trying to pierce the grove with my sight. The moon, practically full, radiated a clarity that, in those decisive minutes, could betray me. A few more feet, I told myself, and I'll almost be there. Puffing and with my tunic reddened by the clay, I finally hid behind the stone wall of the well, located a dozen steps from the gardener's house. I slowly peeked my head over the curb and was relieved to see that the door was closed. There was no light inside and the fireplace appeared inactive. Maybe the soldiers forced him to vacate his home, I thought, and in that moment a deadly doubt dried my throat. What if I had arrived too late? What if the supposed resurrection had already happened? The only indication in this sense appears in the evangelical text of Matthew 28:1-8. If the sacred author was right and the miracle took place at the dawn of the first day, that is, on Sunday, all was lost. The rising or appearance of the upper limb of the sun above the horizon had been set by Santa Claus with mathematical precision. Given the approximate latitude of Jerusalem, 32 degrees north, that instant would occur at 5 hours and 42 minutes. Sunset, as I already mentioned at the time, would consequently be recorded at 6 p.m. and 22 minutes. General Curtis's plans, at least in this sense, would have failed. My re-entry into the cradle, as I mentioned previously, had to occur at the latest around 5 o'clock that morning. But an unexpected event shook me from these musings, making me tremble from head to toe. Suddenly, Joseph of Arimathea's dogs began to bark furiously. I hadn't counted on that new problem. I pressed myself against the wall of the well, trying to guess the position of the dogs. I wouldn't take long to find out. After 2 or 3 minutes, I heard the growls of the animals behind me. They had detected me remaining 6 or 10 feet away, with their jaws open and threatening. I armed myself, ready to hit them and knock them out if necessary. They were actually 2 small specimens, and I assumed that it would not be difficult to intimidate them or hit them with the rod of Moses. What worried me most was that the Roman or Levitical escort could react and discover me. I got ready and, standing up, determined to scare them away. But the blood froze in my arteries. A rough, heavy hand fell on my right shoulder. I turned around, and when I considered that everything was lost, I found before me the immense silhouette of the gardener. Before I could explain, he put his index finger to his lips, signaling me to remain silent. He then motioned for me to accompany him. Puzzled, I obeyed like an automaton. The dogs, upon seeing the tenant of the house, remained silent, docilely following us into the house. Once there, the gardener knew of my intentions. He had recognized me and, as a follower of the Master's teachings, was pleased with my supposed faith, promising to help me find the right place and thus satisfy my apparently unusual and crazy desire. Very slowly, measuring each step, that man surrounded the house, entering a small vineyard to the west of the crypt that I had seen briefly during my first visit to the orchard. On the edge closest to the gentle promontory, where the body of the Nazarene had been buried, stood a kind of enormous box, about 6 feet high. That giant hid behind one of the plank walls of the mysterious cube, and I did the same.
From here you can observe without danger.
And immediately he opened a trap door at the foot of that side of the box, motioning for me to bend down and enter. Without knowing what awaited me, I got on my knees getting inside. In my haste, I forgot the rod of Moses on the ground. By the time I tried to turn back, the gardener had lowered the trap door. I pushed, but it was closed from the outside. Desperate, I heard the gardener's footsteps walking away in the direction of the little house. What could I do? If I shouted, demanding the presence of the garden, the soldiers would notice. Besides, how am I going to get out? A series of flaps brought me back to reality. I raised my face, trying to identify those sounds, and as I sat up, the darkness of that drawer became a bombardment of small white bodies, colliding with each other, against my head and against the walls of the cubicle. I instinctively covered myself with both arms, but the terrifying and terrified coming and going of those beings continued for several minutes. I crouched down again, and little by little, everything calmed down. The dirt floor was carpeted with feathers. When I examined them, I realized I was in a dovecote. Despite the shock, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. The good gardener had put me in a dovecote. If I have to tell the whole truth, for more than half an hour, my years of preparation as an astronaut, my studies, research, and learning for such an important project were of no use to me. General Curtis had simply not anticipated this ridiculous scene, and of course, I had no idea how to appease 30 doves, logically frightened by the sudden eruption of an intruder into their home. If I didn't succeed in calming them down, it would be very difficult to look through the metal grate in the upper area of the dovecote. I tried twice, but the result was equally chaotic. Despite my sweet whistles, tender words, and calming gestures, the restless birds became agitated on both occasions. Exhausted, I dropped to the bottom of the dovecote. I even thought of killing them, but the very idea disgusted me. For several minutes, with my head sunk on my knees, I tried to remember everything I knew or had seen about those animals. In the limited flow of memories, the figure of my grandfather, an old duck hunter in the lagoons of Baton Rouge in Louisiana, came to mind. I remembered some sunrises in his company during my longed-for youth vacations on the shores of Lake Pontchartrain. I remembered the herons, and holy cow! Suddenly, like a miracle, my grandfather's face appeared in my brain, with a twig between his teeth, snapping his jaws and moving his head up and down, imitating the herons in zeal. That scene, which had always amused me, could contain the solution. I searched but did not find a single branch. Undaunted, I took the longest feather on the floor of the dovecote and, placing it between my teeth, began to oscillate my head at a rate of 8 to 10 times a minute. Very slowly, with a slowness that seemed exasperating to me, I rose towards the crossbars and cells, trying to emit something resembling a coo. Halfway there I stopped, observing them without stopping moving my head. That old system of attracting the attention of female herons in America seemed good. Some flapped their wings restlessly, but most remained impassive. I don't know if they were absorbed or disconcerted, or both at the same time, at that poor fool who tried to pass himself off as just another dove. After 10 or 15 minutes, Trojan horse fell into debt with my missing and witty grandfather. The doves, calm, ended up accepting me or forgetting me, because I have never been very clear about this detail. Without stopping moving my head, with the barrel of the feather between my teeth, I finally peered into the metal net. My position, as the gardener had declared, was privileged. I was about 26 or 33 feet from the end of the narrow path that led to the steps of the tomb. The moon amply illuminated the upper part of the rock, as well as the soldiers who stood guard at the very edge of the alley or anteroom of the crypt. They had lit a bonfire, forming two perfectly differentiated groups and spaced about 10 or 13 feet apart. Little by little, I recognized the sentinels. Those who gathered around the bonfire were Roman legionaries, but I didn't see any officers. The second platoon, also of 10 men, was made up of Levites. It was curious. For more than half an hour, none of the temple guardians addressed their supposed fellow servants. Either I was very wrong or they ignored each other. That situation was perfectly plausible, taking into account the shared hatred of both peoples. Despite my proximity, the mouth of the burial chamber was not visible from that improvised observatory. Being below ground level, it was almost impossible to see it. At most, in rising up to the roof of the dovecote, I could see a section of the upper area of the sepulchral facade. That worried me, but I chose to calm down. After all, if something happened, the first to notice would be the guardians themselves. It was enough not to lose sight of them. The fact that they were there, peacefully sitting or lying on the ground, was a sign that, for the moment, nothing strange had happened. And at 2:30 a.m., as Trojan Horse had programmed, Eliseo made the first of the so-called chain connections. Until 3:30 that morning, my partner in the module would remind me of the schedule every half hour. From that moment on, and until 5 a.m., the calls, because that's what it was about, would be made every 15 minutes. The project had foreseen, and this was accepted by all the components of the mission, that in the event of a high emergency, the module would take off, even with only one of the astronauts. At this point in the operation, high emergency only meant one thing, that I would not have been able to keep the appointment with the cradle before automatic takeoff. Of course, I didn't want to upset my brother by explaining to him that I was locked in a dovecote, and at 2:40 a.m., the inexplicable happened. When I was monitoring the movements of the guard, I noticed something strange. I wouldn't know how to explain it. It was like a shake. No, perhaps the most accurate word would be vibration, but a dry vibration, almost instantaneous, noiseless. It stopped in a matter of tenths of a second. My first impression was confusing. I thought that perhaps the dovecote had swayed as a result of some gust of wind, but I immediately realized two important facts. First of all, there was no wind, and second, the doves had also experienced that kind of electric shock, so to speak. This time I am sure I was not the cause of the commotion of the doves, who opened their wings and began to make a sound similar to the buttocks of turkeys. If it was a new earthquake, Eliseo would register it instantly and notify me immediately. But my companion's voice remained silent. I held on tightly to the metal fence and focused my 5 senses on the soldiers. 2 or 3 of the legionnaires had risen, but except for this, all seemed quiet. Not even 2 minutes had passed when a new shake or vibration or shock, I swear I don't know how to describe it, hit the dovecote, and judging by the confusion of the sentinels, the surroundings of the tomb. The birds began to flutter. The vibrations seemed chained. They followed one another almost without interruption, and with a force that made the fragile structure of boards in which I was a prisoner tremble. At the same time, and I think this was the worst, a very high-pitched hum, infinitely more powerful and sharper than that of a generator, drilled my ears and perforated my eardrums. I thought I was going crazy. I tried to protect my ears with my hands, but it was useless. That beep was still stuck in my brain, with a frequency very close to 16,000 hertz. I fell to the ground, half unconscious, and just when I thought my head was going to explode, everything stopped. The vibrations and hum disappeared drastically. When I raised my face, I saw some pigeons on the ground, dead or in the spasms of agony. I sat up as if propelled by a spring. What was that? What was happening? When I looked outside, I saw the soldiers half lying on the ground, screaming and holding their skulls with their hands. The hum had undoubtedly affected them too. I called Eliseo, asking him for information about the time and a possible record on the seismographs. It was 2:44 a.m., and as I suspected, the onboard equipment did not detect any oscillation in the terrain. Without being able to contain myself, I told Eliseo what had happened, expressing my concern about what was happening. For the next few minutes, calm was completely. The soldiers recovered, engaging in a heated controversy over what happened. Some attributed them to a new earthquake. Others, however, spoke of a thunderstorm. Storm? I asked myself. I looked at the sky, but it was still transparent, without the slightest sign of clouds. Impossible, I commented to myself. I don't know of a storm that is capable of developing a hum like that. Also, how to explain the shaking. Some Levites suggested that they should notify their leaders, but finally, for lack of arguments, they gave up and sat down again. At 3 a.m., Eliseo made the second call. He asked me if everything was still in order, and when I answered in the affirmative, he suggested that I not be careless.
At 5, we will have tea.
I appreciated my brother's joke. I needed it. That tension was destroying me. When I was beginning to believe that all that could have been the fruit of my imagination, a new event came to cloud this parenthesis. 7 or 8 minutes after the last connection with the module, a strange and abnormal silence, very similar to what I had already felt in Gethsemane, fell over the area. I watched the doves. Inexplicably, they had huddled at the bottom of the small cells of the dovecote, visibly frightened. I sharpened my ears. Nothing. Not even the slightest noise was perceived. The Roman soldiers, intrigued by the silence, had stood up. At 3:10 a.m., in the middle of that thick silence, a cramp ran through me from head to toe. Like a roar, like an iron hand crawling over a rock, I began to hear the slow, very slow, sliding of one stone over another. If I had not attended the closing of the enormous slab that covered the tomb of the Nazarene, I suppose I would not have associated that roar with the noise of the grindstone rolling along the bottom of the groove. My premonition was confirmed when, suddenly, one of the Levites looked into the alley of the tomb, letting out a shocking scream. His companions and also the legionnaires came to his side. Within seconds, they began to back away, moaning and tripping over each other.
The stones! The stones are moving by themselves.
The guardians of the temple, overcome with indescribable panic, fled in all directions, howling and crashing into the lower branches of the fruit trees. As for the Roman escort, some retreated to the bonfire, drawing their swords. Two of them, I don't know if paralyzed by terror or more daring than their companions, stood at the edge of the steps that led to the Pantheon. For seconds that seemed like centuries, the roar of the circular stone, rolling and scratching the facade of the tomb, filled everything. The Levites had disappeared from the garden. As for the legionaries, although they were still a few feet from the mouth of the tomb, their faces were bathed in cold sweat. Suddenly, the noise of the slab stopped, and almost simultaneously, a flash of light erupted from the alley. It wasn't fire, and I couldn't define it as an explosion either. Among other reasons, because I didn't hear any bang. I can only say that it was light, a bubble or luminous radiation of an indescribable bluish white. That explosion of light, I can't find words to describe it, came out of the tomb. Of that I am sure. And it extended instantly to the nearest trees, located just over 13 feet from the steps leading to the Pantheon. Its trajectory was oblique, following a logical escape route. In a way, it reminded me of a shock wave, but luminous. In split seconds, it disappeared, and everything was completely silent. The soldiers lay on the ground, as if dead. I looked anxiously, trying to see someone. There, of course, something abnormal and inexplicable in the light of all reason had occurred. But no matter how much I traced the place with my eyes, the tomb and its surroundings remained lonely. The bonfire continued to flame, and no person came out of the grave. I can attest to that. But who could have appeared on those steps if it had not been Jesus of Nazareth himself? Jesus of Nazareth? Without knowing how or why, I sat on the floor of the dovecote, furiously kicking the hatch. I had to get out. I had to enter the tomb and reveal the tremendous doubt that had just assailed me. Was the corpse of Jesus of Nazareth still there? Damn door. Open up. And in one of those violent kicks, the trap door jumped into the air. I slid like a madman through the door, followed by a no less maddened whirlwind of doves. I retrieved my staff and ran breathlessly to the edge of the steps. The legionnaires, with their eyes wide open, continued on the ground, and I began to go down the steps. But towards the middle, I suddenly felt afraid, an irrational panic that made my hair stand on end. I turned around and ran out of there, suffocated and with my tongue hard as cardboard. But when I was about to venture through the trees, aimlessly, something stopped me. It is possible that it was the lurching of my heart, accelerating above 180 beats per minute. I took a breath, leaned on the trunk of one of the fruit trees and tried to think. I had to go back. It was precise. I pressed the auditory connection and begged Eliseo not to ask anything. Just talk to me. Talk to me non-stop until I tell you. Eliseo, bless him, didn't ask questions, but, aware that something serious was happening to me, he tried to cheer me up.
I have a book in my hands, and I want to read something to you. Look to the east. Look to the east of your heart. A new sun is rising.
While those verses sounded in my brain like a magic hand, I never knew who the author was. I retraced my path, approaching the pit of the crypt with trembling.
They say it leaves trails of freedom. They say it is hope. The hope that has slept until today on the other shore.
1, 2, 3, 4 steps. I only needed one more. I inhaled several times and in the moonlight approached the facade of the tomb. The 2 stones had indeed been removed to the left, revealing the dark hollow of the cave. But if the 20 guardians were up there, I said to myself, who made these masses roll? Their total weight had to be greater than 1,500 pounds. The procurator's seals appeared torn off and thrown in the alley. I started sweating. Should I look inside? What if he wasn't there?
Look to the east, towards the east of yourself.
I have to do it. And squatting down, I stuck my head out. But the darkness inside the crypt was total, closed like a wolf's mouth. It's impossible, I told myself. I need a torch. I returned to the top, taking one of the flaming logs from the bonfire. The soldiers, although paralyzed, were alive. Their pulse offered no doubt.
Dawn is dawning on the coast of your gaze. A new star is already shining.
I went down the stairs, and with my heart on the verge of fibrillation, I introduced the torch through the entrance hole. The reddish light of the torch instantly flooded the sepulchral chamber. I crawled a little more, and as I looked up, a shock disintegrated my soul. The torch fell to the ground, and I was left there on my knees with my mouth open and my eyes fixed on that stone bench. Empty.
It's coming. You already have my sign in your hands.
And without being able to contain myself, tears began to roll down my cheeks. The fear was gone. Jesus of Nazareth was not there. But the last verses of Eliseo continued to ring in my ears.
It's coming. You already have my signal.
I let the tears fall on the floor of that place, while infinite peace relieved my tortured heart. Without blinking, without moving, I examined the canvases. The burial sheet was in the place that the Nazarene had occupied, and between both sides of the canvas, in the place where the master's head had rested, the bulk of the shroud or shawl with which Nicodemus had held his lower jaw could be distinguished. It was as if the corpse had been absorbed with a syringe, as if that 5 feet 9 inches body had evaporated. The position of the sheet, deflated on itself, left no room for doubt. If someone had stolen or moved the body, the canvases would never have been left in that impressive position. But how? How? I kept repeating to myself. First there were the trepidations, then the stones that rolled, pushed by an invisible force, and finally that luminous fire. How? And now, like the greatest miracle of all time, an empty tomb. It would be necessary to wait for my second great journey to Palestine in the year 30 to begin to understand what had happened inside that tomb. It was the analysis of those canvases that gave us a clue. As a preview, I can say that Galileo's resurrection, the physical and miraculous fact of his resurrection, occurred a few minutes before the disintegration of his mortal remains. One thing had nothing to do with the other. The corpse had disappeared, yes, but before, I insist, Jesus had performed the great wonder. Finally, I warned my companion that I was preparing to make my way back to the ship, and at 3:30 a.m., after kissing the rocky floor of the crypt, I left the garden of Joseph of Arimathea. The soldiers of the Antonia fortress continued there, fainted as mute witnesses of the most sensational news, the resurrection of the Son of Man. And at 5:42 a.m. on that glory Sunday, April 9th, of the year 30 of our era, the module took off with the sun, and as we rose into the future, a part of my heart remained forever in that time and in that man whom they called Jesus of Nazareth.